WandaVision. It was such an awesome show, right, guys?
I'm so excited. I haven't hated women in weeks.
Yeah.
No.
Finally.
Finally,
Can't wait
I
to-
can just be myself.
We can radicalize some more youth. I'm
I can
looking forward
drop
to it.
this charade.
Oh yeah, that was fun. The article is like alt-right
Oh, did we
Star
get another
Wars
one?
reviewers.
Oh, yeah, you gonna comment on that?
Well, I mean, I put out a tweet saying "fuck you," so I feel like that covers it.
Yeah.
It's so pathetic. Like the portion on me is like, what did they say? I'm an alt-right associate or something. It's like, what the fuck?
Poor Mahler.
Exact wording.
Adjacent, yes.
Like the poor. You got too close to the alt-right.
Yeah, you're kind of looking across the street at them and going,
Right, lads?
"Whoa, they look
Like
fucking
Daedalus and
sexy in their
Icarus,
tight
but the
boots."
sun just
The
says
outright doesn't
alt-right
invite me
written
to
on
their
it.
birthday parties, but I wish they would.
Yeah.
Looking at the alt-right from your tree house, just from across the street.
I wish I could smoke like they do.
I want to hang out in the treehouse. They won't let me. Cool enough. Like, maybe
No
if I have that
girls and
Batwoman
no
figurine,
blacks allowed.
they'll let me in.
You're
the key.
the person that they just send down to the shop to get the snacks.
Yeah, they never quite let
Yeah.
me in. No maulers. That's what they say.
No more, yeah, no homers.
But they have the one in there.
Yeah, that's right. We
Yeah.
have one Mahler.
We're allowed to have one. What is it? Like Homer Glumkit or something? It's like a really dumb name.
Yep.
And he
he
just
goes,
Simpsons references. Yeah, there is absolutely no reason why we shouldn't just get started, because this could take a little time, and we want to make sure everybody gets their thoughts and feelings out. You know. First, I guess I should say is welcome to EFAP 129. All ye who be here now or in the future upload. We're joined by, I'll go from left to right, Mr. Az from Heel vs. Babyface. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me on, sir.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be fun. We've got so much to talk about. We, by that I mean myself, Rags, Nerdrotic, and yourself, we all discussed previously, I want to say a month ago or something, how we were enjoying WandaVision. Wasn't that a...
I was the same.
Yes.
I was like, the first episodes, 5 episodes, I think were great, and then the final 4, I was like, God, this is dog shit.
Yeah, well, things change, I guess.
They
Mr.
do.
CJ, Cynical Reviews, how do you do?
Hello, good, thank you. Thanks for having me on again.
Good thank you to you too. It's just it was a funny way to say it, but did you watch this show with like a sort of just passing interest, or were you like, oh, you might do a video, or?
Well, I mostly watched it because everybody was talking about it, and I didn't want to seem ignorant.
Mhm.
But no, I think I'm kind of the same. Like, I enjoyed it at first and thought it was really interesting, and then I think for me, it was the 4th episode where it started to go downhill.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Now I'm just kind of like, eh.
Evan is next up, sir. How do you do, Mr. Blue and Rainy Depressed Person? Is that reflective of your attitude toward this show?
That's probably a good way to put it. Yeah, blue and rainy and depressed. Yeah, not very happy with how it turned out.
Fringy returning to talk about superhero stuff. Shocking. How do you do, sir?
I'm tired. I like only slept 3 hours.
I prefer to think of you saying I'm tired about just media.
Well, speaking
Just
of which,
life in general.
I just saw this on Twitter. Since this has been going for so long that Homer did not grow up in the 70s, he grew up in the 90s.
Oh, I saw that.
Ooh.
This is like hell for me.
Oh.
God. It's just kill it.
Must have
Come on,
so
put
many
it down.
timeline issues, but for how long they've gone. Yeah. Wait,
I
that
have
would,
no idea.
wait, hang on. Abe would have to be like, they'd have to age him up, I guess, right?
Because he fought in World War II.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if they started in, I don't.
1989.
Oh,
So
so,
that-
was Homer a kid in the first
Homer
episode?
was a
No,
teenager in the
it's-
70s.
The flashbacks had him in the 70s as a kid, but now the flashbacks have to push him up because it wouldn't
To the
make
90s,
sense.
because he's still in his 30s. He's
Yeah.
still meant to be in his 30s, but
Well,
Oh my
like,
goodness
he's not.
gracious!
Eventually,
They sort
his
of com-
childhood will be in the 2010s. It'll be so interesting.
Oh my
Bart
God.
was born
Oh
in
my
2011
God.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Homer's a millennial?
What?
Yeah. Homer's a millennial. Yeah.
What?
He's one of us.
Is that real?
One of us. One of us.
Well, do you remember that? Do you remember that meta episode they made where they had Lisa say that like the producers of the show made them all take growth inhibiting hormones or something? They wanted to
Anti-growth
keep them all the same age.
hormones.
Yeah,
Oh god.
would
That's
explain a
when-
lot.
That's when your investment in getting rid of them plot holes starts to get scary.
I don't think I've watched The Simpsons in 20 years.
Been a
It
while.
hasn't been good in 20 years, so
Oh, okay. there you
More,
go.
I remember Muller got me to watch like a new episode from this year. It was surreal. It was absolutely
yeah.
surreal watching like modern Simpsons. It wasn't like terrible though, which is kind of the crazy part. Like it wasn't awful.
Yeah,
It
like
wasn't
there's some jokes of which.
good. Yeah.
But it is odd to watch it when your idea of Simpsons comes from like the 90s. You're like,
90s, yeah.
you watch the new one and you're like, it's so uncanny. It's like a, but you know,
Voice actors sound tired. Like
Yes.
the person who plays Marge is like 60.
He's
and you
dying.
can tell.
Oh, Lisa.
That show's been renewed for 2 more seasons. It ain't
Wow.
going away.
it will never die.
It won't
Let's
die.
be honest.
No, but the cats will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they'll
Yeah.
clone their voices using like machine learning or something.
No,
what,
they already
what
have
they'll do is
technology.
they'll take voice lines from all the episodes over all the seasons and just put them together.
Oh,
Yeah. Get an algorithm.
Oh.
Yeah. They
They have
probably already
enough.
have it. Yeah.
that'd be horrible. But make sure we don't miss you last 3. Gary, welcome to EFAP once again to talk about WandaVision. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I was taking a bite of toast there. I'm really happy.
Exciting.
Isn't it though? I'm
Adventurous
feeling
snacker.
I am. I'm feeling radical today. Thank you
Oh.
very much. Totally radical.
Very 90s of you.
Wow.
Uh,
Radical.
That is very 90s.
Cowabunga, dude.
Homer
Cowabunga.
is very, very radical.
Hey, Rags,
Chumba
welcome
wumpa,
to your
chumba
first EFAP.
wumpa.
How you doing?
Oh, hi. I'm glad to finally be on.
Yeah.
I'm glad that my inaugural episode is gonna be some MCU property full of incredible quality with a lovable cast of characters and intuitive events that follow
It'd be interesting.
one after the other in an interesting cause and effect way that's logical. So excited.
Because we're in the middle of our DC arc, and we're getting a lot of like MCU shills. Like, I'm curious if they'll keep that up after this episode, but you know, it's fine.
Mhm.
I'm
MCU is
curious
fun.
if after this, after we constantly say that half the MCU is really bad,
Yeah.
that they'll continue to say it.
And then
And,
the MCU is probably going to be really bad, like going forward. That we
Oh,
we're
yeah.
past the
Yeah.
peak, probably.
We can talk about
Downhill.
that. Last but not least, Mr. The Meme Repository. Not an awkward title for a Mr. at all. How are you doing, Mr. Man?
It's really fucking early, but besides that, I'm going okay. I'm here to talk about my favorite show of all time, WandaVision.
Yay!
Involving these 2 wonderful characters who used to be my favorite characters in the MCU.
Oh.
Important emphasis on the used to be
Oh,
after this shit.
that's unfortunate. Was that of all of them, or was that of living ones at the time? Oh wait, yeah, I don't know. What was? I would have. You don't prefer like Iron Man or Cap or Thor or anything?
Well, it's kind of like they weren't. I split up like who I consider the best characters and who I like find the most interesting, and I always found that the idea of this robot that was brought to life, but was like very like sincere and was just trying to figure things out, very compelling. And I also found
Captain
the
Marvel?
idea of their love story to be quite interesting. So I wanted to see, where does this go? I kind of wanted to see a Wanda and Vision movie after Ultron, and especially after Civil War. And
Yes.
it looked like I was finally getting what I wanted with this. No, I was not.
No.
I really was not.
We got
No.
something else. Which I guess should lead us into like because this is gonna be a free for all, but I guess general blurbs. I wouldn't mind opening about just thoughts on the show as a whole. I'm gonna open with probably not a hot take, but still a spicy take. And this is agreed upon by some people here already. I already know that, but WandaVision as a show, not great. Episode 9 is the single worst piece of content in the MCU.
Yeah.
How does everyone
Yeah,
feel about that?
Interesting.
I don't know what else could give it like competition. Like, I mean, I mentioned this yesterday on the South podcast, but I'm like, what other piece like has less quality? Like, there's no scenes to grab onto in that finale. They're like, this is good. There's something broken in every single scene.
Nothing
Yep.
It
functions.
devolves into generally. I think I said this before on an EFAP or someplace. I don't know. It's all a blur. But you have what's sort of referred to as this Marvel sludge of just things sort of happening and characters doing stuff and superheroes, performing actions, and it's all just like a mix, like it's been thrown into a blender. But instead of creating a yummy, delicious smoothie that everyone can enjoy, it's just like this mix of concrete and radioactive fuel, and it's horrific and it's terrible. And
It's worse
it's
than
like it's
Captain Marvel.
Don't forget
guys.
feces.
yeah,
Ooh.
this is.
Oh, yeah.
Captain Marvel is
Captain Marvel-
comprehensible.
Like this film has, this episode like breaks reality. It's over.
Uh-huh.
Like,
Many
it's-
times
it's
over. There is so many things to talk about. I did a rewatch. It was painful. There's so much that we can do, but I want to make sure everyone gets a word in there. I don't know, Gary, what do you guys reckon on this show as a whole?
I thought it was great up until the reveal of Evan Peters as the Fox's Quicksilver.
I thought you were gonna say up until the first episode.
As soon as that first episode started,
It was
fell
great
apart.
until the first
Yeah.
episode.
The intro was great.
And then after, and I thought, right, this is great because now we're going to go to the next level. We've had this, wonderful journey through sitcoms throughout the years, giving their takes on them with this little sinister undertone, and I thought it was fantastic. And I loved the relationship between Wanda and Vision. I thought it was so tight. It was so the chemistry was phenomenal between the two actors, and I thought the acting was top notch. And then as soon as Evan Peters was announced, revealed, it just got really generic because then it started to concentrate more on the sword stuff, and that was terrible.
Yeah,
The
that
sword,
was
and then they
definitely
split
when
Wanda and
super
Vision
weak.
away from each other, and they were the
Yes.
best part of the show.
At
And
the
Vision's
peak.
off doing something, Wanda's off doing something, and then you realize that the show was those two characters together, and you take them apart, and there was not a lot there at all.
They get separated at the peak of their drama. Like, we're finally getting something in terms of Vision just like becoming self-aware of this situation, and then he fucks off like for the half of
and
the
it's
season.
and it's like he forgets after that. It's like there's never any addressing like what Wanda did after that, where it's like, hey, you were lying to me. It's just like, no, let's fight, let's save our kids.
It feels like there's scenes missing. Like what they have their big argument, then he goes off and nearly dies, and then he flies back and is like, "Oh, hey, let's fight a clone of me and this weird witch lady." It's like he doesn't have any questions at all, like about what's happening.
I had too many questions.
Yeah.
The show has devolved, unfortunately, into that kind of. It's gotten down to the kind of the worst of the DCEU, where it's just like actual nonsense.
It's impossible to know what the stakes are anymore. Like at one point in WandaVision, you're just waiting for them to tell you what happened because there's no way you
I
can
just
know.
need something. I need confirmation. My eyes need verification as to what they've actually witnessed, because we have gone off the rails. Nothing matters anymore. What I see doesn't mean anything anymore, and that's the death sentence for a plot. Are the things that I'm seeing, does it even matter what I'm looking at? Or are you just going to tell me something later and that's just going to be that?
One of them was, it wasn't until the last episode that I was like, oh, the children are like, we care about them? I thought they were fake. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought the whole point was that they're fake.
I thought that the realization was going to be that she invented them because of her psyche falling apart, not that they're actually a thing that we should care about.
Not that we have to use them as a tool to show how evil our antagonist is in the way that we forced him to be evil is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that goodbye was really weird when she's like saying goodbye to her kids and tucking them into bed. I'm like, am I supposed to feel happy
They're
for
not
this? 'Cause
real.
yeah.
And
It's
she
eerie.
knows they're
for
not
choosing
real.
me.
She can disassemble and reassemble them at will. Like I don't.
Yeah.
And they've been alive for like a week, so it's like, how could you call them real kids? They haven't really
Yeah.
lived a life.
Oh, they're not real if they're a week old, huh?
Wow.
there's
no-
Wow. Wow.
Such
Get
hate
outta
bigotry.
here.
Okay.
That-
All right.
That's how it starts.
Yeah.
I'll make a note.
The fever, the rage, the turns men bigoted.
Turns good men cruel.
Right down the add to my list of psychopaths here.
Yeah, I figure the format should probably be that we go through chronologically as best we can, and you're welcome to jump ahead at any point. I wouldn't want to restrict anybody on that. But I would also like to try and complement the show where possible. There were things. I'm sure everyone here agrees. There were things that you were like, oh, look
There
at
were
that.
Like when they
things.
played the Batwoman
At the
thing.
end, there were a lot of things.
There
Wait.
were a lot of things.
When
Yeah,
did,
if you go back-
Elizabeth Olsen was phenomenal, I thought.
Yeah, Paul Bettany was
Yeah.
great.
yeah,
Paul
yeah.
Bethany, yeah,
They're both
pair of
Oh,
those
yeah.
two.
But rewatching it again, I tried to rewatch it again too, having seen the ending, and it just makes the entire show suck now. I mean, there's good parts of it, but
Yeah.
when you feel like it's built, I thought it was building up to something. I was an idiot, obviously, for buying into it.
I was building up to something.
Yeah, and
Disappointment.
disappointment. It was.
It was building up to everything. Everything happens. All the things.
all the
New
things.
powers, new characters, new heroes, new villains,
New villains.
new
yeah.
stuff,
Yep.
new lessons learned, and new lessons forgotten.
Oh.
Vision
New
shows up
Vision.
because Vision shows up to White Vision, toxic White Vision shows up so the men can fight the men and the women can fight the women, and then they can watch
As
each
it
other
should be.
fight. Yeah, as it should be.
Yeah, segregation as things should be.
Yep.
Did you
It-
like
it's
how
just a s-
White Vision realized that he was now Vision and then just fucked off and then
Fucked off.
do it?
That was
Completely
my
like-
favorite part.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
don't I have a wife and kids?
No,
Yeah.
not only did he fuck off, but
Toxic White
Wanda also fucked each individual of that relationship that cared very much about each other. Each fucked off in separate ways.
Well, Rags, this is one of the things that baffles me. Vision never tells Wanda that he gave all of Vision's memory to VisionBot.
No.
Like
And
last time
VisionBot, and VisionBot, now with those memories, never said,
Yeah.
I wonder
By
what
the
happened
way-
to that woman I love.
It's really
Yeah,
weird because
I'm alive. I've actually put my consciousness or downloaded my consciousness into that White
Yeah.
Vision. So I am out there, darling. Come find me.
That
Let's
might have
be
been comforting. That might have been comforting for her to know as he was literally disintegrating before her eyes.
Well, I
Wanda,
think
my
White
contract has
Vision-
been renewed. I'm back in the MCU.
I think White
Love
Vision
me.
fucked
My
off
planet
though,
needs
because
me.
he needed to try and work out what the fuck that story was about the ship. You know, if you
Even a
if
highly
you-
advanced
go
read
computer
about it.
AI needed
there was
time
the
to
part in
process the story.
there was a Doctor Who episode where Doctor Who gave a similar analogy, and the answer was completely different. He's like, if you have a broom and you have a handle and you replace the handle and then you replace the broom part and you do that over and over, is it
Yes,
the same
yes.
broom? No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Whereas in this one, it was like, yes, it is the same ship, and no, it's not the same ship at the same time. No, it's not the same ship. You replace everything.
well, they
everything's
did
It's
been
because
done
the
right.
writer heard of that thing that one time, and they tried to find a way to fit that into the show so they would seem super clever and cool.
well, he
Like
gives
This
you
entire show.
They give you loads of
Thesis-ship is
answers.
like baby's first philosophy. It's like what you learn even before you start doing a philosophy degree. Like it's one of the oldest and most simple philosophical problems. And yes, there's no there's no distinct answer to it because it depends on your interpretation. But it's still the most entry level shit that they're trying to make themselves sound smart with.
yeah.
It's like, yes, okay, I read that book too. You know,
That makes sense considering how much extensive experience this writer had, which was none.
Oh,
Well, they wrote. What did they write?
nothing.
A short film that they probably self-produced before this, and then
Well-
they wrote. She helped with Captain Marvel,
Oh, there you go.
and
Oh,
she's
good
writing Black
God.
Widow. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're
yeah.
fucked.
Oh, fuck.
Rip MCU. It's just-
Free.
And in her recent interview, she intimated that it was actually Feige who
Yes.
did all this sitcom stuff, which is the stuff that most people seem to have liked.
Man.
And it was her that did the sword stuff, which most people tend
Oh.
to hate.
Oh,
Yep.
shock of all shocks.
Yeah.
I've lived to say I've ruined Kevin Feige's story.
Yeah.
I feel like it's very
Yes.
concerning how
That
like
should be a
overpowered a
reward or
lot of the
something.
heroes are becoming as well. Like it's
Everyone's like
what
godlike.
are our stakes? What are our stakes going to be when we've got like Monica Rambeau is indestructible and like Scarlet Witch is like bends reality to her will? Like what?
Yeah, like can you imagine
What?
Avengers 4 right now? Like the power dynamics of the individual characters. It's gonna be insane to balance.
Yep.
They're gonna have to
Fringy,
create
I
an
don't know
enemy.
if I don't know what your mic levels are at, but I think you're gonna get drowned out. I have you at 200. I have you at the max, and you're still pretty quiet compared to everyone else.
Oh boy, let me get it closer to the mic. There we go. Is that better? Yeah.
Oh,
ASMR Froggy.
It's a little better.
yeah, it should be right.
Yeah, it's a little better.
Kevin Feige recently came out and said that
Oh,
Scarlet Witch
congratulations.
is going to be the Iron Man of the next phase.
Are you
Oh, we're
serious?
doomed.
Yeah, so Captain
Oh,
Marvel's been
fuck.
demoted. That's the good news.
Ooh.
But
Well, I
Oh,
think I
well, I
talked
mean,
to,
that's.
What does that
I don't know if
even
that's good
mean?
news anymore.
it's not really. It's not.
They
I'm
did
pretty
make
sure I
sure to
read
say that Wanda was more powerful than a Sorcerer Supreme. So
Yes.
fuck you, Doctor Strange.
You could.
Yep.
They threw that in there just to be like, she's real powerful, by the way. You're like,
Yeah,
okay.
fuck that
Yeah.
guy.
But we don't even know Doctor Strange's limits. What are we meant to quantify from that?
Well, when you have someone like a Doctor Strange or a Sorcerer Supreme, when you see what they can do, and you're like, oh, well, this one's more powerful than that one, you're like, can they be? It looks like they're both
Yes.
pretty high up there. Like, I don't even.
One can literally
Smaller, it's the
bend
superhero-
time
it-
to his will.
It's
It's the
Well, he doesn't have the
superhero
time stone
equivalent of
anymore.
saying that the infinite amount of numbers between 1 and 2 is smaller than the infinite amount of numbers between 1 and 10.
But it
and you're
comes
like,
across as,
okay,
like,
sure.
almost childish because of the way it's like more powerful. You're like, you saying it like my character's lasers are bigger than yours?
My dad can beat up your dad.
Okay.
Yes.
My
Yeah,
dad
it's
can
basically
beat up
like
your dad.
it's Calvin
feel
Ball
like-
but with
I
superheroes.
feel quite concerned about because I think it's pretty clear when you look at like the MCU that there are some distinct like almost bubbles of stories that they're working on at the moment. So like clearly there's some multiverse stuff that's going to be happening, which is probably going to be a disaster. But it's like that's almost like where the only characters I'm interested in anymore are like Spider-Man and Doctor Strange. It's just them. At the
Why,
moment,
why
I
would you
think
want to shit over one of your characters who's still got a movie up and coming? Why would
Yeah,
you
I
want to
don't-
diminish them?
Well, I mean,
Yep.
I guess what I was yeah, so like we've got that, and then there's clearly going to be like the Captain Marvel cosmic bubble that they're setting up, and like that to me is quite concerning as well because like all of that
It's gonna be
characters
shit.
in that are going to
Guardians.
be incredibly powerful. Like they're all so powerful that I'm not even sure what the stakes are going to be in this. And I
Mm.
mean, I think I read an article, and it was written like a year ago that correctly suggested that there was going to be a secret invasion show, and the idea was that it was all going to be leading to like some kind of A-Force. Or what's the name of Captain Marvel's like flight group or whatever in the comics?
Alpha Flight.
Is it-
Twitter.
Yeah, that it was going to be that,
Oh, that was good.
and that it was going to have like all of these brand new characters that are getting set up on this like, and that the plot was going to be that some evil alien force can possess only men, so they have to assemble a
Oh,
team.
God.
Oh, please
Oh,
make this.
for
Please,
fuck's
please,
sake.
Yeah.
please. I'll be good all year. I promise. I
look,
won't
it could
radicalize
be-
anyone.
Imagine all the
Look,
articles
it,
they can write about us.
it
I won't
could be
radicalize
good.
anyone, I promise.
Anything could be good, but if that's true, like, oh,
Yeah.
I don't think Captain Marvel I don't think Marvel, their writers, I don't think they know what good is.
Certainly not anymore.
Not anymore.
They don't know what
Well,
the morals are
Ralph Boner
gone.
was not subversion.
Oh,
I'm glad they borrowed Patty Jenkins'
Yeah.
moral barometer. For
Why are we in
Wonder
the
Woman
age
84.
of superheroes doing incredibly villainous things? Like, why is this a thing? What's happening? It's everywhere.
Man of Steel was prophetic.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Well, it's just that it's not
Genocide.
addressed. That's my issue. I'm like, you can have them do bad things. They're like morally like reprehensible, but you got to address that. You can't just
Don't
like
have one of the
give them a
characters say,
pass.
I like
They
this.
will never know what you sacrificed for them.
This
I hate that line.
Yeah.
everyone should hate that line. It's the worst.
Well, yeah,
Oh.
and anyone that's had anyone close to them that's died knows exactly what she's going through.
Yep.
So it's bullshit.
And
So I get to go kidnap an entire town
well,
Yeah.
so
next time
The problem
Somebody
is
dies? Cool.
usually accountability, right? She says, "I'm sorry," like explicitly to Monica, and it's like, okay, but that's just the beginning, Wanda. And then the police
Yep.
arrive, and she goes, "Well, I'm out." And it's like, no, come back. You
Don't
gotta.
apologize to Monica. Apologize to the town.
Oh, it's
I
so
mean,
terrible.
Look at this in the context. I mean, we just had Civil War, and like this is a whole reason again to do a superhero registration act. Yeah, like
Mm.
now the most dangerous superhero running, fucking
No,
off
they-
into the mountains to become more
they-
dangerous.
They have totally forgotten about Civil War in
Yes.
this. Like
Yes.
it never happened. It never existed.
yeah.
The Sokovia Accords aren't a thing. They totally just said, "Fuck that."
They
Like,
mention
she was-
the Sokovia Accords once in the show, but they also don't care about the Sokovia Accords at all. It's so weird.
Like, wasn't she meant to be on the run in Civil War and
Yes.
Infinity War, and then
Yes.
she just walks into the Sword headquarters, and they're like, "Oh, hey,
She's already a vigilante, right? And she was put away into the raft or whatever. Then the fight with Thanos happens, she gets blipped out, blipped back, and they've forgotten about everything. And then she also takes an entire town hostage. Thousands of people, 3,800 people or something like that.
They did
Hey,
say,
Mahler, are we gonna? Does that mean in universe we're gonna get a Smug Ross face?
Fuck.
They did say though that when Cap broke them out, like Clint handed himself in and Ant-Man handed himself in, so they got themselves a deal. So it looks like they were like, okay, we know you're out, we'll kind of cut you a deal.
Well, I'd be willing, but we didn't get any of that, unfortunately. I think it would have been a great scene to have like the reintegration of Wanda into the world while also trying to deal with Vision being dead at the same time, and like all this corporate stuff, while also just like stressing out about the fact that she's alone, or like her biggest rock is gone, sort of thing. We don't get any of it. We just have it barging in.
No.
And Haywood, I'm trying to figure out how to talk about this.
Toxic male.
Haywood is one of the most hilarious
awful
villains in
fellow.
anything. He's awful.
I'm a bad guy.
And there's no real reference. I mean, their relationship was good in the show because the performances were better than the writing by far,
Yeah.
to varying degrees. And at least for me, I mean, my context for their relationship is completely from the comics. I didn't see enough in the films. What context do we have of a Wanda and Vision relationship in the movies? Actually, like how much actual screen time was there? Was it and like honestly,
it's
it's
not
been a couple
long.
of years since I've seen Civil War, but is it like 3 minutes?
Well, I was talking to Frank about this. I actually think the best scene, and I don't know if this is going to be a hot take now, but the best scene for their relationship that I've seen is probably in this show. It's that one scene from episode 8 where Vision explains to her what grief, at least what he understands grief to be. It was a really good foundation for arguing why she might have fallen for him. And
we needed to waste more time showing the Mind Stone Flash in this cool costume, and everybody on Twitter to say like, "Oh wow, look the costume." It's
that's what everything is made for now. That's I mean,
it feels like.
Yeah.
Also, Blame said, Haywood did nothing wrong. Not a single thing he did was a crime. We'll get into...
Well, until the last
he did try and
children.
shoot children."
Yeah,
there are
He
things...
shot in between two fake children.
There are things, okay? Like,
fake children, though.
Fake children.
I would argue the show condemns every action he
Children.
takes. I condemn a handful of actions he takes. Most of them I'm on board with, though. And he's
He is meant to be
vilified
in the
throughout,
wrong.
and it's really annoying.
Tyler was right.
He was just terrible.
He's an excellent example of a super, like he was an antagonist, but his ascension into villainhood felt extremely rushed.
I feel like it's very much the same sort of thing that happened with Obadiah in Iron Man 1. Haywood's nowhere near as good as Obadiah, but Obadiah in the third act sort of becomes villain. Like it's just like, I'm gonna get into the suit and cause havoc. It's like, what are you doing, Obadiah? Like, what?
Yeah.
To what end? What are you? You just
Yeah.
want to be evil?
time.
You had a pretty good life before, you know.
Yeah. And of course, he's trying to create big old weapons to sell on the black market, whatever. And you're like, okay, money. But then it's just like, I've been found out. Time to go Godzilla style. And you're like, what? Like, what? And yeah, Haywood is similar. We can get to it. Again, I'm not even sure exactly what subjects we should jump to, because it feels much more flowy to just jump from bigger topic to bigger topic, than try and catch up as we go. But I want to say the sitcom stuff was cool in the just as an idea, doing like specific intros, having like particular sound effects and visual effects per era, although obviously the color grading, like aspect ratio, even the film quality and the sound quality were different. The dialogue was different, sets and costumes, and even the pacing, I would say, like for the stories, they seem to put a lot of effort into trying to capture those eras, and that's like, you know what, that's cool.
And the jokes are pretty good too. Like the comedy inside of those, it feels kind of like those classic sitcoms, and they changed the comedy style to a degree as well.
It was hit and miss for me. I found some jokes pretty funny. I found some of them I was just like, all right,
Yeah.
that was a joke, I guess.
It was
But
alright.
the jokes felt authentic to the era.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
they pretty much
Oh,
nailed
yeah.
the feel of all those sitcoms that they were trying to emulate.
And it was
I think
ahead.
that it probably became less focused as it went on though. Like the first 3 were really emblematic of like the eras, but then as it went on, it started to become a little bit more like loose almost.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
the
I would agree with
sitcom
that.
thing just ended. Like, I can't even remember exactly where it ended, but I think it was
Well,
when she walked
I
into
feel
the
like
rune place, right? That's where we stopped having sitcom stuff.
Yeah.
well,
but
remember,
what I
there's
mean
just
is,
that
like,
there's just that throwaway line where I think Hayward says like that she canceled the show. It's like, when did that happen? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, okay.
Well, I think when they were getting into the 90s, they were kind of just sort of wrapping it up. I think I got the sense
yeah.
that they just wanted to get out of it and move
which
along.
is
And
It
weird
wasn't
because,
working
like,
anymore.
part of the
Having,
show-
you know, like the documentary style where you have them talk about the scenes that they're in candidly, like on a set sort of thing. They weren't working. Like Vision is like, what am I even doing here? Why am I talking to you?
It's just
like,
for the show.
That's funny, but like that doesn't make any sense.
yeah,
Like Vision.
like that's his recognition,
Where
though.
are
Like
you?
that should have been his deep recognition. That wait a second.
As soon as he got pulled out and pulled back in, the sitcom shit should have just been dead. Like, it should have been her scrambling to try and fix it. But, like, they just start this episode where he's trying to drive with annoying, screechy voice lady. And he's like, oh, it's so annoying that things keep getting in the way of our car. It's like, you can fly, dude.
You can fly.
And he
Yeah.
you
remembers
can
that
fly
at the end of
in
the
car.
episode. He's like, oh, yeah, I can fly. It's the Mando shit all over again.
Like, oh yeah, that's right. Mass literally can't stop me. I just remembered I can do that. What a useful feature.
Terrible.
But
So I
there
got a
was
question
weird
about the
unexplained
sitcom.
thing.
Oh.
Sorry, go on.
So this is something so there might be a throwaway line that I missed that explained this, but did they ever like explain why Wanda was broadcasting like her life in a sitcom style in the first place? Like not just her perception of everything, like why there was an actual feed that they could hook up to a CRT
No
and
idea.
No,
actually view.
I thought they implied it was like
Because they'll
subconscious,
think about
but
it.
It was
Yeah.
implied, just implied with that flashback in the 7th episode, 8th. Well, I can't remember what episode, but
8th episode.
Well,
yeah,
well,
her
isn't
family
it-
watching those sitcoms. That was pretty much it.
Well, isn't it because it's part of her trying to recreate these sitcoms?
But
So
why would
her
it transmit?
broadcasting it is just, it just does. I mean,
Yeah, but,
I guess it's part of the experience of it being a show is that it
But-
would be broadcast.
But like the mechanics of all of that, and then her like she wants people to be watching this rather than simply creating it for herself.
I
Yeah,
don't know if
that's
she
my
wants
question.
people to be watching it as just she's doing it
I mean,
But
that's-
why?
It's
for herself.
That just
But why would
raises
she be
further
broadcasting it for herself?
Well, it's like when you upload a video to YouTube. You know, some people just do it for themselves, regardless of whether or not people are going to watch it. However,
But that's a
people can come
conscious
along and watch
decision
it.
that I choose to make.
and that's a lot of effort compared to me hitting upload. Like she has to maintain a frequency specific. Remember, this doesn't work on normal TVs either. It only works on the era specific TV. Which again,
I don't even know how that works.
I don't know
like,
how that works
how
either.
can? Why do you need the specific
Well,
TV?
luckily, our chick that we just brought in figured it out basically immediately when no one else did. So
oh, good.
that's
yes.
good.
The astrophysicist knows how television works.
That was a bit
completely.
weird. Yeah.
She knows more than most. She remember she hacks into the security of Sword. It's like, wait, you're an astrophysicist.
She's a science
Why-
lady. She does the science things. We need women in STEM, Mahler.
Well, okay, she's so good. Remember those other people they brought in? We never see them again. Like they're all just. I guess they were useless. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kat Dennings is like the perfect Swiss Army knife for our good guy team to do everything she needs them to do.
Holy shit.
Speaking of,
Whoa.
Is he spraying compressed air into his mic?
Is he trying to get himself into the system? Into
Oh my!
WandaVision?
He was hacking into Sword.
I can't hear anymore. There's blood coming out
oh, I
of my
love
ears.
this. You had to actually put it on the group.
Where's Kat Dennings when you need her?
I removed
probably
him.
still-
Apparently the
washing
line
his
was
hair.
it was background
Use your tits and
radiation
beat 'em
mixed
up.
with a TV signal or some shit like that.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna add him back
Even though
in.
there's a huge dome preventing
Wait.
anything from getting in and out. Okay.
Prepare
Yeah.
to lower his volume to as low as like 1%. Because I'm gonna add him back in. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Okay.
I'm scared.
Too.
Whoop.
Jesus
Lower it.
Christ.
Oh,
Wanda got to him.
All right, I've got him down to 20%.
Rags, blink twice if you're being held hostage.
Jesus fucking Christ! What the- Rags,
This really
everything.
is the WandaVision arc.
If you
Oh,
can hear
Jesus.
us, your microphone is making horrifying noises.
Have we just entered a horror film, by the way?
He shat on Kat Dennings. This is what you get.
Where's Sam Neill?
Is
Kat
this how
Dennings
I
is-
get greeted for my first episode of EFAP with horrendous Slender Man fucking
Yeah. Well, look, I just want to defend Kat Dennings is a beautiful pair of tits. It really
Yes.
is.
That's true.
Yeah, but this is a family-friendly show, so what would it matter? What does it matter?
With a cracking personality, how about that for the kids?
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm,
Oh,
I'm
shit.
just
Oh.
imagining.
Oh,
I'm-
What was that?
Now I gotta turn you back up, man.
Hello, Rags, you there?
Hold up, give me a second. We're gonna try something here.
Hi,
Oh,
Rags.
good God, no.
All right, is that better? Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Sounds like
yeah.
it is,
Okay,
yeah.
good. All right. Well, I don't know what happened, but I'm just glad we all made it out okay.
Disney came
What?
for you.
I think so. I was talking about Darcy, right?
Yes.
And how she's just the best. She's amazing. She's sassy. She's always correct. She's just man with the quips. Boom, pew 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 like a machine gun with all that sass. And she's so smart and she knows the answer to everything and she figures it all out so quickly. And that voice of an angel that she has. That's
An
so
an
pleasant to
angel
listen
that's
to.
Scraping nails down a chalkboard.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
She's got a mean right hook, too.
Hey. Oh, hey, Vision. What's up? We're gonna drive this ice cream truck.
It's,
That's Kat, there you go.
yeah,
Did
and I liked...
Did anybody?
Go ahead.
Oh no, go on. I was going to say, did anybody actually like any of the characters outside the dome?
No.
Not really,
I guess
no.
Jimmy was
Well,
like,
funny you say
okay,
that because I think Monica was so much more like engaging and fun to watch when she was under mind control, which the optics on
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
I wish she'd stayed in the
What do
dome.
you
That could have been
think?
interesting.
Yeah, she was a great character under the dome, and then she gets knocked out the dome, and she turns into a right bitch.
I like the idea that there were people in the
She turns into
dome.
Captain Marvel.
There were people in the dome that were breaking the conditioning, but were aware that if they allowed that to be known, that their minds would be put back in, and so they do their best to conform while also trying to figure out how to escape. I thought that could have been a really
What
cool
an
plot
idea
line.
they could have explored.
And because remember when
Right.
Agnes is like, "Oh, do you want me to do that again?" It's like,
Mm.
ooh, I want more of that. I wanted more of the universe falling apart
Yeah.
slowly instead of
That was the interesting aspect of it, was the fact that Wanda was trying so hard to keep this world that she'd created together, and yet everything was just happening. That things were falling off. There were just bits of the car that just kept falling off, and
Yeah.
she was losing control. Monica Rambeau was starting to get some of her memories. Agnes, of course, who's in on everything, was realized that some lines were fluffed and says, "Hey, should we do that again?" Vision not understanding why he's at certain places. The people at work not understanding the jobs. There were so many interesting aspects to explore within the dome. And then when
Never
you took
fleshed
it
out.
when
Such a
you
shame.
took it out, it just
Mm.
you got the most generic of generic bollocks outside the dome with Sword. It was so mundane for all the interesting aspects which they'd set up and not paid off under the dome.
It really did just turn into a the show, which started out with such an incredibly interesting premise, just evolved into meh.
Yeah, 'cause
This
I think
weird gray
Yeah.
sludge of a show where you just have all of these characters who are just doing things and nothing that you see matters really. Stuff just happens. There's no real plan. It feels like they were making the show up as they were going along.
They should have gone harder on the like horror elements, and they did kind of hint at that a little bit, but I think they pussied out of doing it properly. Maybe because they realized, oh wait, kids might be watching this.
Yeah, the horror elements were only really in those first couple of episodes. Like I really like the boss like choking, and then like the wife is just saying like
Yeah.
stop it. That's really weird, and you're like, okay,
well,
what's going on? Very creepy. But then there isn't much like that outside of like those first 2 or 3 episodes, basically.
Then you got the Dead Vision. The Dead Vision was great.
oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
that
Good
actually
jump scare.
legitimately creeped me out.
Yeah,
And-
that I didn't expect that. That gave, I was like, ooh.
And
when
what was that
happened.
from? What was that?
Episode
Wanda's
3, right?
projection? Yeah, it was it just Wanda's projection? Because I thought
Oh, yeah,
like that's what his body would really
it
looked
looks like-
like.
I thought
You
that's what it
know,
was.
and-
I thought she was
and that
animating
wasn't
him.
paid-
That would have been so much
yeah,
better.
And then we had the dead Evan
Mm.
Peters. He also, when she looked at him, he was dead and riddled with bullets, and it was
Yeah.
just like, you know, we need this to be we need this to be explained. Is it Agnes? Is Agnes like just being a, you know, bit of a twat?
well, I imagine most of you guys here enjoyed that moment in episode 1 because episode 1 is very, it's probably the most sectioned off from anything we know from the MCU. It's almost like a goof. Like, it's just like, look at this weird thing we made. But then when he starts choking, you know, like the 50s voice of like, well, hello there, how are you doing today? Oh, I need to do that. Like that sort of thing. It drops and she's like, Vision, help him. And it's
Yeah.
like,
Yep.
whoa. And in that brief moment, you're like, oh my god, I can't wait to find out like how everything is functioning right now. Especially with, she says, oh, stop it. But over and over again, and she looks like she's tearing up while looking at Wanda saying it. Like,
Yeah.
asking Wanda to stop it. And then when Wanda looks at it, she starts laughing again. Like, don't hit me, please. Like, just please stop it. And
Yes.
it's like, oh my god, the potential. It's through the roof. And then you're like, wait, so according to the show, Wanda simultaneously is aware of and is controlling all of this, but also has no idea it's happening.
I have no
Yeah, like,
idea what
yeah,
her I don't know anything for a show that's about getting into her head. I know nothing about what's going on in her head really.
Yeah.
They keep playing
Yeah.
with her awareness of it, and it's really annoying. Because when you do the 70s episode where she's like, you're not welcome here, get out. I was like, okay, so Wanda's fully aware of everything that's happening here, and she's maintaining it, and she doesn't want anybody to encroach on it. She's going down a path right now. And
I was about to say,
same with the guy coming out the sewers.
yeah.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah, did you just
When
straight up
she
kill
said-
him?
Well, she
Yeah.
says, yeah. I mean, it looks. I don't know because she just goes no, and then he's gone.
Well, she rewound the universe, which, by the way, that's an interesting ability that she never uses again.
Yeah, that's quite cool.
And you
Very
can get her powers
interesting.
from that stone. Just pointing that out.
I can kind of imagine many situations in this season that would have been a useful thing to use. For
Like
example,
bringing-
my children are missing. I had them just hours ago. I guess I'm screwed. It's like rewind time. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like-
Rewind time till Vision's alive. That's a good one.
Well,
Hmm.
this is the thing. If it's only within the dome, like all events within the dome or whatever, then I guess she can't do that. But at the same time, like she can help herself
she
against
extended
all
the
kinds
dome.
of things.
When she got mad, she extended the dome. It felt as if the dome was only that big because that's just as big as she wanted it to be.
Yeah.
But when
Yep.
she got mad at Sword, which was another weird thing, she extends the dome. It clearly goes through the forward base of Sword. So when we see Sword the next episode, I'm thinking, oh, this is Sword, but in a TV show now. But it wasn't. Somehow they'd managed to outrun the
Yeah, for some reason Haywood was like the only one who got out with a couple of people in his van. Everyone else got swallowed up, I guess, and they got turned into clowns.
yeah
Um,
that Kat Denning could beat up.
Yeah.
yeah, you know, you go with the whole like the meta view. You like all of the police force sanctioned by the government were turned into clowns punched by Kat Dennings. You're like, okay, all right,
Subtle.
yes. They could have been turned into anything. Just saying.
So here's a question, fellas. So Wanda controls the size of the dome, yeah, and within the dome, that is her reality. That is everything that she wants. So could she theoretically just create like a few little domes just around her kids and around Vision, and not have to horribly enslave 3,000 people?
That's what I was assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she was sad.
Interesting.
Well, because
Yeah,
they never do the whole
yeah.
like you've got to face reality. He's died. They don't do that arc. They just do you've got to stop because it's hurting people. It's like,
But
well,
at the end, she has a doppelganger. She's at the lodge at the end by the lake.
Oh, yeah.
And
Well,
she's
that's
drinking the
yeah.
cup of coffee. Then she goes inside to pour more coffee. Well, she's in the next room doing a Dr. Manhattan. And
Is that astral projection?
I'm
Yeah,
assuming
so
so,
I
yeah.
don't know.
well, it's just that's how powerful she is. She can do more than one thing at a time, operate on more than one consciousness, sort of.
So couldn't that extend to the kids?
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
this ties into I have no idea what her powers are. I don't know.
I have no idea what she'll do next. I have no
Yeah.
idea what she can and can't do. I have no clue what to expect. Nothing I see matters anymore.
Yeah, her only limits will be herself. I mean, before this happened, and they've since amped her powers way up. She could already beat Thanos. Remember what
Yeah.
Jimmy Woo said? You know, it was so that diminished Thanos too. So that whole Endgame thing was a waste of time. They
Well,
should've
you know,
just
Captain
asked
Marvel
Wanda.
could have beaten him. You know, she could have.
Yep.
She could have too. Like, all right then.
No, but her powers are like limitless now,
Well,
and
yeah.
it is a bit ridiculous.
And
Just a bit.
I don't know if they're gonna try and push her forward to the more antagonist side of the MCU or not. But like,
I don't think so.
I
I
want.
highly doubt it.
I
I
thought
think
she
if
was
they
being
were
set
going
up
to
to
do
be the
that,
villain.
this would have been where they would have done it. This whole show was explaining how she has become an antagonist. And if they're not going to do it here in WandaVision, the show, I just don't think they're ever going to do it. They basically let her off scot-free.
Yep.
With
Monica
no
gave her a
consequences and without her
slavery
having learned
pass.
anything.
Yeah.
I thought they were setting her up to be the villain of Doctor Strange too.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I really want him to defeat her. Like that would be nice.
Please, that will make that movie really sad.
Why, Mola? Do you just hate women?
Yes,
Well,
but
Shield,
also
the best you're gonna get, I think, would be Doctor Strange loses to Wanda, and then Wanda is like, "Oh, now that I've beaten you and shown that I am the more powerful person, I guess maybe I could learn a lesson or something. Maybe I'll have my why did you say that name moment or something."
You could be very right. Like she'll be like, you know what? I might have gone too far. It's time I use my powers for good, like definitive good. You're like, okay.
Thanks, Wanda.
Well, what's the
You're the
underlying
best.
theme of
Johnny's
WandaVision?
green stick.
Woman takes control of village, and everything falls apart in the end, and you have PTSD.
Slavery is cool when women do it. That's the message.
Well, as long as they say
Yes, pass,
sorry,
the slavery
It's not even like
pass. You know, I
slavery.
would have
At least if
resurrected
you're a
my
slave,
mother.
You can fucking kill yourself.
I was gonna say, I actually
true.
would prefer slavery to what happens. They describe it as agony.
They were thralls. Yeah.
You're forced to live a life with absolutely like you're just aware of how much you can't do anything. And I think the more disturbing one for me is I've spoken about this before. I thought when Vision said there are no children in Westview, why? I thought it meant that she didn't allow children to be in the town because she felt that was too far to do it to children. What it actually means is that she's got them trapped in their bedrooms, frozen.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
trap. The mom-
Infinitely
yeah, that's-
worse.
Yeah, the
Yep.
mother pleading just to at least change it so they're in the same room together. I mean, if you have a family, if you have loved ones, if you have a kid, and you're in Wanda's world essentially, then you know that your kid is undergoing the same torments every moment that you are, but they're alone. You can't get to them. They don't even know where they are. They must be insanely confused.
Oh, the trauma
They're just
from all of
suffering.
this. Which
And
Yeah,
then that
it's
mom
horrific.
runs away. Anya runs away after she explains her 8-year-old daughter is trapped in that room, and then she opens the crack and she just books and bails and leaves her kid locked in that room.
Do we know she didn't run to the kid, or are we just assuming she
I
immediately?
well,
Maybe
I
she
just
ran to
assuming
get
she took off,
help.
but she
Yeah,
wouldn't have had
maybe.
enough time.
Well, yeah. absolutely. There's more that does. That's the last episode. Gary, nothing in the. It's like a 1 out of 10. It's so much that just falls apart.
WandaVision.
Are we officially at crisis levels?
I think so.
Yeah.
There's a lot to go over for why that is. I'm going to try and justify it. All right, I'm gonna try when we get there. But yeah, the horrors that she's done to people. I think part of a huge missed opportunity is that we established in episode, I think 8, right, that like with Agatha, it's like, oh, you went through a huge trauma when you were a kid that's like led you on this path. Like, do you know how many children you've done this to? Like, do you have any idea? Do you acknowledge this at all? The amount of people's lives you've... It's just like, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh. Thanks. It's, I guess, like, not just a missed opportunity, it just fucks with her character.
I'll kidnap 1,000 children before I let Vision die.
And I'll silence anyone who gets in my way.
At least Monster Inc. was like, yeah, he's the villain.
He's evil.
Yep.
Well, what I love is that fake Pietro, or Fietro, as some people are calling him. As he goes up to Wanda and he's like, oh, well, you really considered the morality of this. You know, all the couples are still together. And then they drop the bomb on us of, oh, yeah, but all the children are like in solitary confinement. And like, how long was that? It was like months of just pure isolation. And for a child, that is like one of the most traumatic, like for an adult.
You're stuck in a room just in pain.
I think the show doesn't quite understand how horrific this circumstance is. Like, imagine being just a normal person living your life and suddenly having your autonomy stripped away from you without any warning. The autonomy of you, all the people you know, your kids, and like you're in constant pain, and like the horrific memories of your captor are bleeding into your own memory. And then like she walks through the town and you're all sort of staring at her, and it's like, oh man, you know, they'll never know what you sacrificed for them. It's like, dude,
I wouldn't.
That line.
Like, if I could speak to it,
it ruins 2 characters simultaneously. It's actually insanely admirable how incredibly efficiently that destroys so much in so few words.
Yeah, it's like
it makes Monica Rambeau look stupid.
It makes her look
either stupid
like
or
morally bankrupt.
Yeah.
You know, the reality of this situation is, if this happened in the real world, there'd be some suicides, like, because of this. It's
she had more of a problem with what's his name again?
Haywood?
The villain. Haywood, yeah. She had more of a problem with what Haywood did than what Wanda did.
Yes.
Yeah. You're trying to kill the fake children that aren't real, that I recognize aren't real. You're trying to kill them.
Remember, she could have taken more people, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
it could have been
that
more.
line.
Father could have killed all the Jews.
Yeah.
She said it was evidence that she's like clearly not a bad person. It's like, are you insane? The idea that's like you sacrifice someone. It's like, do you want to know all these people sacrificed for her to indulge in a pantomime? Like, you absolutely lost it. Like, it's.
You can't even call it sacrifice. They didn't have a choice.
Well, that's kind of what they had taken away from them. It's fucking
the fake children and her fake husband.
Anything?
No.
Or fantasy. That's what she sacrificed.
No,
the boyfriend.
Fantasy is exactly that. Fantasy is not reality.
Also, would it even like? It's not like it's going to be any trouble. Just make a small hexagon, whatever, on your house. Have your kids and Vision in there. Pop in and out whenever you want to see them. You crazy bitch. You don't have to do this to the whole town. Why did you do it to the whole town?
Well, I thought that the show was implying that it was done by accident, that she didn't like intend it, like she like freaks out inside of the house, but then
that's what I would have guessed.
There's like
that it wasn't that way.
Yeah, with the drone.
Yeah, episode is it 5 or 6 just destroys that when she's like, leave us. Do you remember the line where Haywood says, "You've trapped thousands of people in there," and she says, "I'm not the one with the guns."
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing.
You are fucking forcing people to feel all of your agony. Fuck off.
You're the one with the
shoot me.
Unbelievable magical powers that make our guns look like pea shooters.
It's
doesn't even address his statement though.
It's
You've
amazing.
taken a town hostage. You have guns. It's like, what the?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we're gonna use them to try and rescue all the people that you've captured.
Yep.
And yeah, the writer avoids having her acknowledge it by doing that because the conversation ends.
the morals we're discussing here. I mean, it's just like Wonder Woman 84. How many people did this get past? Like, there's writing staff, there's editors, there's producers.
I'm starting to think it might have been like 2 or 3. You just have the person.
Maybe.
Maybe that's their process. It
Maybe.
literally is just a person doing the writing, someone else who just does things like check for grammar, and then the third person to just give it the okay and the thumbs up, and everyone else they just have to do it now.
You know, I've been saying this for a while, but like the studios need like a department of asshole critics to just look at their scripts and their previses just beforehand to make sure that it actually makes sense. Because clearly there is no standard within the actual writer's room.
They need a department of Ned Flanders. Someone to just go,
Yeah.
that's immoral. Like, oh. You know what, Ned? Thank you for letting them know. It was a good bullet dodged at that point.
I don't know. That kind of sounds like horrific pseudo quasi slavery mind control.
Okie dickily dokums.
Oh, yeah.
Because, yeah, I'm tired of letting crazy immoral shit being justified so blithely. Like, hello? Like, this
Hi,
is
diddly dee,
insane.
Wanda's villainy.
If she had captured...
If Monica had returned as an antagonist for Wanda, but would have technically been a protagonist because of what Wanda's been doing, then that would have made sense. Then we could have actually got a little bit deeper into this, because we could have then started to explore what she'd done wrong. We could have then started to explore why her fantasy land was in fact exceedingly corrupt and poisonous and disgusting and villainous. But no, Monica gets kicked out, and then immediately turns to the white guy and just like, I hate you, you white. And then that's the start of their relationship. She started it on an antagonist and on an antagonistic level. She never, and he wasn't doing anything technically wrong to start with.
It's weird that Monica isn't actually sort of dislike Wanda after what happened.
Everyone should be.
Remember,
Everyone should hate her. She should be
says,
villainous. She should be the reason the Sokovia Accords happened. Doubly so.
She makes it clear that she felt
Sokovia Accords 2.
She felt her grief and she feels sorry for her. That's what her logic is in the show.
And it's not just Monica too, like Darcy and the FBI agent, like they're on her side as well. There's a lot of characters who are on her side. It's like, why are you trying to help her?
What do you want? Yeah, like
vaginas.
Darcy and
They've all
Monica.
got
What do
vaginas.
people want?
Well, no, the reason why is because Wanda is the main character of the television show WandaVision. That's why they're on her side. She's the protagonist of the show. That's why.
Well,
Probably.
Vision calls her out a couple of times, and then he just gets squirreled away. And it's like, no.
We're not going to explore
come
that.
back.
The episode's going to be over now. We're not going to go back to this. We're going to forget it happened.
I was so ready to be like, Vision is the hero of this story when he's like, you may be able to control them, but you can't control me. And she says, can't I? I was like, oh, fuck. All right, let's do this. Let's do this then. If you want to go that
I thought it was.
I remember my life.
Representative of the part of her conscience that's still like good, and that has sort of manifested itself as Vision inside of Westview, and she kind of has to fight that. She has to tangle with her own conscience, and the framing device of that is a superhero fight. But that would be an idea.
One of those.
If they want, we could just make the white guy bad instead.
And it was Agatha all along.
Well, praise of the
Alright,
show.
Not really.
all
Can we
along.
just talk about that? What did she do?
I
What
even
did
killed
Agatha-
Sparky.
Why was she there? That's my question.
She
Well,
was
I-
trying to
I-
learn
Sorry.
why Wanda was so powerful despite having no training.
And how'd she get there?
So
How'd
Yeah,
you
was
know?
she just there from the
Magic.
first place?
She says,
Like, which is just
I
a
guess so.
coincidence that there was another powerful
Magic.
witch there.
She
It's
says
all
that she
magic.
detected a shit ton of spells being the dome, and so she came to inspect because she was like, what? First problem is, how isn't she never inspected Wanda before? She would have seen her on TV at least. So, like, oh yeah, there's this person who's literally, like, she understands what she does as casting spells, so why didn't she inspect this already? But
Well,
whatever.
Infinity War and Endgame, like the Infinity Stones are, I mean, they're magic, I guess. Whatever that word means now
I
in this
don't know.
universe.
I guess my point is like she says that her thing is taking powers from people who like don't deserve to use them or whatever. She's like Baron Mordo, I guess. And it's really unclear exactly, but that's what she says. So if you're following the news, Scarlet Witch is already somebody you should be trying to take the powers from. She's like in trouble for having killed people with her powers. You know, without knowing the nuance of the situation, she should be interested. But she says it's the massive amount of spells in the dome that gets her in. So. First of all, how do you get into the dome without getting transferred into, you know, a spooky drone?
Without Sword finding out, like when Monica gets out, like an entire team is on it and they know immediately. So she should be assimilated for one, and Sword should know, like, hey, someone made it into the dome. It's like, oh, okay.
And like I can't think of anything. Like, did she get a
because
car
if they
and
can see her when
she covered
Spice is
herself
in the
in
show,
50s
would
particles.
they know who she is?
Yeah, maybe she wore 50s clothes and it meant she could go through without getting turned into like bullshit. Like I can't.
Well,
And Sword would know that she's not like a person because they have like dossiers on everyone who's been kidnapped, right?
Not like they look into all the people and they like have the identities. So you'd imagine that if she was not from the town, they'd be like, wait a minute, this person's not from
There's
here. It's like
no record of this human being. It's like, that's interesting. She's the only one who has this too.
I thought they were going to do something with that witness who was supposed to be under FBI protection in the town. The reason Jimmy Woo was there, and they never did. Did you guys catch that part? It was in the third episode or fourth, because it goes mystery box after the third episode. They start telling you the same story from two different perspectives.
Yeah.
At that point. And the reason Jimmy Woo is there, he's all, yeah, we've got a witness under protection in here. I thought, and they just never did anything with it.
It's even worse than that as well, because he says that the witness seemed to have flew the coop, and so he's looking for him. And he's like, he's supposed to be in this town. He's not there. I called everyone who knew him, like family and associates, and nobody remembers him. And they establish, I don't know how many of you guys even know this, because it's a line that's really quick. They establish that everyone in Westview's minds have been altered, and everyone who knows everyone in Westview in the world has had their minds erased of them.
Yeah.
Right, and they're not even in the dome, so do they go back to normal afterwards?
I have no idea how any of that works.
Yeah.
That would have such an insane ripple effect. Like, I don't know how far of the memory of that town would go to. Like, if you just went on vacation or passed through it on a drive, like, memory be erased as well?
It would be reported, because, for example, let's just say, you know, Rags hangs out with his brother Roogs all the time and tells me about their adventures wherever they go.
We have a
One
good time.
day,
We have fun.
Because Roogs was in Westview, Rags just has no memory of Roogs anymore.
But won't I have like pictures of him around my house? And on my phone
well,
and stuff?
so I was going to get into this. First of all, there's all of the physical things that exist that relate to these people. But then there's just the fact that you would tell me about this person, or maybe even not their name, just stuff you do with them. And I'm like, what happened if I'm like, oh, you're not going to your weekly D&D with Roogs? You're like, who's Roogs?
Who's Roogs?
Well, would you be affected too? You wouldn't even
guess
know
I would be
about
too.
Roogs, about the D&D game?
Which just creates more problems if if it
Well,
webs
yeah.
out to have
you think
a
it's-
single reference of Roogs. It's just like,
It just
oh god.
trickles down. That like could potentially affect the entire world.
I think my brother's name is Hasim, but
Do you think after the 5-year blip and after this, people would really hate superheroes? I mean, they got mad when they just blew up a building.
If I
it would be
wasn't
very
If I wasn't
They
on the
had-
Accord side, I'd be on the Accord side now. I'd be like, this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
by accident, by complete and total accident, Marvel has created what the DCEU was trying to create.
Yes.
A horrific nightmare world.
It's
Sort of,
turning into
yeah.
Watchmen. I mean, they're making Watchmen again.
Yeah, and they don't even know. They have no idea.
No,
The show writers
no
have no
idea.
idea what they've done. Because yeah, if my memory of friends, family members, or my own family members is getting erased, towns are getting like destroyed, people are getting enslaved en masse, I'd just be like, so these superhero dudes, we need to do something about this.
So they're like bad.
It's like, no, you don't
It's like
understand.
there's a couple good ones, like Captain America. You know, like he's, you know, there's some ones that you'd be like, okay, this one's good, but a lot of them seem to be really, really bad.
Slavery is not cool.
Not cool, no. And if someone said, "Oh, I know all about this case. Actually, I'm Kat Dennings or whatever," you're like, "Oh, yeah, what happened?" It's like, "Well, she was really sad."
Oh.
Could you imagine a court
I'm
case with
sad
her?
now.
Like, how many witnesses would be going against her? Like she would be destroyed by the
Well,
people of the town.
It's funny, right? Because if you were like,
Why-
did that hold up
Why
against the
wouldn't
jury?
Wanda make if she makes everyone forget about the people in the village? Why wouldn't she make people forget about her? Then she could
Very
have
good
her little
Yeah.
weirdo
yeah.
paradise.
Yeah, because
did
they're
she
all...
actually make everybody outside the dome forget about people inside the dome, or
That's-
did the writers just not acknowledge it?
No, they
Oh,
explicitly
there's
say,
the million-dollar
why is
question.
it that we remember like Westview and stuff when we're in the vicinity of it, but people don't remember anybody in Westview? And Monica says it must be a personal connection or something.
Yeah.
You have to
Writers
be
don't know about
personally
7 degrees of
invested, and
separation
so
either.
I
Oh,
think
okay.
Haywood shouldn't
So
have
she
any
can
memory.
determine that.
Haywood shouldn't know who Vision or Scarlet Witch is. He's clearly personally invested. And then
So
everyone should
someone
remind
pointed
him.
this out. Wu in Ant-Man was really like he was really trying to keep him under house arrest, and he was really dedicated to that. Meanwhile, Wanda goes crazy and like strips everyone of their free will, and he doesn't even consider arresting.
Yeah, he's
her
on her
there.
team.
Yeah.
He's pretty by the book, Ant-Man and the Wasp, and in this, it's like he's
That's
a free rider.
That's the character
he's
he is,
useless
right?
in this.
He's an obstruction for Ant-Man, but only because he's doing his job, which is fine with me. But in this one, he's like on Wanda's team. She's doing the worst shit that anyone has ever done in the MCU as a hero. I just don't get it.
Like if they wanted Monica, for example, to have like a sympathetic bend to Wanda, I think it shouldn't have been like, oh yeah, I would resurrect my mum, therefore enslaving 3,000 people is fine. It should have been like, oh, I understand your grief, but you need like serious psychiatric help. You need to be put in a facility with like the best people to handle people with your abilities and round the clock monitoring, because you are not stable. You are out of control and you are dangerous. So that could have been how they explored that sympathetic angle, but instead it's like, yeah, I'm going to let you go off into the woods with your psychosis and your reality altering powers and fuck up everything.
I was actually going to mention, so the whole like idea of her going to court, you're like, did the jury actually, act in favor of her just because she was stricken by grief? You're like, well, we don't know. She ran away from the cops.
Yeah.
The jury comes back with a verdict. We rescind our wishes.
Like, could you even have her in court? Wouldn't you be like, she might mind control all of us to make her innocent,
Yeah, how do you tell you're even...
She's
also
she's getting too powerful to not be like, we need you to stop. Like,
also, with her abilities, how did the collar in Civil War that took away her powers work? Because when she was in prison, she had a collar on that was like suppressing her abilities. So
No
I'm
idea.
I'm curious how that works now.
No, I doubt anything like that's gonna work anymore. It's just, she'll convert it into a chicken. Just be like, well, there you go.
A scarf.
Can you imagine the ripple that this is going to have on the future movies? How do you think the Avengers...
No, and neither did the writers.
Well,
this is Wanda. Are they going to be on her side, or like, are they going to condemn her?
I think a lot of them probably will be. It'll be like a line. It'll be like Tony and Cap in Endgame, where they just have like a short conversation that just wraps everything up in a neat little bow and move along.
Hey,
Story,
Wanda,
go,
what you did
things.
wasn't good. And she's like, yeah, I'm sorry about that. And they're like, well, good. You won't do
Well,
it again.
she did say she was sorry,
Yeah.
so if that's not
Oh,
justice,
you feel
I
bad
don't know
about
what is.
what you've done, young lady.
Yeah.
I feel like this is
People in
Superman
Ferris.
wouldn't like that. Superman likes justice.
this is like good old fashioned,
Big fan of
really
justice.
shitty writing in terms of hey, Monica and Thingy turn up to Westview as the first people to discover the weirdness. It's like, well, that doesn't make sense because anybody who has friends or family in Westview would have found out by now, right? And then the writer's like, I'll make it so everybody who had a personal connection to the town forgot about it. Easy, done. No one in the writer room went, wait.
Wait, calm down.
Wait.
All right.
I don't think you realize what
First
you've
off,
done.
who are you? How did you get in here?
Yeah.
Second, that wouldn't work.
That coffee was terrible. No, well, I mean, Jack Schaefer, the
Security.
showrunner, did come out recently and said she didn't know how to read a comic book. She didn't know what order to read the
Oh.
cells in.
What?
This is a
What?
and
Oh,
yes,
no.
she-
Joke or serious.
Oh
To be fair, some
fucking
comic
God.
books are improved if you don't know which order to read them in.
They are, but I mean, like it's heading for a big mess, right? If you're a DC fan, you know this when you
Well-
start messing with multiverses and because like they're gonna have to fix all this stuff after the 5-year snap, and this, it's an absolute mess. Nothing's gonna make any sense. So, in the DC world, the big difference between DC and Marvel, if you don't read comics, is DC resets their universe every few years. And because of and they're doing it every movie now. They're doing the same thing in movies, which is strange. And Marvel had a continuous canon basically up until a little after when Disney bought it, and then they've made it real messy. And now I have no idea now. And that's the direction the movies are going in. They introduced the Nexus in that commercial, which they did nothing with, which is supposed to set up the multiverse. And which, they again, there was a lot of promises made by Disney that didn't happen in this show, including Elizabeth Olsen saying there's going to be a Luke Skywalker cameo. And then when they introduced the show with Doctor Strange, they insinuated it would lead directly into that movie, which it doesn't. It's a light prequel at best. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
But things are going to get real messy. So,
And
I mean, you guys are trying to break things down logically. Good for you. And they probably should hire all of you guys. But nobody's thinking about it. They're like,
I was gonna
we just
say-
need a vagina to write this next movie. That's their biggest concern.
A sentient vagina that writes
Sentient
scripts.
vagina.
I used to think multiverse.
Hey, we
is
all know a
like,
sentient vagina, if you know what I mean. Yeah, you all know what I'm talking about.
I was enticed by multiverse. Like, oh, you can do so many things. But at this point, I'm so cynical. It's like, you're only introducing multiverse. You can't be asked to write anymore. You just want to say, oh, this is multiverse. That's how I explain all of this shit happening. You're like, okay.
Yep.
That's
The
a
only
hard-
multiverse they could handle is a song.
So this is a horrifying thought. What if a baby
Okay, all
was
right, that's
born
fine.
just
It's all good.
before the hex?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Or
I
man.
find the
During
lack
the
of
snap.
laughter funny.
What if a baby got snapped right after it came out?
Well, it
And
comes
then
out like a
it's-
queef.
Oof.
All of that space just goes away. It's like Betty White giving birth was just
Like-
dust.
It's like farting ash.
Oh.
And it makes the noise, just goes.
Like if a newborn baby is separated from their parents just after they're born in Wanda's hexy world, does that mean that Wanda has actually killed babies from like malnutrition because they're not allowed to be with their parents or some shit like
That
that?
the parents forget about. Well,
Does the show even address that? Like if they eat, or are they just like in their beds static?
Well, you would have all the
They have a
people
magic
who
drink.
live in Westview who were not currently in Westview at that moment, who just don't know who they are anymore.
Yeah.
Oh,
to
good
them.
God.
Yeah. Yeah, how much
Mm.
information can you remove from someone's brain before they'll like stop being able to function as normal? It's like you don't know
Yep.
the buildings, the town, why you went there, what work was there, what people are there. You're missing so much.
Yeah, like imagine you spent your entire life in that town, and then it's like the one time in your life that you've ever exited the town, and that's when the town disappears, and suddenly you're just this wandering zombie person outside the border trying to figure out who you are.
Hey, she said sorry, okay?
That's true.
jeez.
That's true. And
Yeah,
it was
and
Superman's
Monica said
first
she probably
day.
would have done the
Sorry
same
to
thing in her
Monica Rambo.
place.
You have no idea what she sacrificed.
Yeah.
She didn't say sorry to any of them. She just looked at them as they fucking
Yeah, you know,
They hate
daggers back at her.
the one person she
wouldn't-
said sorry to was the one who got superpowers from all of this.
It wouldn't change the way they look at her.
Inexplicably.
She got superpowers by walking through a wall.
Which, by the way, is a wall that all of them have been through, or would have been through, technically. I guess
Mm.
if only she had expanded it, retracted it, and expanded it, and then passed everyone through it 3 times, and they'd all have superpowers. Oh well.
Oh my god.
That
She
would have
can
been a
go
nice
through-
consolation where it's like, okay, I know I trapped you guys in a hellish torment prison and removed your autonomy, but I'm
fly.
gonna give everyone superpowers.
That's
You're like,
powers
okay, you're still
By
a
the way,
villain, but
that's
go
one
on."
of how the whole world's destroyed for the MCU. That you might be like, well, it's hard for her to do those walls thing. It's not like she can just pull it. Like if a Thanos attacks, it's not like she can just subtract and generate a wall thing to give people powers, right? It's like, well, I would say that's bad enough. But we actually get confirmed at the end of the show that you can enchant a necklace to give people super speed and super strength.
She can
Oh,
create
also,
a vision.
someone. Go ahead.
She can create a vision. I mean,
Yeah.
Christ,
Literally,
Complete with powers
an army of
that
vision.
work.
Yep. So this is what we mean about how the MCU's just done. Like, you can't have stakes again. It was already difficult, but like you've made it so that Scarlet Witch and Agatha, and who knows whoever many magic users, can give people powers on the fly. Incredible powers, by the way. Moving at the speed of light or sound, whatever. It's quite useful. You can do a lot with it. Even Apocalypse had trouble with Quicksilver. You know, he was just like, "Oh, you slow down there, you pesky teenager." Whatever. That's how it works.
Someone
Hot
said
take, you probably shouldn't give these metaphysical concepts to amateur writers.
Someone mentioned there was that one chick who even tries to get Wanda to contact her husband, proving there are people who live there with families here that are trapped outside of the hex. But that goes to say, if that person who said, "Can you at least tell my husband not to come back?" Your husband wouldn't even know who you are, lady.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so the husband on a business trip, he ends the trip and he has no idea what he's doing now. He's like,
he's like, I guess, who am I? Where am I from? Do I have a house?
And if
I
he
know people are
contacts-
supposed to have houses.
if he contacts his boss, like, I'm kind of confused, man. I have no idea where I am or where I'm going. They'd be like,
Well, he's got his wallet with his ID in it.
How's your wife
Yeah.
and kids?
well,
What
that's
wife?
kind of what I'm
kids?
getting at. He will be able to develop through, and this is what we would all do. We go, I'm a guy who has a family and a house in Westview. I need to fucking go and see what this is going on.
That would be a cool framing device where our POV character is someone who's just out of Westview, who lives in Westview, who's just like, the show just starts from nothing to a person in a room, and we're just as confused as the guy is. And he's piecing everything together. He looks at his ID. He looks at his hotel key, maybe. He goes to the hotel. He's like, I have no fucking clue where I am, what I'm doing. I don't know where home is. I don't know anything. And so that's our way of and then we discover, Wanda's done some shenanigans. We have to discover what's happening here along with our interesting POV character.
Someone just mentioned mail. Obviously, like deliveries for supermarkets or whatever. These people aren't coming back, so the company's gonna be like, "What the hell's going on?"
Like the real people, they have to provide sustenance to themselves, right?
Well, we never
Good call,
get to
good call.
address that because it's too difficult to write it. It's like she's keeping children frozen in their rooms. Like, is she feeding them? What's happening?
Just have faith in the throwaway line that says that it's all fine. That
Don't think about it.
Is.
Don't think about it. Just watch them.
And yeah, the amount of
really.
companies involving obviously mail and groceries and stuff that are going to be like our drivers, our delivery people. They're all disappearing when they go to Westview because they've obviously got trackers and stuff. Modern day, they'll just be like, they never come back from Westview. What the fuck's going on? And then they go to Westview, and there's this whole government organization surrounding the city. You'd be like, what the fuck is that? It would get national coverage. Just be like, this is insane.
About to say, would a delivery person who's just like a package driver, would they remember the village because it's impersonal, or is that personal if you work in a place?
Yeah, how does Wanda
need a
decide what
chart.
is and isn't a personal connection and what isn't?
Yeah,
Or is that
I-
just part of the magic?
Yay.
Yay.
Again,
I wish
see,
Wanda would
this one.
erase my memory of this show.
Guys, TV shows aren't about the logic, okay?
they're about the emotion.
Oh, this
Someone
one
cried.
isn't. I believe you there.
Remember, Vision shed a tear at the end of this season. That's why it's meaningful.
I thought he's a robot.
Well,
A
he's
fake robot.
he's got little tear packets in there that go whenever he wants to cry.
But it was a fake robot. It's a fake robot that cried.
It's like windshield wiper fluid. He has to have restored.
it wasn't actually
whenever
Vision
he
that cried. It was fake robot that
Well,
cried.
it was her constructed version of Vision. Yeah, so it's a
Oh,
little,
I guess then I can believe it. Fuck it. Why not?
It's magic. It's all magic. That's how they're gonna get away with most of the criticisms of
Magic
this.
tears.
If it
Fuck
can
it's
erase
magic.
memories on a large scale, it can make a
Speaking
robot
of-
cry. Fuck it.
When the dude is choking, Vision puts his hand in his throat because he can phase through it. How do you drag that out without unphasing your hand, thus putting your hand in his throat?
Well, how does
like,
the object get
unphased
through the
parts of
barrier
your
of his
fingers?
throat?
I don't
That's
know.
what I'm saying.
Oh, right, because he'd be unfazed. His hand would come in his throat and it would explode and all this
Yeah.
blood and stuff.
Well,
would
so
fly
there's-
around.
there's-
Hands come in his
Phase
throat.
the item, but unphase around the item. Boom.
But
Yeah.
Vision
Because he
can't
can
make things
well.
phasable, right? Only himself.
I'm trying to remember. Did they establish this in the MCU? Again, it's been a couple years since I've seen
don't
Civil
think-
War and Age of Ultron, but he can become as dense too. He can become extremely
Yeah.
dense, like immovable.
Writers can become extremely dense.
It's just, wow.
It's right, it was extremely dense.
Maybe this was an autobiography.
Maybe. Well, no, I think Kurt Metzger said it best, that this is a story about a woman who married her vibrator and then it broke.
How many settings does Vision have?
As many as you need, baby.
Yeah, kind of the story. This is a whatever we need to happen story.
Yeah, so I don't know. Is there anything else? Because for episode 1, I've been playing it while we were watching and trying to pick up anything I remember.
Is that what we're doing?
Yes, I'm going to claim that's what we were doing.
It was aesthetically great. I mean, it was like, you're right. It was the first like really enclosed episode. It felt like there was something going on. It gave us just enough. The length was fine. I felt that way about the first 3 episodes. It just kind of
the first 3 were interested. I was interested. If the whole show was out, I would have just kept watching. I would have been disappointed sooner, but you know,
It felt charming to me as well. The classic storyline: the boss is coming to dinner. We got to make sure everything goes right, and then things start going wrong. It's like, oh, I feel like I've actually watched this episode of TV so many times. It's like from.
I like how the stakes went from "I hope their dinner goes okay" to "Oh my God, you kidnapped and mentally enslaved an entire town of people." Oh my God!
But see, like
that escalated quickly.
That could have worked by having it be
could've.
she was unaware. This she had to be unaware of all of it. But then she's like, "No, you guys are happy." It's like, oh God, no.
Fuck you, you're happy.
Remember when we initially talked about this, guys? We said like this feels like it's really building up to something, but if we go back and rewatch this, and it affects the whole show, right? So I went back and rewatched it. I could barely get through the first 2 episodes. As nice as they were, knowing what happens, it's meaningless. The only thing that happens in the first episode is Kat Denning is watching the show at the end. That's the only like real piece of information.
Yeah, which was, it just lets your mind go free. You're like, someone's watching this. Is she trapped? Is someone doing this to her? Or is she doing this and people are observing it? Or like, what could possibly be
back
happening?
when the show had mystery. Well, now it has mystery, but that's just because it's nonsense, so we don't know what the fuck is happening.
Yeah.
But, you know,
In isolation, those first 3 episodes, they were just my kind of weird, where there was kind of this mystery going on, and it was really metatextual, and it just it stroked my tisms in just the right way, and then the rest of the show happened, and I wanted to
made
commit
you
die.
want to know what was happening because you were legitimately interested in what was going on. It was a lot of interesting setups.
And I'll agree and bolster in that, like, it was definitely firing my neurons in terms of, like, when they tell him, oh my God, he's like, they've had like 300% additional efficiency since Vision joined the company. And what do they do at the company? They simply compute inputs and outputs. And so I was like, oh, is she using the mechanics in his corpse to like amplify her maintenance of like the illusion, like all of the different processes that have to happen? She's using his body, and then in universe he works at the company because that's almost what he's doing in real life. But no.
Yeah, that's his his inner monologue while he's hooked up to the machine is him asking, what's his face? What is it that we actually do here?
And I don't even know what that was for. I think it was just to make you go, yeah, turns out this is an illusion from Wanda. Like, oh yeah, I know that. I thought you were going to do something more interesting than that. Just, it's just fake. You're like, okay.
It is an interesting idea that in order to create this illusion, she needed Vision's body as kind of a conductor of some kind. So it's not just she can change reality at will. Like, there needs to be other components to create an illusion or a transfiguration of this scale.
But no. It's.
I thought she took his body.
Nope. That's a lie.
She made it from scratch.
Yeah.
We're told that by Hayward. The truth is that he's got the body and he turns it into cum Vision.
And that's bad?
Well, I suppose we could get into that. Like, what would you guys do if there's this, I think he says $3 billion vibranium weapon that can essentially like blow lasers through all kinds of things. Used to have a personality, apparently it's inert or gone. What should we do with it? Like, well, one option, let Wanda bury it. Like, I don't think.
Sell it on
Well,
eBay.
Probably not.
my first thing would be to when discussing this sensitive issue with Wanda, I wouldn't be an asshole dick.
Oh yeah, no, that's yeah. I wouldn't puppeteer his body parts in front of her and be like,
Yeah.
"Lol."
Yeah, like I wouldn't treat like so Vision was a person.
Yeah, that's
and
the
I
thing.
don't know why he was so insistent on. Oh yeah, he's dead. Lol. Now we got his
Like it-
body. Fuck off.
Like I'd imagine if he was a human and they were just dissecting him in front of her.
All of the veins
Yeah.
and tendons
I'd be like-
spread out across the table.
You could have put the
You'd show
pieces back together
sympathy. You
nicely.
would show an understanding with Wanda. You'd say Vision was a hero and he saved an insane amount of people and he has the respect of he has the deserved respect of an entire planet. But Vision is gone. Vision has he's gone. You'd say we had a funeral for him, like in Superman with everything.
Mhm.
But this is just the body. This is just the shell of what he was. This isn't Vision anymore. This is this is a
Vision.
different thing
Well,
from what Vision is.
What presents an issue is that they say not only in I don't know how much this counts. Vision's will says he doesn't want his body messed with. I don't know what that means in that universe, but they also say according to the Accords, you cannot do anything with his body if he was to die. So I'm confused. Like,
They don't care about the Accords.
well,
Are the
Yeah.
but they tell us
Well,
that, well, no, because I think what they're telling us is that Hayward is operating entirely illegally in the show for his
Oh.
his own goals, which seem to be
Or
he wants to get that weapon under his control, and he thinks that once he does it and stops Wanda, he'll be celebrated as a hero. That is his motivation as a villain.
which he will be.
Well, I don't get
Yes.
like yes, but I don't know why he's being stopped. Why would this be illegal? Like why is it that trying to stop
Yeah.
Wanda at any cost to save these thousands of people and securing Vision and seeing if we can get him online, why would they be bad things when we're getting attacked by aliens semi-regularly who are really
especially-
I feel like, Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, go on, Rags.
I was saying, I don't know. It's like, I wonder what Vision would have. I guess the stakes are so high that they would have just done it, you know?
I mean,
Yeah, especially since there's no other Avengers around, apparently.
I think
Apparently,
that
yeah,
they
the,
would
the
supersede...
Avengers are just not around. They just couldn't be bothered.
Well, that's
Yep.
another problem that destroys the show is that they have to account for every other Avenger. And not only just that, they have to account for why none of the Avengers did anything in the 5-year gap with Vision's body. Like, what happened?
Yeah, what was Tony doing?
Did they keep the body for 5 years and then finally give it to Sword? Why? Why did
Yeah,
Sword
how
take
did
this
Sword
long?
get
Just now starting to disassemble it after 5 years?
Yeah, like the show forgets. I think the show thinks everybody was on pause, and then they randomly mention like Hayward says you weren't here for the 5 years; it was hell or something like that. It's like you guys pretend like the 5 years didn't happen, except for that like the one scene everyone was praising, or at least one of many scenes. With the blip, the re-entering, it's the most like harrowing and dramatic we've seen of it, and it's like finally acknowledging
and
the
then
horror
nothing,
of the
that's
blip.
I
it.
like that one.
But they
I
don't
like
go
it
much
too.
further than that. They show it and
They
that's
did
it.
nothing with it. It was just an
No.
intro to get you hooked into the rest of the episode. They did absolutely nothing with it. It was so incredibly disappointing.
And
It was
where,
like they
really
where's
did
Wanda
not show
living
that.
before she enslaved the town? Was she just hoboing it up in her car?
I guess so.
How can she afford a car? What is? I've got questions about her living situation.
Was she supported
Maybe
by
that's
the
just me.
Avengers compound in some way? Was
That's
she with
not
them?
around? because
Well,
of
it got
Thanos, or did they
destroyed,
rebuild
yeah.
it?
So, and what is the Avengers right now? It's completely broken apart because loads of them. The leader of it died. Like I don't know what we don't get any of that. We might get it in a movie at some point.
Well, the other
That'd be
leader
great.
fucked off too.
This is the thing. At this
You know-
point, we need like a full movie to go over the state of the universe because like I don't understand where everything is anymore.
Well, according to Spider-Man Far From Home, Captain America was classed as deceased.
Though that could
When-
just be the official story. That's not
I
necessarily.
mean,
Well, we
that-
know it's the
yeah, I
official
mean,
story,
I
yeah.
think so. I think what they probably said is Captain America went back in time to replace the Infinity Stones. We have word that he was successful, but unfortunately, Captain America did not survive the
I didn't even
the
thought about
whatever.
Yeah.
this. You'd think he would come like because at his age, it's likely that Peggy has died. He came
She did,
back.
she died in Soldier.
Well, she did.
Well,
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like it was an alternate. I don't even want to get into that. My point is that wouldn't he like because he still clearly has a brain. Like wouldn't he want to get back into like a controlling interest? as in like I should, Peggy's gone. I'm invested in the world actually, like, not getting killed by everybody. He doesn't have to be Cap. He doesn't have to be running around killing things because he's old now. But wouldn't he be on like some kind of board? And he would be like, okay,
Yeah,
we
like
do
he
this.
could be an advisor or a team leader or a super
could be like
something.
He lived in
kind
an
of Nick
alternate
Fury-ish
world.
type.
He maybe can, I don't know, talk
Yeah,
to
who
people about
knows the
maybe
things he
there was
saw
certain
yet.
events that happened at the same time that he could help out with.
Like,
am
guys, I know the things that are possible, so maybe we should check for those things happening in our world. Also, I let
Yeah.
9/11 happen.
And-
Yep.
Captain
I'm
America
less-
becomes Joe Biden.
I'm less appealing to like, like I'm less appealing to his abilities and thus should be there. I'm like, he should want to do it. It's Captain America. He should
Yeah,
be
it's
like,
his character.
I should get
He's not gonna
involved.
just stop.
Like the idea that he's like, I'd like to sit on a bench and have a cup of coffee. It's like, yeah, I know, but you also want to know what's going on with the Avengers. For
Yeah,
example,
like you could do still. Yeah,
No,
I would,
my
I would
bones are
love
rickety,
to
fuck
have
off.
a scene where old Cap meets up with Wanda and he fucking chastises her for everything she did, and he's like, I defended you, I looked after you, I fought for you, and look what you did, you piece of shit.
and plus you'd have the camaraderie between those two personally. If I've lost people that I loved. I know what you're going through. I could speak to this. We've all lost people. You're the only one who's kidnapped a town, though. So
But who was the one person that was there for Wanda apart from Vision?
Yeah, and she doesn't
yeah,
even care
it was
that
when
he
he
exists.
learned that Wanda was being held at the house.
Hawkeye
That's
was
what.
the one
Yeah.
that talked around.
Yeah,
who
Hawkeye.
talked about the scare in Sokovia. Hawkeye was the one who came for her to rescue her in Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
Why wasn't Hawkeye sent to this place?
To
Why
help.
wasn't he sent there?
Because they don't give a fuck.
They don't remember anything. They're all, as was mentioned, I think Free said it, they're all in bubbles right now, I think, all the writers. They're all writing their own shit. Nobody cares about anyone else's shit.
No.
It's weird. You'd think that, okay, you're a writer for the most just like financially vast property in the history of humankind. So your first job, you have to watch the movies. Could y'all do that?
And Clint lost his family. He lost his family for 5 years or whatever. So he knows loss. It was the perfect character to try and reach out to Wanda.
Yeah, you're right. There should have been. I mean, I guess it's like I thought Kevin Feige was meant to be this. Maybe he's not because he's a producer and there's other things he has to do. But there should be like one person who is just, I am like the MCU lore guy. My job is to make sure that all of you are make things that make sense in this universe.
Well,
There
they
should
did
be,
that
like, a
with
department for
Star
that.
Wars, and
And look at
They
how
got
that
rid of
turned
them
out,
all.
Hawkeye
Kevin-
was meant to be retired in Civil War, folks. He said, to Iron Man, he said, I play
Also,
golf.
I hope nobody's
18
saying he wouldn't do it
holes,
because he's
just got
retired.
18.
I can't help but feel like this confusion is deliberate. So I don't know if you guys got this impression. The impression I got from this show is that it was a big part of it was that it was made in order to spark discussion, which works with the TV format as well, like releasing it one episode a week in order to spark further discussion and fan theories and speculation. And of course, they throw in loads of little references and stuff here and there to make people go, "Oh, I know that. Oh, I know that. Oh, I understand what that means." Or, "Oh, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?" And I can't help but wonder whether or not they are deliberately not answering these questions in order to get people to talk about it so that they're more interested in what follows. I'm not saying that's the right approach, but that's the impression I get.
That's the exact approach. That's Mystery Box. J.J. Abrams perfected
is
that.
funny
Well, I wouldn't say
because-
perfected because the shows end up sucking.
It
It's
destroys
about
the
it's about
story.
creating the discussion only
I guess
and
He
only creating
started
the
it,
discussion.
Definitely.
He concocted it.
He concocted
probably
it. I don't know
proof
if
of
he created
He
it.
cursed
Popularized it.
Hollywood with the mystery box.
Yeah.
he cursed us with the
Probably-
mystery box.
I guess it's
Fuck
just
yes.
weird because ever since this show has come out, the writers have been getting really defensive about the fact that people were speculating on things that were nothing at all. Like,
Well,
We didn't
Oh, I
expect
didn't realize
people
that
to
was better
assume
ideas.
X-Men with
I suppose-
this,
well,
And
yeah,
it's
I
ruined
think
it thing.
now's probably a
the
good time
clearest
to.
example of that was. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say you might be bringing it up. Now's a good example for the Quicksilver stuff, right? The comments that they made.
So,
Boner.
Everybody assumed that was significant. Obviously,
Lol, no.
obviously people thought that was going to be significant.
I think when we watched it, this isn't like us being like, oh, I can't wait for them to come through on our desires for this. I was just like, are they going to justify this by having it be that her version of him is dead and she pulled him from the multiverse, and it happened to be a version that matches up with close to the MCU, but he was Evan Peters, because Evan Peters is one of the many, you know, people in timelines who ends up being a Quicksilver or something. Like, are they going to try and argue that he's kind of partially pulled from X-Men's multiverse, but also like combined up and shat out by a series of combinations that gets him into this world? I was like, that's kind of a cool idea. Like, I'm on board. Let's see how they justify it. Wow.
Yeah. And like it looked like kind of that's the direction they were going. Agatha talked about I couldn't do the doppelganger or whatever magic she was doing because she didn't have the body of the other Quicksilver.
She mentions necromancy.
Necromancy, yeah, that's it. And that's what I thought. But I'm like you. There's a lot of people who were criticizing the criticizers of this show, saying we were all hung up on our theories. No, I think a lot of us were just kind of waiting. You know, they set something up that was interesting and open to see where they took it. And where they took it was like the lamest place.
Yeah, and they, as someone said in the chat, they also referenced Kick-Ass because they were both in Kick-Ass. Both the Quicksilvers.
Yes.
So they knew exactly what they were doing. So I don't think there was anything wrong with people speculating on it.
Nope. I think it's bullshit. There's that interview where they're just like, what? Like, I just thought it was a neat little like thing. I didn't realize you guys were gonna get so like crazy obsessed with it.
I didn't think you'd care about the shit we put in our TV show.
The show doesn't treat him as just an actor. They're like, what in the world happened here? Like, how did you get here? We know who you are. The audience like clap because like obviously you could say it's part of the show, but at the same time, they know what that means to the audience. We're all seeing the guy from the X-Men universe who also played Quicksilver.
Like, this is super interesting. Like, what the fuck is it? What's with this crossover? What is Wanda doing? Are they going to use Wanda's magic as an explanation to make the mutants a part of the MCU?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what could possibly be going on here? Nothing. Lol.
Yeah, and look at how he's dressed when he first shows up. That is not how Quicksilver looked in this universe. That jacket is clearly trying to invoke like that Quicksilvery X-Men kind of look that he had in the film, in the X-Men films. Like,
they just wanted a sight gag.
He looks like Ace Ventura on the right.
He does.
It's weird that for them, I guess it's not weird. I guess I can believe it totally without question. Their inability as writers, oddly enough, to not at all understand what like investment in things is.
Well, reacting
investment
to their
in narratives
audience,
and stories and characters. But they're the ones writing the show. How'd you get this job? Who did you know?
Well, because I'm kind of, like I said, I'm calling bullshit on this because we get told that everybody's getting recognized in the world of WandaVision. Like, and the interesting tidbit is that, of course, Agnes doesn't get recognized. And so if you're an eagle-eyed viewer, you'd be like, oh, is that like a bit of foreshadowing there? You kind of implying that there's something about her that we'll get soon to find out? It's like, yes, there is. They don't tell us that he's recognized. He should be. He's Boner. He's Ralph Boner. He lives in this town. So they should be like, oh yeah, because they're like, new player, but he got recast. That's all they say. They don't say, oh yeah, that's Ralph Boner. He lives in the town. He's just being used for a thingy. And they don't tell us that because they want us to think that he's the guy from X-Men. They want us to think he's been plucked from another universe. So stop lying. Like, we know what you were doing. It's just really annoying. If you wanted to play it straight and have it be that, no, we just wanted to use the actor and he's really good, and it happens to be that he's playing the role of a speedster, happens to be cool, so it's all coincidence. It's got nothing to do with us doing anything in narrative. Be like, okay, so play it that way. Don't fucking around with it. Like, that's all you've been doing.
Yeah, stop treating it like it's this amazing thing that's going to lead to something big, some incredible like, people are thinking this is a massive crossover event between multiple super well-known universes.
In the audio description, Ada McGurr is pointing this out, and so is Ryan. In the audio description for the show, they describe him as Quicksilver as he appears in the X-Men movies. So that's like officially licensed Disney stuff. So that's how they described him. So every fan had every right to speculate, and all of your ideas were better than what came through, and that's what the writers are butthurt about.
Lies.
Because
Deception.
Chat, because there was a Kick-Ass reference in episode 6, and apparently the writer said that wasn't intentional. It's like, come on, no way,
Whatever.
no way.
Oh, the showrunner said she didn't know who Mephisto was until she went on press.
What?
Here's the thing. I don't know who Mephisto is. I'm also not the writer for a superhero TV show by Marvel.
This is where it all comes down to. It's just like, if you're going to, because they're adapting shit. Like, don't you want to read it? Like, fair play if you want to deviate, but like, you don't even know who characters in the MCU are, or rather the comic Marvel universe. Just weird.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I'm interested in doing this.
The funny thing is, I know who Mephisto is because I played enough games to know who he is. Same with like Namor and other characters that aren't in the MCU yet. I was just like, oh, this'll, I'll just be like, oh, it'd be cool to see their visions and understand them. But it's like, yeah, I don't know anything about that. You're like, why are you writing this? What's your?
I know him as the guy who really wanted.
Who did you
Spider-Man's
fillet
marriage.
to get this job?
All of them, everyone.
Every fellatio, everyone.
It's so weird though, because she only has one partial credit on a previous Marvel property, and then she's the showrunner for this big TV show.
Yeah,
and also
doesn't that happen fairly often though?
It does now.
Yeah.
And what
where you just
with
have
Marvel,
this tiny thing that you've done, and now boom, you're in charge of this super massive TV program.
And it doesn't
Trial by
pass the
fire,
smell test
yeah.
with fans.
Which is good if you have talent.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it can work out.
If.
It can definitely work out. Like, I always see it as a major risk to have given this multi-million-dollar 3-film project to a guy who made some weird, pulpy, like, horror movies,
yeah.
and then we ended up getting Lord of the Rings, so, like, it can work.
Yep.
Like, I just don't know if, whatever.
Peter Jackson
I don't know,
actually read the book.
Franchise off
Big
of it.
difference.
Well, this is the thing. I think there's going to be a lot of reason to have hired him that I'm unaware of, right? Like, behind the scenes, because I want to say this with some confidence, but like back then I feel like they cared more about writing, and they were like, we got to actually write a good story to get people to buy stuff. These days, I don't know what the fuck's happening.
I think it's just properties. If you have the property, that's it.
Yeah,
like,
you don't need
this is
anything
Marvel.
else.
Yeah,
we're gonna watch it.
Like, they knew people were going to watch this anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yep. No, it's just content now. And I mean, like, look, I don't want to go down the Star Wars rabbit hole, but look at Star Wars. It still makes them so much money, and it's pretty much all garbage. Or all garbage. And that's where the MCU's going. It's just to provide content, and now we can hire somebody that can just be, it looks like good press. We hired this woman to run the show, and they end up setting almost she says it. She says, I was just there to provide structure. It's a cookie cutter thing.
I think it's the whole idea that like we're in a position where like the content exists to make money as opposed to the way that it should be probably, which is that somebody had an original idea and then a studio's like, oh, we could make money off of this. Not, all right, we own Marvel, so let's make some stuff. Let's get some people in to write the show. What are we doing? Oh, Doctor Strange 2. Yep. All right, cool. Figure out a story, get on it. Like it's kind of backwards.
Yeah. It is. I mean, if you think about it, could Disney have ever started the MCU? The answer is absolutely not. And you guys asked if there was like some lore master. There were. They had a team of comic guys and the people who were the original architects, including Jon Favreau, Edgar Wright, Joss Whedon, and Kevin Feige systematically got rid of all of them right after Civil War. That's pretty much when he took full charge of the
explains
MCU.
So much.
Is that true? Wow. Okay.
Yes. There was a big battle between Ike Perlmutter, who was he used to own Marvel, and when he sold it to Disney, he had a board seat, and he still ran the TV side. That's why a lot of the TV sucked.
Yeah, I remember this.
And Kevin Feige won, and they blamed all the ills of the MCU on Ike Perlmutter, like not having a Captain Marvel movie, not doing a Black Widow movie earlier, not doing a Black Panther movie earlier, and that might have been true. But Kevin Feige was a producer, and he beat a Disney board member in a battle of egos because he was successful. You know, he took a lot of credit for the MCU, and he had a lot of help, including from Jon Favreau, who's not involved anymore. So, I mean, that provides context. And you hear the excuses are coming out for the show. They're blaming COVID for a lot of stuff. They were saying there was a bunch of toxic male director footage that was left on the cutting room floor because there was the effects people didn't have enough time to finish the
Give them
effects.
more time. Like, that's all.
Yeah.
Give them
Push
more
it
time.
back.
But
Like,
wait,
your Blu-ray
what do you
sales
mean-
for the last
But they
film.
had more time.
Toxic male footage.
They had more time though.
It's when a man steps
Director
on you.
Hayward. There was a lot more Director Hayward footage
Okay.
that supposedly to provide context
What?
to his
Why would you cut
assholeness.
that? Okay.
Well, you know what? We don't need
what was the
motivations
rush?
for the villain.
Sounds like bullshit.
I
But
think
what
the
was the
rush was
rush to
probably
release
for
the show?
Disney Plus. I imagine it has to do with probably there are quarterly goals or stuff for like Disney Plus, or
Yep.
like for invest, because isn't the fiscal year in America ends in March? So like,
Yep.
there's probably a massive incentive to like get things done before March. That probably explains why a lot of properties and video games and stuff come out like before the end of March, because it's like, see, we got sales, we got like 100 million people on Disney Plus. I mean, that may well, because Falcon and Winter Soldier
Stockholders
got
ruin
massively delayed. Like that
Mhm.
show got massively delayed. It was meant to come out in August. But then
God forbid Disney
halfway-
makes a loss.
No.
Well,
During
it's
the
not
time.
even a
It's
lot.
just-
It's
it's not a
It's
loss,
tons
it's
of
just not
money.
as
It's
much
just
of
a little
fact, it's
less
not-
cash.
It's not even they make. Yeah, it's not even they make a
horrendous
loss.
as
It's just
well.
they make less money.
Batwoman is
Yeah.
willing
Right.
to take breaks.
Right?
Oh no! Are we here? Are we actually here? Are we doing positive comparisons
Look,
with Batwoman?
Batwoman knows how to have fun. Okay.
The writers of Batwoman, they have to take a break to rest their brains and
Yeah, big
You know, he's
brain.
gotta-
They have to carry it around a
all that
wheelbarrow.
creativity, all those juices. They gotta
Apparently,
sit down.
apparently Disney has lost a lot of money due to parks being closed.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, boo hoo.
Squeezing out a tear.
Boo fucking who. World's smallest violin.
I guess that's the thing, is it's hard not to get more cynical about what's happening with Marvel, because it's just like there's just so much content that's coming out, and like you look forward to this year. It's like, man, let's run through the list. Falcon and Winter Soldier. I'm super concerned about that one. I want it to be good because it's got Zemo and stuff in it, and it's a sequel basically to Civil War. But Loki is like, I don't know.
Dude, Loki will
Black
do the same
Widow,
thing
like-
this show did. Loki will introduce a whole bunch of tisms that are going to fuck with everything we understand
Yeah,
about.
with time travel, and then we
wait,
got
yeah.
Black Widow.
It's
which is
alternate
like-
dimension and Loki,
Yeah.
so it's like that's going to create a lot of problems.
Concerning.
You guys
we
are
got
going to
Black Widow,
love
which
Miss
is,
Marvel.
No.
Well, yeah, you run through the list like Black Widow. 1, too late. 2, you might damage Black Widow,
Real
because she's like the
damage.
only character who came out of Endgame unscathed, I think. But
Yeah.
there's always potential to ruin, and also
By
it's
the
written by
virtue
the
of
same person
dying.
who wrote this show, so
Yep.
that's concerning. And then we got like Shang-Chi. It's like, all right, Eternals. Big concerns from that one. It's like, oh, they were here all along. Really? They were here the whole time. Really? Why didn't they show up in like any of the Avengers films? Why weren't they a presence at all? And yeah, you're right. We got like Miss Marvel, which is going to set up Captain Marvel too. It's like, oh, fuck. Like, we got Spider-Man at least, but that's got multiverse. So like, this whole series, I'm so worried about where we're going.
Yeah.
I'm
I
so
would be.
concerned.
I mean, like the Eternals has been done. Like that film is in the can, shot. We haven't
Yeah,
seen a
we're just waiting
frame
for it.
of footage.
Mm-hmm.
And
No-
those,
no
those
trailer.
posters and stuff that they've shown are
Oh.
big, like what I don't know what, like why they look like they got photoshopped faces onto these paintings.
Oh, I've seen that.
So,
I don't know.
something to think about as well, especially with the few Buffy fans in this call. Seeing Anya was really cool, and it's nice
It
to see Emma
was.
Caulfield
Yeah.
doing work. And you get told Dottie is the key to everything in this town. Like, ooh.
That didn't mean anything,
Yeah.
alright?
It means nothing, and even the actress said she hopes she doesn't get any hate from having to be a character that was said to be important. Like, oh.
Yeah, I was looking at my little notes here for my season review, and one of the things I put down was I was interested in all these characters they were introducing and how they were gonna turn out. I mean, they just ended up being a bunch of people being tortured by Wanda,
Yeah, like,
essentially, and that's it.
For instance,
Hooray.
like Dottie could have been someone who is fully aware of everything that's happening. She just tries to tweak it and control it, and you get that impression when she's in like that meeting and someone is delivering the meeting's topics and she forgets one, and she's like, "Oh, did I forget part of that?" And then she like looks at her and she's like, "You won't be leading these meetings anymore." It's just like, ooh. Like, is that just surface level? Is that just the silly drama of this 60s episode? Or is it more so, like, indicative of something that's going on underneath that Dottie does control a lot of what happens here? It's like, it's nothing. It's nothing at all. Stop,
It's a complete nothing.
stop thinking about it.
Oh, nothing at all.
You're just
Which
like,
is,
oh.
and that, I mean, that's kind of funny because it applies to like the actual villain of this show too.
Stupid, sexy Flanders.
We
When you say
are.
the actual villain, I assume you mean Wanda.
Stupid, sexy Hayward.
Yeah.
I would say the
Sorry,
most villainous
clarify.
character in the season is Wanda, yeah. Next up is
clarify,
According
Hayward,
to
I
the
guess.
showrunner, the villain is grief.
So what
the
I mean
villain
to
is
say
the
is,
fucking writer herself.
I'm not sure
Yes.
we talked about this, but it really bugged me when so like they have the song for Agatha all along, and it's like it's meant to be this big reveal, but it means nothing because like none of the information that's revealed means anything at all.
What do you
It's
mean?
just
She killed the dog, okay?
It was
And
Agatha
that's-
all
it's
along.
weird because it comes out from nowhere. Like we were doing episodically, we had our time periods that it was emulating, and then we get the Agatha song. And I'm like, but we were just like in the aughts.
Well, it's just like
for
I don't know.
shows?
It's
Yeah,
not
We're in
like
the
a big-
90s, I think, for that one. That was
wow,
Malcolm in the
it's
Middle, was
Agatha!
it? No, that was Oz.
Yeah.
It was Oz.
But then I'm
So-
like, okay, so why are we doing the song? Is it because they just what's this? The song is tonally very inconsistent in a show that was otherwise quite inconsistent with its time period, progression.
Yeah.
Yeah, they push it through. Well, because this is the problem. A lot of content does this, where it's like, we're about to recontextualize something for you. Get ready, and you're like, okay, cool. What are we doing? It's like, well, thesis statement. Agatha was behind all of it. And you're like, right?
And it's
Oh,
like no, she.
Well,
Aw.
first of all, that conflicts with what I understood of this season so far. But okay, maybe you can explain it to me. And it's like, all right. So first and foremost, when she was helping with like the plant and the food and stuff, that was Agatha. Okay.
Yep.
Agatha with the rabbit in the magic contest thing. She was doing stuff with the
She
rabbit.
was fucking around with everything. It was
And you're like,
okay,
all right.
okay.
She
Alright.
was the one who managed to take the neighbor out of his trance and make him start sawing the brick. Okay.
Oh,
Why
cool.
would he
In the
sell the
80s.
brick? That takes an incredible amount of effort to do.
Well, it's what a magic Rex. Not real brick, it's
Oh.
styrofoam. I don't fucking know.
Oh.
And we never saw him again.
I don't think we
I
did.
I think he pops up like
yeah, we did.
here
At
and
the
there.
end for just
yeah.
A couple
He was
of
in-
no
times.
meaningful way.
No, he
Yeah.
was in. Was it the Halloween episode? He was the guy who was on Neighborhood Watch.
Yeah,
Ah.
he
Frankenstein.
does pop up. But just
But
to-
he doesn't do anything important.
no, just to stay on the topic though, like it's then like she was behind Evan Peters, and now you're just like, what the, what are you suggesting? She was behind like random pieces. It's like she faked her whole like brain thing when she was talking to Vision in the Halloween episode. Okay,
She's a troll.
yeah,
And then
Prankster,
in
basically.
2000, she
She's
asked a question that
like-
Wanda found uncomfortable. It's like,
it's saying
so Agatha was just a minor nuisance all along. Like
that means this is the thing. I think viewers who are on board with the show will be like, "Ah, it was Agatha," and you're like, "Hello,
do you
what does that
mean it was
mean?
Agatha?
Like,
What
what
was
do you
it?
think that
what
means?"
was it? Yeah.
Yeah. Because
What
it
is this
wasn't
you're talking about?
Agatha all along.
No, it wasn't at
No, it
all. You
wasn't
find
at
out
all.
that what, and then she's like, "And I killed Sparky." It's like Sparky's not real.
It's fucking not real.
She was the one who brought him in. Or like
old were you when you found out Sparky
presumably,
wasn't
like
real?
she would have spawned him, like because Wanda's surprised by it. So it's just like I'm assuming Agatha cast the dog and then was like, "Lol, dog dead." Okay,
Or what if it was a dog from the town that she took?
we
That
got no idea.
That Wanda had chained up in a doghouse.
What's the thing? We don't see many animals at all. Wanda probably killed them all. I don't know.
Probably
Look, those
Agatha did
animals
that
you
because
never
they just
know
went
what
around
exact
killing
spot
animals.
Yep. Well, that's where the whole thing falls apart. The premise was they were supposed to be in this town during sitcoms trying to fit in when they didn't need to fit in. I mean, Wanda was controlling everything. So remember, they were like, don't do magic in front of other people. It's like, why? You had control of their minds anyway.
Yeah.
Do you feel like
Yeah, that's
do you feel
another
like
good
it would
point.
be almost an immediate, not a fix, but it would help if like maybe if you establish that, I don't know, for some reason when Wanda comes back after Endgame, like Agatha's already on it and she's messing with her and like leads her to almost create the alternate reality. Like if she was putting her in a trance or something, or like tricking her just to see what would happen.
Well, so that we're all clear, Agatha's goal is to have Wanda cast spells, and so she can sap her while doing it. Apparently, Agatha can only sap magic from people when they're casting their spells. So
She's
her
like a
motivation,
shady Dementor.
she wants
And
to
Wanda was
encourage
casting a
Wanda.
spell the whole- Sorry.
Well, there's another line where they say once the spell is cast, it can't be changed or it can't be stopped. I think she says it can't be changed, but it can be stopped. And she says that all the spells are on autopilot. So
and she's constantly casting a spell then.
so well,
like,
that was the thing that I was like, surely she is, yeah, like the spells are getting redone all the time. They're all in real time. So like, why aren't you just sapping her now? But like that's to
And
try
they
and justify why they have their magic fight. Is Agatha wants her to use her powers so that she can do big suck? But like,
Why didn't she just do that straight away?
big suck.
Like, if wouldn't that technically apply to the entire town? Couldn't she do the suck from
Well,
the town
Big
itself?
suck.
as far as I can tell, she can make herself invisible. Wanda can do that too. So if she can make herself invisible and create fake enemies for her, why not like generate some stuff that Wanda can try and fight with her magic and then sap her power invisibly behind her?
Ooh.
I don't know.
Really
Seems like a
unclear
concept.
what exactly Agatha can do. She seems to just forget that she can do certain things or hold back for some reason, and maybe it's because she's kind of sadistic or wants to have
Well-
fun, but it's weird. I have no clue why she does the things she
To
does.
what end is she doing this?
She wants her power.
She wants to sing a song.
She reckons
Yeah, but I guess
that
what I'm
Wanda
saying is,
shouldn't have
to
that
what
power
end?
But-
because she's.
Yeah,
You have that
and she
power,
might.
then what?
She
She's
says.
in the right.
She
Like,
says that
she's-
she will fix her spell, and she's explicit. She says, "I will get rid of all the fuck ups you've got, which making people feel pain."
It's not even like when she says that, and it's not even strongly implied that she was going to take away Wanda's dream, her fake world, that she was just going to repair it. It's weird.
But then at the end, she said she kind of went back on it. She's like, it'll still be broken, just like you.
Kind of,
Just like
yeah.
you,
She says a broken spell's always broken.
So, this was the thing about Agatha. She's so incompetently written that for the most part she's not even a villain. You
she's
look at
not.
her intro sequence, which by the way is portrayed very dark. The music is very ominous. A bunch of people try to kill her for reading about magic. So I'm on her
yeah,
team.
and then she rightfully defends
Yeah,
herself.
they try to do the big suck on her. She does the counter suck, and it's just like, fine, go ahead. I would do the same thing. Fuck them. And they all turn into zombies.
And she was like begging to like get trained as well. So
she
so
says-
she's even more sympathetic because of that, because clearly she was trying not to do the big suck.
And she said she'll be good. She was like, let me do good or whatever. And it's just like, nah, boo. They explicitly say
300 years.
you've been reading magic out of your station and age. That's her crime.
Her age is about 38.
Well,
Yeah.
I think they do young makeup on her for that scene to make it look like she's a lot young. I don't care though. Like, why would you show me that scene to be like, you see Agatha? Ooh, spooky villain. It's like, no.
Not really.
Yeah,
That's the
you'd
exact
imagine
same-
if you had like a flashback with like a coven of witches, you would want to like have her doing something hideous and like betraying them and like going against them or like out of her way, but it's nothing like that in that flashback.
That
so,
bit was just like Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Well,
yeah, it's also strangely directed and put together with the tone of the show.
I would posit that they've definitely not remembered the MCU because this plotline is in Doctor Strange. They all call Doctor Strange out for getting access to magic that is beyond his position, but he ends up like using it for good because of course he would, because he's trying to save the world. It's essentially like left as a position of like, remember, she's a hypocrite, the Sorceress Supreme or whatever, because she engages in the dark magic that she told no one else can touch. So
Yes.
like that film, for all of its flaws, like handled that aspect just fine. This one was like fumbled all over the place. I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. It's like Agatha's evil. Why?
Yeah, and like for all of the bad things she did, which is kill a maybe not real dog, her punishment is being stripped of her personality and free will and being
she
held captive, basically.
She
as
releases
a
some
fake
of the
person.
people, and she's like having
Yeah.
them explain to Wanda what they've done to her, and she's like, all I did was cut the strings on your meat puppets. It's like, yeah. How can I
Really
hate
is.
for this?
You did this, Wanda. This
then
wasn't
Wanda
me.
tries-
I'm just showing you what they are underneath.
And then the best part is how Wanda tries to kill them, and then one of them says, "If you won't let us live, just kill us." It's like, man, why
Yeah,
you
she
lie
tries to
these lies?
and
This
for
is
anybody
not
who's like,
helpful.
hey, she strangled her kids, like, I don't even know if they're real. Stop. Like,
Yeah.
So I just realized something. Like her punishment to get like transfigurated into that personality that she was under the dome. That is not under the dome. Meaning
Where
that
is she
so-
right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Westview,
Yeah, where
chilling
did she
out.
go? Where was she? Like physically, where is she? Because the place she was supposed to go doesn't exist anymore.
No, Wanda took it all back at the end. So if she had
Where is
locked her in the
she?
world, then she would have been unlocked when it all closed down.
Yep.
But yeah,
unless
the
it's
world
a
was a
private
physical
spell.
place.
This is why it's so like chilling. It's like she's cast a spell on her to be trapped inside a person she isn't forever until she
Forever.
needs her for something. It's like,
And
oh
then
my
I guess
god.
she'll lock her back in. It's like, dude, just kill her. Just kill her. Like, come on.
It's essentially a fate worse than death, like living
worse than
like a
death, yeah.
different life and dying that way. Like that's horrifying, actually.
But the writers don't even know what they've done. That's the thing.
They don't even acknowledge it.
No.
She literally
Sorry,
says like it's cruel, like you're cruel, and it's one of those moments where you're supposed to be like, nah, she's manipulating Wanda. It's like it's not though. It's like, no, you really are cruel, Wanda, for doing this.
I
I
gotta
was
steal
asking
it.
if Agnes could go into her basement that has the anti-magic runes.
I think
Oh.
active.
Ooh.
This is the problem with this show. I can't tell you because I've watched it again. I was paying good attention. I don't know if the runes prevent active spells. They just prevent you from casting new ones.
Well, surely it would cancel active spells because she didn't. Did she set up the runes in Westview before Wanda had done the big hex
She
spells
casts
that change everything?
Upon rewatching, she casts them during their final battle. She keeps missing, quote unquote, her spells. And
No,
Agatha's
I mean,
like, lol.
I mean Agnes.
Agnes.
runes.
Well, so this is the thing that doesn't make
in
any
the
sense.
basement.
I don't know how Agnes got into the place in the first place, and then she needed Wanda to walk into that very small space in order to prevent her from doing anything to her, while teaching her about runes. And I say teaching, she didn't teach her shit.
Softening.
No,
Saw the shapes and recreated them.
Shapes that she doesn't even recreate, by the way. I
can we
showed
talk
Franny.
about how
I can
bullshit that was?
Yep.
I can get
They
you
were
guys.
new.
Apparently there's
And-
immaculate memory during
and
this
right-
really high stress situation.
She doesn't recreate them though. I'll get you the image I showed Franny
Yeah,
yesterday.
yeah. And
Oh,
right before that, she's all,
no.
I don't know how to, cast spells. I don't know any of this. And then she does
So
inexplicably.
Oh,
this
no.
is the red ones are what we see of Wanda's. The rest are all Agatha's.
Wasn't she copying the runes in the cellar?
In the what?
Apparently not.
The runes, because those runes in the cellar took
Oh
away
yeah, so
Wanda's
as
power, didn't
if you look at this image, right, this is all the runes we see in the show. The top row are all Agatha's. The bottom two are the ones we see of Wanda's.
they? Oh, okay, that's an
So
Eddie
where
no
did
no
she
then.
None of them
Did
match.
she
Oh,
create her
fuck.
own ones?
None of them match.
Mm.
So
Okay,
Wanda,
How does this make less sense than it already did now? Holy fuck.
Yeah.
You just gotta believe.
Wanda was told that
In the heart of the
runes are a
cards?
thing. You have to cast them as spells, and they prevent other witches from casting spells. From that alone, she managed to do it. She didn't even copy the shapes.
Thought of it and just
What are these
realized
fucking runes then?
What do they mean?
There's spells. And
Don't ask
remember,
questions.
the Scarlet Witch can cast spells without incantations. So, yeah. It all
And
makes
seriously,
sense.
the way that this power is presented, it's insanely exploitable too. Like if you made these runes throughout the entire world, like you circumnavigated the globe with them, would that mean you're the only person in the entire world who can cast magic?
I
Put it on the moon and an asteroid
this,
and
this,
another
this is the thing,
asteroid.
that kind of, we've already said it several times, it destroys the MCU again. She can just do this every time she fights anybody with quote-unquote magic, which, by the way, I don't know if that includes or doesn't include Captain Marvel. Is what she does magic?
Yeah,
What if you put them on
well,
several stars on the edge of the
Cosmos.
galaxy? Is the galaxy
Yeah.
stripped of magic?
Just get them all on all the planets in the solar system. Earth will be covered, right?
Well,
maybe.
this is where things get really messy because Captain Marvel's powers are derived from an Infinity Stone, so were Vision's, but now Vision is back, but that's another derivative, kind of from a fake Infinity Stone. And supposedly Scarlet Witch, now her powers were amplified by it, but she had them before, yet they were going to fade. Yeah, everything's all fucked up.
Nobody knows what's
Not
happening
cross-eyed.
anymore. You can't do this. Like, big reveal, big trick. She pretended to be a zombie. What? What does that mean? Like, she made herself look like that to Agatha to just annoy her briefly?
How did she even do that to herself? How did she know how to like pretend to make herself look all wilted after she'd cast the wound?
Don't know.
Because she read the script.
It's strictly for the audience. It's some of the most classic, like, will our hero lose? Oh my god, no, they win, woohoo!
Who is our hero?
Well,
Such a second wind where it's just like,
Agnes, you could do it.
it's like, no, I have the power. It's just, I hate it.
Believe in yourself.
yeah. So Agatha, I guess, if there's any more to say about her, she seemed to want to take the powers from the Scarlet Witch because the Scarlet Witch is super powerful, and what she's using her powers for is trapping a whole bunch of people that she describes as being in pain, and has an interest in correcting. So she's the good guy, and she gets fucked over completely. And again, you can contextualize the meanest thing she does in this season in a way that's kind of harmless. She's trying to tempt Wanda to use her powers so that she can sap them. What better way to do that than, well, discounting what I said earlier, threatening her imagined children to make her use her powers to start absorbing them. Like, when you tell this all to me, I'm like, huh. So, she was trying to save the town.
So she's the hero of the story.
Yeah.
And honestly,
But she killed a dog, so she's the villain.
Well,
I don't want to do the big suck at the end.
Dog either.
well, so this is
But
interesting.
Agatha's lived hundreds
was the dog
and
real?
hundreds of years
No idea.
without doing anything
Yeah,
malevolent.
Yeah,
Integrate the dog.
Agatha's never shown up before, so she must have been chill.
the question
I
is,
guess she didn't do anything worthy of the Avengers or
Yeah,
anybody
nothing-
Look at everything
showing up or
Wanda's
doing.
done in a few years.
if she absorbed Wanda's powers, would that mean she'd like try to take over the world, or would she still be chill? Like,
I
she
don't
doesn't
think she'd have a
seem-
reason to take over the world, would she?
No.
She seems to like not really care about that. She seems to like care more about her magic system, which she keeps mostly to herself. So it's
She
like,
seems to simply exist, yeah. And
She
What
kind
now
of,
was there?
this to me.
She reminds me of Purple Man from Jessica Jones. That she kind of just does her own thing with her powers, doesn't attract too much attention, just does stuff to either make her life easier or make her interested. But she didn't do anything evil in the whole show, because if it was revealed that she tricked her into going to see Vision, she tricked her into going to this place. It wasn't Vision that wrote the letter saying this is going to be our forever home. It was Agatha that wrote that, and all this kind of stuff to trap her, create the world that she's locked into, then try and steal her powers. Then she's a villain, but she didn't.
yeah, they
Because Wanda
fucked
did it
up.
all.
They fucked up completely.
You
They
could've just
think
had her
that we
appeal
think
to
that Agatha's
Wanda's
the villain.
heroism.
By the way, throughout the final episode, Wanda's casting spells in front of Agatha, and she's not absorbing them at all. She's just watching her. The big one when she casts the super laser spell to lift the borders so that everyone can escape. Agatha just watches her. It's like, why aren't you
Instead
sucking?
of just flying into the sloop and
Yes,
sucking it
just
up.
suck it all up.
The schloop and suck.
And then the idea that this fucking moron Agatha tells her about runes while also establishing that she can cast spells without incantations and spontaneously. Like, maybe don't inform her about the one thing that she can beat you with.
Because it's ridiculous, because there's really is nothing else other than just the shapes, or even just knowing that you can do it, apparently. There's no like
Well-
special words or incantations. It's just shapes and your knowledge,
It's
basically.
It
almost
should
as
be
ridiculous.
ritual, special kinds of magic, classic witch shit, but no.
Yeah. And it's almost as ridiculous as, like, let's say Galactus comes in and he's unstoppable, and he sees Wanda and he's like, I better not tell her that she could imagine beating me, because then
Bad news. Oh,
like, how can this be satisfying? How can Wanda in a fight be satisfying to watch anymore? She should just dominate. She can literally alter reality to her will. Like, why? What are we supposed to do with this?
Imagine, like, because Doctor Strange is like already powerful, but like clearly Wanda is more powerful than him, especially if she can like astral project and be like two separate entities that are functioning. Like Doctor Strange can't do that. It's over. 2 against 1.
She's so much more powerful than him because, like, you're not supposed to be this powerful. It's so hard for us to be invested if you have any good guy that's got this level of power. Like, what are we supposed to do with this?
The threat, like Galactus, you know, I guess, like that's probably all that.
Well, what the
Wanda
fuck's
could
Doctor
be.
Doom gonna do against her?
And it's like Doctor Doom is one of the big bads, and he couldn't do anything to her. What? Don't make them this powerful. Like,
well, I thought the limitation they were going for is that she didn't have much knowledge about it. I think that's what Agatha
but now
described.
she's got
Like,
super knowledge because she's
got a whole
read
lot.
now she's read the book and she's unlocked all the powers. So it's like, oh boy, this isn't going to be good.
It seems she
Was
has
it written in
access to
English?
the multiverse too. Remember, she hears the kids' voices calling for her. It's like, what is that? What is happening there?
It's implying that her quote unquote kids are still alive or somewhere out there, but it's like, what is that going to lead
But
to?
if they're out there, wouldn't she be stealing them from an alternate version of Wanda who's presumably done nothing wrong?
This is like, we're getting into Rick and Morty now. It's like, what if she steals them from a universe where she died but had them as kids, you know?
Yeah, so basically we're doing the episode of Rick and
But
Morty where they switch dimensions.
The thing with that is, when Rick is the only one who takes advantage of that power to specifically tailor the universe to his desires, that's one thing. We've got a whole universe filled with people who need stuff, and Wanda can now get it for them.
Yeah, just make infinite food.
You
know?
I mean, this, again, she destroys everything. It sucks. Like,
it's really sucks because Wanda was in a good place in terms of her power before, where it's like she's really powerful, but she's a glass cannon. She you know, you shoot her once in the head and that's it. Now it's like I imagine that she's unstoppable.
She could like give herself diamond hard skin if she wanted, because she can just transfigurate
she
her
can
flesh.
alter reality. She can do whatever she wants.
So is the next Avengers movie going to be her and Captain Marvel?
Yeah, and what could beat them?
I mean,
don't need anyone else.
Like I said, the article that I read listed that it would be, you have Captain Marvel, who's basically indestructible, Monica, who's basically indestructible, Miss Marvel, who can heal, so she's basically indestructible, Jane Foster Thor, so that's pretty close to indestructible.
I'm starting to realize why they killed off Black Widow.
Yeah, she wasn't indestructible.
She's not indestructible.
She get hurt, and we can't have that.
But it's just, I don't know why. Like, I feel like Spider-Man is probably a good example of, he's super strong, but like if you shot him with a gun, like he'd be in a lot of trouble. Just do that. Just have it be like that, where a character is really strong. Or like Iron Man, where every time you chip away at his armor, it's like he's getting closer and closer. Like there is a finite amount of hits he can take before he's in a lot of trouble.
We have a situation where, unironically, I'm more interested in Venture Bros villains over Marvel characters.
Venture Brothers is one of the greatest things ever created, so it's okay. I agree with that.
I
imagine as well. We've had such a drought with we had Endgame. It's like, what the fuck happened with everything surrounding it and everything going forward? We get nothing for ages, and then this. It's like, thanks.
Yeah,
this is not inspiring.
It wasn't meant to be, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, because Black Widow was supposed to come out first, then the Eternals, and then this.
It was supposed to be supplementary, I think,
Falcon
right?
Winter Soldier too. Falcon and Winter Soldier as well.
Yep. And this was supposed to lead into Doctor Strange.
Like directly, it was meant to be like a couple of months later. You'd be watching Doctor Strange,
or at least minimum 6, right? So now it's what, 2 years?
Well, Doctor Strange has been delayed by a whole year. I think it's coming out like in the middle of next year. And I mean, Thor as well got delayed massively to a bunch of it's out of order. And I think I really feel like they can't afford to delay anymore. You know what I mean? Like, we can't keep delaying the films and have these shows come out. Like,
well,
if you want consistency.
Yeah, there's news on that. I mean, because it's in Hollywood's LA movie theaters open on Monday.
Oh, well then we probably are going to get Black Widow then in that case.
I suppose
looks like it.
This is the thing.
Yes.
We're all gonna be here. We'll
We
be
get to
watching
watch
this shit.
Black Widow. We get to watch Black Widow jump out of a helicarrier and fight Taskmaster while falling down. She's a regular human, by the way.
Ooh, you hate women.
Taskmaster's dead.
Well, like, man, it's kind of because if Black Widow was still alive, I'd be like way more invested in her stuff at the moment than anything else, just because she's like vulnerable. She could be hurt.
Watching a dead character, it's kind of like Solo, you know.
It's
It's
kind
weird,
of like
yeah.
Metal Gear Solid
He's dead on
5.
the inside, though, Gary.
Yes, good point.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of like, why are we here? Like, what? Why are we doing this?
Why do we
Captain
just-
America looks positively normal now.
He does, doesn't
Well,
he? 'Cause
remember,
he got shot like 3 or 4 times in Winter Soldier.
And he's
that
meant to
nearly
be
got
like
him.
one of the big hitters in the MCU. Now he's just like a scrub. He's just a scrub.
Remember Winter Soldier, where he's trying to get that last key card in and he gets shot, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, he's been shot.
by pistol like 3 or 4
And he's in a
times, and he almost
lot of
dies.
trouble.
We
Yeah,
can't get that
really hurts him.
anymore. Like, there's no
Well,
way
we
we can get that anymore.
we can with certain. I guess that means that Haley Steinfeld's like oh Christ, what's her
Monica
name? Kate
literally
Bishop?
shits bullets.
That'll be it. She'll be like the only normal human left
Well,
in this crazy universe.
and Falcon's supposed to be the next Captain America who can throw the shield, apparently just as a regular human with not even
I
a
like that
very
wouldn't work
don't
at
know.
all.
I don't know how they're
Yeah.
gonna
No,
do
it
that.
doesn't.
I don't know what's
Makes
gonna.
no sense. No sense at all. That's enhanced. That's why
Yeah.
he can do all the fucking crazy shit with the shield, even though it doesn't obey the law of physics. Falcon is Falcon. He's got his own character. Why are you trying to take away his character to give him another one?
Meanwhile, Winter
Yeah.
Soldier was a person with a reputation that preceded him and has basically excluded him from society. If he took the mantle and did it his own way, I think there's so much more potential for that. I know people argue over this, like who should have had the shield. Should it have been Winter Soldier or Falcon? I'm firmly in the camp of Winter Soldier. I don't know how everyone else feels.
Yeah, same.
Bucky should have gotten it.
Yes.
I really like Sam as a character, and it's like I feel like you could do interesting things, but I feel like there's a lot more opportunities with Bucky to explore like the ideas behind what makes Captain America and like what makes a good soldier. It's just there's more to explore.
But it's kind of like a redemption story for Bucky as well, through the Winter Soldier element.
I would say that I understand the idea of giving it to Sam as like almost like the mantle, but not the shield. Like give the shield to
Someone
Bucky.
who could use it.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
could
I'm
use
okay.
it. That would be great, wouldn't it?
I
Give
give
it
it a-
to
I like when my stories make
Captain
sense.
Marvel. Give it to her. She deserves that.
She
what
could
I'm
throw the
saying
speed of light.
Title to it.
I need it. I want it.
Cool. Like I'm totally cool with Sam having the mantle, but like give Bucky the. But I wouldn't have minded if they gave it to Bucky, but also
just
just
think
give Bucky the shield.
Bucky doesn't have, like, everyone hates the Winter Soldier, as they should in this universe, because they don't know, you know? But if he was to be like, this is Captain America, the next guy, and you're like, who is he? And it's like, well, his identity is a secret for his own safety and the people he loves. And you're like, okay. And you can do a storyline where one day it's revealed, and they're like, that's the Winter Soldier? Like, yeah, he's not a bad person. It's like everyone thinks he is, because you have a whole storyline explaining all of it. I just think there's so much more potential there than giving it to Falcon, he's Falcon. He's got his own shit. I don't know. It feels weird.
Right, I guess you like it. You could just let Falcon be Falcon and then have it be that Bucky becomes the new Captain America. Wouldn't
Like
becomes the new
it's
Captain
not like you
America.
can't make it work, but I will be fucking scrutinizing the shit out of this TV show, like we've done with this one.
Well,
Yeah,
I
Trailers
don't-
look-
I
the
don't
this
see
one's
trailers
how-
look
held up
awful.
so well though.
I don't see how it could be worse. You know what I mean? Like I can't.
I
see how it
do.
could be-
Those trailers are dreadful.
I'm
Those trailers
not.
are
I'm not
so
optimistic.
generic.
Trust me, I am not optimistic about this
Oh.
show. Like
No.
WandaVision.
Surely it'll be better than WandaVision. Surely.
Well,
It'll be a
here's the
2
thing,
out
it
of 10
probably will
instead of the
be.
1.
Yeah.
I can't wait for their staring contest scene.
Well,
So-
I
The
think
word-
that
Oh,
it will be
God.
better because it won't be full of magic nonsense
Yeah,
bullshit.
it'll be normal
Like it'll be
people.
comprehensible.
Hopefully it'll be grounded.
No,
We're
it'd
dealing
be
with
full
two
of
characters.
staring contests and
But is that worse than
38-year-old men
magic
telling each
breaking
other,
the universe
you know,
though?
I'm better than you. No, I'm better than you.
I'll take it
I
over
would
not
lie.
understanding
I will
anything.
take that definitely. I
Who's
want
writing
Buddy
it?
Tell
Like,
me the
I don't
plan. Not gonna tell you the plan. Tell me the plan. Not gonna tell you the plan. Tell me the plan.
Actually, that might actually be a legit good joke because he jumps out of the thing and is winging it. That's the plan, maybe. If
Oh,
that's
did you
what
say
they-
he's winging it because he's Falcon?
Well, no,
Oh, I get it.
I think that's the joke. It's like, so you don't have a plan, and then he jumps out and he flies away with his massive wings. I think the plan is to wing it. I think that's a clever joke if that's what
Well,
they meant.
Ah.
But if he's Captain America, then he's not winging it because he's not Falcon anymore.
Captain
Well,
Falcon.
no, but he's still got wings.
I'm Captain America-ing it.
He's still got wings.
Look, I
Wait,
want
the
to
guy
wait
with the
until
shield
it's
is getting
out.
defensive?
I'm hoping that it will be fucking more coherent than WandaVision. All right, give me that.
I think it probably
I
will
think
be, right?
Who knows?
absolutely be
Who knows what they
coherent.
do? The fact that it's not got magic tied to it gives us a good start, right?
Oh, but then again, we're assuming it won't have magic tied to it.
Yeah.
And I
They
know it
did
seems
have
like
a
a safe
clip recently
assumption,
that
but-
referenced wizards, so I'm just gonna point that out.
The writer of Falcon and Winter Soldier has done Empire, written
Isn't Empire
episodes
like
of Empire.
It's like a music.
is that a
Yeah,
Music.
not-
Terrence Howard's in it.
who's somebody said I'm punching my keyboard. I haven't typed anything. What?
Truth be
Someone
told,
Punching, gosh.
that's probably me. Sorry. And Hip Hop Undercover, Empire, and Truth Be Told. So
Oh,
he's done
this
something.
is sounding a bit segregated.
Well,
So they're gonna give him Falcon because he's black.
they have a woman writing the woman. Yes.
Jesus, man, this is. Oh my god, this is it.
As
This is
somebody is-
segregation 101.
Somebody is mentioning that Empire was one with Juicy Smollett.
Oh, yeah.
Juicy Smollett.
It's kind of grown that reputation for
Did
being
you say
that.
Juicy Smollett?
Juicy Smollett.
Juicy
Is
Smollett.
that his rap name?
No, his name is
Juicy Smollett?
Okay, he's a famous French actor.
Juicy.
Best performance
Je suis-
on the
Je
streets
suis
of Chicago.
Smollett.
Yes.
All the
No,
people who
okay,
weren't
it's
actually
like
attacked say Je suis Smollett.
Coming back to that that scene, the blip scene, when you have the doctor telling her, your mum, she died, honey. It's like, oh my god, the potential, we can do this for everyone all over the world. We need like a movie that's strictly about civilians dealing with the blip. I would watch it.
Yes.
It would be great.
It would be interesting.
And you even like as she's reassembling from Spooky Dust, you hear quotes from Captain Marvel, and I think that was where the show was trying to tell us, like, you're not gonna like this by the end. Sorry. And you're like, oh.
Yeah.
She was sneaking in, you know, doing a sneak. And I think it was sad near the beginning of the stream, but episode 4 is where it, I think, starts to crash this show. One of the reasons I found being that they start repeating information to you quite a bit because they don't trust that you've even been able to like watch what we've seen so far. They're like, how could
Maybe those were for the writers as they were writing it to remind themselves as they went.
The
of
writer's
things they'd
notes
written.
became the dialogue.
it's like they put so much effort into explaining how any of the things we've seen so far are done, and it's like, man, that's all of the even like the anything I had to think about is already gone now. So like those parts of the episodes are already meh. As in like, oh, she found that helicopter. What does it mean? And it's like, well, she sent it in. And it's like, well, why wasn't it black and white when everything gets turned?
And a lot of the dialogue,
Oh, yeah,
as well.
yeah.
is
So
like-
that was that was nothing. Like they only had it in color to make us go, oh, it's in color. How strange. But everything's supposed to be era appropriate and converted when it goes through, so that didn't happen.
Except for those things, which, yeah, once again, another payoff that had us super interested that ultimately was contradicted and meant nothing.
And then they're like,
Hooray!
Yeah.
What about the blood? What did that mean? I forget.
it's not anything. It's
I was about to say,
No.
Beekeeper, he wasn't in color. He was in black and white.
yeah, the
even though-
beekeeper was black and white. Yeah.
And he wasn't a
Fucking
beekeeper.
flame.
Well, he was a beekeeper.
I feel like we skimmed over it really quickly, but Monica was pretty stupid to like put her hand on this weird force field goop.
Oh, I was gonna,
Yeah.
I was gonna get to that. So she sees the
No,
thing go in
be
and
brave.
disappear.
Get
Alien
superpowers.
Covenant levels are stupid.
Well, Wu is like, what are you doing? And then they do the thing where she just keeps going. She never justifies any of it. She's just like, I'm doing this. We
She
need
keeps
it to
going,
happen.
She's rewarded with super mega powers for her incredible bravery.
And
Well,
he
let's-
barely reacts at first. He's like, Monica,
let's talk about
Monica.
because we're tangenting everywhere, and I kind of like it, so I'm okay with it. So Monica walks in for no reason, because why the fuck? You see stuff disappearing in there, and everyone's minds getting erased apparently, and everyone in there is being forgotten about. All of that is very concerning, right? But then she comes out because Wanda found out she's not a part of this world, which is to me kind of weird in retrospect. It's like, well, nobody technically is. You change all their minds to be that, so why would? I guess she's like, your mind shouldn't have this information. It's like, so why don't you wipe it like you did everyone else's? Why are you treating us like she needs to leave? I thought the idea there was a little bit more interesting or intricate, like that anybody from outside Westview is something else. Maybe the people there aren't even people. You know, all the different ways this story could have gone, but it's literally just, nah, she just doesn't like her because she mentioned Ultron. Like, oh, but like anyone could potentially do
How would
that.
you ever break the conditioning though? Like, is there any?
Well, this is the thing. Throughout the show, they all partially break it sometimes here and there. And
Sometimes they don't. Yeah.
there's no reasoning for it other than just, well, it's, you know, just kind of, yeah, here and there, just sort of happens. You're like, all right. So fast forward to knowing that you have to pass through the barrier 3 times, question mark, to get superpowers. So nobody in the show passes through it 3 times other than Monica. So they're covered with that, but everybody travels through it at least once. So everyone's
guess, do they
cells
get-
are fucked on a
Do they
molecular
have weak
level.
superpower? I can't even say weak superpowers. Just they
No,
just
I know,
get
yeah.
decently powerful superpowers.
I think the best you could give them is that if you get sucked in once, nothing changes, and if you get forcefully ejected, then things get a little floompy. And then if you go in the 3rd time, you get superpowers.
It's
What happens if
fucking-
you go in a 4th time?
It's stupid.
I-
You turn to
I don't
jelly,
know.
like full on.
You just become
Yeah.
a deity.
Yeah,
You
you
become the
dog.
blob.
It's really lame. It's the exact same shit they did in Captain Marvel, where it's like they have superpowers because reasons. You're like, this doesn't really have any connective tissue at all. Like, I don't see how any of this works in any way.
powers
And I
aren't
know
derived from the central journey. No.
someone might be like, well, when has it ever made sense? Getting hit with gamma rays, getting bit by a radioactive spider. I'm just like, I don't know. These things seem to have a lot more connective tissue than force field that everyone
Yeah,
else is passing through
radioactivity
too.
alters the structure of your
Yeah,
body.
and spider bites do
Um,
actually do
super-
shit to you.
Like super serum injections. Like we inject people with things to literally make them stronger. That's real. So that's intuitive. It sort of follows from logic.
I think it's just think about all of the sort of main characters we've had so far. So Iron Man builds his suit after he realizes that the weapons that he created were being used for evil purposes. So it's like, oh, that's pretty cool. Captain America earns the right to become a super soldier because he is of good moral fiber. He is just a good man. Thor has to earn his powers back by learning to have some humility. And of course, Bruce
Doctor
Banner gets his
Strange.
powers by doing experiments that he, you know, it was his experiments that he was doing. Doctor Strange, his hands got destroyed, so he had to learn how to create magic. I guess Ant-Man's a little bit less, but even Ant-Man's got like more of a connection.
It's similar to Cap in terms of he was given the suit because they believe that he's the right man for the job, sort of
And
thing.
then even if you do like the whole Spider-Man thing, it's like, yeah, it was coincidence though, not that he shot an engine and then it splashed him in
Yeah.
space goo.
This is the thing. These are all accidents that like have nothing to do with their journeys. Captain Marvel didn't even know
And-
why she shot that engine. She was like, I don't know,
Yeah,
to keep it
and-
from you guys having it. It's like, what is it? What do you even think
And-
that means?
And I think the big thing is like, how do you? So a radioactive spider bites Spider-Man, so he gets spider powers. Okay, I shot a space engine from the Tesseract, therefore I can shoot lasers out of my hands and survive the space.
And travel at
and,
the
like,
speed of
Monica-
light.
And I'm invulnerable, and I can travel
Uh-huh.
faster than light now.
And
There are a few
Monica's
connective
like,
dots missing here.
Yeah, and as for Monica,
a
you're like,
lot.
well, if you guys didn't know that she was gonna have superpowers, right? And you said she went through the barrier 3 times and she gained powers. What do you think they would be? It's like, I have no idea. I don't know
so I
what.
don't know.
I'd have to think about it, honestly.
Meanwhile, like a spider, what could you imagine? Like maybe some kind of like ability to crawl onto surfaces that would be unusual. Maybe like webbing is involved in some way. Maybe heightened senses. I don't know. Those
Proportional
things-
strength.
Yeah, that could be.
Yep.
And to me, it just comes across as like, I don't know. They worked a little harder to make this light up instead of so now because she went through the barrier 3 times, she can travel at the speed of presumably sound. I don't know how fast she can travel, but it's really
Like,
fucking fast.
if she could create force fields, I could buy it. Like, if she went through the force field and could create now barriers and force fields to protect people, I can understand that. But she's got these vague I can now let bullets shit out my ass powers. And,
Yep.
you know,
I would
and
guess-
my eyes glow, and I can do superhero landing pose now. What?
If I was going to give her power, give her the power to like create barriers.
Yeah,
what's
because
up?
it would make at least
That's
more
sort
sense.
of sense. Yeah, like I passed through this magical barrier 3 times, which is the magic number. So I get to like
Well, I could
create. I
believe-
can do like Violet from The Incredibles. I could like create force field barriers.
And I could deal with she has the ability to pass through walls or something as well, maybe.
Yeah.
Be like, yeah, that sort of lines up. She can turn to jelly.
Something involving barriers and walls. You know.
She can move really fast. She can see energy in the world, I guess. It's not really clear what that
Sight
is.
really weird. She's like seeing energy and electricity. It's like, oh, okay, that doesn't really go anywhere.
And yeah, and she can turn to jelly.
She's bulletproof because she's not even like bulletproof. The bullets go into her and then
And
they
then-
slow down and they go out of her
Well,
the other side.
It's a really thick jelly. Like it's like sludge. It's like MCU sludge in a person.
That's an
It becomes
incredibly
Buddy
useful
from
power that isn't
Mythbusters.
very sexy.
It's a weird power that she didn't know she had. Well, you know what? I should save that conversation. We could do it now, I guess. I was coming up with this last night, and I did it with Fringy, so he's not going to be able to do it this time around. But basically, I guess I'll describe the events of the scene, and then it'll be up to you guys to see if you can spot all of the flaws, at least the ones that I found, and then we can add more to them if you want. But it's like a fun little a sort of guessing game, I would suppose. So I've got, I think, 10. So the scene goes that Wanda's children managed to mind control the soldiers in the area to not fire their weapons and also take their weapons from them. And then Hayward, seeing this, gets out of his truck and shoots. And before anyone comments or anything, right, I'm just describing the events as are. He shoots, and Monica says no and gets in the way. The bullets go through her, sludge-wise. And then we're at the point where Hayward is like, oh my goodness, and then tries to leave. If you guys remember that scene, I'm going to put on screen all of the issues as I saw them, and see between you if you can guess them all. We'll do it like a little, I'll just tick them as I go. Everyone who's watching the stream can see them.
It's like
You guys
Family
aren't allowed to
Feud.
look, alright? You guys got to try and guess them all.
What? We can't look.
Yeah, don't
Are we
look at it. Well,
No,
I'm going to put all of the
okay.
issues as I found them on the screen, and so chat can see them, and I will cross them off as they're guessed
Oh,
by the
okay.
panel.
So I won't look. Okay, won't look. Come on.
Alrighty. So,
Okay.
We can't look at the scene or the list.
oh, you can look at the scene if you want, just don't look at the stream.
Oh, okay.
Don't look at the screen.
yeah,
Okay,
I don't
okay.
have the stream.
So,
up. Yeah, I
um,
got my chat covering it.
Yeah, there's a whole, this should be fun, alright? So chat, you
Okay.
can sort of
He's
see
shooting.
them.
He's shooting between the
I
children. Is like
I
the first
shall
one. that I-
Not readjusting his aim, like he shoots in the middle of them and then he keeps shooting at Monica, even
So
though
I
he could
guess
readjust and murder the children that
the,
way.
the criticism there would be that he's like missing all of his shots almost
Yeah,
deliberately.
he is.
Yeah.
There's a couple
Yeah.
things specifically with the gun. Firstly, the slide is CGI, I think. They didn't just marvel with
doesn't-
their gajillions of dollars. They didn't give him blanks to shoot, which would have been very, very convincing. The slide is just sort of CGI. Not only that, but he seems to be surprised that he can run out of bullets. And also, the slide doesn't lock back when he empties the last shot, when he's clearly using a Glock. Big oversight.
Why didn't the
Um,
kids take his gun if they took everyone else's gun?
Exactly. Yep, that was my
Why
next
didn't
one.
they-
Yeah, that was
Why
that
wasn't
didn't
he
use
frozen
Naruto?
if everyone else was frozen?
Yep.
Why did Monica Rambeau decide to shit the bullets out of her asshole?
Yeah.
I
Why
would
didn't the
categorize
speedy
that
one run
one-
away?
I would categorize that one as just she had no idea that was a power she had, and it's something that enables everything to happen. It's
Yeah.
kind
Why
of.
did her eyes glow blue?
I guess
Why
that's
is
just
yours
what
killing
happens.
the
Why does
children
she
in the first
value
place?
the lives of like they're not even lives? Why did she understands that these kids are inventions of Wanda's powers in her mind? They're not real. Why would
Mhm.
she put her? Why would she essentially risk her life? I guess she believed that she would die to
Yep.
protect
Yep.
these kids.
Yeah.
which you
Fake
wouldn't have.
children.
He's got like a dozen plus shots. He would have just shot you and then them.
How does he think he can hit the speedy one if the speedy one can move faster than the
Yeah,
speed
Why
of bullets?
again? Also, why didn't the
Good
speedy
one.
one take out his
Move.
gun before he
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
shooting?
Yep. What you could have.
How come
Or
the
just,
one who
or
could
just
see
flick
visions?
the bullets out the air like we already saw about 7 years ago in an X-Men movie with Evan Peters.
Did the one who could see visions? Did he not? Did he not see them coming? Did he not know that this guy would be coming out to shoot
Yeah.
him?
I've summarized them as just neither of the children do anything with all of the power they have for some reason.
Where's
at the-
Wanda? Where's
Wanda's,
Vision?
I guess, fighting Agnes?
Wanda's
I guess
fighting
Vision's
Agatha with
other
Vision's
Vision?
fighting Come Vision, yeah.
Which is
Okay.
weird. You think that they would be a lot more protective
Vishcom.
of the kids in
Vishcom.
that situation?
Why is he shooting children?
Excellent.
I don't know if we got
Yeah.
that. That seems really out of the
Because he's
out
evil.
of character because he's
I'm
just.
evil. I'm just going to shoot children now.
What does
Why
he
are these
have to
children a
gain?
threat
man?
to him?
He doesn't know if they're real children or fake children.
He
Yeah,
can
no,
take out his men. Admittedly, that's like
the
okay,
most.
maybe.
It doesn't work
They
though.
haven't harmed any of them.
He's-
They've been pacified. They haven't been killed.
There's no reason to
Yeah,
shoot them. It's
There's
I
too
no
love-
much,
reason to shoot
yeah.
him at all.
I love how he looks so dumbfounded when he runs out of bullets. Ooh,
that's-
gun no
Yeah.
go boom.
Gun no how bullet. Why gun no bullet shoot fire?
So when a
He thought
chat
he had
I
asks,
to
want
would
to
eat him
catch
like
a
Monica,
cheat
bullet
on.
from asshole.
someone in chat's asking, would Monica die to save Sparky?
I hope so. I hope so.
It was Agatha all
Oh,
along.
no.
I've only got 3 left, and they might not be
Ooh, this-
considered. But go ahead, keep shooting if you can think of anything.
Why don't any of them do anything to stop him driving away?
That one, I'm considering him driving away is like moving on to the next. I'm cutting it off at him looking at his gun, being surprised he's out of bullets, which is one of them. That's where I'll say this.
What was he actually arrested for? Are we too past? Are we getting a bit?
Like I
too
said,
past
we can talk about it in a bit, but that's outside of this scene, I would say.
Let me take a look here.
So the
Okay.
soldiers
'Cause
do
I've only
not have
seen it
guns at
one-
this point. The
seen
other
it the one
soldiers.
time.
Yeah,
like
I don't want to look at the screen though because I don't want to see the list.
Why didn't
yeah,
Kat
I'm-
Dennings?
Why?
just
Why?
going off
Yeah.
the
Where
name.
did Kat Dennings come from? How did she
Again,
get through the
that's-
barrier?
it's funny
Why
because-
didn't she stop him with her tits?
There's like
That is-
6
why
more
didn't she
issues as soon as we
get
move
out?
past this. I was gonna say I don't want to make you guys like desperately try and figure out what I've picked up, so I may as well just say this. So one of the last ones I've got is which we kind of covered. It's just like how the fuck does she travel at the speed of light? Like that's just suddenly a new power she has, which is kind of covered with the jelly stuff. If the children can like be torn to pieces and reassembled, like why would we care that they're gonna get shot? And why would he think that that's gonna do anything? Why would any
Well, he
like
didn't-
why is it?
No, the fake,
Why would
though.
Wanda let them have the ability
that-
to get shot? is
So
the
yeah, I was gonna
question
say
there,
from an audience perspective and from the kids, like why would bullets do anything to them? Why are the stakes high for us in that point? And then simultaneously, if he doesn't know that those children are like a assembly people, that just makes everything he's doing worse. What the fuck is he up to? With the whole killing children, which you guys mentioned.
Justify that. Isn't his end game to like be known as a hero? If he's known
Yep.
as killing the kids, that's gonna like ruin everything, right?
They will call him child killer.
Another
Oh, they're
significant
not,
one.
they're not real kids, so it's fine.
Another significant one. I
Fake
reckon.
child
kind of,
killer.
yeah.
The
He
strong.
still doesn't know that. He still
Yeah.
doesn't know.
Haywood empties the mag. That means he shot every single bullet, even after the first one went
Another
through
Glock
Rambo.
17, right?
Why did he
Isn't that
There's a
continue?
bunch. That Glock he has probably holds
Yeah,
like
yeah.
16
Why-
rounds.
Why did he continue shooting when Rambo was in the way? That's one of his soldiers.
Why
technically
wouldn't he
speaking.
just move the gun to the left or the right
Why
and
wouldn't
shoot the
he?
kids?
Why the fuck does he want to kill her?
This is like
She's
Doomsday's
annoying.
lasers again.
She's annoying.
She's annoying.
She's annoying and
Because
she's
she
been
stole
annoying ever
lots
since
of
she came out of
things
the.
and-
But like,
Oh, because she assaulted his men.
well, funnily
And-
enough,
and
he
there's
wouldn't
never any
know about
repercussions for
that
that.
because they got
Nope.
converted into clowns. So, oh well. But
Everyone in the show got converted to clowns.
yeah, he was the only one. He
Yeah.
escaped before even finding out that any of that happened. I
Clown
guess.
world.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just gonna say, like, imagine fires that first one. It's like in a slow motion. It slips through like the jelly. He has to go boom, 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 boom. He has to continue firing while seeing her, and then get upset because he ran out of bullets. Like, why was he so hell bent on killing her? What the fuck? Because most of the bullets don't even hit the children. They're all heading to her.
Yeah, they're hitting. I'm looking at the scene right now. They would have gone right between the kids.
Yep. It's almost like he
that's the
wanted to
thing.
kill
He
her.
shoots
It's
between
like,
them
why is
so
this
he could hit
happening?
Monica 16 times without just moving the gun and putting one in each kid just to make sure. You still got 14 for
Oh, he's
Monica
got
if
one.
you really wanted to.
And then-
Positive racist.
That takes some
Yeah.
effort. You'd
One
imagine
kid stops the bullet. And
You
then
could
he's
go.
like, whoop it
And the last one I've got is
Are we going to go with unconscious bias here? Is that what we're going to go?
yes,
with?
that's systematic racism. I think that's
the last one I've got is
No,
a
he's a
nitpick,
villain.
but-
He has conscious bias.
Oh, yeah.
good point.
The
There
last one
you
I've
go.
got for but it's a nitpick. Is just like, why did her outfit turn to jelly as well? Like, how does that? Why is it that we're in a world where shows
Because the
think
outfit went through the barrier.
Yeah, but so does that mean that in future films when she turns into jelly, like there'll be bullet
Also,
holes?
what-
No,
the
there's
outfit
no way.
gained jelly power, like that can turn on
And
whenever
also,
she turns it
her
on?
outfit only went through once. She didn't
Yep.
wear the same outfit.
Yeah, like, I don't
She
think-
did not.
It's stupid movie.
Well, the outfit is less complex than a human being, so it only takes one pass through to give it powers.
But the other one didn't have
So-
that happen.
So
The
here's
other
the
one
thing.
didn't have
I
jelly.
don't know what to say.
She walked through a barrier. She got positively affirmed. Everybody, if you go look at the closed captions, it's all like, "You're the best. You are the best of the best, the most stunning person ever." So there's that symbolism
17
right there.
shots of her standing up.
Yep.
And
And
so, yeah, oh
she
God,
is
yeah.
now like the number 3 most powerful superhero in the MCU with absolutely undefined powers. Again, just gobbledygook light powers. I mean, she has explained powers in the comic books that have changed like 7 times in the last 20 years. But
of course.
Something about the electromagnetic
The
light
3
spectrum or
most
something.
powerful characters in the MCU now
MCU.
all have undefined wibbly wobbly powers.
Yeah, it's
Whereas, at least with the Avengers, the characters, the Hulk, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, even, there was a definition of their power.
I guess
Yeah.
that would be the
And
thing of, like,
limits.
what is the point of having a team? It's like, well, the point
Yeah.
of having a team is generally to have people with different skill sets. I mean, it's kind of like Fantastic Four is probably the clear example of that, right? Each of them have like one core ability that they have, and all of them are complementary, or like it's nobody is encroaching on everybody else. Whereas it's like Captain Marvel and Monica kind of are almost like exactly, they might as well be the same except for the jelly thing. It feels like they're just both
Yeah.
indestructible, can fly and
Generic
like, shoot.
superheroes.
Yeah, generic it is.
There's no
as you-
defined limitations or anything. There's nothing like unique even about how their powers operate. It's just kind of like the same gobbledygook.
Yeah,
Blame-
they have wibbly wobbly kind of powers, just sort of whatever. They can do so much.
on the that scene we were just talking about.
Anything nowadays.
Blame wanted it said that Haywood shooting the twins is justified. They're using lethal force on his men. Standard rules of engagement will always allow that. His men are now defenseless, and the twins have control of weapons and powers. It's not about whether or not it would be procedurally allowed. It's obviously an ethical complaint about his character. He immediately gets on just like if a child has like a butcher's knife and is running around the room screaming or something. You'd be like, well, they could hit someone. They could kill someone. It's like, yeah, but most humans would be like, how do we do that? It's a kid. You know?
You don't just get your gun and shoot the fucking kid.
Yeah, like it is bizarre that he would do that. It comes across as fucking wrong. It's just like he's like not. He doesn't have the look on his face of like, this is something I have to do. It's more so, why aren't you dying?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And usually you aim at the threat.
All the other
Educate your
kids I
son.
shot died.
Educate your sons.
Did they even use lethal force?
Well, you can
I
call
don't
it.
think so.
You can call
they
it
just are in this
violence.
weird area of they've taken the power away.
Well, that's the other thing. If you're observing the situation, they make the men unable to shoot them. And so to be like, yeah, but they at any moment could turn all the guns on us and shoot us. I'd just be like, I mean, well,
But
this
I think I feel like they
They
would
would have done that by now, surely.
like they clearly, and they like high five and they're like, woohoo, you know. And it's like these kids aren't a threat. They're just trying to prevent you from shooting their parents.
They're just
Which-
dicks.
Yeah, and themselves, I guess, as well. They don't want to get shot. They can't turn into goop like
And-
Monica.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think you could have had a hyper villainous character decide to. Well, here's an example. I think Mysterio, when he decides that if he doesn't kill these teenagers, then the word will get out potentially that he's fooling the world about his position as a hero, and so he gets really pissed off and says, "I'm gonna have to kill them." He doesn't want to, but if he's gonna protect the illusion, if you will, that's a hell of a lot stronger than these kids.
These kids have just protected themselves from my army of armed soldiers. I'm gonna have to kill them.
That Mysterio cared more about killing kids than this guy. This like agent for the government. It's like, wow, that's a thought.
Yep.
And by the way,
And has
like,
risen his way up through, became director, had to know Nick Fury, probably been there for 2 decades,
yeah,
just flipped.
and at least Mysterio is a villain. Like, Hayward's confusing. He's a guy who is trying to do the right thing for the world by getting control over Vision and saving these people from Wanda. You're like, okay, I understand. He starts doing all these weird things, and it's like, this could only be explained if he was just a straight up bad guy. And it's like, he is. You're like, he is? What do you mean? Why?
Wait a second.
What?
Also, Agnes
We're
is the
missing a
villain
few
too.
steps
You're
here.
like, what? Stop. Wanda's all right though. Stop it. Stop.
It was Agatha all along.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
I even killed Sparky too.
Yeah, if I was to
the
tweak
dog
the scene,
killer.
and you need it to be that Hayward is defeated, it's like, I guess you do that to all of his men. I don't know, I think you have to have him be defeated with an argument, instead of him trying to shoot you, you block the bullets, and then you ram a car into him. Like,
It's good timing that she was there to ram the car into him as well.
that's...
Oh,
Well,
Very good time.
Where
I suppose moving on to that, yeah, it's all terrible. And it's so cartoony. She's like, you're going to jail, bud. And he's like,
Oh,
no.
God.
Oh,
no,
and
like
I
he
wouldn't
doesn't
have
even
got,
try
I
to
would
get
have
out
gotten
of
away
the
with
car.
it too if it wasn't for
If
you
it weren't for you pesky
kids.
kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because in the after
Violent
credits,
kids and your dog too.
Trying to free
Oh.
people from entrapment.
in the after
God.
credits, you see him getting taken away, and it's like, "Baha, you pesky boy, you going to jail." And then you're just like, "What? What was the conversation?" Like, we came in to try and save people, and then Wanda used all of her powers to mind control my men. You could even say myself.
Yeah, what's
There's
the
no
charge?
records of this. This is the thing. If we let's talk about Hayward, I guess. So, like,
You could say, even though he was shooting kids, at least his defense could be, we were under attack from metahumans that were disguised as kids, but they were constructs, so we don't know if they were children or if they were malevolent. So
And-
Yeah, and they
yeah, he could make
enslaved
this
this
argument.
entire town of people, and they were
We have the
keeping them
benefit-
hostage and torturing them.
we have the benefit of seeing it all as it happened, but if you're describing this event, like, they took all of our weapons and mind controlled us, I had a chance to take a shot and I did it. Like, well,
Like,
It wouldn't even be
man,
murder,
you know,
it's
that's not
attempted murder.
unreasonable.
why were you arrested? I don't know. Okay.
So yeah, Hayward from start to finish, it seems to be, he wants Vision's body, he wants to recreate the weapon to use it against potential future threats. Like, well, that's fine with me. Like, but Vision was a person, you have to respect that he doesn't want his body to be used that way. It's like, right, well, that's just going to get into, that's a whole movie right there. Like, if you want to go into, like, the ethics of whether or not his bodily autonomy should be respected in death when he's a $3 billion hyper weapon project that's, like, more powerful than anything we have on Earth, I don't know. Hayward has
I
obviously
almost
chosen.
feel like that's Vision. Like, it's a hit on his character to say that, no, you can't do anything with my body. Yeah, it could help you immensely in
I
ways
imagine it just
I
comes
couldn't
back
even
to
believe,
he
but-
doesn't trust they would use it. He might be like, I'm uncomfortable with what you might do with it, but at the same time, dude, like, Earth was almost destroyed by Thanos recently. Like, what do you?
That's the whole point of, like, the Avengers, is that we're outgunned and everything, and we need the advantages we can get.
And so, yeah, and I guess it leads us to again, this should be a discussion. We should have characters fighting on both sides. This could be a whole thing, but it's not. Instead, it's Vision didn't want you to do that.
If you will.
Yeah, and instead we've got Vision didn't want you to do that, and you did it. So I would say the show from the get-go is like, he's evil. Look at him, he's tearing Vision's body apart. It's like, well, I mean, he's a machine. Like, I don't,
It's just it is a body.
I don't know how to
isn't
feel
Vision.
about it. I'm
That's
like,
not Vision.
there are reasons to do this. There are reasons to study it. There are reasons to try and reassemble it, especially in trying times such as the 5-year gap.
Avengers reassemble.
Yes.
discussing like how there's a lot of technology involved with him. There's like revolutionary stuff that's like worth studying. So it's like there's reasons for why he's doing it. It's not because he's just evil.
Yeah, this is a big deal. It's not just we get more technology. You know, it's like that means a lot. You know, it's like the economy's not just a number. Like, technology allows for all kinds of different things. And to deny people the ability to advance in that kind of way, that's shaky territory.
Blaine was going on to say as well, there will be combat situations in real life. It's not fun to think about where you might actually have to shoot a child before they can, do something to you. And this thing, Evan, you showed with Southpaw me Extraction, right? And there is a moment in that film
Fucking Rambo.
where he's killing lots of enemy soldiers, but one of them he realizes right before killing them is like, I don't even know how old they are. They're like in their teens, I guess, younger.
8 or 10, like they're pretty
super
young.
young. And he opts to personally to disarm them, and then like I don't know if he knocks them out or he doesn't kill them. Is the point? Now that's strictly what I'm judging this from. It's not whether or not he'd be justified procedurally or in a court or whatever. I'm looking at the character in the scene, and if Chris Hemsworth in that scene had decided to shoot the kid, I don't think I would have actually been like, well, that's ridiculous. He would never do that. I would have been more like, that was tough. That was something he had to do because the kid was about to shoot him. That sort of logic. But with Haywood, it's so weird. He doesn't even look like he understands what's happening. And his men, like I said, have been disabled from being able to shoot these people. The kids are like joyfully celebrating their defeat of the evil soldiers. And then he's just like, boom, 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 boom.
It's hard to see what's going through his mind. Like, it doesn't seem like he's trying to save his men or anything like that. He just shows up with the gun and shoots, and he's got
But
this.
they had to make him evil.
Those are the
They
things
did because they needed
the
a
reason for the
villain
scene.
for Monica Rambo to defeat.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I would have preferred it if the scene was like he has all these men, he's talking to them on his thing, and gradually, one by one, they're all getting mind controlled and disabled to the point where they may even be aiming the guns at fellow soldiers.
Yeah.
And he's like, and you can see him stressed out, and he's like, I've got to shoot them, and he does. But then Monica gets in the way.
You could have had a.
There's way more interesting things that could have happened here. Way more.
They had the potential for a really like interesting scene where the kids, because they're just kids, and this is like a combat situation with guns and soldiers, and they think it's like cool and fun and nifty, and so they like take the guns and start pointing them at people with their powers, and then they just get lit up by him. And it's supposed to be like this. Oh my goodness gracious! Oh, these kids just got shot because that's what happens.
Ambiguous. They don't want to.
Yeah,
no, they're terrified of that.
And this is what I think. I think the motivation behind it was we have to make Haywood super duper evil.
To make him irredeemable.
And this is the thing. I think if they'd made it a complicated situation where he was absolutely justified to have shot the children, the showrunners would feel they failed. When we would be like, "Well, what an interesting dramatic scenario."
Yeah, how cool it is that they were willing to do this, and we can have something to talk about and explore.
Or
So
a
it's
compelling
terrified of those
dilemma.
kinds of things.
Just make it nice and generic.
Yeah, and so I guess we're with Haywood. So that's his initial thing. He finds out Wanda wants the body, and he even has concerns that she'll reanimate him. He like makes allusions to that, and then he's just like, "Let me show you something. Your loved one's corpse in pieces." What? Why? It's so weird. And then she
See, we're
smashes the
using the
window.
bandsaw on this part.
I don't know if like
a lot.
I don't know if he wanted to piss her off.
Egg her on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of thought he was trying to get her to reanimate him.
It's kind of like showing your loved one, like Dexter Morgan, cutting up their corpse in order to appease them.
It's literally that. They're sawing him at the time. It's like what? Why? Yeah, it's so weird.
Or the writer just think, I'm going to use their language here. The baseline is all males are toxic, and that's just what that's just what a man would do.
Well, the show definitely doesn't provide any kind of like sense that what they're doing is reasonable. They're like, it's horrifying. Look at them. It's like, I mean, I don't know how to. I'm trying to think of like a story
I feel
in
like
real
you're
life.
not prepared to have these conversations, showmaker person.
If we had a future where mechanical organs, like fully functioning mechanical organs, were a thing, but they don't depreciate over time, they're like, that's the level of technology. And I think Repo Men is kind of where my brain's going, because this will be relevant in a second. So if I had like
With Dan
two
Haggerty?
mechanical kidneys and maybe a mechanical stomach or something. But unfortunately, I'm in a car accident, my head goes through into something, just fucking smashed, but my body's still intact. If they were like, we need those kidneys back because we can save people's lives with them, I'd be like, I mean, yeah.
Oh, Repo Man.
So,
I thought you were
now-
talking about Repo Man. Sorry.
Oh, it's Repo. I think that is. Wait, there's a couple of them, right? There's the original, and then there's a few remakes. Repo. This the Repo Man, Repo Man, Repo Man. Yeah.
The
Repo Jake.
film from the 80s, and then I guess it's Repo Men, right? Where
Right.
yeah, okay.
So like I not saying that's the same situation, but there's a conversation to be had, right? And we just don't get it. Instead, like
And
yeah,
also,
Vision.
his body is remarkably intact considering it's been around for 5
Yeah.
years, and only now they're taking the limbs apart and stuff. It's
Yep.
Yeah, well, I think we
strange.
mentioned that. Like, I don't see how this only
Yeah, I
started
did
up
earlier.
now. Should have been
It's
ages
weird.
ago. There's a missing storyline there. Did someone prevent them from getting his body for 5 years? Was it like Tony? Did Tony?
That sounds interesting.
Like anything after Endgame is going to have to be preceded by hours-long discussion of the blip.
I mean, this is
5,
the thing.
you know.
I love their work on Civil War, but Russo's, what the fuck? You made a 5-year gap where the most significant events of this world took place, and you didn't tell anybody what they were. What the hell?
Do you think there would be a roadmap or something? Just anything they would have given to future people?
The world would descend into I mean, look at us over a pandemic. If half the world just went missing the next day.
The problem is that I mean, fundamentally, the snap. That's like, dude, society like is forever changed. A lot of countries are crumbling. Like, this is chaos.
They just act
That's
like
a story in
everyone
of itself.
figured
What
it
happened
out.
when half the people disappeared?
It's absolutely a story in and of itself. You probably could have made 3 movies.
I think they should have. Just
have
with the
Infinity
Avengers
War, and
licking
then
their wounds.
yeah, and then the
Yeah.
middle one is like the consequences of it, and then
Yeah,
Endgame. Instead
Well,
of
we
having time
saw.
travel.
We've already seen it. We had leftovers.
Yeah.
The
Because I always argue that the Infinity War and Endgame stuff should have been a trilogy, and like that middle chapter should have been like Avengers Aftermath or something, where it's just them trying to pull everything
Well,
back together.
I think I think
Mhm.
I think you could, because Endgame sucks. And you could salvage Endgame.
I like
by,
Endgame. I like Endgame.
I mean that
No,
film's
it's
got
not as
so
good as
many
Infinity War, but I still think it's an
No.
enjoyable film.
I understand why people enjoy it. I'm more appealing to just like that. I think that there's a lot that's wrong with it, and I think that you can easily fix it by, one, we need to see the consequences of the snap. We need to treat it seriously, and maybe spend a lot of time on that, and maybe Tony and Cap's relationship, and then like Endgame can be them actually trying to solve the problem, but no time travel, please. Just something else. I don't know.
Yeah. It makes me wonder as well with the Tony aspect. I don't think he would have given Vision up. He has a vague level of a friendship with Vision, and he also cares about him being someone who'd probably be potentially torn apart by a government. And then I could picture Tony being invested in trying to repair him, and we discover that good old Sword have the potential to bring Vision back online. So I imagine Tony does. And
Yeah.
why wouldn't
jar-
he have done all of that himself in the time between?
Because he
And they were
gave
getting
up.
close as well in Wakanda. They were getting close to allowing him to function autonomously without the stone. So why not just
Well,
just
here's the thing.
Yeah.
We're told that Vision doesn't, because this is what I thought it was. Fringy, I guess you'll find this interesting. I don't think it's Vision giving him his memories of Vision over. It's him unlocking Vision. He says like your visions are behind, your memories are behind a wall in your head, and presumably Haywood put it up.
Oh,
Meaning,
Like using
man.
recovery software to get like
yeah, like he's
deleted
unlocked his
files.
memories when he touches his head. That does that somehow. I don't fucking know how. But like, the point being, you can recreate Vision without the stone, is what they're
We
saying.
know that, yes, because but also didn't. Yeah, but we knew that, right? Didn't Shuri say
Well,
that,
Yeah,
like,
sure,
yeah,
he was
but-
going to
but-
remove the stone while keeping his
Like, didn't you do
What
it to
I'm
Liam?
saying is
brain
that
intact.
yeah, what I'm saying is that it was pulled out, and so the idea is like, well, it would have
Oh, yeah,
happened,
well,
but you know,
game
you've
over.
taught, yeah, you've ruined your chance. But it's like, no, you haven't actually. You just need to repair him,
Man.
which kind of takes
It's
away
like-
from his death, doesn't it?
Like that seemed to be final. It seemed to be like their one chance was to get the stone out, and then maybe they would like the best parts of Vision would remain. But now it's like no, without the stone, you could just make them again. It's like
All
That
the
sucks.
deaths have been undone. All the deaths
Yeah.
have been undone. It's
Well.
wonderful.
Loki again, yay!
You know, all the deaths in Endgame are still there, right? You know, because Cap and Iron Man contractually don't want to return. That's the only reason they're staying
I
dead.
like the idea that that's the only way that they're dead, as if it's like, no, I'm done. Ah, damn it, we can't make more money off of you. All right.
Yeah, I don't know if it's definitely been said outside of this stream, but the Loki death was significant, the Gamora death was significant, and the Vision death was significant. All three of them are back in some way. So really can fuck with your perception of Infinity War if you rewatch it, 'cause you'll be like, well, they'll be fine. Just keep them.
Anyone?
Black Widow's dead. She's still dead.
She's got her own movie.
Which is going to be absolutely. I have no interest in watching. Why do I want to watch a movie about someone that's now dead?
For me, it's like I'm curious how much they're going to damage the timeline.
Die? Of course, she's not going to fucking die because we know that. So what's the stakes?
Maybe they'll fuck with the stakes for me are how much they're going to damage the MCU with it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh
True.
God.
True.
They could explore a little bit of what happened after Civil War. That might be nice, like seeing her on the run. But
This film should have been her and Hawkeye. This should have been the film where Hawkeye is sent to kill her.
Yeah.
And instead of killing her, he decides not to. He decides to take a chance on her and give her the benefit of the doubt. This should be the story of the beginning of her redemption and somebody believing in her and her friendship, her bond that she has with Hawkeye that takes them through right to Infinity War, where they literally fight each other for the honor of dying in the other person's place.
No,
we're not. We're gonna get fucking what's-a-majiggy in a suit going, look at me, I'm kind of fat, but I still fit in my suit. Laugh, joke, MCU joke.
You call him Fat Russian.
Yeah,
that's what we're gonna get. We should have had the Budapest story. That's what we should have had.
Yeah, but we need new movies. We need future movies, all right? We need to set up the new Black Widow.
But that would have been such a cool story.
Yeah, it would have been, but we're
not in
the business of cool stories. We're in the business of money.
This is Disney we're talking about.
Yeah.
We don't do that here.
We don't do cool stuff. We do, man, look, I'm fat, I fit suit though. I'm funny, laugh with MCU.
What are those?
Audience.
Excellent
We
comedy.
do
top
bad
tier.
memes.
Moving on with Haywood, because I do want to make a few more points about him, right? Like, Sword's operation outside of the dome is retarded. Like,
yes.
The first we see of them is obviously her pooping the drone in. That's a basic thing that I'm totally okay with. When we see the whole base is set up, this camera, it pans around and it shows 3 or 4 more drones going in and just never coming back. Basically implying, ever since Monica disappeared with the knowledge from Wu about the drone, they've just been walking drones into the thing and losing them forever. Just consistently. It's like, okay, you might want to stop doing that, guys. It's called a pattern. You might want to try something else. For example, all of the things Monica comes up with, because she's the only person with a brain, apparently. She's like, let's figure out what the barrier has in terms of, like, energy and try and find things that are resistant to it. And she says, I need something that's lined with, and then mentions a bunch of materials. You would assume that you'd create some kind of maybe block of that and then push it forward on a pole and see if it, like, make a drone out of it, whatever, but they never do that. Interestingly, with her truck that she has specifically made for her by people who aren't loyal to Haywood is how it's is described.
I guess they're just around and they are a utility that can be accessed just freely and they ask nothing in return.
They're
And
loyal
just,
to her mother,
This is all
you
under
see.
the radar, I guess. And this is after Monica and, company beat up those people and escaped.
Oh yeah, I'm getting to, I'm trying to find a way to, like, so specifically why I'm bringing up that truck is that it has like a glass pane in front of it for her to see through, and it's like, wait, isn't that gonna get converted?
Yep.
And they're all curious as to why it doesn't work. I presume they try to, because like there's tires on it, and it's like, why won't the tires go through? It's like, because they're tires.
How quickly did they
rubber?
make it? Did they just like have this like very unique design ready to go, like 3D print it or something?
I thought the implication was that they actually created it for her, which is even worse, because how do you keep all this off the books?
It's just great that they made the base for the people who got kicked out to go to and do their own thing.
Yep.
That thing cost as much as Vision did. I mean...
Yeah, it's all absurd. And she came up with all of it. The Sword doesn't try any of this. They're pathetic, like, throughout this whole thing. They don't try anything obvious. They try to send a guy, right, down into the sewer and underground to see if it doesn't get hit by the force fields. Like, why wouldn't you push something like a drone in first that way? Why would you push a guy in?
Sword.
And this gets called out. They're like, why are you using an agent? And I think Haywood just said something like, we just gotta get stuff done. He gives some like crappy answer.
He's
It's
just
like,
yeah, some stupid bad guy in charge person answer.
terrible. Like, why don't you guys do all the obvious stuff, all the obvious ways to test it? And then, I guess to push forward further on, Haywood, he's got some really like just bizarre dialogue where she calls him a coward because he wants to kill Wanda. If you remember, he has I still know how to organize this. So Rambo says that he doesn't trust her and that he's been looking for a reason to get her off this project the whole time. So the time to do that would have been when she came back through the barrier. You tell her she has to go to a hospital. You're off this.
You're compromised. We don't know what's happened to you in there.
They get
you didn't have
bloods.
authorization or something.
The bloods and scans from her come back unintelligible. She's basically had something happen to her that's more significant than
are you
anybody ever
sick?
biologically. We don't know what's wrong with it. She has to go. Like, you need to go to a hospital. You could die at any moment. But no, she just carries on. It's like, that would have been the time to dismiss her. You have plenty of reason to do it. Instead, he keeps her on. He has her pilot the drone that he plans to kill Wanda with. Why would you do that?
It's a drone with the guns strapped to it.
Yep.
The
80s drone.
Which you're like,
I guess it's
okay.
worth mentioning. The only reason they're able to get the drone in and control it is because it's from the 80s. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't understand any of that. Like we talked about
Still from outside.
TV, like you need the specific TV to match the frequency. Like why do things from the time period need to fit?
How does any of this? So the way to put this, I've talked to Frankie about it. I guess I'll just have to go over quickly again. So the force field is going to convert anything from outside to an era appropriate thing inside. That means Wanda is somehow aware of what is era appropriate. Otherwise, because the spell comes from her desires, so I don't know how else it would work. How is it that the drone is defined as an 80s drone when the pieces it was made from could have been made at any other time? Like, how does it figure this shit out? What if the drone was broken into its component parts and moved through the wall and they were all made in the 70s? What does it do then?
I was about to say also like people, I guess it converts them into like appropriate like status. It gives them like clothes, but
A mindset from the right era.
If you had a pen that was like made in the 80s and you had one that was like made today, but it's the same type of pen.
Same material, same
would that
design,
get
same
converted?
material.
Or would it
Is
just
it
be the
like-
same pen, even though it was technically made today?
Yeah, so
If
it's
you-
like you can just make
Painted
something that
something
looks
Wait a minute.
from back
80s.
So-
then, would the paint go away?
If you okay, well I guess they keep because if the pens de-age, right? If the pen goes back to being an 80s pen, wouldn't all the adults just go back to being children?
I have no idea how any of it makes sense.
Yeah, I was
And
made
they all-
in the 90s.
They all treat it as so easy to understand. They're like, well, of course, if the drone is from the 80s. Like, what do you mean it's from the 80s? It's from now. You mean you created it in the 80s? Is that what you mean?
Yes, I thought they were implying that they took it from like somewhere else, like it was old or something like that.
So
But,
if you
like,
put
yeah,
on a
but-
bunch of 80s
okay.
clothes, you could walk through the barrier then?
So, like, let's say I made a hammer in this. It's funny because it gets brought up, right? If I made a hammer in the 80s and then I replaced the handle in the 90s, what era is this hammer from?
Oh, it's the exact same shit.
They're not ready.
That's the vision thing again.
Yeah.
Who fucking
Oh,
knows?
okay.
And I love that he sneaks a fucking missile launcher onto it. Like, what? How the hell did Rambo not realize that was there? And why would he have it pilot it if that was going to be a thing he would do when he knows that she doesn't want to do anything to Wanda? Why would you have it pilot it?
I guess she's also an experienced drone
It's a
pilot, I
fucking
suppose.
joystick. Just, you don't need someone who's super experienced. How could there not be someone on the sword base that knows how to pilot something on a joystick with a screen? She's just going forward, back, left, right. And they have plenty more of these stupid 80s drones. So, like, worst case scenario, they just have to do it again. The one person who shouldn't pilot that is piloting it.
Her mom built sword from the ground up. She went to Home Depot, she got her tool set, and she built everything.
What to say? She wanted to be an astronaut. She's a very good pilot. There was no one better. Very good pilot.
No
But
way.
she died 5 years
Best
ago
of
of
the best.
cancer. So how she did it, I don't know. But
It's it fries your brain thinking about how any of this works. So in response to this decision to try and kill Wanda, she calls Haywood a coward, and his response, right? So I'm just tired of people in charge being idiots. And this isn't just procedurally. This is socially. Like they're so inept. His response to her saying "Don't be a coward" is maybe it's a good thing you weren't here when your mother died.
Oh my good god.
Like I'm just like, what do you think that accomplishes? Why would you say that?
Maybe
I don't even really know
Hollywood.
what that means.
No. Maybe Hollywood's whole frame of reference of people in charge is the people in Hollywood in charge. That might make a little bit of sense.
I just.
But it is though, isn't it? It
Maybe,
really is
yeah.
because they're all
I forgot what a good
they're all a
boss is.
five mind.
If you're
My dude.
Hayward and you know that she's a loose cannon, she believes in Wanda and she hates you, why would you say, "Oh, you probably shouldn't have been here when your mum died because you clearly can't handle this"? It's like, motherfucker, just fire her.
Yeah.
My dude, I'm gonna have to take off now because I've got to get back to working on my next video.
No problem, sir. Thank you very much for joining us and sharing your thoughts on a wonderful TV show to improve
My
the media
favorite
landscape once
show
again.
called WandaVision.
Yes.
So good.
Do you wanna tell people what you're up to on your channel and why they should go subscribe?
Oh, so I make videos on movies and stuff as well. Just did a Mulan review, very late, but it's good. Check it out. I'm currently working on a video on Sia's movie about autism. Have you guys heard about this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, if you haven't heard about it, you should look into it because it's
Movie,
quite.
that's about it.
Is it pro or anti-autism?
Well, it's meant to be pro autism, but it's unintentionally very anti-autism.
Oh,
Because I'm
good.
not
Which-
pro autism.
The best kind of cringe, basically.
Oh, I have to see this.
Oh dear.
Don't pay for it. Just don't support
Oh,
it.
okay.
Like, just
I was
watch
gonna,
the
but
trailer.
I won't.
Just watch the trailer and you'll get the idea. Long story short, they cast a non-autistic actress to play an autistic character, and they also wrote and performed the autistic character in quite a stereotypical way. So a lot of people were very, very annoyed by it.
mean,
That's not the
I've-
only problem with the film, but it's bad cringe. It's not even good cringe.
Yeah, I've seen some clips.
Oh.
It's very
What's
like,
it-
what the
what's it
fuck were
called?
they thinking?
It's called Music.
Music. Okay.
Great name for a film.
I know, right? But yeah, I'm going to take off. Thank you guys for having me on. Nice to meet those of you I haven't already. I hope the rest of the stream goes very well and no more, ear rape from Rags.
Yeah, rags.
No promises.
I'm right next to him too, so I got a full
Very scared.
Oh,
That's why you're looking at him that way.
yeah.
All
I'm
right.
just I'm a little bit yeah.
Take care.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Bye bye.
So the next funny thing for like the sword timeline there is that they find that the drone is delivered back to them by Wanda. To take a small detour, the energy attached to that drone allows them to power up the Vision bot. What?
I didn't understand that, like why the
What?
Wandatisms are still around it. It just stays with it. Why does it work that way when
Yeah.
Because magic.
I don't have a fucking clue. And if the
Because it
idea,
needed to.
if that was something that, because he says like analyze that immediately, pretty funny to think about, right? Because they're trying to set up that he's going to find out everything he needs to know about how he can power up Vision and stuff. However, why wouldn't they have done that with Monica Rambeau's clothes when they came back through?
anything? Couldn't they like send something into the dome and like on a string and pull it back? Like I know it turned like the rope that was on the beekeeper to like jump rope, but could
Yeah.
you not pull that back and then extract that from whatever you pulled out?
Oh,
Well, like I said, we got an example. They have her clothing, and if you remember, who's the person that decides to actually even look at the consistency of the material in the clothing? It's Monica. No one else.
no one else was like, should we analyze this?
Hey, this
Nah,
clothing has
it's
been through the
lunchtime.
barrier back and forth. It's changed, like, it literally didn't exist. Oh, by the way, fuck me, it's so dumb. She takes out Wu's gun and fires it on the base to prove that it's Kevlar, when right next to the fucking clothing is an analysis of it that says 80% Kevlar. Like, why wouldn't you just point to
That's
that?
so ridiculous. That would cause a scene in that base. You would get people being like, "What the hell? There's
You-
guns shooting." It's like I don't
Alarms
know
would go off.
You can't just shoot a gun in a base. It's not even her gun. There's so many things.
Desk pop.
I'm pretty sure she would be fucked over. Like they would be like, you can't do that. You're gonna be reprimanded. Things will happen because you've done
Can't
this.
discharge firearms in the office.
Unauthorized
Like that, you can't
discharge.
do that.
What a waste of ammo too.
Who gave you a gun? Oh, she took it from Wu. Who
Yeah.
gave him a
I
gun?
was testing it. See, I thought it was Kevlar, so I shot it.
Yeah, just
We know it's We know that's why we wrote it's Kevlar on the board right
Instead
next
of
to it.
shooting
Also,
it and
why are
then
you
shooting
shooting
that.
these things? This
It's-
is not yours.
It's
She
insane.
just really wanted to
Um,
look like it was her idea.
It's also weird that I think honestly she says like it's 87% Kevlar, and it's like how is her entire outfit that when only her clothing was only the vest was Kevlar, you know? How would it be like such a high amount? It's not really that important, but if anybody was analyzing her clothes, the first thing you discover is like, holy fuck, this is hard. Why is it, wait, put it under a scanner. Oh, it's 87% Kevlar. What the fuck? These things, wow, we should
How
look
did this
into
get
this.
transmuted into something else? Like, this is super weird. We need to learn how this happened.
And yeah,
Wouldn't it
she,
solve all of
heavy?
our problems?
I know it's very heavy, I presume, because it's supposed to, compared to what you'd think it would be. And yeah, it's really frustrating that I know they want their protagonist to have all of the moments of figuring things out, but it makes everyone else incredibly stupid, and it's really annoying.
Does she even ask if she can
No.
shoot? She doesn't even ask. She just does
She-
it. Does
Woman
She
asks for
walks-
permission.
She's thinking about stuff, and she thinks about how things transform, and then she just walks off. Woo and Screechy Face follow her. She pulls out Woo's gun and just shoots it, and they're all like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And then she's like, "Yeah, the bullets bounced off because it's Kevlar."
I'm glad they didn't bounce back and hit us.
Well, this is what I mean, man.
know-
It's so frustrating like, to watch.
Now, if I had lost all my brain cells and decided to just shoot, the clothing that was drying or whatever, I would at least go, "Hey, do you mind?" or something like that. Not just,
Scoot
"Oh, okay."
back just a few steps here.
taking
Don't want you to get
gun
hurt.
An FBI
Also-
agent. It's like,
Why is it that drone has goo on it, but nothing else has goo on it?
it's so weird. I maybe it's that Wanda like physically grabbed it and then brought it back, but it's like, and I don't know why there's goo on it in the first place, and I don't know why it stays. It's just random.
How do you
It's-
convert that goo into something that can power up the Vision suit? It's so matter of fact, just like that's the way it is. You're like, oh,
Oh, is it then?
well,
All
that's
right,
that
it's
then.
magic.
And yeah, next to that scene is the legendary discussion about how you've taken a whole town hostage, and then she's like, "You guys have guns, though." Not a conversation.
that-
Yeah.
it's just- it
um,
definitively makes Wanda a villain, and
Yeah.
they don't commit to it. Like you could have committed to that and made it work. You could have like had it explore like how she's going down a dark path and like tries to find redemption, but they just
Yeah, this
They
is
act
someone on
like
the
that's-
outside directly confronting her, telling her what she's doing and what the consequences of that are. And she's just like, "You've got guns," which means you're bad.
And also, remember, Wanda literally threw her out. Threw her out through the whole village, through the barrier to the other side. And she's coming out going, "Oh my God, if I was my sister would have done exactly the same thing. You go, girl. You just go. You're so powerful."
Well, lucky
Can't
for
women just be powerful?
lucky for
Yeah,
Monica.
Yeah,
or
she was
rather-
Man of Steel. She was shot through several buildings, and she was fine. She was regular human at that point, was she not?
Yep.
Well,
She
you can
was.
argue that Wanda broke them and simply moved her through them, Like, in that they're broken by Wanda's power, not by Monica's back.
Ah,
You could argue that. The interesting thing for me is, like, Wanda's incredibly lucky that the one person who can act on her behalf that was experiencing her horrible thing didn't come out horrified and annoyed at her. Instead, she came out like, "You know what? I sympathize because I lost my mother." It's like, you are not the only person who has lost a loved one, you psychopath.
I mean,
Well,
yeah, that doesn't give you an excuse to do whatever the fuck you want.
What about Wanda drew her in? Remember, she allowed her to come in because she knew she could help with the baby,
Oh, you're
delivering the
right.
baby. She knew she was an ally, but she couldn't read anybody else's mind. She didn't know that
Yeah, Monica
Director
says,
Toxic Male was out to get her.
Monica tells her that the reason she let her in was because she knew she could help her, which is like,
Yep.
excuse me? What about all the other?
Imagine
Yeah, you're right. What about all the other fucking people?
Yep.
Well, did
Fuck
you
them.
was like, well, all of them wouldn't help, so they could just stay in their rooms. It's like, oh, okay.
You knew I
Imagine
was
if
an
Mike Flanagan
ally.
show ran the
Keyword
show.
there.
Make them suffer.
And yeah, so Haywood has them removed when they cause too much trouble, and that's when the show like was hit. Like me and Rags were very much done at this point. Wu attacks the people who've taken them away, and this is while being in front of a bunch of other people. I was on the Discord, and while they're discussing their next plan of action, there are 3 people behind them, about, I'd say, 10 meters away, walking around. Just like, wow, if anyone had heard you guys doing all this bullshit, probably would have been in a little bit of trouble. That's not to mention the fact that why you're being removed from the mission because they consider you compromised and like you're in its way, sort of thing, for other incompetence reasons. But then you're like, you know what? I believe in Wanda so much that I'm going to attack this team and find a way to sabotage this mission. You're like, what? I don't think they explained any of that at all.
You have a lot of confidence in that torturing psycho magic user in there. I mean,
Yep.
do they ever even build up why she would have this level of faith in Wanda? Or
She's
does she
sad because
just
her mum
because the
died, and she understands why Wanda's doing all of this. That's what their reasoning is.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because her mum
well, I mean,
died,
yeah,
and
there you
wow,
go.
this is these they are. It's like they're so selfish and self-indulgent with only 2 women that can understand loss. Because my mum died and your boyfriend died. Oh my god, we got 3,000 people. Do you think their lives are just amazing? Do you think nothing's bad happens to them? Do you think they live forever? Anyone that has experienced loss can relate to this. This is why the stuff in the dome was fun for me. I enjoyed it. It seemed to be leading somewhere. And then as soon as they got this sword business, it's just shit. It makes no sense. It's written by a buffoon.
Yeah.
Is
It
it
doesn't
weird that the
make any sense.
Is it strange that the company who insisted that no one's ever really gone is using the loss of loved ones as the justification for villainy?
It's quite something. And yeah, I guess for this one I'll knock off my copyright cover and I'll try and play it as it happens. But yeah, so why does Wu do this? Like Wu says in the previous scene, you shouldn't be mean to people like Monica Hayward. You should be chill. Okay, that doesn't justify why you're willing to take up arms against Sword's operation. Like I need more than that. And it's funny because he doesn't tell Monica about it, nor Kat Dennings. He just decides, you know what? I'm gonna fucking punch these people. It's like, okay, like that. I feel like this could go wrong in many, many ways. But yeah, they're lucky that all the noise they create and all the damage they do doesn't get them caught. There's a whole base of people here, but yeah, it just sort of worked out for them. And I would say that the show clearly doesn't know what it's doing, because what would you say, knowing what we know about these people, right? What is their next plan of action? It's like, well, they want to stop Hayward from potentially killing Wanda, I guess. How are they going to do that? What can they do?
I guess they would go to the Avengers.
Yeah, I would say they need a third party is pretty much all I can think of. So their first decision is to go into a tent with the data stores and hack into the system. It's like, why? It's like, to get data. What data? To get data.
I like data.
And what data do they get? They get that there's a secret mission happening on this base called Cataract, which is the evil vision. And so like they discover this information because they wanted that information that they didn't know existed.
I call him Sight.
Lucky that they found it. Lucky that like there was information to be found,
That's what I mean.
Good
Like, it's really badly done. They aren't motivated to do what they do, but it gets them onto the next step of their plot. Because again, it's such an awesome action scene. The 3 of them technically in some way work together and they defeat the evil sword. I'm just sitting there like, what is happening? I don't understand. Go back to the sitcom. It was easier to understand.
Now,
Diversity is
out
their
of
strength.
You guys are gonna hate this. So I out of curiosity, I went to IMDb and looked.
Could you
up
come
the
closer
show.
to your mic? I'm really struggling to hear you.
Oh,
Yeah,
right. Hold
turn
on.
it up. Oh,
I'll
that's
turn it up a little bit. Is that better? Or do you...
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Much.
Okay. So yeah, I pulled up WandaVision to see the rating. So the show overall has an 8.2. And the really depressing part is that the first episode has a 7.5. The second episode has a 7.8. The third episode has an 8.2. And from then on out, every single episode is 8.5 or above.
Jesus
The show
Christ.
has a better reception when it begins to crumble than actually, like, than when it's good.
Well, you see, it
I
wasn't in
question
color,
that.
therefore
I
it
think it is.
was
Yeah, I think
the
it's
poo
legit.
juice.
Just that the first 3 episodes were really like unique and different, and then it became not that.
Discouraging,
can-
man. That's like wow.
I can give you a.
It's real sad, isn't it?
I'm gonna
That's the
commit
screenshot I
seppuku.
meant to send. That's the real. This is just after they beat up all those guys.
Okay.
You, like lock them inside of like a shipping container and somehow no one misses.
No one
It's just-
cares. So the weird thing
Gone
is,
for,
like,
like, a
you'd
day.
expect confirmation. Surely he'd be like, "Hey, radio in once you've moved them off site." Hello, guys. Oh no, something's gone wrong.
Did they do anything else other than just security and standing around? Because in a place like this, you'd imagine most people would be checking in and there'd be constant like people doing tasks. So if people just went missing, it'd be like, where did this guy go? I had him doing this.
Do they not
But
have
no.
like military advisors just
No.
making sure that when the military is in these shows and films that it's pretty accurate to how it would be? Like, surely that's not a hard thing to get, right? You wouldn't need to shake up your story too much.
This is
I
the
don't know.
same company that instead of just shooting a gun with blanks in it, they had a guy pretend to shoot a gun so that they could CGI the slide moving back and a bullet casing coming out.
That's very
They don't
true.
give a fuck.
Yeah.
No, they do not.
They do not care at all.
Now it's funny that you say that because they have uploaded a behind the scenes like thing for this show. I've just
Oh,
pulled
good
it
God.
up, and like he's not even in the makeup in a lot of this stuff. Like it's just him blue with a bunch of dots on his face, and then they do like all of the. I thought that
I thought he was in makeup.
So did I.
Oh,
yeah.
I
I
guess
think
that's
it's been
a
half and
testament to
half
the
since
CGI.
Age of
Half and
Yeah.
half,
Ultron.
seemingly, yeah. There's
Apparently,
so
he
much
has a big
that
air
isn't like
conditioner in his
real.
costume.
There's so much that isn't real.
I was gonna say Haywood's timeline, I think, carries on to when he discovers they're up to no good. But if you remember, it's the last episode again because the disaster. He sort of sees Wu come in. He's been captured, and he's like, Agent Wu, you know, blah, blah. And I'm always confused by it. I was like, where was Wu before then? Wasn't he like with Monica going in through the barrier? How did he get caught? What happened to all those other people? Wouldn't he have just left? And Wu threatens to get Quantico involved. And Haywood is like, whoa, like, you're bluffing. You wouldn't do that. It's like, wait, why didn't he do that? Why didn't he call Quantico?
Why didn't you start with that, the third party, like we mentioned? It's
And
like
then-
that's the you'd go. You wouldn't be independent because you
Yeah,
got
the
very little
show-
power.
The show has access to him bringing in a third party. It then captures him and says he didn't do it, only to give him a phone that he somehow manages to sneak off a table that either belongs to him or he guessed the password of.
It wasn't password protected. So if that's just a random phone, it's like that's super lucky that
How
he
would-
didn't need a face or a thumbprint to get
I mean,
through that
yeah,
thing.
how would army base, like, just sword people's phones not be password protected, for fuck's sake? Like, what? Did you
Because
guys
then
know
our
what all
least
these
hero
phones?
assistant couldn't call.
Oh,
the
dear.
At least the Mandalorian face scanner required a face.
It required
Yep.
something. Yeah, like, and of course he has a paperclip to be able to break out as well. It's some of the most like juvenile writing where you're just like, he escaped
Yep.
because he escaped. Shut up. And you're like, okay, I don't know why you didn't use what you had, which was he sees her go back into the barrier, and then he says, "You guys, you know, I'm gonna need you because we're gonna try and stop Sword doing this horrible operation because that's his motivation now." And then he calls Quantico, they all arrive, and he tries to stop Haywood. Instead, they have him captured, break out, and call Quantico to stop Haywood. Why? Why? Why did you do all of that? And I think it's because you have the scene where Haywood gets to explain his big plan. And that's kind of
Yeah.
where I was going with this. So Haywood's big plan is, I'm going to cover all of this up. The show will prove that there is another vision. I am going to kill that vision and then replace him with my one and argue that that was the same vision the whole time, that Wanda resurrected, and that I stopped her and saved this town. And then Wu is like, you'll never get away with this. There's security footage, there's the blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, people won't believe any of it. They'll believe I'm a hero. Like, I'm lost at this
So-
point.
I am so confused right now.
What?
I'm absolutely lost. It's like they just dropped a villain plot on. He's saying villain things, but like there's just no reason for him to say any of it, and none of it makes any sense.
No.
I'd
when
be
he says-
curious if you just took some random people who watched the show and said, "So Hayworth,"
Haywood.
you have to tell him what his name was. So Hayworth, why is he the villain? And just see if they could
Well, he wants
give an
power.
answer.
He wants power.
Hmm.
The big ol'-
What is he covering up exactly when he refers to that? He's like, I'm going to cover it all up. It's like, what
So-
exactly is that going to be?
Why did
it's,
he need to
cover
be
cover up
villain?
having reassembled Vision and used him as a weapon? Apparently, he has to cover that up. How the hell did he keep that a secret? All of these people know about this. It was done over a lot of time. It was done in his building. How do you cover all that? This is not something they never answer, by the way. His whole team, Sword, are they all complicit? Are they all going to jail too?
Yeah, like
Yep.
all the people who are like what we call witnesses. Would they like give a shit? Is he gonna
all
pay
the-
them off? Do they work for Lex Luthor?
Shoot them
All the
just
men
all of
are.
They're all there's well, funnily enough, his second in command seems to be the girl we recognize from she was in Hill House. She barely says anything ever. She's in the car with him when he gets out to shoot the children. She doesn't really react or say anything, but she's on board with the plan. She's the one, I think, who announces that they've lost control over Vision, and it's just like, why? He's overloaded. Okay.
Yeah.
ridiculous,
With
by the way, that they didn't have any like fatal
Vishcom.
decision that they made. Like they didn't have anything to control it or anything to like pull the plug if something went wrong. It just goes wrong. It's like, wow, great
Oh
job.
yeah. Well, so
Yeah.
Why
to-
would you curse us with this?
the one thing I would say is that if he was considered overloaded and hard to control once Vision had unlocked his memories, that would be something. I still question the mechanics of it. But they lose control over him right at the beginning. When he starts battling Vision, they say he's overloaded. And it's like, wait, he's overloaded from doing the very thing you designed him for?
Yep.
Okay.
If he started overloading in this scene where he's talking to Vision, then they would intervene. They would find a way to like
Well-
control him, and keep fighting rather than have
Yeah.
the conversation.
Yeah, that has a whole bunch of problems. He says that explicitly his orders are to destroy the Vision and also to neutralize Wanda. Now Haywood has already tried to kill Wanda, so it's safe to assume that he wants. Yeah, I mean we'll get to this in 1 second. I'm almost done. His goal should be to kill Wanda. So why is it that Vision doesn't just immediately kill her?
Yeah.
That would kill Vision too. She's the reason he exists. So it makes no sense.
Why is it hard for him to crush her head? He's like, yeah, vibranium. Yeah.
That sound of just skull cracking, like it's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
not dead.
I'm sure
And the
she's
something I-
fine after that. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got this weird vindictive streak for like one
Yeah.
line where he's just like, and I
Wanda.
thought, and they said you were strong, and then he's just a robot for the rest of it, and he's just like, okay,
Yeah, to sort of quickly address this, it seems the Angry Joe thought episode 1 and 2 were pretty weak, but I guess I'm assuming he's saying the episodes get better as they go along. Is probably what he felt.
Why
Episode
is
9's a
everybody
7 out of
saying
10.
that?
I've never seen this. I haven't seen people saying that the latter episodes were better. This is
No.
amazing. Most people I thought I heard liked the first 3 episodes and like then said the sword stuff was weak.
I don't understand anybody who enjoys episode 9. I know that's really controversial and harsh to say. I don't get it. I don't know how you understood what happened.
It's easily the worst episode of the lot.
when you
By-
don't
by a
think, it's
mile,
very
by an
easy.
absolute mile.
But like,
It
how could
undoes
you
the
enjoy
entire series.
How could you
It's
enjoy
just-
it on any other
yeah,
level than
it's-
you absolutely didn't take
The
in what happened?
reality is,
Yeah,
I think
like-
that a lot of it is vapid because when I watched the episode when it first came out, all I saw on Twitter was, "Oh, look, Scarlet Witch! Look, the costume, oh, the headpiece, oh, look, red!" Like that's kind of
Yes.
what I got
That's
from
all
it.
it
Was-
That really is. I mean, if you look back to even, the Luke Skywalker return,
Yeah.
I mean, it was just Luke using his lightsaber under a hood.
with
Wasn't it?
Angry Joe, I'd just be like, can you recount to me what happened in the final episode of WandaVision? Just tell me. I'd be really curious what he thought happened.
Well, I mean, the episodes that because he gives this. If you go to the next picture, he gives the series 9 out of 10. So the episodes which we haven't got the pictures for, are they all 10s out of 10? Because he's gone
That would have to
5,
be to
6.
average it
Yeah,
out,
we have
yeah.
a 5, a 6, and a 7, and the whole series
one-
9 out
Is
of
a
10.
9.
I don't
Well,
understand.
weird.
I mean, the
Six,
season
average.
it's greater than the sum of its parts. Even though they're all 5s and 7s, it averages out to a 9.
5s and 7s average up to a 9.
How?
It's kind of ironic that Angry Joe has become the IGN that he hates.
I know. He's
Yes.
You become the very
meme.
thing you swore to destroy.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
This is a 5 out of 10. This is a 6 out of 10. This is a 7 out of 10. The series is a 9 out of 10.
Did he add them all up with bad math?
mean,
Or math
where
is
do we
racist
explain
anyway,
that?
so.
I presume
Did,
it's
did he
the rest
fail
of our
basic high school maths? No, elementary school. Sorry.
Hey, look, it's the 9 out of 10 represents how he felt about the season as a whole. It's not representative of a collection of other numbers. Idiots.
You
God.
can't say he didn't graduate high school
Sorry.
just because he can't spell GED.
I'm surprised by this because I would have thought he would have thought the last episode was shit, but
Well, he likes a lot of the like DCEU stuff, right?
he likes a lot of
I
stuff.
mean,
He's
Suicide
hardcore
Squad.
stand
That
Man of
was a good
Steel.
I mean,
movie.
look, he's entitled to his own opinion. That's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. You know, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 7 out of
Yeah,
10.
it's just
Fine.
baffling.
I'm struggling to see where the 9 comes from. That's what
Yes.
I'm struggling to see.
Yeah.
He thought the Predator was
What's the
good.
standard here?
So
Oh,
Oh, what?
yeah,
What did he
if-
say?
no.
What do you think was
he
good?
thought the Predator was good. If anybody has seen the Predator and
The
Predator,
autism hunters, the spinal
yep.
fluid extractors, really?
well,
wait,
I
I thought
mean,
we were the autism hunters.
I love you know,
Hey-yo.
watching the big CGI Predator rip the head off the actual like in costume one. Yay, fun! On top of the redo, bulletproof predators walking through the jungle, beating people to death with its fists. That's what Predator is.
I've got a
So glad I
story
haven't
related
watched
to
the
the Predator because I casually dropped that the Predators thought that autism was the next step in human evolution while watching a show with my brothers, right? And they were not aware of this at that point, and I thought they were. And they looked at me like I had shit inside them. And I then just explained the entire plot to them, right? And they were still not believing me. They had to actually go to Wikipedia to confirm it. And they were still like, what the fuck? My friends told me this was really good. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, your friends might be retarded. And
Your
think-
friends might be the next step in human evolution.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, shocking. It was absolutely shocking watching the Predator. Oh well, and yeah. Point being, Joe's got weird takes on movies and TV. It would be interesting to talk to him about what it is about WandaVision that he thought was 9 out of 10. Like, I don't know.
So he gave 4, 5, and 6 a 9, 7, and hi Zap, you're gonna have to like. I'm sorry, man. Grammar's important. I don't know what you're trying. I don't know what thoughts you're trying to convey to me. He can get me the ratings in just a second.
All right. I don't remember. I think it was just talking about Haywood's insane plan. Yeah. Apparently, when Wanda canceled the show, there's no copies of it anywhere. They didn't store it on like a cloud or in any kind of other system. It just got swallowed up by when she, I guess, expanded the border. But as we know,
She was recording it. She said that, right?
well, it recorded, I guess, only locally, and all of it got taken away by her border. But the thing is, when the border's disabled, it reverts things back to normal, so they'll still have that evidence. Secondly, there is quite a few witnesses, sir. Quite a few. I might even say hundreds. So I don't know what.
Oh, okay.
Maybe thousands.
I don't have an update.
Yeah.
I don't know what
On the
he's.
Angry Joe ratings. Episodes 4, 5, and 6, he gave a 9 out of 10. Episode 7, he gave a 7. Yeah, he gave episode 4, 5, and 6. All of those got a 9 out of 10.
4 was awful.
9.
Yeah.
4 was good. I like 4.
No, I hate 4. It's what
I
ruined the
hate
show. Like, 4's the one where they bring in all of the outside stuff, repeat everything we already knew, and then start making Sword look like absolute retards.
I thought that was,
Yeah,
I
y-
thought that
no,
was 5.
it-
I thought that was 5.
Have you rewatched it as? I mean, like, because I liked it initially too, and then for my review, I sat down and binged the damn thing, and it all sucks now.
I liked it up
Kind of.
to I liked it up to the revelation of what's episode 3? Fuck.
I like episodes
Yeah.
1, 2, and
What?
3, and I still kind of like them. I just hate how they're contextualized now. They could have been contextualized better, I guess.
And
With
to and just to finish up, in episode 7 he gave a 7, and episode 8 he gave a 9.
There's one good scene in episode 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess we
well,
can
that
we can go over that. We'll get there because with the way we've done this is essentially like everyone's timelines, different characters sort of first, which I mean, it's fine with me. So yeah, Hayward's, that's his goal, is to kill Wanda, undo all of the damage she's done, and then tell everybody that the vision that you'll see from then on is the vision that she resurrected, but he has control over. That wouldn't be the events as happened, and everyone could prove that wrong. And if it truly is illegal to have done what he did, and he has to hide it, then he's fucked, and there's no way he's getting out of this. He's really
Because
stupid.
Vision would know the truth. Vision knows the truth, yeah.
Everyone knows the truth.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And yeah, so one of the things Darcy does when they've escaped is send an email to Vision or something in the dome. Do you remember that? He finds it on his computer.
Yeah.
What? How? What?
And everybody reads it in
Yeah,
unison.
Why does everyone read that? I don't understand. What is
And then
happening?
Vision can
transmissions
magically
get in.
turn people off. I was confused by when he was
Well,
able to
magically
start.
turned me off.
So talk about
Right.
another thing. Talk about another thing that destroys the show because there's so many of them. When he does that to the first person, it's I enjoyed it, and then I started to think like, wait, wouldn't he just do this to like loads of them, save them? His whole goal is to destroy the system itself and free these people, but he only ever releases them temporarily and puts them back in because they start panicking. And so it's like, you might think to yourself as a writer, like, how do I justify them panicking? How do I get them to scream, you know, and blah, blah, blah. With the guy at work, he just, like, starts shouting at Vision over and over again instead of trying to be like, how do we figure this out? We need to, like, this needs to stop. He just goes nuts, and so he puts him back in. The same thing happens for Agatha. She just starts laughing uncontrollably until he puts her back in. But I don't know if that was her own motivation. Fuck that, whatever. The only one who doesn't is Darcy. She adjusts instantly, and she's like, that was annoying.
Yeah, she's perfect. She's great. She's incredible.
And so...
Also, to the people who panicked, like, oh, you're panicking. Well, torture time.
Yeah, I don't understand it from Vision's point of view. And there's the thing, I wish I could say he was unscathed, but I still think his character's got some issues in this season. For some reason, he recognizes these people are in pain as much as some people who are literally stuck trying to attach something to, like, a line and crying. Why don't you go unlock her? Like, and then if she starts screaming, like, I'm good, it's just like, I mean, try.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't Vision unlock Agnes in the car at the intersection?
That's what I was,
Yeah, but
that's what I was
that
saying.
looked totally like she was playing along.
we have to discount that one.
I
because
even called it when we discussed it on our show.
Okay,
I was like,
gotta
it
check,
really
'cause I
looked
couldn't
like
remember the
she was just there for whatever reasons she wanted to be there for. But yeah, you could tell that she wasn't particularly like shocked or surprised or
Because you think, because if she was locked away, so does that mean that Wanda didn't ever have power over her in the zone?
I
Well,
guess.
You
No,
have to,
I guess not.
You have, well, first of all, yeah, no, she didn't until the end with the runes thing happening and the conversion, and we have no idea why that's the case. They never explain how she managed to get into that place without being
I think
affected
that's
by
what's
the
causing the
spells.
confusion.
However, that scene means that Agnes rode out there and waited for Vision to find her so that she could convince Vision to try and escape the dome.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Hungry dome.
All that
Yeah,
did was
'cause
make
then-
her expand the dome, and you might be like, oh, so she's trying to get her to cast more spells to sap her? She's like, she doesn't sap her in that scene. She doesn't do anything.
Maybe she didn't know that Wanda would expand the dome.
But, well, I'm trying to argue in favor of that's what she wanted her to do, because I can't think of anything else. What the hell was she trying to do with that? She's trying to spook Vision?
Because I'm thinking, would you have said anything to... Should she have just been more explicit to Vision?
No, I don't know what do you think she was trying to do in that scene?
I guess I'm not exactly certain.
I don't know what she was trying to do.
I'm a bit
And-
confused.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I
were
guess
they-
I'm
were
just
they-
sort of...
Were they trying to insinuate in the story and failed completely that Agatha was trying to like get to Vision slowly? Maybe
Yeah, like
have
try
him
and get
start to
him
wake.
to start to
Yeah.
question the world around him, but I don't know to what end.
What's the point? Yeah, what's the point of it though?
And if, like I said, if her whole goal is to make Scarlet Witch cast spells so that she can sap them, what the fuck is she doing wasting all her time? You know what I mean? Like, She's spending all this time fucking around. And it's just like, why aren't you creating enemies for Wanda to fight and then sapping her while she does it? That seems like the most obvious thing to do. But it's to throw us off, you see, and then to go, aha, Agatha was behind it the whole time. And you're like, I don't understand what that means.
Don't
Never-
believe you.
Yeah, she was
It's
just
just,
trying to
like,
figure out
weird.
how she pulled off the magic, right? And then the ultimate answer was because she could. She was just powerful. She was the Scarlet Witch.
And so something that bothered me greatly was when he unlocked Kat Dennings. He's like,
Sorry, Mulder, just one thing before you do.
Yeah.
That scene was after, correct me if I'm wrong, but that scene was after when Agatha said, oh, should we retake that?
Yeah.
yeah,
Which to
It
me
was.
was the whole giveaway that she was in everything. She was in on it.
Yeah.
That she knew what was going on. Nobody else knew what she was going on, but she's saying, hey, should we retake that clip from the show? So after that, it was to me, it was absolutely obvious that Agatha was, either an antagonist or was one antagonist on what could be a couple.
she should know
And
better
then-
than to say that, by the way.
And with people knowing that Agatha Harkness is attached to Scarlet Witch, then they're like, oh, this has to be her then. Because she's called Agatha. She's clearly in on the TV show. This has got to be Agatha Harkness. So then, when she's out in the sticks with the car and it doesn't look like she's fazed by Vision being there, she's kind of like theatric, doing her theatrics. It's just like this woman is clearly not affected by Scarlet Witch.
Well, I'm surprised that didn't give her away to Scarlet Witch to the point where she would inspect it and reintegrate her. Be like, oh, you're out of sync, clearly. Because you shouldn't be able to say that. And at the same time, why would Agatha do that when nobody else in the town does that?
Yeah. Like, what was her hope? Like, when she was at the fence, right? And she was with the neighbor who was cutting
Yeah.
into the fence.
Yeah, she did.
What?
She did it to him to make him do that, and so you're just like, what are all these things for? You just trying to
Yeah.
annoy Wanda? Is that it?
No, it's pure mystery box. They were just
Yeah.
trying to set up a mystery for mystery's
Yeah,
sake that
I
they
had
had
no
no
idea.
intention of paying off whatsoever. It's just to make it look like it's far more complex than it really is. This is like amateur
That's
shit.
what makes it
I'm-
so hard to know what the hell's happening in this show and what is and isn't actually supposed to be something that matters.
It's when we were on that Friday Night Tice that we were on, we were all just talking about it really depends on where they go. Really depends on
Yep.
what.
Yep.
I'm so tired of saying that shit. It's like,
Right?
We're just waiting for the thing to be better because right now it's not enough on its own. They just
It was
they don't
lost. I mean, it was
Yeah.
it's lost.
bother. And yeah, so Vision decides to take Kat Dennings out, and then and specifically because he saw her on the outside. He saw all of those people on the outside. All the clown people are all people from the outside. Why not undo them? Why not talk to them all? Be like,
Yeah.
all of you are from out
What's
there.
going
You've
on?
just got placed in.
Yeah.
I can make a team. I can put you all together. We can figure this out. And like, if Wanda fucks you all over, I'll try and get you out all over again. But no, he gets her out. And then a guy who is under Wanda's control is like, you gotta go on the stage. And he's like, oh no, I don't want us to go on the stage. And she's like, no, you have to go on the stage. And then they punch him. And it's like, what is happening? This guy is under a spell. Just knock him out of
Yeah.
it.
Why are you such an asshole?
Everybody's fucking stupid. And then possibly one of the most frustrating parts personally for me, and I think Rags is going to agree with this, I'm not sure everyone else, Vision gets told his history from the MCU and how he died. And it's a comedy scene.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was so fucking pissed off during the show. Mahler, you were like quiet as the grave for most of that episode.
I
'Cause
later
could
told Fringy
totally believe it.
that yeah, I was really done.
But yeah, the scene where we get Vision, who has been resurrected in some kind of form, some weird quasi-existence. He is being told, he is learning about his own death and the circumstances surrounding his death. Ideally, with how Wanda was involved in that and what she was willing to do and what he was willing to do. And he is told that the framing that they've done this is him and Darcy, of all people, who just matter-of-factly just sort of casually sort of just says you died, lol, while they're in an ice cream truck. and then the scene's just like over, and they're waiting at an intersection, and it is one of the biggest wastes of a potential payoff that I've ever seen. It was abhorrent in how it was executed. It was an insult to the character and all the stuff that happened at the end of Infinity War, and I was so upset at that.
Lame.
Insane incompetence.
Imagine if that scene was done between Wanda and Vision. Like Wanda was the one who had to tell him and like
Yeah.
had to break from the lies. Like there's so many more opportunities. There's so many different characters and different mechanisms that you could use for
Yeah,
that
Wanda
scene.
wouldn't want to tell him, and Vision's like,
But-
"No, fucking tell me
and it-
what happened. I have
No,
to know what
yeah.
And
happened.
it
Tell me,
plays
damn it!"
in-
And then she's like crying, and she's like trying
Yeah,
to
yeah,
tell
'cause
him
you-
everything that happened.
You can play him
And
with
instead,
her
it's
denial.
Lowell Darcy in an ice cream truck, and they don't even like talk about it.
And that's the Marvel way now. That reminds me of the Ragnarok scene when Odin, passes, and it's emotional for like a nanosecond, and then it flips on a dime. When that
Yeah,
scene should have played out
Odin
so
wasn't
much
handled
longer.
well in Ragnarok.
Yeah,
They get him out of
hated
the
that.
way, which is unfortunate. But yeah, in this, like, what's such a missed opportunity is you have him figuring out piece by piece that he may very well be dead, and then he asks her, "Am I dead? Did I die?" And you've got not only the fact that she wants to keep that away from him, but she is trying to convince herself that he's not dead anyway. And so you have like perfect drama right there. You have him trying to tell her to admit that he's dead in a context that is separate from the subtext, which is that she can't get over the grief of his death. Like, it's all there for you. You've got a scene, and they have Darcy go, "You died. Yeah, the purple guy killed you."
So funny. Ha.
And it's
So much.
it's excruciating to watch. Like,
I thought it was
Remember
bad,
how
but now
Blind
that you've
Manor did
explained
so-
it was
It was
much
also
worse.
much better.
everything is so much better. Like, it's so. Why did you choose to do it this way?
Of all the ways that you could have cashed that check, that was how you did it. It's like you could have anything in the store you want for free, and you're like, "I'll have that gum."
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Like, don't you want that like Mercedes Benz over there or that big screen TV? Nah, I'm just that gum. I want to experience what it's like to chew 5 gum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then like, it creates more problems for that itself isn't a problem for Vision as a character. That's what was done to him in terms of a conversation he had no control over. So whatever, I guess. It's just really unfortunate that they did it that
And
way.
he kind of drops it.
Well,
really
so
quickly.
I would say the problem comes in one, he doesn't question much more than that. He concludes that they have to get back to Wanda and that she's trying to prevent them from getting there with trucks and stuff. It's embarrassing to watch because he can fly.
I hate that. It's just like you can go around. There's so like it's like kids, and then that's like, oh no, now another person's come to block the road. It's like, guys, just drive ahead and cut.
Yeah,
through-
you can fly. Just drive around. This is important. Vision, you have things to do right now. You don't
And
have time to
can-
fuck around.
He can travel real fast, by the way. Like, real fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can fly, and mass doesn't slow him down. You have no excuse. You gave him these powers.
And so I would say it's critical of his character because a part that I love is the main thing he gets out when he passes through the border is you have to save these people, which is really in line for Vision. He's all
Yes.
about that heroism. But then that sort of gets dropped in the next episode because he's just on a comedy episode. That's like why. He's just doing comedic and silly things, and it's only at the end where he goes, "Oh yeah, my motivation." And
This was what
Oh,
was
yeah, that's right, I'm a
confusing for
character,
me
fuck.
was how much he was retaining, because he seemed to be coming out of it when he went through the barrier and was trying to tell them to get away, be safe, and then going back in. It's as if he forgot everything.
Well,
As if
going
he-
to
as
this-
as if he had his mind wiped again. I just
he-
didn't understand what he was retaining and not retaining.
he remembers what
And
he has
why?
to remember for this plotline to work, which is, I remember you, person I saw. You're like, oh, you remember that? Like, what do you remember, Vision? Like, it's so frustrated. And so, I would say that they have to damage Vision as a character in order to play out the storyline that they want, to a degree, nowhere near Wanda. And it's unfortunate, because I quite like Vision, and I would actually say I think I'm slightly more invested in him as a result of this TV show, but almost in a meta way. I'm like, leave him alone. Why are you ruining
Yeah,
things?
what are you gonna do with him? You brought him back, but for what reason? What
Oh
are
my
what are
God.
your plans for him? Dare I ask?
What are you going to do?
Please don't destroy him. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. And weirdly, to justify... So, like, what we want to see now is the big blowout between Wanda and Vision. Like, he knows the truth, he's seen the outside, he's talking to someone who's given away all the information about what happened, and he's trying to get back to it. Meanwhile, you'd be like, well, wait a minute, what's she doing? And you find out that she's doing an episode where she's like, I don't want to talk to Vision.
Haha, it's funny.
And I don't get it. Like, what the fuck's happening? Like, you would either mind wipe him, you can rewind, you can do all these kinds of things to maintain your illusion, but instead you're just like, I just don't want to speak to him. Like, Wanda, I don't understand these like, is she aware that her world's falling apart? And it's like, well, the episode has her like smirking or being confused at how parts of her house are converting into different eras randomly. Like, okay. And
It's not a solution.
And honestly, if I was speaking to the writers, they'd be like, you don't understand, it's her grief. She's trying to avoid addressing anything anymore. She's trying to just blah, 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 squirrel herself away. And it's just like, well, no, if she was doing that, she would be repairing all of the fucking illusions.
Because she can just do it. She can just almost literally snap her fingers and have that happen.
And yeah, and then she gives the kids over to Agatha. And like, I remember just being, I don't even know what was happening anymore. I was like, are the kids real or not? They've been converting like every, however long for ages. I don't know if they're like spies, like the brother. I don't know if handing over them to Agatha means anything at all. And her concern for them going missing again. I don't know why she doesn't rewind or disassemble them from wherever they are and reassemble them in front of her. Like, why wouldn't that be something she could do? This is part of the whole, like,
Yeah,
I just can't understand anything that's
is a
happening.
yeah.
Which,
Um,
and yeah, so like that big blowout that I want to see Vision call her out for everything. I want her to admit what she's done instead of avoiding the drama and eating cereal all episode or some shit. And do you remember he finally arrives at the same time that stupid Vision arrives and Agatha's having a big boss battle? That's when he finally gets back to her.
Luckily, an action sequence is going on so that they can fight and then reconcile without reconciling, basically.
Yeah,
That's
I don't know.
basically
I don't know how it took him so long, and I don't know. He gets fucked with again, character-wise. If you remember, his whole thing coming there is, I need to stop her from conducting this illusion, even at the cost of myself, to save all these people. He gets there, he sees this big purple witch and this version of himself that's pale, and he says, "Let's fight for our home." What?
Right? Yeah.
Doesn't
Like
have any
what?
questions? Just
How does he not assume all
no.
of this is Wanda? Why wouldn't he be like, why have you created a weird purple witch person and a pale version of me? Like, what is this?
Why
Why
are you
am
It's
I
finding
like
made
them
of
a
in
carbon
symbolic
down?
of your like internal conflict or something. Like, what's going on here? Also, if she could, if Agnes can create a necklace that makes someone wearing it immune to mind control,
Ugh.
why didn't she make one for herself?
Are they immune to mind control?
I thought that was what no, or it puts them under the spell of mind control.
Yes.
Is that what the necklace does?
it does?
So
That, and it
lets
gives them
her-
superpowers.
Oh, man. So you can just give people superpowers by making
Yeah,
necklaces.
I brought this up earlier. It's one of the things that destroys the MCU. You can give someone a necklace and they'll have super speed and super strength.
Oh, okay. It must. I guess I was just inundated in all.
Yeah,
that fucking
I really
sludge.
feel like that is more damage than has ever been done to this world. It's insane.
I can believe it.
I think Ruins might be a little bit worse than that, but
I don't
both of
know.
those are MCU destroying.
Super speed and super strength to anybody who gets a fucking necklace from Agatha? Like, I don't know, man. That's
Yeah,
That's
Zemo
something.
did all that damage and he doesn't even have powers.
what
Yeah.
what were they thinking? Yeah, I don't know.
They weren't Mahler.
As the episode has rolled on, I've just spotted a visual that's now going to trigger me into saying yes. So, meanwhile, Monica's like, I gotta get back in there. I gotta help Wanda. And you'd be like, but Monica, you silly bitch, you're gonna get converted mind control wise. Like, what would be the point? You'll go, and then she's like, that's fine. It's fine if that happens.
But why are they now helping Monica again after she was?
Well, they're her friends. As I said, they don't work for Haywood. They're not loyal to Haywood. They apparently work for Sword, and they're loyal to her mother. That's how she gets all this. Off the books, all for friends' favors. Absolutely crazy.
And it's
Because that's how
and it's-
structure. That's how companies and military organizations work all the time.
And
I
it's-
mean, hell, they might soon, but
And it's all for
Because it
nothing
needs to be
because she
done.
decides to just fucking walk in anyway.
Okay.
And somehow,
that-
right?
Don't
She's
you
like
understand?
driving
They're
it in,
right.
breaking.
They're morally
And-
right.
And remember, you might be like, again, that whole reasoning of like, but if you just walk in, you'll get converted. And she's like, nah, it's fine though. Chill. So no reasoning at all to do this. On top of that, she is told she should not enter the barrier again because her biology is being rewritten. You should be terrified by that concept, by the way.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
could come out of some weird Fallout FEV experiment. You
Yeah.
could just like disintegrate like in the Blob or something.
Or the
Who
Thing.
knows what
And
will happen?
This is on top of, you already know your brain was reorganized to have a different history and memory and values. Like, I'm sorry, to me, that kind of shit would change my perception of who I am.
Who are you?
Yeah, like,
Yeah. Existential crisis.
but instead, right, Kat Dennings brings this up to her. It's like, you shouldn't go in another time. Like, look at your blood work already. And then she goes, I've seen cells metastasize, and I've seen them go into remission.
As
That's-
if
that's it.
at all
Basically, I
comparable
could get
with what's
lucky.
happening.
Well, it's not even, I don't think that's anything. I almost want to punch the
Doesn't
writer in the
address-
face. Like, she's seen someone go through cancer and then come out of it. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah.
What are you talking
Right,
about?
but this is like super magic cancer.
It's a mystical barrier that magically changes your cells, and you're like, I've seen people survive cancer. It's like, what the? What?
And like, she's always right when she makes these ridiculous
Yeah.
assumptions.
Yeah,
It's
whenever she does
hilarious.
something incredibly stupid and boneheaded, the show rewards her for her stupidity. This show confuses stupidity for incredible virtuous bravery.
Yes.
It's incredible. And yeah, as she's going through the barrier, I don't know if you guys caught it, but they play a line from Captain Marvel saying when they were handing out daughters, they gave you like the strongest one in reference to her mum, a reference to her. She's a strong woman, and she's gonna get a fucking bunch of powers because of it, I guess.
Yeah, boy.
They do the thing of like playing memories from her life as she's going through the barrier, and I have no clue what they're trying to say is happening. I don't get it.
Are they trying to imply that she willed herself into having superpowers by going through the barrier?
Almost. maybe.
Yeah.
They have a reference from Agatha at one point that the mind control thing works on the feeble-minded, and I don't know if they're implying that the mind control waned on Monica because she's so strong-minded, and eventually she was immune
Stronger
because
than
she's
everyone
just
else in Westview.
so strong.
Everybody.
She's just the best, man.
Yeah, Captain Marvel was right when she was like, "Hey kids, you're really awesome." Like, yeah, and that inspired her, you see, because they have to tell us that Captain Marvel's inspiring.
Fastest ever!
Yeah.
Because she isn't at
Oh
all.
boy.
Captain
Because they
Marvel
failed
is
utterly at showing it.
Captain Marvel is the hero that had all of the power in the world and then stood up. And you're like,
Fucking
okay.
Rocket Raccoon is inspiring.
Rocket
Don't give me that
Raccoon
Captain
is more
Marvel shit.
inspiring.
Yep.
Of course he is. He's a little raccoon
All of the
man
Guardians
who,
are
like,
more
uses
inspiring
his
than motherfucking
Yeah.
tail.
Captain
Gamora
Marvel.
is way more inspiring.
It
Yeah.
was
Well,
Drax
it was just
even.
it was just a few years ago that Rocket had more a deeper storyline. You had more empathy for that little raccoon.
Rocket's way
Then-
cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rocket's
Well,
awesome.
Drax learned what metaphors
To-
were.
to
That's
give you
Yes.
Yeah.
to
He
give you a
overcame his
stark
space
comparison.
autism, guys.
Oh, I just had a stark comparison, but I'm
And
referencing
Nebula learned
Cap,
to love
damn
her
it.
sister.
Well, so I was going to say, a
forgot, no.
comparison for this sort of element would be in the training camp in Captain America 1, where they throw the grenade, and he goes, grenade, and then he just jumps onto it to save everybody. You see
Yeah.
something like that happen, you're like, my god, what a legend.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What an amazing person. You're such a good person. You were actually willing to put yourself in harm's way to save other people, and it was just something you do because you're just that good.
Oh, it's a great. I really like that scene a lot. It's just like,
Yeah,
yeah,
there's-
you're Captain America. Yeah.
There's lots of things we
Show,
cite.
don't tell. That's the rule. Show, don't tell.
It's a beautiful thing.
And yeah, so Captain Marvel's pathetic, and she's the reason why Monica had the balls to go through the barrier and gain powers, which is something she had no idea would happen. She even thought she might just die, and she did it anyway because Wanda's not a villain, guys. She's upset. Like,
Okay.
it's
And it was
absolutely
Superman's first day.
non-functional. Nothing about this show is
Yeah.
functioning anymore. It's all, and we haven't even gotten to like the bulk of the last episode. We're sort of just covering
And even though she's
pieces.
kidnapped thousands of people, she could have kidnapped more.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely
Well.
insane.
Fucking crazy.
There are some great, on reflection, there are some brilliant cringe lines in this
Yep.
that can be used.
Some of the worst dialogue in certain pieces. Like, and nothing acts the way it should, and it's so confusing. But yeah, so she catches up to to Wanda's house, and she's just like, "Yo, Wanda, I understand," blah blah blah. And then Wanda tries to throw her away, but she uses, I say this in quotations, uses her powers to stop Wanda from doing that. Like, what? So she's covered in blue goo, and she's sort of just like, she's like, "No, you can't pick me up with your telekinesis because I went through the barrier."
Oh yeah.
And you just kind of like, I guess.
You're great.
Okay.
So wouldn't that have killed Monica if she wasn't like superpowered?
Maybe. Does she like slam her down or drop her down?
I think she slams her down. I have to see the clip again, but
She slams her down.
You're right. She does slam her down. Yeah.
attempted murder to add to the list of her crimes.
Yeah, I think you could say that. And she's shocked that she survived, I guess, or uses power. This is where I mean, Wanda's been ruined. Unfortunate, because she's really kind of one of the few people remaining that I was invested in. But oh well. I think we were saying this before, but like, I don't even know what character's going to show up in Doctor Strange 2 when she does. I'll be like, is that Wanda or is that the Scarlet Witch? Whatever that means at this point.
But what does it mean? Fuck it, I don't care.
She's appealing to Wanda significantly about this horrible circumstance, and Wanda even says, maybe I'm the villain. And then Agnes just goes, go away. Go away.
Wanda just leaves her to, I guess, continue to exist in her little fantasy world.
A terrible, terrible moment of just, what are you doing? There's a whole conversation to be had. Why? And then she like sort of just like, hey, stop it. And then Monica like slowly tries to keep up with them.
It's the meme of pointing at the cat. Like, that's what it is.
She's like, you're I don't like you. And it is the meme, yeah. But and Monica just sort of gives up until she decides maybe I should go after them. And then Quicksilver gets her. Or faux Quicksilver.
But they do the cat meme. They do the woman shouting at the cat meme. That's just happened. Wait, they and that's honest to God, that's on purpose. That is totally on purpose. They totally set that up to look like the woman shouting at the cat meme.
I can believe they did that on purpose and not actually anything important on purpose. Like I could tell that was probably their priority.
But I do like the way that Monica does fuck all afterwards.
Well, she takes ages to catch up to them. I don't know why. And then Quicksilver kidnaps her. And yeah, I guess because like there's not much more now before we can talk quickly about episode 8.
She beats Quicksilver. Quicksilver just like when she takes him out, he just decides not to be using his powers anymore.
Yeah. I didn't understand that, man. He was using his powers that entire time, and then he just loses. It's like, what the hell?
Let me explain.
I'm like, yeah,
they need to delay her for X amount of time. That is why.
Yeah, and the timer is up. How does she escape? Oh, Quicksilver just doesn't use his powers.
It makes sense.
Like, oh, all right. Well, I guess that wraps that up in a neat little bow.
Her power allows
she destroys. Doesn't she destroy the amulet?
That's how she does it.
Yeah,
she does it by like tackling him and taking him down because
she flips
he just
him
doesn't
over.
use his powers.
He's very strong. I mean, the fact is, like, he pokes her and she flies across the room. I think some people believe that that's momentum, but it only works with cartoons. It doesn't.
That's not how that works. No,
you can't have that work that way in real life. That's just a fuck up. Like, you can't have momentum. He stops. So, besides though, he has to have some level of super strength, density, or constitution to be able to survive going super fast. Like, you can't just do that.
Yeah. Otherwise, you just
you
friction would just burn you up.
You'd be dead.
Friction and internal organs and all that sort of thing.
And so she flips him. She gets on top of him, and he's like, "Oh no, woe is me!" And then she does her eye thing, and then she spots the necklace, then rips it, and he doesn't do anything throughout that whole sequence. If he did, she wouldn't be able to be jelly in the end. So it's consequentially it still has an effect. But lucky her power allows her to cast spells, I guess, is what that is.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
I love vague undetermined powers. They're great, aren't they?
Unfortunate she didn't enchant his shoe, so that she wouldn't be able to see it. Unfortunate that the mind control just doesn't. Imagine for a moment that the spell was just you can see purple stuff on his head, like a you know, like a plasma-y looking thing. Like, what is she gonna do then? Rip it off? It's like it's not even really attached. It's just it's around him, much like the mind control works for everyone else. But no, this guy, he had a necklace, and it's like the only reason I can think of that he had a necklace, unlike everyone else, is because he also needed to have super speed. Which, again, what the fuck? Give me
Because
super
if he'd
speed.
been around in that final fight, then he would have been able to defeat most of them.
All of them, yeah. Probably even the kids, because he's gonna be better at it than they are, I guess. I don't know. How did they get powers? Did she give them to him without a necklace because she's Wanda and she can do anything she wants?
That's a very good question.
So
Cool.
it's so weird how they just randomly then have powers. Like, oh, awesome.
So
It's so that they can fight at the end. It's so that
Yeah.
you can have that cool little shot where like the camera like zooms in and it's like the Incredibles where they're like, yeah, it's like, but it sucks. They should not have fought, man. The kids, it doesn't make any sense.
there was a deleted scene with Monica where she fights Agatha's bunny. It got cut. Is that real?
Yeah, it turns into
Are
a
you
giant
serious?
monster bunny.
My God.
Giant monster bunny.
What?
Giant monster
Gotta
bunny.
be
I
chill.
mean, at least that would have been something ridiculous I could have seen that might have been entertaining.
Might have laughed, yeah.
Yeah, I might have laughed at it at how stupid that is.
Hmm.
That bunny might actually come out to be like the most unscathed character.
Bunny had the best arc.
Bunny will be the king of the MCU by the end of this.
So,
Bunny will return in Avengers Endgame.
shouldn't take too long, but episode 8, often cited as like a good one. I'm not a fan, except for maybe one scene. The penultimate episode where you get a lot of history for Wanda. This could be where our panel finally have more of a disagreement because everything's been so terrible up to this point. I aside from for some reason her explaining everything to Wanda, which was really dumb. Like she just shouldn't have told her anything. She just should be trying to get what she wants, which is to sap her powers and understand her, which is to look in her memories. Instead, she explains to her what magic is. After then saying, "Don't you know what magic is? Because you're a witch." Like it's all really, really poorly done, but it's to get us information to understand a few more mechanics. But then
Yeah, I
none of
see
that
what
makes
they're
sense.
trying to
Anyway.
do to set things up.
I like the scenes in isolation to an extent. My trouble is just the mechanism for which they do it. It's just like her leading Wanda through. It's like, oh, okay.
I haven't even gone to
Yeah.
the actual memories yet. I was just talking about the setup, as well as she's definitely evil. You see, because she feeds a bug to her rabbit.
That was weird. It's like,
A
oh,
bug went up her nose.
I don't really
didn't
care
it?
that much about the bug.
I
That's
don't.
the
Yeah,
thing.
I was just like, okay, so this is again going on the list of.
Oh no,
she's
it's a bird,
villain?
wasn't it? It transforms into a bird.
Oh yeah, she turns into a bird and then feeds the untransformed thing. She feeds it to the rabbit, whatever. Then
The rabbit's like insane. The rabbit's crazy. Watch out for that rabbit, man.
yeah,
That rabbit will fuck up a
the
bird.
rabbit will return in Avengers. So
Yeah,
we've
maybe it's the from Holy Grail.
Memory 1, and I honestly think that this is kind of how a lot of book readers feel when they see things adapted. It's kind of a similar feeling. I was always a big fan of the origin story being told to us, as recanted as a motivation in Age of Ultron, because I think it's a really good one. Seeing all of it play out explicitly, covering all of the possible things you could ever be confused by, it started to come across as really lame. First and foremost,
Kind of.
hey, Dad tries to sell sitcoms, and we watch them as a family, and they play episode portions, and then they just fill the screen with Wanda's face being really happy with her family while watching sitcoms. Do you get it? It's
Yeah, like the way it's
I didn't
handled.
need
is
an
very-
explanation as to why someone likes sitcoms.
Yeah, I don't need to know
I
why
really
she likes
don't.
her family or considers family a comforting thought, and that sitcoms are a world she decided to go into. Instead, they're like, you see, Bewitched, Malcolm in the Middle, Dick Van Dyke Show. Her father has all these. They watch them to learn English better. Also, she loves it, and that is why she did what she did in this season. I'm like, you're explaining stuff you didn't need to explain, and you're not explaining anything that needs to be explained.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me why a fat kid likes a chocolate bar. Like,
Yeah,
I get it.
we got it.
I get it.
She grew up in Sokovia. Or wherever else, just a horrible place with under war, and the idea that she watched sitcoms to get away from it all. I didn't need you to show me that. Like, I get it.
Then
Well, yeah. So then it plays out the scene that we already knew about, but now we see it, which is the Stark used bomb crashes in. Their parents presumably were killed by the initial explosion or whatever.
Even though they got that bit wrong.
I can't remember what the original story was.
Doesn't Wanda say when she's explaining
There's
it in
a hole
Civil
in
War?
the floor, and our parents go in. Yeah.
Sorry, Age of Ultron. Doesn't she say there was one word on it, Stark, and this one has actually Stark Industries on it?
I mean, even the whole story. There's kind of like the thing is they said that there's a giant hole in the floor. Wasn't there just a bunch of rubble? I don't remember there being a hole in the floor and that the parents fell.
No,
in.
it's just rubble.
But the big fundamental thing is what an interesting story it is that you were just the family that the bomb didn't go off in just by pure chance, by pure luck.
Pure luck.
You're the ones who didn't get blown up. Now, what we know is that Wanda cast a probability hex as a child to stop the bomb from going off. Why would
I think
you do that?
I think we all could have guessed that. All
Why
the
would you-
clues were there.
Like, I mean, fundamentally, I think that's like just so much worse as an idea. But also, how does she even know? She just did it unwittingly.
She's
She
the Scarlet
unwittingly
Witch,
cast
which, by the way,
probability hex.
we're entering into
Yeah.
serious problems for the MCU because there's a couple of bits and bobs of language that I think they're going to do the thing we hate, which is you can do all of this and you will do all of this because you're the Scarlet Witch.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, what do you mean? That's not
Yeah,
anything.
the Scarlet Witch seems to be prescriptive and not descriptive,
which is
Mm-hmm.
fucking unfortunate because they're just going to justify all kinds
which
of
is
bullshit.
the chosen one thing, essentially.
You got the Deus Ex Machina.
You're the chosen witch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, this is why it's so much more interesting. A whole bunch of people would have been affected by Stark weaponry. The idea that one of them was a dud is perfectly likely, and the family that were affected by it, they stared at the bomb for 2 days before what I thought the story was. They realized that it's that like their movements or their interaction with it won't affect it, or someone came in to help them. But they were staring at the word Stark and waiting for it to kill them for 2 days. That's really powerful as like a reason to hate Tony Stark or the Stark family. Then you combo that up with what I think is a missed opportunity. You could have it before this happened that she kind of thought that like America was awesome in terms of seeing all of their media and how happy and wholesome all of it is with great lessons. And then she finds out that Stark is like the biggest billionaire in America and that this is what destroyed everything. And so the love of sitcoms gets like pitted against her and is part of like an ongoing grief cycle of trying to rationalize what she believes about the world outside of the home that she had. You know, you have all of these different possibilities, all these different storylines. And instead, they just tell us what we already knew, but then say it was a spell that did it.
That's way more satisfying.
Sure.
I'm glad they recontextualized her backstory to be about magic spells.
That's almost as good as the guy having his eye scratched out by a cat.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's another great turn. Yeah.
We talked briefly about the whole Boner Quicksilver thing. Apparently, I remember seeing the article or something. Was that inspired by Iron Man 3? Did you say Meme Repository? Was that what he said?
Yeah, he said that his favorite part of Iron Man 3 was the Mandarin twist, and that was heavily influential with that boner twist.
Oh,
But I wouldn't call that a twist.
No.
No, I'd call that a
stupid.
fucking dud. Yeah.
Yeah.
in a certain sense. And just watching me in misery, like, isn't that funny? You weren't expecting that. It's like, no, it wasn't.
Yep. Got you.
I didn't.
My eyes were rolling to the back of my fucking head.
Fuck
My
yeah,
name's
that's-
Boner.
Well, when I think I
Fuck you,
said this
Shell.
on Fringy Stream, but like when I first saw that scene, I was like, I hadn't reacted yet because I was just like, wait, are we? Is that? You just said that he's a guy in this town. He was given a spell to pretend to be a brother. His name is Ralph Boner. Like, are we doing this? Are we saying that,
And
it was all just Lolly's name is Boner? Like,
And Agatha Harkness can cast a spell that would give Quicksilver powers. Like, can you do that with all the superheroes? And I mean, why would you
not?
need Wanda's magic at that point? I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Oh, this screenshot that Rags has sent, there are now inconsistencies. Pietro says, we were 10 years old having dinner, the four of us. When the first shell hits 2 floors below, it makes a hole in the floor. It's big. Our parents go in and the whole building starts coming apart. I grab her, roll her under the bed, and the second shell hits. but it doesn't go off, sits there in the rubble 3 feet from our faces, and on the side is painted one word, which you mentioned before as Stark. Yeah, they weren't having dinner. They were watching Malcolm in the Middle or something. Oh, no, Dick Van Dyke. That's right.
We wait 2 days for Tony Stark to kill us. I
Yeah.
remember finding that so effective. I was just like,
Yeah.
great.
It's great, and now it's fucked. This is what I mean. New content can retroactively screw up older
Oh,
content.
absolutely. And this is so unnecessary. They
keep
didn't need to
learning.
explain any of this. Just like Mueller
Yeah,
said, there was so many other things we needed explanation of. This was not one of them.
And you know what? It's kind of a cool line where he says, I wondered why you two are the only one that survived the experiments, now I don't. He's referring to willpower. A good old-fashioned, they have such a hatred for Stark that they managed to push through the experiments. But yeah, but now it's like, well, she survived because she's the Scarlet Witch. You're like, stop saying that. Please stop saying that. And then
I don't think
Pietro
we-
survived because...
Yeah.
okay.
Because
Because
I don't think we've talked about it yet.
and
but, like,
Pietro's power is magical too. Like that's another confusing thing.
Well,
I think I think they want to do, maybe they just came up short. Right? They wanted to introduce the mutants and they're like, no, we can't do it on Disney Plus. We need to do it in a movie or something.
Because they could
So-
have just toyed with the idea. They could have set it up. It could have been one of those things where not even Wanda knows what's happening, or we don't get an explanation quite yet. But it's one of those little so okay, all right. I see
With
what they're doing now.
Agatha all along.
Yeah, Disney needs to describe everything to you. Anytime you get close to being emotional, they drop back last minute because they don't want you feeling any sad feelings because of the audience-enhanced data-driven analysis.
how garbage, by the way, the TV happens to fall in view of the bomb, so it's just going to play sitcoms for the 2 days they're there. It's just like, okay, all right.
Mhm.
It wouldn't
still
though
work.
because the DVD would run out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it would get to the end of the episode and stop. So
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be the menu at the very least.
Oh yes, and as
You
pointed
have to
out
listen
earlier,
to the menu music for 2 days.
Oh, God.
I can see, it explains
FBI
everything.
warning.
and as
FBI
pointed out
one.
earlier, they can't even count to 2 apparently because they put so Pietro's line was like there was just one word painted on the side of it, Stark,
Yeah.
and when you actually see the scene, it's Stark Industry, so that's 2 words. So they fucked it up like in a very small way again, so they can't even get like the very small details right.
To me, it always came across as whenever they keep track of old shit, they just go from memory. Like, I'm pretty sure it was something like they were in a house and a bomb hit, I think. We'll just go from there. It's like, why
Would it
don't you
really
just...
take too much just to go pull
Yeah,
out a copy
just
of
go
Age
to
of
this-
Ultron and
Come
find
on.
out?
Go look at the script, please.
Somebody just pull out a Blu-ray of Age of Ultron. Let's just take us 2 seconds to get to it, and nah.
So
it's a
yeah,
bit too much.
I think it's like the worst of both worlds. Not only did they show me shit that I didn't need to see, they've also changed it. Like, so it's just like, thanks for that. You've made it worse, and I didn't need to see it in the first place. Then you get the next scene, which is the Mind Stone detaches itself from the staff to walk right up to her and give her a vision of the Scarlet Witch. Okay.
That was really. Was that in her head? Was that what the it was implying, or was that real? Did it actually come out and like attach itself to her? Like, what was that all about?
No idea. And it
I
implies
do
like
not know.
the stones.
costume though, like what?
Do the stones have a conscience and they want to like do things? So they were
I don't
tools.
think so.
I don't understand.
It's such a weird moment. I didn't know what the hell I was watching when I saw that. I was like, dude, what is going on? Why is the stone beeping like a will of its own?
Also, really shitty dialogue. They have her walk in, and he's like, "Please approach the stone," or so he says like "forward" or something like that. And then the guy next to him goes, "With respect, sir, no, not one subject has survived." Why would you tell him that? He knows that.
Why'd you say that?
Yeah.
Why are you dumb?
And it's
Why
like
is
they
everyone
told us
dumb?
that.
Well,
to
yeah,
know.
why you gotta hold me back, bruh?
And they said it because they want us to understand this is special. It's like I already knew that. Fuck.
Yeah,
I hope Wanda's okay.
Experiments.
And yeah, for some reason it fucks with time to the point where the camera didn't record any of the shenanigans. It just cuts from her standing to her on the floor, and they're like, "How weird." I don't know why it did that, but the universe doesn't want them to see it, I guess.
Because if we see it happen, it's not a mystery box.
Yeah, and while she's waiting in her cell, they fucking
It's
play
just a normal box
sitcoms.
that's open and there's nothing left in it.
Sitcoms are following her whole life, you see. It's not cringe at all that you're just piling it on in all these flashbacks, and it never turned up in any of her scenes previously. She never expressed an interest in TV or sitcoms in any way, or referenced them.
Nope.
Dick Van Dyke.
No.
And you might be like, well, what do you want then? I'd just be like, I think you can do it without all this gay shit. Just have it that she's interested in sitcoms. Like, why'd you have to
Use those
force it
exact
so
words.
hard? It's,
Guys, I've been watching this episode, and I'm not gonna lie, this is a bunch of gay shit.
it's frustrating because I'm like, she's someone who would have watched a lot of sitcoms, and she's probably had access to older shit because she was in a poorer country. I get it, that's fine. And then you show me all this,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh my god, everywhere she goes, they fucking play stupid ass sitcoms in her room. Like, really?
It's the kind of thing that you would literally be seeing in Batwoman
Yeah.
every step along the way. Of like the constant flashbacks over and over and over and over and over again.
So finally, get to a scene that I like, where she and Vision discuss. They have what is one of their opening conversations, and it's a really good one to build their relationship from. He doesn't really have much of a reason to talk to him, and he doesn't really have much of a reason to talk to her, unless what they make clear, which is that he's curious to look after her because she's clearly in pain because her brother died at the end of Age of Ultron. And she's like, why are you talking to me? Because talking about it's not going to help. I want him back. And then he tries to explain the desire to want him back, the grief you're experiencing. I understand it. It's love persevering after a relatively lengthy explanation from his point of view, which is that a person who lacks anyone he cares about because he was born yesterday, as he says in Age of Ultron. He's just trying to understand emotions. And I was like, you know what? I wonder if anyone else wrote this scene, because it's so much better than everything in the season.
I know what you mean. It's just like, more of this, please. More of this relationship and how it unfolded and how, they came, these two damaged or, one naive, one really damaged individual. How do they come together? It's just, ugh.
And
I like it. It's like it takes place before Avengers: Age of Ultron, so like it's we've seen their relationship come more to fruition in Civil War and Infinity War. So it's like it's laying the groundwork of like what came before, and it's really solid stuff.
And then they ruin it. Well, not entirely, but I fucking hated it when they both like smile at each other, and the scene is very clear in what it's saying. And then Agatha goes, "So your mom and dad died, your brother died, and then Vision died, and so no one could stop you when you fell to the darkness."
Thank you.
Thanks.
Agnes. Thank you, Agnes. Thank you for being here.
It honestly
Thank
felt
you.
like the show was like, maybe they didn't get it. Maybe they didn't get that Wanda cared
Maybe,
about
yeah.
Vision, and he helped her deal with her grief, and when he was gone, she had nobody. Maybe they didn't get it. I don't know.
They have a lot of faith in their audience.
Streaming for the lowest common denominator. Disney Plus. D plus.
And
You know who's got some D
The D
pluses?
plus.
Kat Denning.
Kat Dennings, baby.
And yeah, the last flashback, I guess, is when she comes in, sees the body, is at peace that Vision is gone, goes to a house that presumably Vision bought for them, like a lot. He sent, because she got a letter with...
But he never told her, or
I don't know
let
what
her
the show was
They're
trying
on
to
the
say with that
run in
one.
Infinity War. Like what? Did
Yeah, and I thought they were in
Everything.
another country.
I don't know when he bought the lot and then wrote the letter to send to
Yeah.
her to say, let's live here forever. I don't know when that happened, but apparently it did.
This is our forever home, wasn't it?
I don't know when did he do that? Like,
And who
We're
lets a
just-
I mean, like, that's a shitty lot. I mean, maybe you got a good price.
well, it was a really shitty lot, and I assume, was the plan for them to build a house there? Was that the idea?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I mean,
It
he
would be
probably
nice if they
could build a
explored
house.
that.
Someone, hey, I've just been told that Mahler was wondering if anyone else wrote that scene. Apparently, Paul Bettany had them rewrite that scene.
Oh,
Oh,
Yes.
Gotta fucking
there
kidding
you
me.
go.
Actor understands the character.
Yeah, somebody that actually understands what's going on.
Well,
damn.
I mean, that man has been
Paul Bettany in
acting...
charge of his own character from now on.
Absolutely, fuck him. Because like honestly, it's like the only scene that I feel this show is worth seeing for. Because even the sitcom stuff that I like, it doesn't really go anywhere or do anything. It's more so a charming thing you could check out. that
It
scene
felt like a natural addition to Civil War, you know?
Yeah, pop it into Civil War as a prologue scene. Even I don't know. Like I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to fuck with Civil War too much, of course, because I don't want to fuck up the timeline. But like, it's a scene that it only helps the rest of the MCU. That scene.
The timeline's fucked up. It's really fucked up now.
Yeah,
But didn't Captain Marvel fuck it up? I still haven't seen that film.
They've
Still don't
all-
care if I see the film.
Don't.
But didn't that fuck the timeline up?
Yes, a little
it
bit.
fucks
Yep.
with stuff for sure. I can't remember how much damage it does compared to. Well, I mean, we've already said
Nick
like
Fury, the Avengers,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
entire.
Yeah, it retroactively makes his eye thing bad.
Yeah.
Originally, we're told that the Avengers were created because of Thor coming to that town and leveling it in that fight. But apparently, no. Instead, it was all of these shenanigans that happened in Captain Marvel. Actually,
he's the
it
first
creates
Avenger.
the issue of they just don't even address the fact that these massive warships exploded in Earth's atmosphere and no one just seems to give a shit or know about it or care.
Why would you? Why would you?
Yeah, some stuff like that. So yeah, mess around with it a little bit.
Yeah, they
Screws
got
up Guardians. See, yeah, it screws up a lot of movies.
this the property deed from New Jersey. It's for Wanda Maximoff and the Vision. And
There you go. It's grow old in.
grow old. Yeah, and it's just like, when did he do this? Okay, fine. And
No.
she goes here and cries and then explodes. It's like, okay.
You know, that's what women do. They go home, they cry, and then they explode.
She shots out magic and transforms the town.
But again,
and
it
you're
would
like,
it would make
whatever.
so much more sense if this was a manipulation by Agatha. The whole thing was a manipulation.
Yeah, you need serious rewrites, but like making Agatha the architect is probably the best way to save Wanda from being incredibly villainous, I would say.
Yeah, because she just
They
comes
could
out
have done it
bad.
better.
Yeah, you know what? They could have
Yeah,
done it
you
better.
can have Agnes either be the villain or just a parallel hero who's trying to like let her down easy, maybe if he wanted to rewrite it, or she's trying to inhibit Wanda's latent energy. And then maybe if you want to get rid of them both, then maybe Wanda is somewhat victimized by her own power because of her emotions, but this old sorceress can teach her how to harness her powers and train her. So they go off to do that so they could bring him back whenever they need him for another movie or show or what the fuck ever. But yeah, they did it really badly. And and they mixed up the hero and the villain, and it's just a mess. It's all just horrible.
It's all
bad.
Oh,
fuck.
bad.
It wasn't actually Agatha. Oh,
We wish it was Agatha all along. We really do.
it was kind of Wanda Maximoff all along.
So
But she didn't kill Sparky.
when Agatha finds all this out, she realizes she's the Scarlet Witch from this, and thus continues the initial plan of, yes, suck the power. That's all she wants to do. So
Suck
that
it
whole
off,
episode
baby.
really, plot-wise, doesn't change a thing. It's just to give us context that I honestly think we knew most of this, except most of it now adding a whole bunch of questions, unfortunately.
Like, I think a lot of this stuff is better left unsaid. Like, this stuff was in the subtext of the previous films or like recounted through dialogue, and it's like you really don't need this to play out visually, especially not in this context.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Like, you could do it through quick flashes or something, but we really don't need this extended scene of them cowering in front of the bomb, you know? It's not
Yeah,
not
it's better as a
necessary.
story. It's the way that they describe it, like
well,
that.
Yeah. I pictured all of it, and now I'm watching it all. It's like, so much labor.
It's usually lamer, yeah, especially when you have this incompetent creative team trying to fucking pull it off.
Mm-hmm. Which takes
Wait,
us...
are we pulling it off or sucking it off? I'm really confused.
Why
now.
not both?
Okay, fair enough. Let's go.
Which takes
It's
us
like
to
a bop
episode
it.
8, by the way.
Let's
Which we've managed to cover portions of 8 already, so it shouldn't be too painful to get through. But it is easily 9. I keep
Portions of eight.
I'm so used to seasons being 8 episodes.
Portions of 8.
9 is where we're at. 9 is the disaster. So yeah, it opens, I guess, with Agatha being like, right, I'ma make you cast spells so I can suck you, and you're like, alrighty. Unfortunately, at the same time, Evil Vision is made his way in, and his job is to kill them both. And at the same time, Vision's discovered the truth, but he doesn't really care because he's going to get into a big old boss battle. I guess there's so many things. I don't even know where to begin with this shit. Agatha's immortal, right? Like she been lost for ages,
or at least last a long time.
Somewhat. Let's just assume. Is she also like super strong? Because she gets hit by a car.
No, she should
like
have killed.
So that part confused me when I was watching it too. I was like, "Oh, she's dead because she just got hit by a car, and only her shoes are left."
I don't know what they were telling me. It's like, nah, she teleported out. You're like, but she was clearly hit by it. So...
But all that was just a cheap Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah.
About visuals and quippy little.
Yeah, but the Wicked Witch of the West died in that scene they're referencing, which is like another one of those weird things. Like, oh yeah, she's dead. Because if you drop a house on a witch, she dies.
Yeah, but they had to come back to
water and houses. Those are the two weaknesses.
You can walk up behind Wanda and shoot her in the head. You know, you can walk up behind Doctor Strange and shoot him in the head. Same with Human Torch. There's a bunch of heroes where they got these amazing powers, but you can still blow them away with, just a 9mm. She should have been dead.
Except Monica, whose bullet.
Yeah, she'll jelly them. Watch out for a jelly.
Yeah. It's supposed to be energy too. It's supposed to be light. I don't know why it becomes jelly at some point, but yeah.
Just want to, like, I hope people can understand. Like, I think it's a valid concern because look at this screenshot I've got. I think that's pretty funny. You only see it for a split second or so.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. With magic.
Oh my god.
Using telekinesis.
Laid out.
And the motion below,
like
you can tell
witch
there's the
prop
G
on
forces, how
Halloween.
fast it's going. Oh,
she's wrapped around the car.
She's eating that car. She's eating that bumper.
I am all of a sudden remembering why I thought
she would
died.
crumple like a fucking paper mache doll.
Yep.
Insane.
But it
Toyota.
It does fuck all because she just comes back later. But we'll have to do this piece by piece.
She used a soul stone and took a health potion.
So Evil Vision shows up, and he's supposed to be a drone that's designed to kill them, and instead he's like, Wanda. Hello. I'm evil, by the way. And then
like he knows her.
And
like
said you were strong.
I don't get it.
As well, he takes his time. And you're just like, you just use the laser on your head and cut her in half. She's a glass cannon.
The way he comes
I knew we
toward
should have
her,
installed this quirky personality into him.
it's like he's confused when he first walks toward her. He's just like, what's happening? What's going on? I don't know. Weird. Life is strange. And then he's like, lol, I'm actually going to kill you. And you're like, oh, my God. That made all of the stuff you just did really weird, but okay. The interesting part to me, I think, has all been highlighted by many people, is the head crack thing. I think I even tweeted about it. I was just like, is she dead? She's the normal
Sound
at the very least.
It is undeniably bone cracking sound effects. You're just like, what is that if it's not her head?
Also, it should have been instant. Why would it even take like he's
vibranium.
He's like vibranium robot, dude.
This isn't Jason Voorhees where he's a little bit human, so it might take him a second to pop that head pimple. This is a robot.
But what makes it worse is he's crushing her to the point of her skull cracking. That is a strong grip he's got there. Vision tackles him at the speed of presumably a high amount. Surely, that took him by surprise. Surely he's taking Wanda's head with him.
That should have just gone pop.
At least snapping her neck.
You just see her body flailing around because it's barely attached by the skin of her throat because everything else is broken off. Like,
maybe had wobbly cum fingers.
It just drops down like safely. It's just a quick fall. It's like, was he not holding on at all? It's like he has butterfingers.
Vision is real fucking lucky he didn't kill her by doing that.
Yeah, and like her skull was cracking. That.
No, it wasn't.
Well, it's fine, because if it was, she'd be dead. So I'm sure it's fine, Gary. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah. I also like that of all the things he could be tossed into, it's the gas canister on a caravan. It just explodes. It's like, this is when you know, like, we're in for the MCU sludge, everyone.
It's now for MCU sludge.
Was there a canister on the back?
Yeah. It's of all the things he could have been thrown at, it's something that explodes. Good stuff.
Of course, we're back to evil, like, villain with the same powers as the hero fighting. It's like, it's super exciting stuff that we haven't seen.
was it Free? Were we talking about this? Like or was it? I can't remember if it was Rags. It was somebody saying about like how the whole, wouldn't it be making more sense to flip them?
Oh, it would. Yeah. So the logic I had was like, if Agatha can suck Wanda's magic powers, then surely Vision should fight Agatha and Wanda should fight Vision. That makes more sense.
But you can't have males fight females anymore.
The problem,
No.
because like it would be way more interesting to try and see them counter each other. Because of course,
why do I want to see Vision fight Vision? That's fucking what.
I think both
know
of them
what I
are
mean?
lame as
What-
fuck. The
Oh, man. As just said it. I mean, it's going to be stupid, but that's the future. You're going to see people. I mean, I don't know if you're going to be able to see like a white guy fight a black guy anymore. They're going to have the white guy segregate all.
I mean,
You think it sounds crazy, but that's what they're doing. This is all this Bechdel test, and you don't want to go down that rabbit
I guess
hole.
because the problem is like when I sit here and think about Vision versus Vision, it's like, why do that? Like, I don't see the utility in having two identical characters fight each other.
my first thing with that fight was just go incorporeal and stand still and be like, so what are we doing? Like,
Yep.
What are we doing?
Because like this fight doesn't end, so we have to have it. And that's, to me, is what Vision would do. He'd just go thingy and then be like, you can't hurt me, I can't necessarily hurt you, let's talk. Which they eventually do, but not for a while.
Yeah, and I kind of liked it.
Full on Man of Steel with this fight as well, because that was almost you think you could hurt my mother.
Yeah,
You think
your
you can
hands up
threaten my mother?
It's not usually this confrontational. Like Vision usually will open like trying to be the voice of reason. Like that's what he does when he arrives at the airport instead of Civil War. It's like he's usually not
Well,
like
That's what he does to Hawkeye in the compound.
As we highlighted, he doesn't even question who Evil Villain and Evil Vision and Purple Witch Lady are. He just deals with it like, well, this is happening. Excuse me?
Yeah, he doesn't even acknowledge her till the end, right? Because they're supposed to be separate. That's the way they write shit now. It's crazy. It's gonna be very hard to write superhero films when you put so much restriction on yourself. You can't, if you're gonna have a super powered woman, you can't have, Drinker pointed this out in his villains video at the end of Thor Ragnarok. You couldn't have a fully powered Thor taking on Hela. He had to
Oh yeah,
No.
the third party had to slice her apart.
And yet he says in the very next film, I had to kill my sister, but he didn't kill her.
well, he
He was
could,
responsible.
he could see himself as to blame in terms, and he would have been okay with
yeah.
her dying, right? He would have sanctioned
Yeah,
it,
of
if you will.
God, you can almost hear Hans Zimmer playing when that shot starts.
Yeah.
So I think it's really weird that Agatha is like, uh-oh, your ex and your boyfriend at the same place. It's like, Agatha, aren't you like, what the fuck is that? What the hell is that?
Oh, I didn't.
What
make
is
that guy.
Vision doing here? What is this Vision?
Nobody behaves
Seed
like
of
the way they
vision.
should. Everyone's
Couldn't this
weird.
possibly thwart my plan. That doesn't
Exactly,
even
yeah.
come across. Like, I'm fine.
She'd be like, this Vision's trying to kill Wanda. Like, that's bad for me, because I need to suck her powers. And I don't care, for some reason. Like, it's just like, what is happening? And then she teleports away and onto, like, closer to the town. And so it becomes clear that she wants to start enticing Wanda to cast spells. And she does, like I said, there's some level of, like, making sense here. But then when Wanda actually does start casting spells, she doesn't do anything. You remember when she strangles everybody? Like, she's got all of her red goo coming out of her because she's doing it. Agatha doesn't do anything. She doesn't do the big suck.
Nope.
She does suck on other scenes. She's really inconsistent with it.
They act like the only way that she can suck is when like she throws those like balls and then she can suck with that. But any other thing,
So
there's
she
no
sucks balls?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
I'm a
happens?
big fan of the big
Wanda's
suck.
balls.
That is a-
Red balls.
Hey, out of
Yeah,
red
curiosity,
balls.
if I had like a concrete cube that I put those runes inside, and so anybody in there can't cast spells, but then I put that in a really big concrete cube that also had runes in it from a different witch, and then I put that in a really, really big cube with, like, how does that work? Who's his
I ain't got a
active?
fucking Danny LaRue, mate.
I have no idea, but it's fine. Big suck. So, moving on, we get all the Hayward stuff. We've been over it, so we're all good. We can move on. And the bonus stuff. Just excellent work. And then,
Good job.
Yeah, Agatha like tosses and throws Wanda quite a bit with powerful blasts, and again, it always feels like and this applies to Agatha too. It's just like, do you guys forget these aren't superhumans? These are people. But like, okay,
Yeah. They
have
got
to deal with it.
superpowers, but they're as individuals, they're just as mortal as us.
Yeah, and then she's
They're
like, in my spooky book, it says that you're gonna destroy humanity or something. Isn't that what she says? You're gonna be like, you're gonna kill everyone.
Damn, I can't remember what exactly she said.
I just remember thinking like, oh god, are we doing Dark Phoenix? I'm guessing eventually or
It's
something.
very similar to that.
Yep.
Probably similar, yeah.
No,
she's
not Darth Vader,
unstable,
not
but
again.
incredibly powerful.
Yeah, she
That's-
says
Also,
your
I like how she
destiny.
can just summon the Book of the Damned just casually.
Yeah.
She says your destiny is to destroy the world.
Can I summon an
Oh,
amazing?
that's your destiny.
That's her destiny, apparently.
And then Wanda was able to do it later as well. Like, where did she learn to summon the Satan book, you know?
Well, yeah, because there's no reason why she should be able to do that, right? Like nobody.
No.
She even says, "I'm not a witch. I don't cast spells, and no one taught me magic."
Which,
How does she even know what astral projection is?
yeah, and interesting she says that, and then a few seconds later casts the fucking runes.
Yeah, funny.
Which
funny.
don't even match, so we can't even have she has like photographic memory excuse, which is still bullshit, but it's like,
Also,
Hey, come on. Harry Potter talks to snakes before he knows he's a wizard.
there you
that's
go.
true, and it was Superman's first day.
You're a
But-
scarlet
That's
witch,
just-
Wonder.
He had a piece
Uh,
of Voldemort. That's
So,
why.
But I think the most damning is he's like, I'm gonna use my powers, and Agatha's like, you can't, because you're standing in a room with runes that cancels out witches' spells. You are casting spells, dumbass. Like, it's just, you can't even disprove it at that point. It's terrible dialogue, but like, Wanda should be at peace at this point with like, yeah, I guess I'm a witch then, mechanically. Like, how else can I explain all this bullshit? But she's like, nope, not a witch, and then casts more spells.
And then she
Also, we have
does
this fully
witch
trained witch here, and we have this really lame fight where they're just casting magic balls at each other back and forth rather than doing anything
it looked
creative.
crap, honestly.
Yeah.
Like the fight actually looks dog shit. Like the visual effects, it's like, you know, it's kind of like in a really crappy TV show where they just clearly got them on wires and are just moving the image that they captured around on a green screen. It looks really crap. It looks really shit. Like, which is weird because like the Vision fight was having like actual, you know, like effects work and stuff.
That's what took up all the budget.
Yeah.
Well, I read that they only finished the finale 2 weeks before it aired, so they were clearly in a bit of a rush. Yeah,
Ooh, that's not good.
that might
Good
explain a
guys.
lot. Actually,
I was gonna say that might explain why it's some of the worst fucking shit in the MCU ever seen. Like, it's so terrible. Because remember, the following scene is all of the people being released, and then Wanda's like, stop talking, strangle you all. It's like, the what?
Yeah, and then let us die, please.
We feel your grief.
Yeah, I think it's just infinitely disturbing that she keeps all the children trapped in their bedrooms. Like, what the fuck are you,
Of
like,
course.
Why did you need to do
Imagine-
that?
why couldn't they be
Imagine
out
being a
playing in
parent,
the
imagine
parks?
playing
Why
that.
couldn't they be doing children things?
But
Yeah,
just
like,
imagine.
why are you didn't have to be so evil.
Yeah.
Does she keep them trapped in their bedrooms while also having them feel her grief? So they're like in this eternal, like
Yeah, well,
depressive
those kids,
state.
Hence
yeah.
why-
Little
Yeah, they're
nightmare,
stuck in
kind
the
of
room. They don't
something.
have control over themselves. They can't call out to their parents. There's no one else there for them. They're all alone. Like, that's horrific.
Hence
this-
why I don't want it
It's a terrible thing to
understated.
do.
That's
$25
possibly
million an episode. This cost.
Yeah,
$25 million.
it is
Well,
the most expensive
an
TV show ever made. I
How?
think.
dude. That means 3 of these episodes are the same price as Joker.
No,
And they gave it to these writers.
Joker was 50 million.
Oh, 2 then.
Oh,
'Cause,
Wow.
well, if you add marketing, I guess I don't know.
Yeah, if you
yeah,
had
but if you add
marketing.
marketing for WandaVision, then it just cancels out, doesn't it?
Oh, in
Like,
that case,
probably.
probably. Actually, WandaVision probably has more marketing budget. So
It might have. I know, of course, it's PG-13 or whatever. So
It's
you know,
cost as
like,
much as Wonder Woman. Yep.
well,
200.
this movie, yeah, I think WandaVision is the most expensive television show ever made. It beats out the Pacific, which is crazy because the Pacific and like Band of Brothers have incredible production values.
mhm.
And this show kind of doesn't. Like it clearly has better production values than like CW shit, but like it's still not. You know what I mean? Like it's still a bit rough. They're in a rush.
I have to question just how, like, I can understand, if she's like this magic conduit, she might be able to figure out how to do telepathy or telekinesis maybe on her own. But like all of this reality manipulating stuff, I feel like this is something you would have to learn rather than something you would have intuitive control over.
Of course.
I don't know.
Absolutely. I don't see how you could intuitively be like, yeah, I can rewind time. It's like, oh, what's like going on in your head when you make that happen? What hand gestures are you doing to make that happen?
And she's doing the big spell. Look at all this red goo everywhere. She's not sucking. She's just watching her from really far away. There's so much goo to suck.
You can be like a Dementor right there.
It's so frustrating. And then she like implies like, well, what are you gonna do to save him? You're gonna release him? And then she does the big spell, the classic laser into the sky, which I'm very glad we still have. The good
It was
one.
red this time.
It was red though. Yeah, they need to do them blue. They need to stay blue. But what can you do?
Have we had a yellow one yet?
I don't even know.
I'd like to see a magenta one.
I'd like a purple one.
nope.
Have we had a purple
I
one?
want a
before?
green one. I like green. No, wait, Green Lantern did that.
Squad one is pretty.
Have we had a green laser? Yeah.
Yeah, Green Lantern, they all shot their green coom into the sky, and that was
Yeah.
Speaking of, right?
Green Lantern cube, yeah.
So look at all of that glorious
goo,
red
yeah.
coom going into the sky, and look at Agatha just to the left, not doing a fucking thing about it.
Missing the big suck.
Like, look how much she could suck. There's a whole
Oh,
stream of suckable.
that
into the part
effect,
of it,
man.
yeah.
That effect is fucking rough. Oh my
It is
goodness. It is not that. It's not casting light. It's not really.
I'm just
It's
imagining
not
them filming it before they added in the
Why
red
isn't
beam.
Agatha doing the big suck?
I don't know.
I don't know.
This is her prime
That's what
opportunity.
That looks like
It
something I
being
could do in
that
like.
thick.
This is
30
exactly
minutes
what
in After
Agatha
Effects.
wants, and she's doing it, and she's not doing the big suck.
Well, what's weird is that she only begins sucking again when Vision turns back up, and they're all talking, and then she casts a purple goo spell at them, and Wanda blocks it, and then she starts sucking her. And it's like, why weren't you sucking her before?
The whole point of this fight was to like bait her so that she would have to use her
Yeah.
magic. She could
Yeah.
do the big stuff.
Yeah.
There's all of this delicious red juice flow.
Yeah,
the
just
the
suck
magic
up on.
apple juice going in. Suck it.
And
Suck Wanda, come on.
Can we
Really-
think of another metaphor? No, never mind.
No.
And then, because this episode is non-stop insanity, the borders are lifted so that the citizens can escape, and then Hayward is like, now's our chance, let's go in.
Let's
no.
go and kill everyone.
Like, how about we don't, Hayward? It's funny, when she lifts the borders, all of the objects in the world are shifting different eras, the implication being that while she's, like, allowing people to leave, everything is in a sort of state of oscillation between different things, implying that when the borders come back down, things will go back to whatever era they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
So why the fuck... This is the thing, if I was part of Hayward's team, they're like, we gotta go in there, I'd be like, nah.
Why
Let's
no?
not. Let's maybe wait and see what happens.
Yeah,
first
there's
before we
kind of a
just
lot
go
of
in.
dodgy shit going on right now, so
I don't think it's a great
gonna
idea,
give
but
it 5. Gonna have a cup of tea.
they all follow him in.
Please.
And consequence-free as well, because the borders go back up, but they don't convert to anything. They're fine. As if the implication is only if you pass through the border do you convert. But we know that's not true. Things are converting in the universe all the time.
Yeah, you
Like-
can see them. They're slooping in and out.
So it's just bullshit. They can't keep track of anything.
Why aren't the people
They're in
turning all
immigration
50s and stuff? Why are they all like still 21st century and not turning back into 50s people and 70s people?
I don't, dude. Like, there's just no way to.
It's
Nothing.
This is a very good question.
The Visions fight, and they do the thing. The lasers lock lasers, and they push back
Yeah.
and forth. I don't know who did it
We
first.
move
A lot of people
past
want to
this
reference
trend.
Harry Potter.
Beam struggles.
Yeah, like
Dragon
Harry,
Ball Z.
Harry Potter's the one I remember being pretty early. But what else is there where they just lock beams?
didn't they do this in isn't it like Iron Man?
Superman?
when
They do it.
people
Oh wait,
shoot
they do it in
lasers at
X-Men
each other?
3. Between
Oh,
Iceman
yeah,
and
they do.
Fireman.
Yeah.
TVS, you had
Yeah, that's the
Doomsday
one.
and
Oh yeah, I'm going.
Doomsday,
What's
Heat Vision.
is the earliest reference in mainstream movies X-Men: The Last Stand? Is that, or was Harry
It
Potter
might
before
be
that?
X-Men 3 because wasn't the fight X-Men 3 came out before like but it was Goblet of Fire or something, wasn't
I'm
it? Where they
looking
do
this
the first shoot lasers.
Superman 2.
Everyone's saying Dragon Ball Z. I'm looking for like movie or
Live action
TV
films?
big budgets with the two colors. It
I think
wouldn't
was
surprise me.
Goblet of Fire, maybe that might have been
on
first.
TV trope they call it Beamo War.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's about right.
And then
Dragon
we've got the
Dragon Ball
earliest.
could be the first instance. I'd be curious what like one of the most initial ones are.
People were saying
Film
the
live
Phantom.
action. Oh, Big Trouble in Little China apparently had one.
Wait,
Yeah.
not the Phantom. Phantom.
Big Trouble Little China had
Hmm.
one.
The
Damn.
Phantom,
Apparently,
like
according
with
to
Billy
TV
Zane?
tropes, it did.
Well, that's what I'm confused about. Is it Phantom? Like, am I mixing up? Phantom is the comic, right? The Purple Man. That
Yeah.
pulp.
Yeah.
Yeah, Billy
right?
Zane.
Where would
Billy
there be
Zane.
no laser in that? Huh? Maybe.
Apparently
Oh,
maybe
it
I'm
comes out of the
thinking-
rings. The rings.
Oh,
He shoots
oh,
lasers
oh.
out of the ring.
Howard the
skull
Duck had
rings.
one apparently.
Then it probably is the Phantom. Then in that case, 'cause Phantom's super
Howard the
old.
Duck will return in Avengers Endgame.
Hopefully,
Please,
love that guy.
please.
Best character.
He was actually there for like 3 seconds.
He was.
Hey, he's
After
Guardian
credits,
Galaxy, and
Guardians,
he was in the
right?
end game portal scene.
Yeah.
As he should be,
What?
defending the world.
So
Anyway,
Howard the
Vision.
Duck came through one of the portals.
Yeah, it came with all the Ravagers or whatever they were called for like 3
I missed
seconds.
that. I totally missed that.
He's next to He's in the shot where Wasp appears. If you're curious.
Oh,
Okay.
something we didn't quite talk about yet. For some reason, one of Wanda's or both of Wanda's kids can see possibly into the future and danger. They detect future danger and they have flashes of it, and that's what usually motivates them to do things, such as ask Wanda to save Vision in episode 6 or 5, I can't remember, and also try and save her in episode 9.
This is a real diverse little village in the middle of nowhere.
I just don't get it. Why is it that they have those powers? Because you might be like, well, they're just sensing her experiences or whatever. It's like, but they do it before they happen. I don't understand. It's a weird one. I don't expect anybody to explain it. It's okay.
No, the kid, like, why does he have the powers, or what? Or are they just undefined? Because
Well,
that's supposed to be Wiccan,
let's
right?
put it this way. The writers were like, we've got 2 problems. And it's like, oh yeah, just 2. We need to have a reason for the kids to be aware that Vision is in trouble, and a reason to find out that their mum is in trouble.
Yeah.
They just know because they can sense it. All right.
Wiccan consented. I don't think the
Well,
other one.
I thought you might be right on that. Yeah, at least they decided to say that not both of them can do it, just the one. That helps it. That makes it make more sense.
He's got more mom's powers, and the other one's got more like his uncle's powers, and that's from. It's supposed to be they're introducing kind of the Young Avengers eventually.
Well, I'm sure you guys are all excited for how they're going to
Oh,
adapt.
can't
together.
wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
So yeah, Vision and her kids start to disintegrate because, again, they're totally real. And so again, at this point in the film, I was just like, so reassemble them later, I guess. Who cares if they
Is this
disassemble?
their test run for Disney's live-action Pinocchio?
Perhaps.
I thought this was going to be the moment where she let them go, where she sees them fading away and she has to come to terms. He's like, okay, they're not real.
Well-
and then she lets it go because it's the right thing to do.
Once again, because the show
Lol.
doesn't trust its audience, you have Agatha say something like, "You have to choose, Wanda. The people of
Yeah.
Westview are your family." And it's like, shut the fuck up, woman.
But then they could just do Batman Forever. I choose both. You see, I am both Wanda Maximoff and the Scarlet Witch.
Bam,
don't
bam, bam, bam.
Boosh.
Could she not just like
Do-
take down the dome, let everyone out, and then put the dome back up,
Back up?
and have no one in the town or
Yeah,
something?
well, we said this before. Why can't she just put the dome on her house? Just her house.
Yeah. Just
She
have
can
little
go in and
domes
out
that
of it.
Follow them around if they want to go outside.
Yeah, just put a little dome on them. Like a hamster wheel. Yeah.
Hamster ball them. Magic.
Yeah, hamster ball, sorry. So then we get, like, the episode just loses its mind in terms of understanding what the hell's happening. There's this moment where come Vision turns up, all the family are together, Agatha's there, Haywood shows up, and a couple of people are there, also Monica's there. And I've talked about this before, but when you try and figure out, like, whether something's making sense or not, you need to find out, how did everyone get here? What do they all want to do? And, like, I think we've been over how weird it is that everyone got to where they are. Come Vision's not just lasering them for some reason. He's just not. It's like,
He's staring at them to look intimidating and cool.
Yeah. he should be, but he's just not.
There's a
Agatha
little bit of a-
sucked the big suck so much that both of Wanda's hands are like black and ghouly now. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, what happened to the witches at the beginning sort of is happening to her now, and so we're thinking, oh, that kills you.
but not.
there
And
any
her
But
face
I
gun
guess
reason
not-
grows later,
magic
doesn't it?
sucked out though? Like,
But for
what is
how
it you
long?
mean to have your magic sucked out? Like, what is it? What is that? You know?
No idea.
You don't need
Um,
magic to
Ratio
live, so I
percentage
don't know
cast, so
why
we
it
know
would
how
do
much
that.
sucked there was
Yeah.
left to get sucked.
And so we're supposed to assume that if she had like a power level getting sucked, that she's at 50-60% sucked, so she's still got some left, even though it's just not translated all to us. We're very confused.
It seems to be, like weakened. Like she's like her hands are all like wilted and all that, but she doesn't like seem to fight worse or like lose anything. She's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
And when she's quote unquote fully sucked, like at the end of the fight, she's still hovering, and
Yeah, well,
fucking
she's
Agatha
faking it,
doesn't
dude.
think it's weird.
she's faking it.
Yeah,
I don't know
but
why
Agatha
she's
doesn't
faking
seem
it.
to think it's weird that she's still flying when the suck has gone to full capacity.
Now, Haywood shows up, and I'm like, what's he gonna be doing then? Is he gonna just open fire? Is he gonna try and talk to him? I have no idea. And the camera zooms in on us with our team of heroes. That I'm like, wait, no,
In
three of them
pajamas.
aren't real. Like, what? What's happening? It's just Wanda. And it's like, remember the Incredibles? Because this shot
It's
is
like,
It is.
Yeah.
Exactly like the Incredibles, and I hate it. I'm like, dude, don't
mean,
steal.
They got the camera down and every god,
so. It's
and they're
also
all in red.
it also makes me cringe when he's like, "Boys, we didn't prepare you for this," and she's like, "But you were born for this." It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking
They're
about?
literally born yesterday.
They weren't born. You fucking created them. I don't even know how much they mean to you anyway. But also, what are you suggesting? Are you about to battle all three of these enemies at once? Do you even have any comprehension of who these people are and what they want anymore? What about the big suck happening? Is everyone out of the town? Everything's up in the air, and just stuff happens.
A human was paid to write that.
To save their
I'm on board
home.
for this.
Saving
I'm
their
really
home.
proud of that. Yeah.
Yeah, they were really happy with that shot, and I'm just like, why is it meaningful? I have no idea. And yeah, she's like, I want to take Agatha, Vision fights Vision, you guys take care of the army to the kids.
The armed
It's like,
soldiers. Yeah.
okay. But of course, I'm laughing. They do. For some reason, they take the weapons away and mind control everyone except Haywood and a couple of people in the trucks, I guess. It's like, why?
Yeah.
So that we can have Haywood be evil, I guess? 'Cause-
Yep.
Yeah. It's also, I guess, would you call it an insane convenience that he's able to get Vision to stop trying to kill them by telling about the ship of Theseus?
It's
I would have opened with
ridiculous.
that, to be honest. if that
I think
was
there
an
might have been a
option.
way for the Visions to communicate with one another in some kind of way where Vision almost like knows himself in another
They-
form, but
They
how
do
they did it
forehead
was
beams, Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
What I'm confused about is how much he's like Vision, like how much he's exactly the same if he's able to.
Man
be-
of Steel shot again. Goddamn.
Yeah, because-
yeah, like I've seen video comparisons. I'm not too convinced about the whole. It's too similar to Man of Steel. It's like there's a lot of things you can connect in a lot of superhero movies when you have two
Oh,
indestructible
I'm just
people
saying
throwing
it's
each other
an
around.
interesting coincidence. Is
Sure,
funny to me.
but at the same time, like if anyone said like it's copied shots, I'd be like, I mean, the substance of the scenes are completely different. They're both awful, whatever. But like it's, you know what I mean? Like as copying goes.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's like intentionally copied. I just find it funny that they're both awful and they both share some
Sure.
some shot composition. Yeah.
So like I guess my issue is that he's not a drone. He's like an actual evil dude who was told to kill Vision, not the entity that they send him after targeted wise. Vision, and so it has to be his understanding of Vision that he's going to destroy, which is this creature. And it takes Vision saying, "I'm not Vision. I'm like a constructed Vision," and that's enough for him to be like, "Huh,
Okay, sure.
weird."
Cool.
Yeah, can you explain that? And I'm just like, wow. And of course, you might be thinking to yourselves, like, wouldn't they immediately do things on a computer to make him stop thinking? And it's like, well, they said he's overloaded. They can't do anything. It's like, oh, fucking hell.
thing I had is if that's the case and like he questions his own like existence, wouldn't Cum Vision like kill himself if he thinks he's Vision?
I honestly thought they were going to do the whole thing where the robot's like, wait, that's Paradox. Man, and they explode. Like,
Futurama
I actually
style.
thought they were going to do that.
Yeah, I guess I just thought it was way too easy. I was like, okay,
Yeah, it's
cool.
Yeah.
And the
They're
other thing
trying
was,
to get, I think they're trying to get male characters to resolve their fights nowadays without violence because it's too toxic. So men talk it out, women do the fighting now.
I mean, the thing is, their fight couldn't end. They can both go incorporeal, so it's just like, whoa.
But the ship analogy didn't make sense.
Well, I kind of agree with you because
it wasn't the same ship and a new ship. It's a new ship. Everything that the old ship was is gone. Just because it looks the same doesn't mean that it is.
It was a concept above the writer's station. I think
Vision says that maybe what makes Vision is the memories. What makes Theseus's ship maybe the rot or the planks having been touched by Theseus himself. They only ever ask what might define it. The robot himself is just like, huh. There's no, like, answer, so you can't actually... Like, I find it difficult to criticize it, because I have no idea what he's thinking or what he's concluded.
But he says it is both the ship and it isn't the ship.
Well, this is the thing. I don't know why you would program him to have a concept of vision instead of just saying target that individual.
And kill them because you're a robot now. Because we programmed you. We have total control over you. So just laser her.
Stop talking.
Laser her.
Can you just shut up?
Yeah, and then, of course, we went over this earlier, but I just think it's a fucking shame that we've got Vision's body and then Vision's, like, spirit, if you will, and the spirit has unlocked all of the memories in the body of Vision, so now he's Vision. He's back. He can turn up in another film now and be a little weird, but get back to being Vision in the course of, like, one movie, probably.
And he just fucks right off. He just takes off.
Yeah, he doesn't help. He doesn't help his... If he has all the memories of being Vision, then he's gonna fucking care about doing the right thing.
Yeah.
But he just leaves. It's so crap.
My planet needs
Men just leave.
world.
Yeah.
That's
Why did you say
do.
that name?
Speaking of leaving, I got to bail out right now too. Sorry, I have
that's totally
stuff
right. It's
to
been
do.
5 hours. But before you go,
Weak sauce.
do you want to tell everybody what you're up to over on Nerdrotic and why they should subscrizzle?
Well, I'll be talking about this in my next video. So, yeah, I will be breaking down a show that I started liking at first and now I despise, absolutely despise.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's such a bummer, but it's always a pleasure being on EFAP. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Out of curiosity, have you recorded the video already?
I have about half of it done.
I was gonna say, I don't know if today's helped with any finding more things to despise.
Absolutely. I'm glad I waited and kind of drug my feet on this one. I was kind of thinking about not releasing it, but now I'm definitely going to release it. It's there's so much to break down here, but I can't watch it again. And there's no way.
No, and I absolutely wouldn't recommend this show to anybody. It's painful.
No, it's terrible.
No. I mean, it's the structure of Disney Plus itself too. Like these little short one episode is 22 minutes. With 11 minutes of credits.
Yeah, it is hard to tell a full episode story and then a season story when you have so little time.
Yeah. I'm happy I canceled my Disney Plus. It's not worth it. It's a ripoff. So, hey, thanks again, guys. And
thank you for coming on, sir. It's been a pleasure, and I'll catch you on the internet some other time, I suppose.
Yeah, see you Tuesday, buddy.
See you Tuesday. Later, guys.
Bye.
See you
Bye.
Boy. Now we have the 6-man panel. I can make us all big icons again. Hey.
Hooray.
Oh my goodness.
Excellent.
I see you've grown since last we've met.
Twice the size, double the fall.
Just as
Twice the
round.
size, double the cum.
Oh my god.
My goodness, sir. You can't be saying
That's
that.
what Vision is.
Alrighty, so where were we coming through all these events? Pain massively. Yeah, so they all do their separate fights. Vision's is resolved because of the ship of Theseus. Agatha's, I guess the children's one would be next. So we've kind of gone over it. Haywood decides to shoot them. They stop him. He's hit by Voice Lady and
the ice cream truck out of nowhere. Like she
she knew. She knew when she was driving, and she knew that this would be her thing. What she wanted to do. It's kind of staggering, actually, but the show didn't care at that point, and I don't think people watching it had much left to care about too. Yeah, and so that's like resolved. The sword people, the few that were there are all mind controlled, except for the people in the trucks who just don't do anything. I guess they're just like, oh well.
Yeah. They're like, fuck this shit.
Which the only drama that's left now is defeating Agatha because everyone else is donezo. And so, how is this done? Oh wait, I guess Monica's got superpowers. We kind of went over this. I don't really know what else to say. It's just it's
Yeah.
she's another superhero. She's gonna be in Captain Marvel 2. Who knows what else she'll do. She'll be a main Avenger. It's gonna be fantastic.
She'll be
Can't wait.
great. She'll be amazing.
Again, she was fun when she was
She's
mind controlled, and then
brilliant.
she got free will
Pooping
back, and she wasted it.
Yeah. So, oh yeah. So this is where it gets really weird, and I tweeted about this because I was just lost. The last we saw, she had sapped Wanda's powers quite significantly, and then Wanda sneaks up on her and does nightmare-tisms on her, like we saw in Age of Ultron. You're like, okay, but this one is she takes her into presumably her nightmare world of being nearly killed by her own coven, and then Wanda's like walking around very villainy, being like mwahaha, and then like lifts all the bodies up to try and attack her, and she's like panicking, and you're just like, wow, this is a little this feels a little awkward.
But
And
there again,
then-
she's hardly been a pinnacle of virtue throughout the whole series. so-
Exactly. You just don't know what they're trying to say. It was only until we got to the end of these episodes that you could finally figure out what the show has to say about Wanda. And it's that, yeah, she did some stuff that was a little mean, sure, but she's a good guy. You're like,
She's a meanie pants.
yeah, but I mean,
I'm slaving on this.
but the weird
If you
thing
don't
about
even
this
know what she lost.
is flipping the stakes to keep us on the edge of our seats done horribly wrong. So Wanda was clearly losing. Now she's clearly winning, and then in this scene, Agatha is like mwahaha, and then all the Coven people turn on Wanda. And you're like, oh, okay. I thought she was in control of this. This is a nightmare that she caused, but now the people in the nightmare are being controlled by Agatha.
I
What?
guess.
Like, I don't know.
Work like how can she control? How can Agatha control the figures in the dream? If like, shouldn't she not be able to like control that?
You think not?
And in Age of Ultron, didn't the way it worked in Age of Ultron was that she would show like their worst nightmare, but she would not be physically
She wouldn't be a
present,
part of
going
it.
boogie,
Yeah.
boogie, boogie.
Yeah.
But she's in this one, and then they attach her to the like stake. And just as you think she's losing, her Scarlet Witch crowd appears, and you're like, what does that mean?
What is the crown? Yeah.
What is that? And like even Agatha is like, whoa. And as a viewer, I'm just like, what does this mean? What's happening?
What would happen if Agatha won, quote unquote? Like, what would they burn her, and then what would that mean?
I
Like,
don't
What
know.
would that mean in the real world?
And
She just
so,
turns to ash.
from what we could tell, Agatha is maybe winning, but then she's like, brah, and breaks free of the nightmare world that she created for Agatha and tackles Agatha out of it. Like, this is before even more crazy shit, but it's just like, I was so lost. I was like, what is happening? Who's winning? Who has power? What even is the motivation? I don't know. The fuck's that? And so they fly up to do their big battle. Now, here's another flaw for Vision, unfortunately, but he tries to help her, and she puts up a barrier, and he's like, oh man, I want to help
Instead of
you.
Flying around the barrier.
Well,
just goes back to the ground.
I don't know if she like
So
wraps it around him, whatever. The point is
Maybe.
that she doesn't keep doing it, and he refuses to help her even after there's no barrier. His beloved wife is ghoulified, head down in the sky, fighting a horrible magic monster person, and he just watches. He's like, I don't know. And yeah, as the fight goes on, she's just blasting red balls of goo. And turns out she's setting up some runes without Agatha realizing. And then she
And they don't
not
match
realize
the runes we saw
like,
before.
the big suck is doing nothing. Wouldn't she be able to feel that?
Yeah, so none of this makes any sense. All of her magic is prevented, yet she doesn't seem to notice until she tries to cast spells, but how is she sucking her?
It's weird that this person who's had hundreds of years of spell practice gets beaten in spells by Wanda.
I would like, when she told her about the runes, I'd be like, hey Agatha, do you have any concerns about her doing that to you? I don't know. What are you going to do if she does that? Like, well, I just hope she doesn't really. Oh.
Like,
Okay.
I can believe that Wanda has more like magical potential. Like, say there's a threshold for everyone, so Wanda has like the higher threshold. But the thing is, that doesn't translate into being automatically better at magic. That
Yeah,
just
like-
means that you have more potential.
I don't even know that I think it's reasonable that she would have more potential than a person who apparently has been sucking all of across centuries. Like her power is to take power from
Yeah.
others. To me, it feels like Agatha should probably be next level. The only thing that beats her out is the fact that people are going, but she's the Scarlet Witch, though.
Yeah,
What is
that's
that?
the only thing.
Well, luckily she's the right person to do that.
Like, okay, she is the Scarlet Witch, meaning she is more powerful. You're like, fine, I guess. I thought that Agatha would be the... If there was going to be a most powerful person, it would be the person who takes powers from people. But, oh well, Agatha realizes at the last moment, I can't cast spells, and it's because she's been outwitted, and she... Again, I don't get this. She was faking being a ghoul. Why?
She's hundreds of years old with, like, God knows how much experience, and she was able to get outwitted by missing.
A person who didn't even know what runes or spells were 5 minutes ago. Terrible.
Cool, eh?
And yeah, I was just like, did you troll her? Is that why you were a ghoul? You were like, lol, you fell for it. It's just an illusion. You're like, okay. And yeah, that's the main drama over. The rest is sort of aftermath, and all of it is disturbing. Like,
Oh, we're gonna get to the favorite line, aren't we? We're about to.
Well,
get there,
yeah,
aren't we?
we're almost there now. So she gets her new outfit, which, by the way, I actually prefer her Civil War, Age of Ultron
too.
type outfits.
This one's weird. It's silly, kind of.
Well, apparently it's comic accurate is what people
It is
are very
comic
happy
accurate,
with.
but, like,
yeah.
I'm sure
I like the crown. That's about it.
I don't get the crown. Why does she have a crown? Because she's
she
the
is a
Scarlet
Well, I
Witch.
don't know. I don't
Queen.
know what sense it makes. I'm more just thinking. I'm more just going
Also,
like
where
purely
does it exist?
aesthetic.
So she creates like a suit. This is more. I've always expressed this pet peeve. I find it very frustrating that now, like, the Marvel movies constantly want to take them out of the costume or off, take the mask off all the time. And now it's like, I don't know. It just bugs me. Just
Well,
commit to one or the other.
I guess a fun comparison would be like, like when we were like Electro's suit just comes out of nowhere and it even has like an Electro
The
bolt
lightning bolt, yeah.
icon on it. It's just funny. Meanwhile, someone like Iron Man, they took time to justify a lot of the design decisions he has and how it ends up looking the way it does. It's not just, it looks that way because of the comics. It's cool. It stands on its own while also
just
being
comes out
that.
of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, I would argue it's more satisfying as an adaptation if they go through the time of like really like getting it to that end point of looking like the comics through the story. And even if the comics didn't have an explanation, you create a satisfying like explanation for why they look that way. But instead it's just like, oh, I absorbed the magic into me and I created clothes. This is not great.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
it's
I
not like a
absorbed
huge
magic.
issue at all. I don't know. Just like, okay, then. She's the Scarlet Witch. The Scarlet Witch has a crowd. You're like, okay.
I'd say, did all the other Scarlet Witches? Does every Scarlet Witch have that?
I don't know if
Was
there
there-
is.
The Scarlet Witch
There's
is
only
destined
one,
to
right?
destroy the world. Why would they? Yeah, why does she?
There can't be multiple.
Yeah, there can't be more than one.
Well, assuming that they all destroy the world, there would only be the one, I guess. It's
Huh.
funny to me. And
They
yeah,
didn't
she
think when they
gives
wrote
a counter suck to one to. I keep wanting to say Glenda. Fucking my brain. It's Agatha. And Agatha, I found it amusing. Agatha, as she's getting sucked, is like, oh no! Stop giving me suck, no!
The chances suck.
You don't like the
funny,
suck. Agatha
This is
don't
the
like
s-
no suck.
What is
The
with
entire
these Disney
fight-
properties and their sucks? This is Rise of Skywalker did this too, didn't it?
Yeah,
They love
lots
the
of
suck.
sucking
Yeah.
happens.
Lightning. It's
I am
all
all the witches,
sucking.
and I am all the scarlet.
Oh,
Oh my god!
you know
I
what that
am
is?
all the witches.
That's iconic, that is. What you just said.
Thank you.
Iconic. So that takes us to she lands them both down, and then we get the really disturbing scene where Agatha is like, I beg you, don't torture me forever, you cruel person, and then she does.
Yeah.
Like,
Like, Wanda is like
Yeah.
smiling. She's just got this like flat look on her face. Like she's not remorseful in the slightest. She doesn't think it's necessary. She does it because she wants to, because she's a horrible person.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. And even Agatha specifically says like it's cruel. And I'm like,
It
I
is
can't argue
cruel.
with that.
It is cruel.
well,
Yeah, I shouldn't be agreeing with the villain, quote unquote.
Do you remember? Oh, it's the line. I think I meant to bring this up earlier. The when she's in Nightmare World, she says to Agatha about the witch trial-y thing. What you did, like the difference between you and I is that you did this on purpose. Like, you mean she defended her life on purpose? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean.
Did
Meanwhile,
she
Wanda is
decide?
actually citing what she's done to the town as like, hey, at least I didn't do it on purpose. It's like, you did though. You totally
Yeah,
did.
and you knew it.
So you're just lying. This is what I mean about them accidentally making her super villainous throughout the show.
I don't even think the writers knew what the deal was with how aware she was with all the tism she. Fuck it all.
Yeah, that scene with the
No, no,
rifle.
no, I don't think the writers knew. That's it.
Anything.
Yeah.
That scene with the rifles outside of the dome, that like throws a wrench into so much because it's just like, so she's aware, she's 100% aware, right? But then the rest of the show's like, no, it's like,
No.
oh, so which one is it?
And so they try and do like a wrap up, despite the really haunting thing of like Agatha's forced smile in terms of just like really happy to be here, hon. It's just like, oh, and she smiles at her like,
Yeah.
It's like supposed to be funny or something, but it's like that's really unsettling and scary to think about.
Imagine if that was you.
Yeah, it's.
By the
That
way,
is a
yeah,
villain
right.
smile. That
Monica-
is a fucking villain smile.
Monica
All
Vision
she
and the
wanted to
kids see her
do-
do it, by the way, and they don't give a shit.
Agatha wasn't hurting anyone. All Agatha was doing was just
Agatha
trying
had
to
big
give her
suck.
the suck.
She'd already been sucked, okay? So
Yeah.
presumably she has no power anymore, but even if she did, that is not, because she says like, what are you gonna do, lock me away? And it's like, well, if you had half a brain cell, you'd be like, I guess I have, you have to be potentially punished by the
Put you in the raft.
earthly authorities, because it's not on me to decide that you should be cursed forever in a tomb of your own making, well, of my making, of you being unable to move, but you being conscious. Like, what the fuck? Staggering, really.
Could have just sent her to the raft, yeah.
There's so many things
That
that
is
could have been done.
not good.
And it's so
That is
funny
not-
because she decides what punishment should be given to someone like Agatha. Meanwhile, when the world comes for Wanda, she runs away. Piece of shit character. Like, it's so hard
And
to
it-
like her now.
And it must be reiterated, how is Agatha maintaining that form outside of the dome?
No idea.
You know, the
It's a private spell. She put a
yeah.
necklace on her.
Made it permanent somehow, like emerged. I don't know. It's
No
it
idea.
maybe like did it so it's solidified and like that's who she is, but at the same time she's trapped forever.
Mm.
It's like, oh, Wanda suddenly has complete control of her abilities. Even though, you know, the whole thing was that she didn't, and that's why the spell was all poop. But she didn't actually learn how to unpoop her magic. Whatever.
With great power comes no
Something. I don't
responsibility.
know. With great power comes the desire to punish people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though they've done less than me.
Yep. Way less. Significantly less.
And I get to go and chill out in a nice little cabin out in the Alaska or something.
I like that they think
Extra
it's
Bruce
enough that
Banner.
she said, like, I'm sorry. It's beyond. Absolutely beyond. Before jumping to that scene, though, anyone else think it was weird as fuck when she says, thank you for choosing me to be your mum?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Entire goodbye is really backwards, and I'm just like, what the hell are you trying to say
She
here?
created them. I
Yep.
don't.
At that point, I got very confused. I'm like, did she actually steal these kids from someone else? That was,
They're gonna wake
I
up.
honestly, that was what I thought when she said that. I'm like, wait a minute.
I don't understand what the hell she meant by that. I don't know what she's referring to.
No.
I need the
It's-
writer to tell me what the fuck they were trying to say, because I didn't catch it.
Well, the horrifying implication to me was that she had brainwashed 2 other children and made them her children, and now she's giving them back or something. But that
they
doesn't really
disappear. No.
work because they disappear. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they're
So
trapped in
she's-
some alternate
she's-
dimension, apparently.
She's full of shit.
And then Vision says goodbye, and they do the thing again, because it's consistent in the season that they do not trust you. He's like, Wanda, what am I? And then, see, because this is the thing, I think you could have an answer to that question that can make you think, but I believe they took that away from you. Like, they did give you a chance to consider what the implications of why he was created and what he means and stuff. And so like, for example, just them talking about what they meant to each other as people, and then if he said, you don't even need to have him ask, like, what am I? I feel like this is the discussion that we're supposed to have, but
Yeah.
It's like an explanation you would find like an encyclopedia or something.
yeah, but you know, they make it explicit in case anyone didn't catch it, so that the video essays have like a guideline. She says, it's not even well written. She goes, "You're my sadness, you are my hope, but mostly you're my love." Okay.
What does that mean?
It's all of her feelings.
What
That's
does
what
it
he is.
mean?
And all of it good too. They're not that none of the grief is explored. None of the like I created you to cope, basically. I created
Yeah.
you because I couldn't accept the reality that you were actually dead, and so I made you. Like that's just never addressed. And it's all happy, and it's like this shouldn't be this way. This should be bittersweet, if not like hard to swallow.
Well, she did all the sucks. She should know how to swallow.
Nobody
Yeah.
should get away with this much
Vision is
suck.
made of coke.
Like, this kind of sucking should get you in jail, I'd say. Easily.
It was a first-degree sucking.
Mm-hmm.
Suck in the first degree.
And yeah, she undoes the barrier, and then it's time for the walk of shame. That apparently, from what I've heard, was included specifically to show us that she's a bad person, right? But it's like it backfired completely.
So the line that
They have
goes
interesting ways of showing things.
Wait, what do you mean?
They
Well,
just
so
cut
the
that
idea
One of the
is,
fucking line.
showrunners say something stupid again.
from what I remember reading, it was like we needed this scene because this scene shows you that the damage she's done is significant and that like what she shouldn't like be
Yeah,
able
but
to
then-
get away with it scot-free. But
then
then you
she
have the
does.
protagonist tell her it's okay. It's like,
I
what
would have
the-
done,
I would have done the
thing, yeah.
same thing, and you
Yeah, but,
sacrificed
yeah.
so much.
Nobody can know what you sacrifice.
You are such a hero.
Oh,
You've got a
someone pointed
vagina,
this
woman,
out.
and that makes you do.
So
Agnes was
Agatha
the
gets her
villain
powers taken
all
away, but
along.
apparently she was still flying.
No, well, I assumed that she
Oh,
was being held by Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, fair.
I don't know why.
Yeah,
yeah.
she
had her
you
head
can't
down,
torture her
right?
if she's dead.
Yeah,
I was
just-
honestly, I was waiting for them to start picking up fucking bricks and throwing them at her.
No, do it.
I'm not even sure what they're doing here. To be honest with you, if I was released from this town, I would never fucking step foot in here again. I'd be like,
I'd be- I'd be
run
running.
very
I'd be
far
running.
away.
but they're
I'd
all here like
call
they had a
the
fucking town
Avengers.
meeting. Like, oh, and here comes Wanda. Remember how weird this is, right? Wanda gives up her house, her home, her dome, and her only goal is to go away. Instead, she walks into the center of town to meet up with Monica, who tells her it's all good, you're fine, and then she goes. What? What was she coming here for?
What gives Monica the right to say that? You are no
Monica, yeah.
authority
Well,
to say that.
Say what, as she got powers out of it. Of course, she's the one that says it.
Well, yeah,
Thanks for this, by the way. This is
I'm
pretty
all
cool.
right. I'm all right, Jack. Innit? You know.
Oh, that's good.
Where did you?
We've
Where
had the
you are-
evolution of them.
Where did you
Where did you
train?
learn how to suck?
No.
On a farm?
No, in a brothel. Oh my
Oh,
god.
Train my
Oh.
entire life to suck.
My entire life.
My entire
I've been
life.
learning
Master-
how to suck for 400 years.
I was born
Mastering
to
my
suck.
suction. Where did you
Sucking on
suck?
chairs.
I was born to suck, molded by it.
molded
I
by
hadn't
the suck.
seen the suck until I was a man.
May the
Um,
suck be with you. The dark side of the suck. There's a lot of.
Yeah, I almost want like her to say, you know, oh, you know what? I would have brought back my mum too. I want one of the town folk to step and be like, yeah, actually, yeah, you know, we've all lost people. We want them back. But you know, it's not really good to fucking enslave everybody. You know, just put that.
Rocket said that in Guardians of the Galaxy. He's like, oh, boo-hoo, my wife and child are dead. He's like, everyone's got dead people. It's no excuse to get everyone else
Man.
dead. It's like, that explores
Yeah.
this type of thing better.
It would have been probably like worked better as she was walking past one of the townspeople, like spat on her. You know, the cliche thing of like, I hate you.
Do
I think
the
that would
actual
be
Game of Thrones walk of shame.
honestly in this scene though. If that happened, I would be talking about how they frame that as bad. Like they frame the people's
I guess
reaction
if
as
they
bad.
frame it as good though,
Intolerant townsfolk.
Yeah, like the townsfolk are being belligerent. It's like, chill out. She let you all go.
Yeah, chill out.
God, you could have captured more of you.
Yeah, that's so true.
I had a very
Hitler
weird
eventually
reaction.
killed himself, okay? So he was
Yeah, he
fine.
did the good right at the end there.
You
Well,
don't understand right and wrong.
I would say Wanda's destroyed, Vision's damaged, and
trouble,
these
maybe,
new
yeah.
characters, like, I don't give a fuck about them because they came from here, so they got a lot of repairing to do if they want me to care. And then the world building, rather the world destruction, is catastrophic.
World rebel.
Like they've more damage been done to the world in this episode or this series rather than I think.
It's not a world anymore. It's an asteroid belt. They've demolished it.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. It is the single worst piece of content in the MCU.
To do like
Nothing
a
works.
vague sense of a rundown, I would say is Wanda can theoretically and possibly just absolutely create and change matter at will. She can like the level of power she has is beyond understanding and control. So like just it'll depend on what she wants, I guess, is what's going to happen next. This is just going to change everything forever if she stays in the MCU, because like what threat could possibly put up against her? I don't understand like why there would ever be stakes.
Especially now that she's more power. She's basically
what?
rewarded within this show.
It has been rewarded, yeah.
Now she's read the book, so who knows what power she's going to be unlocking instead of the latter films, man. It's just it's amazing to think about.
I don't know what we're supposed to make of SWORD as an organization. Like they are pathetic and idiotic. Like going forward, it's going to be really fun to see them in the like.
And they're probably going to be a huge part going forward
Yeah.
as well.
What did they do that's productive in this show, like at all? What's one thing that they do which is like a victory for them or something that is like successful?
Anything the characters who are good people do in relation to SWORD, I guess. You know, like
They
finding
made
things
they
out.
made a good coffee.
Hmm?
They made a good cup of coffee.
They did, yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
So, I remember someone asked as well, like, what's the idea with like, does she prevent couples from having sex or does she force them to?
Ooh.
Oh.
Does she keep the couples
Ask
together?
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just what with like the show doesn't want to answer that question. Evan Peters was
Depends what era they're in.
which is like that's less a world building issue. It's just really disappointing that they threw that in for no reason at all, other than to build hype and stuff. Doctor Strange, among many other earthly defenders, if you will, earthly Avengers rather, would have to explain why they weren't here for any of this forthcoming stuff, and it's going to be hard to justify that. And yeah, I think that this show has really made me feel like the MCU's done with doing anything grounded. It's like everything's up in the air. You can do whatever you want. Shut up. It's storytelling is about the emotional payoffs. It's not about regarding things that came before.
And it's about having cool, crazy costumes and Scarlet Witch. Oh, Sorcerer Supreme, you're better than him. Power levels, yeah. It's like
No,
full
Winter
comic.
Soldier was just such a great grounded espionage thriller.
I guess we
And
still
then-
got Falcon Winter Soldier, maybe.
Well, this is the thing. It's like it's
oh
not
yeah, Winter
impossible.
Soldier's a fucking masterpiece compared to this.
I just think that the attitude behind something like WandaVision is going to infect more and more as time goes on. Like, the more you
Probably.
damage, the less inclined people will be to pay attention to what came before, right? Like, why bother?
Yeah, it's already broken as fuck anyway. Fuck it.
It's, yeah, like the mind control / power giving items of accessories or clothing or whatever, just like that, just breaks everything. I don't think we need to go over that again. There's the like Agatha and Wanda would be power dispensers, and the MCU just breaks all over again. And then of course the runes. Aside from all the things we just mentioned, the runes would just destroy any magical battle in future, because like surely every wizard of any kind of like higher level would be aware of this. Like, these things sound incredibly
Yeah,
OP.
you think.
So
Yep.
yeah.
If Wanda and Vision have sex, does that mean the rest of the townsfolk have to feel that as well?
Maybe that's a welcome release from the pain and grief cycle. I don't know. I still don't understand how is Civil War better than Winter Soldier. That would be for another time, I'm afraid. I'm sure. Maybe one day. Yeah, and you know what? I guess the only other thing I guess is worth mentioning is the adverts. They were kind of neat.
Yeah.
I'll run through them quick because I just got them listed with what I assume they were. The toast mate being this, like when they push the toast down, it makes Iron Man's like pulse charge sound, and the red light being is just fully representative of the missile. And maybe because this is the thing, I would prefer to look into it, but again, like I don't get encouraged to when the show is made by fucking idiots because it just like I don't think they cared about it that much. But it says forget the past, this is your future. Like, oh, that could play into like not only Wanda trying to forget the reality and build her own future out of it. It could be a literal, like, the past being her family enjoying those videos being destroyed by that missile. This is your future. It's like, that's another one. Then it could play into Tony, that his goal is to, like, rectify his past and create, like, a better and newer future in hopes of, like, not necessarily forgetting, but it would be reviewed that way from, like, a third party, that he's trying to ignore what came before in his past and that his future represents, blah, blah. And I was just like, oh, there's so many things that could, because I was really happy with that first ad. I think it was when I was watching it with Rags and I think it was Jay I was watching it. I was just like, oh, this is my jam. There's so much you can pull out of this.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, it was you, Jay, and I, and
then you have
we were just like excited.
The Strucker watch. He'll make time for you, I think, is it, or he's making time for you, something like that. And it's just, yeah, Strucker was the one who organized the experiments that gave them their powers, so he would have kept an eye on them and whatever. It's like, all right. The Hydra Soak, like a woman who escapes the drama to find the goddess within, like almost on the nose, if you consider the season. The Lagos paper towels for cleaning up your mess. Yeah, and it's just like, yeah, spilling red. And I just feel like these get worse the more they go on in terms of being able to think about them. There's Yo Magic, the snack for survivors, the experiments for like the people they were all dying from it except for Wanda and her brother. I presume that accessing the snack is like unlocking the powers versus dying. And then Nexus being a unique antidepressant. Order the reality of your choice because the world doesn't revolve around you, or does it? And it's just like, ugh. And then you realize that each of them represent like the timeline in the season. They go from her history, rather not just the season, but like her life. They are the significant events of her life matching, and there's lots of similar symbols and representatives. Like I think the Hydra Soak is shaped like the Tesseract, or is it? It's either that or something else. But yeah, they're all, you know, some work went into them. I guess I just want to appreciate that I liked them a bit. I thought they were neat. I don't know.
And they are
neat
too, because they do seem like ads from the different times, like the early 2000s in particular. I'm like, okay, I saw that all over the early 2000s.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny on that level.
And some of them there was a claymation one, or stop motion animated one. That was cool.
It was.
Oh yeah.
It's quite dark too.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Fucking
Yeah,
dies
it got
'cause
to
he
where
can't
it
get
was
to his
like,
food.
oh yeah, this is getting messed up now. Oh boy.
Seemed like something that would be like on a kid's, like something like on the Cartoon Network or something like that, like one of those ads, and then it turns all dark. It's like, damn, that's insane.
Oh dear God.
And yeah, that's like it for the run over. Now it's really just sort of whatever you guys want to say. It's it was really bad.
Yeah.
No
It was
objection.
disastrous. It was worse than especially with the context of looking at it from how Mando was the same way. Watch the first couple episodes the first time, and I'm like, wow, I'm so like excited, and this is great. And then you're like, oh, it's actually really, really shit. Oh, that's all right. On to the next Disney show. And then WandaVision comes out, and the first 3 episodes are like, all right, we got something really interesting here. This is really cool. I'm excited to see where it goes. Turns out to be the worst Marvel stuff that's out there in a world with Captain Marvel and Black Panther and all that crap. This is the worst. This is disastrous. But
really hard to top like the MCU. Like the world building has already been largely shattered by Endgame, and like for this to come out and destroy so much more and basically like further salt the earth. I'm just like, I dread whatever comes next for the
I
MCU.
don't see any fixing it. But of
No.
course they're not going to reboot it either. So it's like, yeah,
No,
we're
they're
stuck
too
with it.
invested.
No, it's made too much money, and it's going to keep making money if they're getting like 9.1s on Metacritic for like. Yeah.
And those episodes were bad, and this is the thing that they might take wrong lessons from that. They might be like,
They
"Oh,
are
this
going to
is
take
what
very
people
bad
want."
lessons.
Okay,
Yep, they're
all right,
going
let's do more of this, you know.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yep.
I kind
Well,
of,
the thing is, like, whether or not a solution exists to fix it all, the problem is that they don't recognize that there's a problem. So you can't
Yeah.
fix something when you don't realize that it's broken, you know?
And as far as I can tell, this is like a slam dunk home run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then when you're getting like tweets about people being unhappy, they'll just be like, well, you know, there's always someone who doesn't enjoy it. Like, oh, okay.
We're disappointed because they
Why
didn't
don't
get
you
their
listen
fans.
to what they have to say? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, they thought it was going to be Mephisto. That was their mistake. They were stupid for thinking that things that we set up as being significant weren't significant.
Yeah, they thought
We're getting the
Quicksilver
Last
was
Jedi excuses again, aren't we? That, oh, you didn't live up to your fan theory, therefore you
Oh,
didn't
there were
like
definitely
it.
people on Twitter saying like the only reason you didn't like it is because of fan theories. It's like, no, it's just deficient
It's just
massively.
shit.
Like
It doesn't
it
make
sucks.
sense. And
I
it's
wasn't
garbage
one of
and
those
everyone's
people who's
saying
like,
it.
oh, maybe it's this weird like really obscure Marvel villain. Like I don't care. I just wanted something good.
Well, I mean, I think that went well.
Hmm.
Do we plan to do any other EFAPs relating to WandaVision? Responses
well,
to
people
people
have
saying
asked,
it's
like,
great, or
You're gonna make a video, you're gonna respond to people talking about it positively. It's like the latter is possible. The former was a partial consideration, and I was like, I need to not start another project. I gotta finish The Boys. Okay, it's gotta happen. So, I would say that we did a pretty damn good job of dismantling the whole season here today. Like, if anybody wanted to know what is functionally praiseworthy and simultaneously absolutely criticizable about the whole season, I think we did a good job. So 5 hours, probably around at least, of just full coverage.
Structure was a little bit hilarious. Like we didn't go in chronological order because it's like kind of hard to because it starts out like relatively straightforward, and
but
after that we're just like, okay, let's go topic by topic.
I don't think we covered everything,
Yeah.
but I think we covered all of the biggest stuff, or at least everything that I knew to be the biggest stuff.
If you think it's good after listening to us, I don't know what to say.
I'm not sure what it is you value about it. I would like to understand if it's just the experience of it, like the feeling of it. I'd just be like, alrighty then. This was
that
depressing.
finale, man. It's like I don't know what you take away from that. That's good.
I mean, all I can think is people project their own like you see all the potential, so people just project the potential onto it, and then they just see the potential, and they don't actually see what kind of catastrophic disaster it is.
And I think that's kind of the general argument that's been going around is like at least it's new, you know, it feels unique, it's different from Marvel, you know.
It felt
It's all right.
unique at the start, but now it doesn't. Like the last episode doesn't feel unique to me at all. That just feels like Ant-Man and the Wasp tier, kind of like this is just standard Marvel, sort of indistinguishable from anything. Like the whole thing now feels indistinguishable from anything when I think about the like last few episodes.
Yeah,
Not much
it's
unique
just it's
about
sludge.
it at all.
It's just
It is
awful
it is
sludge.
Marvel sludge. Yep.
The sword stuff was it was so poorly written, but even worse than poorly written, it was so generic.
Yep.
It was just generic. You have this
I don't know if
great
it's worse than poorly
concept
written.
and an idea going on underneath the bubble. You have this time fluctuating between sitcoms. You have this great relationship between Vision and Wanda. And then you go outside and it's just like a procedural bollocks, really poorly written procedural drama. And then you go back inside and they take Vision away from Wanda. And as soon as they took Vision away from Wanda, the whole thing fell apart because those two were the linchpins of this, and they were the linchpins when they were together. I did think that Elizabeth Olsen and Paul Bettany, I did think their performances were superb throughout.
I think they did the best that they could with that material, and I think
Absolutely.
Elizabeth Olsen is actually a pretty good actress, having watched this stuff.
Yeah, that sword
It's a
stuff.
shame that the writing let her down.
It killed the show. Just killed the show. Garbage.
Mm-hmm.
What a shame. What an absolute shame.
It's a travesty.
Mm.
And on that note, just like woohoo, we did it.
Bombshell.
Yeah,
On that positive note,
I figure that we'll start going through super chats. But of course, if
Oh boy.
since you've now been sucked for your anti-WandaVision information, any of you are welcome to jump out if you wish. You didn't have permission before, but now you do. So I was just
if I could, because I got stuff to do tomorrow. Can I plug something? Is that okay?
You absolutely can, Az. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Folks in the audience, if you would be so beautifully kind, my single, yes, I said it, my musical single is up on Spotify and iTunes to purchase. Meltdown Ocean Man, problem being versus heel versus babyface. I could get links if I'm allowed to.
Go for it. Yeah, if you
post,
give me one, I'll post it in.
To post a link. Where do you want me to drop the link?
Just put it in this chat. I can get into the
in the Discord chat. Okay,
yeah.
So this is the that's the iTunes one, and if I grab the Spotify one, this is a song that was mixed together from my ranting at Batwoman, and 75% of the profits I'm donating to Zack Snyder's suicide prevention charity. I'm not. The other 25 is going to the producer. I'm not making a dime off this. So it's about 99 cents to purchase. Please purchase it, because like I said, 75% is going to charity, and really just want to make as much money for charity as possible. So the Spotify link and the iTunes link is with Mauler, and thank you very much indeed.
Absolute
if you do.
Yeah, the link should do it in the description now. So if you guys want to jump on it, it's also dropped in the old live chat. I'll just spam it a little bit. And yeah, check it out definitely. And it's very kind of you to do.
No, it's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. It's not, doing stuff like this for a charity it's I didn't mix it, I didn't produce it. I just had a rant, and somebody came to me and said, "Look, I've mixed it and produced it to this." So I to put my money and organize for the other 50% of the proceeds anyway to go to charity was not an issue. I'd rather it go somewhere that it could do more good than me shouting at Batwoman. And thank you very much indeed, Mauler Rags, for having us on. I really do love.
That was really good.
Yeah, man.
I love coming on, and I thought this was a beauty. I gotta say, I thought this was an absolute humdinger. I loved it.
Well,
and thank you to the rest of the panel for putting up with a cocky, outspoken Yorkshireman.
Well, thank you very much for your input. I feel we have successfully thrashed WandaVision apart in exchange for it subjecting us to its horrors. I think the transaction is completed.
And thank you, chat. As always, you are magnificent. It's so nice to see the chat just really getting involved and stuff. So thank you. Links, I think Mauler said he's put into the description box.
Yeah, it should be at the top, and then obviously your channel link is in there as well. It tells me it's updated. I hope it is. If you hit refresh,
yeah, you might have to refresh your screens, folks, for it to show it. You have to refresh your own screens. But thank you very much, guys, and I will catch you hopefully sometime soon.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Thanks for going on. We'll see you around.
We will see you later.
Yeah, be seeing you. Bye bye.
In some ways, I think it's actually better to have not gone chronologically, just because the flow of the conversation. It's all very
it all bleeds into each other because it's a lot of setups and payoffs.
All it is just trying to keep track of what we need to cover and what was covered. So I think we did quite all right.
I'm thinking so too.
Yeah. Is everyone else hanging around, or how are we doing?
Yeah, I can hang.
I'm good to hang if you are.
Ringing.
Yeah. I'm my brain is sort of dying, but like it's the middle of the day, so I might as well.
It's the perfect time to die.
Up.
Well, yeah, up to you guys. I shall read off some super chats as we go. Hopefully we can get through today's one.
I'm just working on the thumbnail for the crash video, so yeah, I can chill. It's nearly done, I swear.
Oh,
but
I'm
like,
doodling
there's
too.
still so much work that's left to be done. Like I last night I went through and with the script open and started highlighting all of the stuff I need to re-record, and I think it's probably like a good fifth of the video, if not like a quarter, of just dialogue that just doesn't sound right or has pops and stuff. So yeah.
Coming along.
I am editing a specific video that is hopefully going to come out very soon.
More videos. You
I'm
something.
drawing faces. I'll show you if I finish.
Getting this in order to make sure.
Super Smash Brothers.
Oh yeah, actually, I'm not sure what dolphin game I should play because I've unlocked everything in Super Smash Bros. And I did all the event things. So now I did all of Mario Kart in like one catch up. Like I unlocked everything. Maybe Mario Party. Would that be boring? I don't know. Mario Party solo. Who knows? We'll try something. But yes, I shall begin answering any things that may not have been asked as we went through.
I'm gonna get a food.
Get a food? Alrighty. Boop, 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 boop. I've been looking forward to this. Count Cookie. Oh. Hopefully it was everything you dreamed of. This is not how I envisioned Uganda.
Uganda?
Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. Maybe I'm missing a meme. Wow, huge panel. So excited for this EFAP. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we got a good one.
Had opinions from all over the globe. Which is usually what we do, but hey. Oh no, this game isn't running very fast. If it doesn't level out, we'll probably try something else. This is Nightfire, by the way. You guys ever play it?
No, I haven't.
No.
Ooh, let me see. I don't think so.
I did. This is one of the first games I got on GameCube, if not the first. And I was like,
my
whoa, this next level graphics. This incredible control. Something else, I'll say
being really
that.
impressed by Melee's graphics when it came out. I was like, oh, it looks so real. Of course, it doesn't, but...
Rags, doesn't this rifle look real? Oh, if you haven't got it up, don't worry. Wait, what is it aiming?
Well, I could...
Is it
Oh,
aiming?
let me take a look.
There we go.
I had it blocked out. I can just click the live button. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, that's basically realistic. This is, whenever you hear about realistic graphics, this is it.
Yeah, here's one Nightfire.
That's not real. I don't know what is. Is this Mario Party? Man,
Kind of.
This is metal.
One of the prequels. Yeah, Rag, Beretta 92 or 1911 pistol, and why?
Beretta 92. The reason being, I want a more manageable caliber and a much higher capacity. Beretta 92 holds like double plus what the 1911 does. So that's what I'm going with.
All right. Beretta is underrated in my honest word. Also true to EFAP. I don't know what's true to it. All right.
It's like true to Caesar.
Most
From
think robots are
Vegas.
smarter than humans' thoughts.
Humans.
Wait, what?
Robots are smarter than humans.
I guess they want a comma there. Like thoughts on robots or humans being smarter. Surely it's dependent on categories at that point.
Depends on what we're
Yeah.
using as a parameter. Like, it's unfair because, like, a computer... I'm pretty sure computers don't match, like, the way that the brain functions at the moment, but obviously, like, a computer can't be wrong
Yeah,
on,
like if you
logical things.
Yeah, if you can program a computer to do particular mathematic or algorithmic related tasks, it'll completely outshine a human.
Yeah.
But a
Mhm.
human
terms of-
is extremely adaptable, and
Yeah.
it just gets things that a robot can't get.
Give it time, though.
Yeah.
Yes, the abstract thought part that we're better at, while they
Yeah.
they will do maths infinitely faster than us.
Yeah, and it also comes down to how we judge what intelligence is, right? So
Yeah, of course.
it's complicated. Cine Animations made a mod for, I think it's Funky Friday Night Funk or something like that. The game. You should play it for EFAP Gaming or MemeFap. It's incredible. I've
I've seen it in the memes, but I have not like looked at it yet. I
Yeah,
only
we'll,
noticed it during the stream.
We'll definitely show
Really
it in
impressive. He's gotten a lot of the sprites from all the guests in there. He's been working very hard on it.
Is it like is it like Guitar Hero? Could you put like any song in it, or is it only like the ones they have in it?
It's like DDR kind of thing.
Remember Frets on Fire? Did anyone play that?
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
I remember Elite Beat Agents.
Frets on Fire was like Guitar Hero, but for your laptop, kinda. Anyway, all that for a boner joke, apparently. But the funny is in the fact that you should admit that you shouldn't have gotten your hopes up for something more meaningful. That's.
I didn't even know it was a joke at first.
Yeah,
Like I said,
me a
it
while
took me by
before I
surprise.
stopped, frankly.
Yeah, and then I was like, oh.
And yeah, it was really awkward because doesn't she say like Ralph Boner, and then he goes Boner. Oh.
Get it? Because his name is Boner?
Oh.
That's
Anyway.
like that is
box of
not
boners.
even MCU humor. That's like even worse than MCU humor. You know,
It's more it's just juvenile and
it's like a YouTube
observational?
video kind of humor. Honestly, like Smosh
Yeah.
or something.
Mm-hmm.
Not,
Very low
not even
tier.
a clever boner joke like Richard Cranium.
Yeah, that could be alright.
Hey guys, just wanted to say thanks for everything you guys do. I didn't really put much thought into film critique and what makes a good film until I found this community. You're all very funny. Aw.
Oh, sweet.
Very nice of you. And yeah, hoping to maybe one day push for better shit. Might get there, you know? Give it a chance. Give it a few decades. It'd be great. But until then, we'll just have to chat with each other, and that's good enough. Lord Longbone of Mubshlington Abbey. Jackson's attitude with Kong is the reverse of Ryan and TLJ. Rian wanted to redefine Star Wars but didn't want to understand it. But Kong 33 was Jackson's favorite movie. Kong 05 is best fucking fan film ever made. I haven't seen it in a while. I don't know what the general take is on it from like Kong fans. But from what I understand, it's not well liked.
Which is weird because when it came out, I really liked it. I like have a lot.
So
I think
did
there's a
I.
lot of really great stuff in there in terms of
I just
fights and monsters and.
Just remember everyone saying it took too long to get to Skull Island. And I remember being like, I don't really mind if it's worth it.
Yeah. Well, the thing, what I love is that they didn't just like have dinosaurs and stuff that they just transplanted onto the island. They actually went through the thought pattern of, oh, what would happen if it was actually like 65 million years later. So the T-Rex is no longer a T-Rex. I think it's actually called a V-Rex because it's got an evolved jaw and it's got 3 fingers now and it's much more adapted to that environment. So they really put a lot of thought into it, and they actually released an entire book that I own, detailing all the fauna and flora on that version of Skull Island. It's good shit.
Hey, what? I'll never forget the scene with the bugs.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's
right.
nightmare fuel.
And
Yeah,
and
I mean it's like it's kind of like Skull Island in a way, where the movie, but man, there were some that island will fuck you up. They did
I mean,
not,
I don't even.
man.
I
they
don't
did
know.
not do
I
bad with that.
need to rewatch it, but like, because it could be a strong movie. I just don't remember it.
Yeah, maybe I suppose.
Fringy Metal.
Don't they
and
go
Jay.
ice skating?
Sorry.
Oh, in King Kong 2005, she goes ice skating with Kong at one point. I
right,
just
yeah.
remember
That's adorable. Shut up. Fringy Metal and Jay are the heart of EFAP and should start their own podcast, either a pre-show called Prefaps or another show called AfterFap. You know what, if you guys want to go ahead and make your own show instead of just coming on this show, I mean, if you really want to, I don't know.
Like even when I
Like,
start
I'll
doing
have to
podcasts on my show, they won't be like EFAPs. They'll just be
Yeah,
things we
they'd
either
be
wouldn't
something
cover on
totally
EFAP
different.
or just super cash stuff.
Yeah.
A very, very Kumi smoothie. Okay.
Sounds salty.
Fair enough.
Being honest, I guess. If the kids are imaginary, what was Vision protecting? I don't know what anybody thought of the kids. I don't get it. Don't get it.
No, what I thought of the kids, I hate kids.
They're fake.
It's
Shot kids
Not
are fake.
real.
all very confusing. Save and exit to lose your... whatever. Just let me play the game. Goomp. Okay. Operative agent or 00 agent. We'll go halfway because I'm probably going to be very bad at this. Off-topic question for Fringy. Did you ever play the Octo expansion for Splatoon 2? And if so, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I played it, but that was a long time ago because I think that came out like 2017. I remember enjoying it, but I don't remember anything about it.
Oh, there you go. Which is worse, not killing what we hate, saving what we love, or they'll never know what you sacrificed for them?
They'll
I
never
think
know
they'll
you
never know what you sacrificed.
The sacrifice
Yeah.
that justifies slavery.
Yeah, because I guess you could kind of say, like, Rose was a fucking moron, while, Monica is incredibly immoral.
Yeah, I think it's like the sentiment of Rose is like, if you could interpret this favorably, but they'll never know what you sacrificed from. It's like, nah, shut up. Like, he's just
Rose
wrong.
seems to, like, come from like a misguided notion. Like
Yeah, hers is
what she's
naive.
saying seems to be in earnest, and it's like, okay, maybe I see what you're coming from, but it's a weird philosophy. But the other one is like morally backwards.
Yeah.
What a shame. Gold finger is what I want, I guess? No, that's still inverted. God damn it. Oh, I can invert it myself. Excellent. Don't know when this will be read, but meme repository, you have a stunning voice, good sir.
Oh, why, thank you very much.
But also very true.
Oh.
Whereas Fringy has the correct opinion on Gallipoli. You guys need to watch that movie.
Oh yeah, I think we talked about that a different stream. Yeah, Gallipoli is it's like one of few Australian movies that I've watched and really enjoyed.
Fair enough. What up, Ewoks? Oh, just
Yo.
talking about a TV show, 5 hours, as you do. While also trying to figure out the controls of this game and what I can even do. My items here. Can I put a silencer on, making it so that my gun makes no sound at all? That would be.
That's how they work.
Ooh, I have a laser. Neat. Can that tear through people's brains? Probably shouldn't try it, should I?
That's a.
What's the
No, the
wattage?
Superman laser just lights them on fire.
Alrighty, here we go.
Maybe it's just like, cutting open doors, or
Oh no. Is it working?
I don't know.
no.
Oh,
Humans.
Oh, there we go. Oh, God.
hey, what if I stun him? I'm gonna stun you, buddy. Oh, that worked.
Electric car keys?
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm a good person. I wouldn't just execute a person. He's down for the count now, I guess. Also, I have picked up his gun. Winter Covert Sniper. I'm good at this game. How do I...
I really love silly spy gadgets.
Oh my god, I got Predator vision. How do I... Is there a way to silence my... Oh, he's getting back up. No, stop. Go, sit down.
Taser him again?
Oh, now he's like, he's not fully down.
Is it safe to assume that this game was heavily inspired by GoldenEye?
I don't know.
It looks very similar to GoldenEye.
Stand up when you tasered him again.
Yeah. How do I use my camera? This is a micro camera, apparently.
Zippo's a micro camera?
There we go. Oh, this game was ahead of its time. I can take pictures.
Pokemon Snap.
Alright, that was worth it.
A really bad day.
I'm still, like, I know there's a silent... There we go, it's R1. Okay. Can I do that with a sniper? Alright, I'm sorry, dude. It's time for you to die. Oh, I get his pistol now, too. Hey. Ready. Can I get a hell yeah for the infantry? Sure.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell.
Damn, locked. An interesting video to watch for Suicide Squad is what cultures, how they should have made Suicide Squad.
Haven't seen that one.
I think we're planning on covering at least one of Suicide, like for an EFAP. Not sure what it is yet.
But isn't what culture? They just do like very generic sort of commentary on like.
I like the
media
Watch
stuff.
Mojo type
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
They're the people we hate.
I'm pretty sure they made a video where they said Monster Hunter World is like Dark Souls. In fact, that reminds me because I'm pretty sure I need to grab that for my Crash video. That specific clip.
Dark Souls.
Are they retarded?
Many people are. Thanks for all the. Oh, it autos for me onto people. That makes it easier. Thank you, game. I guess. Okay. Thank you all for the entertainment, my dudes. Working on my car and listening. Never seen WandaVision, but excited to hear you guys talk about it. Lol, keep it up. I don't know how that stream would have gone for someone who has no idea what WandaVision is, because we would jump in between a lot of things. I don't know.
Oh
if you're
yeah.
able to follow
Probably
it.
hard to follow.
I would say it's probably worthwhile seeing the show before this stream.
Well, but it's not worthwhile to see the show, so...
If you want to know what we're talking about and understand the criticisms of it for the interest of writing or something, then go for it, but...
And yeah.
Not good, though. And to be honest with you, if you're invested in the MCU, you're gonna probably have to see it, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
Kind of why I saw it. I was just like, you know, it's part of the MCU. Why not? I'll just do it.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. What's up, all my tiggers? Oh, that's like Winnie the Pooh.
Hey.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Don't play DDLC. All it has is shock value. It's the novel, the visual novel for normies who watch game theory. There are winged cloud BNs that have better plots, but I won't spoil it just in case you decide to read it, though. That's going to upset the DDLC guy.
Yeah.
This just has a load of W's and then high rags.
Hi.
Yeah.
Well, I am a load of W's, basically.
Yes. How do I get health back? What health? Gimme. Rags, do you remember the last time you engaged in that practice named after Sodom from the Bible? Do you remember the first? Also, High Mootle.
I feel like this has been asked before,
Yeah.
but yeah, I do. You definitely don't forget that.
What a very specific question.
Yeah.
Want to know those answers, you know? Have you heard of the video from Pafe teasing a future podcast episode going after Southpaw entitled Southpaw versus the EFAP community?
Oh, that's
Oh, I watched that with Southpaw. That video is ridiculous. Apparently, it's just like a teaser, but yeah, he gets so many things wrong.
the full one went up basically as this stream started, I think.
Oh, seriously?
Wait,
Is
you
it
say
like
It's up.
a video or is it like a stream?
It's like 2 hours long.
Oh,
Okay.
that's gonna be a gold mine.
Wait, so it's a stream of them talking about Southpaw?
It was a compilation of a couple of streams, like things he said on EFAP and things that like he put on Twitter, I think, and it was basically making arguments against him and like how he engages with the EFAP fan base. So, but they got it wrong. Like,
They don't sound upset.
Well, I was gonna say, what are we mainly? Is it like his takes on like Spider-Man or something else?
it takes like in relation. Yeah, more personal, more like with how he engages with his audience, because you probably know this, but there's a ton of people who just hate him, and it's like, yeah, those people have manifested and made themselves into a video, so we will get to
They've
see what that's like.
congealed into the internet.
Very well.
You send me the link for that in your-
Sorry?
What's that?
you have a link for that video? Let me. I need to look that up.
Oh yeah, let me just grab it. It was put in one of the discords I'm in. I've collected discords like tumors. Wait. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, here it is.
That ought to be
I
a
just
fun
realized
watch.
I just implied that I collect a lot of tumors or something. That's an interesting image.
Where are you? Oh no.
That's
Need
the
more-
one where you have the silly thumbnail of
Here's my doodle. I drew
Southpaw
Bloodhound
with
from
4
Apex
ears.
Legends.
Let's see.
That's my doodle.
Oh, it's nifty.
Ooh,
Nice.
that's
Yeah,
really good.
now
I
I
didn't
gotta
even.
show
I
it.
did that with my mouse. Didn't even bust.
With
I
your
didn't even pull out
mouse?
the tablet.
God
Yeah, I did that with my
damn.
mouse. Art
I
is
wish I could
fun.
draw.
Drawing's gay. Why do you want to do that?
I hope you like just, especially if you're doing digital art, just like drawing the same line 15 times before it actually comes out the way you want. And also,
I have a
Yeah,
little bit
if you're terrible.
a little bit of experience with that because I've had people draw things for me and then I colored it in myself. So I've kind of had to do that, and it is
Right.
frustrating
Yeah.
as fucking hell.
It's really painful. There's a lot of things about doing art that's just misery. Like,
Mm.
hey, how long is it going to take to get to the skill level you want to be at? Oh, probably like 10 to 15 years. Awesome. Here we go.
They followed up with asking, are we going to cover it? Sounds like a EFAP, the Southpaw thing. I mean, like a...
I don't think we're going to cover it. Like, it's just something... They got a small channel. I don't want to poke the bear, and it's just... I bet all the arguments are not going to hold up, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, like I don't know what's going on between the PAFE and the Southpaw, but sure you guys will settle it just fine. Also, hi Rags.
Hey.
Reminder that Zack Snyder is so edgy he writes all of his scripts using macro hard. And that
What is
just-
macro?
Was
that a
Macro
font?
hard?
Like
Well,
a
it says-
program?
It says macro hard : N word. I don't. That's what's happening. Okay, I read that.
I
I'm like,
don't-
what?
I don't know anything about that.
Macro
I have no idea.
hard. Oh, it's the opposite of Microsoft.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I appreciate that. Oh, why do the enemies want to kill me?
Here we go.
Ridiculous. Hello to all present fappers, totally unrelated but more. Have you seen The Wailing? Korean film, a fine horror film, if these tism eyes do see. I have not heard of it or seen it. So,
Heard of that. I haven't seen it. I'd have to look into it, though. I've heard that's good from what I've seen.
Well. Oh, so you've watched Lord of the Rings? We'll do it again. Those films heckin' earn it. I could honestly see down the line me and Rex doing EFAP movies, Lord of the Rings again. Just hopefully we have other
Do it with
things to
Jay.
say. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Jay.
Yeah, draw.
Has he still not seen them?
Ew. Well, he's seen Fellowship, which is even worse.
And it was a
by the way.
while back, right?
It is worse to have
I
seen
think
only
you guys will
Fellowship than not
appreciate
seeing
this.
any of them.
Thumbnail.
Her faces in that movie are gold.
Hey, it says mission failed, kill civilians. I should just be reprimanded morally. Don't make me restart, that's rude.
Those civilians have no idea what you sacrificed.
Yeah. I'm
Her
doing
eyes
a
just
bond.
don't move as she acts.
The popcorn. Don't worry about Doctor Strange 2, guys. Sam Raimi is directing it. He makes excellent superhero movies, right? Oh, that's
He makes
Southpaw
entertaining
that
ones.
said that. You gremlin. How could you say that? Bad man.
Spice.
Just like the DCEU Superman, they're going to make an unintentional sociopath the main character with Wanda? Yes. They've committed to that now. That is the reality that we're in. Enjoy it, I suppose. Can I kill both of these guys with one shot? Get his arms. Their arms, even. Oh, I got one of them. Boo. Rags had his mainframe hacked. Oh,
my
that's probably
goodness
related to
gracious.
when you start making
Yeah.
horrible noises.
When I listen back to this, I'll get to hear what it sounds like from everyone else's perspective.
I hope it doesn't
Oh
kill
my
anyone.
god,
Yeah, how loud it
rape
was.
of the
dude.
ear is the way to describe it.
Was pain. Greetings, Longman. A new Ninja Turtle game was announced, which made me want to ask on the TMNT movies, were the ones from the 90s good films, and how bad were the Michael Bay ones? Also, hi Rags.
Hey!
I think I watched one of the Michael Bay ones, and I don't remember thinking it was good, so...
Those actually aren't Michael Bay. Like, Michael Bay didn't direct those, actually. It's the funniest thing. So many people do think he did, but he
It's just a
produced
production company.
Produced them, yeah.
I watched the first one. It was pretty bad, from what I remember, at least.
They look like gremlin, like weird. They try to make them look too human, so
Yeah.
it's like
The photorealism really did not work in their favor. Like, they were trying to make them somewhat realistic, but it was just uncanny.
yeah, it needs to be realistic texture, not realistic design. You know, it needs to be that Detective Pikachu thing where it's like got the cartoony-ish proportions, but it's you know, the texture and the lighting and everything make it blend into the live action stuff.
Yeah, I don't really have any opinions on all of it because I just didn't pay much attention to TMNT. Not a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan, I'm afraid. I know Jared was. Well, it'd be interesting to see his reviews of them, maybe. I'm predicting that Wanda goes insane from the Tism magic and is the antagonist for Doctor Strange 2. Possible. I don't know. I'm not getting that impression from the show, but you know.
If they did that, I think it would help that film, actually, if they made her the full-on villain, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to withdraw and be like, no, you were in the right.
Let's put it this
Yeah,
way.
if they
I
don't
want
commit
them
here,
to.
I just don't think they're ever gonna.
I want them to. I don't think they will. I would say.
Well, maybe like someone high up, maybe like one producer wants them to, but then the rest of them do not go with it, and it's just going to be a big cluttered mess, kind of like WandaVision.
Yay. Just what we want, everyone. Don't complain. I missed 128 live, but if you haven't played Titanfall 2, you should give it a try. It's a blast and still has a decent player base. Also high rags.
Hey,
Yeah, I've only heard good things about Titanfall 2. Never a bad word.
Titanfall 2 is a masterpiece.
See, that's a pretty good word that I just heard. Ooh. Is this what I need my laser watch for? Oh, I get it. Oh. Oh, was I supposed to sever the green, not the red? That's probably what that was. My bad. I thought it was just wires. I didn't realize like the green and red mattered. Yeah. Come get me, motherfuckers. I'm holed up in a room. These AI won't be able to stop me. You can hear voices. I don't see where they're coming from though. Hello? Alright, well, you know, I'll just wait here. Does the alarm go forever? Oh, I don't know. Talk about that Disnoid article that attempts to link you, Geeks and Gamers, EVS, etc. to the alt-right and Trump's insurrection. I don't know what to say about it other than it's fucking crazy. The clip they showed from me was when I said Shrek didn't have the decency to die, which is a joke. I guess it's getting linked to like, you see, they encourage hatred for Kelly Marie Tran. I don't have any problem with Kelly Marie Tran's Rose that sucks. It is a part of what ruined TLJ, so. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever makes it work for you guys to make us look like the worst humans ever. They send
when
people
we said
down.
Saruman was an evil villain, they never said that we were encouraging Christopher Lee to kill himself or whatever.
Yeah. Well, that wouldn't fit the agenda, Rams.
No,
What would be the point? God, what's that guy doing? This show sucked. If I knew how to make YouTube videos, you can bet my hat would be in the long man ring with a review. Love y'all. Screw WandaVision. This is the thing. I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of people were made very angry by WandaVision. Like, got that good old-fashioned problem. If it's not just badly written, it's disrespectfully written too. And infuriatingly on a moral level, I guess. But, the writers feel she was punished effectively, or at least held accountable.
That's the problem.
So, yeah, I suppose it's just that level of incompetence. Like, can we please have something good again? Thank you. Invite the almighty Lolly for muscle moms and tomboys. I have no idea who that is. I think someone's asked for that before. The name's
He's the guy who made the video comparing The Last of Us Part 2 to Spec Ops: The Line, actually. That's the one video I've seen from him. He's made a couple of videos. I haven't seen much from his channel, though.
Was that one good?
It's okay. Like, I wasn't a fan of, like, his structure, and he didn't have, like, the best arguments, but, like, his points are pretty solid, and he did have good evidence.
Hello all, and Rags. Hello.
Hi.
Can't wait for EFAP movies Justice League and Snyder's Justice League. Also, you guys watched the extended version of Suicide Squad? I think we did.
Yep.
Oh.
It
I've
was
watched
an
it.
idea.
Though, I don't know what the difference between the theatrical and the extended is, to be honest with you, on Suicide Squad.
It
could
The
basically
Joker flashback scene was not in the Lamborghini one. That was not in it. So there you
Oh.
go.
and there's more dialogue and a couple more Joker scenes. Basically, there's nothing too significant change. Just a couple scenes added.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, all of them are to come. Be excited. I super chatted about trackball mice yesterday. The ball is on top. You just roll it with your fingers instead of moving the whole
Oh.
mouse. Also, high rag.
I gotcha.
Okie
I thought
dokie.
you were talking about, the olden.
Same, yeah.
Back in the olden days, you'd have the ball at the bottom, and you'd have to take it out and clean it, get all the
Oh.
grime and stuff off of it, so you could. Oh, I remember him. A lot of people in our audience will not know what the. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, back in the first mice had an actual sphere, and it would use the sphere that's connected to the bottom of the mouse. Part of it was exposed on the bottom, and that's what you'd use. It would a physical sphere would roll around, and that's how your mouse would know where to go. Yeah.
Back in the good old days.
It was fucking nightmarish.
Yep.
Yeah, wait
had
till
a
I tell
mouse
them
that
about why we say hanging up the phone and rolling up the window. Oh, their minds will be blown.
I had a mouse that had lost the little compartment thing that kept the ball in place. So I had to have it perfectly on the desk at all times, because if I even picked it up once, the ball would go rolling across the room. It was nightmare.
How
Oh, it was a
unfortunate.
nightmare, yeah.
Mine would get all dusty. It'd like stick. It wouldn't like roll consistently. That was the problem with them. Is it didn't last.
We lie, man.
But then we evolved into the digital age. What do you think about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and where it falls in the MCU timeline? I've not watched it and don't care
I
about
have
it.
not seen it. Yeah, I don't have any interest in it.
Maybe
I saw
someone-
season one.
I've got no idea how it holds up.
You said you saw season 1?
Oh yeah, I saw season 1 a while ago. It's been so many years though. I wasn't the biggest fan, but I don't know how well it holds up like on a writing level.
Yeah, season 1 was pretty weak mostly, and then it started getting better. I think Hydra really helped it because they were forced to go in new directions, and then it kind of started a trend where they would consistently shake up the status quo throughout. So that was.
That's the funny thing about it is I've heard it actually does get better as it goes along. It's just it may like people say it's like those first few seasons are weak and then it gets good. I'm like, oh okay, maybe it's worth another shot. But
yeah, well, even season 2 is a significant upgrade because they're S.H.I.E.L.D. has collapsed, so they're kind of an underground thing on the run kind of thing. Pretty cool.
Someone said, Rags, talk about dial-up. Oh, y'all ain't ready for dial-up.
Oh, no,
Y'all ain't
no.
fucking ready for dial-up internet. When you couldn't use the phone in your house because the phone line was being used to connect to the internet at a snail's pace, but it was what there was. Dial-up was... Ooh, boy. That was
I got a little taste of that earlier with the static right in my ear.
I mean, dial-up wasn't that bad. Kick Rags came true. I mean, temporarily, just so we could deal with whoever was hacking him.
Yeah, I had to zap the hackers.
Bad
with
dog
my
Rags.
counter hack.
Bad dog. Also, hi Rags, Smug Ross.
Hello.
Remember, Smug Ross means fine. They should have said that in WandaVision. That joke was true. Would have saved it. When I saw Darkhold in WandaVision episode 9, I was confused because didn't Ghost Rider take it away in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. season 4? Oh, I
Clumsy
fucking...
song.
Oh, you. I don't know.
I don't. At this point, then I wonder if Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is canon or not. I don't know.
I think
So
it's
give me a
canon,
moment,
but
I'll be right back.
I think it's canon, but it's not like supposed to directly tie in too well. Like at least from what I know, like none of the films rely on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. where it's like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Like, oh, you got to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
I
It's
suppose
like
the ultimate test will be is when they want to make a Ghost Rider for the MCU, and if they decide, fuck it, we're going to ignore Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
be interesting. I've heard he's genuinely good. They might cast like the same actor, but not address anything that happens in the show. But yeah, who knows?
Yeah, like, and the thing is, the visual effects were actually quite good, and because it was on the ABC, that meant he was like on screen in his full Ghost Rider mode for like 1 minute every 2 episodes.
Oh.
But it looked good when he was there, I guess.
So you checked that out, did you? Because you said you didn't watch the show, but you looked into that, did you? Or...
Oh, well, I've watched all of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I just, I don't know how it holds up, if that makes sense, because it's
okay.
like I've watched it over time, so I need to, like, actually go back and see if it all lines up. But I enjoyed all the characters and all the storylines, and they went in kooky directions and filled in plot holes from the movies occasionally. It was a fun one.
That was a mistake. I flashed myself. But the guy died, that's what matters. Alright.
Yeah, that's true.
Very good at this, like I said. I have a grapple? Also, am I supposed to do the green one? Oh, I did. Searchlight's deactivated. Hey, and I unlocked something. I'm so good. This is a walkthrough, by the way. James Bond Nightfire. Any of you guys wondering how to do it? Hear it how his dude is done it. So, yeah.
Got some out of context Wonder Woman in the old Discord.
That super chat ends with them saying, I have more to add that can't fit in a super chat. If it relates to how much they've fucked with like the timeline that is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm sure there's lots. I don't know about any of it myself. Because I didn't watch it. I propose a new show, EFAP After Dark, where instead of normal movies, you watch porn parodies and judge their writing. It'll be hilarious. So, I don't think there's gonna be enough time for that with what other stuff we're covering. Every time we cover one of those, it would be like, why aren't we covering an actual movie instead of a porn? Secondly, I feel that it would be strange. It'll probably be a strange experience. I don't know how it would go, you know, complicated one. I wonder if there are like channels on YouTube where the idea is that they review porn parodies, but like seriously, like breaking them down logically, plot-wise. Feel that would be a funny niche to fill.
How could you even review that though? You couldn't like show any of the content, so it'd have to just all be discussion, I suppose.
Yeah, you can show screenshots.
Cinema Snob has
cover
workarounds. So.
Yeah,
oh yeah, Cinema Snob was definitely one.
Censor, yeah.
Does Cinema Snob still do that, or is he?
I think he uploads uncensored versions on the Pornhub, as well as uploading to YouTube.
Because he used to review stuff naked, right?
I think he did it once or twice. I haven't watched him recently, but I assume he's still going. I don't have any reason to believe he's not. I'll go and check. I'm curious now.
Yes. Yeah, that's why I avoided this show and Mando. Not counting EFAP reactions, let's make a show starring familiar characters and show has no clear goal.
Yeah, he's still going.
Oh well, you know, good for him, I suppose. As for making a show with no clear goal, I feel like we wouldn't be able to know that until we actually watch it, though. Like, because it can go in so many directions, and you know, WandaVision as a show, it could have worked. Plenty they had to work with. They just fucked it all up.
It's why it cuts deep for me, because it could have been a really interesting, you know, show about mental health, grief, you know, how like PTSD and stuff, and you know, these things can drive good people to do terrible things and have these nuanced perspectives. But no, it's just like you were allowed to enslave people because you were sad. That's what we got.
And expand more on Wanda too, man. Like following what happened after Endgame, like there's so much to work with in terms of like how she was feeling, what she's been doing, but just none of that is explored well. So such a shame.
Why does everyone have to poo-poo the bed? Morley, why? Help us, please. Oh, and hi, Rags. Love from Slovakia.
Someone spent money on that.
Yeah, sorry about the poo-poo, people. I do try to stop them, but there's only so much power I have. So, yeah, hopefully you guys managed to make it through, I guess. The ending was so strange. Monica just lets Wanda go. Like, what the fuck? A lot of people lost relatives and didn't enslave others for months. Hashtag lock her up. Yeah. No, nobody knows how to answer this. It's just like, it's just something that happens. The writers think that they did a good enough job, and I guess it'll be up to Doctor Strange 2 for us to see, I guess, events moving forward. I don't know.
I'm gonna check who's writing that. I'm curious because we know Sam Raimi's directing.
I assume he's going to have a lot of control over the story, but yeah. In the Justice League animated episode Legends, Green Lantern, Flash, and Hawk Girl are put into a similar situation where a psychic was using their powers to recreate the world as what it used to be. Fair enough. I assume it was less horrifying to watch in terms of seeing people do crazy shit.
Yeah, and I think that was a parallel universe as well. So it was like, it wasn't the Justice League causing it. It was very much just this traumatized kid who was trying to just keep things the way they'd always been.
Mr. Freeze made a like an alliance of like cold themed supervillains.
Wait.
Ooh, like
Yeah, it
Captain
was called the
Cold
Just
and-
Ice League.
Oh.
That's an RLM joke, isn't it?
What?
Just Ice League?
Mr. Freeze?
No, that's from
Just
Batman and
Ice?
Robin.
No, I don't know. Maybe. I know that
That's the only vision I appreciate.
The whole Justice and Just Ice is. I don't know. It maybe they used it. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's the episode where they have the big block of ice. So
That could
Block
also
of
be a
ice.
drug.
it's the
key.
Justice League episode. It's like, I don't know if
Oh
what the
really?
fucking character
I haven't
is,
seen
but
their Justice. Is it a half in the bag?
Oh yeah, it's
Oh, I haven't seen their Justice League. I haven't seen that half in the bag.
he's Rich Evans delivering
can-
ice to carve into something. That's the narrative to get him to talk about it.
Oh, okay.
They rely
I
on
can see
him
how
for
we
superhero stuff.
both come up with it because Justice, Just Ice. Like
Mhm.
I probably came like as a kid driving by or being driven by one of those ice stands where you can just buy bagged ice and or something like that. Or yeah, I could see how a lot of people would come up with Just Ice instead of Justice.
So, as for Doctor Strange, it's got 2 screenwriters. One of them did
Nice segue.
these ones. Yeah, and the other one is someone called Jade Barlett, who doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. So I'm gonna.
That's
And she has written fuck all.
So that guy who's got
so
Community,
what you're
Rick and
saying is
Morty.
perfectly qualified.
Yeah, she's been an actress in 2 things,
Ooh.
and this is her first movie. This is her first writing credit.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how that goes. I do not know what to expect in terms of writing quality. We're just gonna have to hope this is where we're at with the MCU. This is why you don't write reality benders into television/film. They can't fully explain the limits of their power without it coming across as Mary Sue. I wouldn't go that far. You stop at reality bending. You're like, okay, how much can they do, and does it exhaust them? Do they like, if they can change the whole universe at will without much, struggle, then I guess the only interesting thing left would be their motivations. Like a villainous character, but they don't want to kill people. They want to change something, and so the drama can still come out of it. I think that would be worthwhile. But yeah, this is what we were highlighting with Wanda. You can't have it be this powerful and also be like an Avenger, because there isn't any fight she can lose.
You have to give her some sort of incredible negative, like a randomization of her powers or something that kind of keeps her unpredictable. Give yourself some tool that you can that will help you write her out of situations where she just dominates. Something, gotta do something. Try to balance things out like you're making a video game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with powerful characters inherently. It's just a lot of retarded writers forget that you've got to like balance the scales in order to properly establish the stakes and all that shiza. And they just don't know how to do it most of the time.
Mm-hmm. I hate the way the sword director turned into a bad guy. Really lame. In the Justice League animated episode... Oh, wait, I read that. You never know how much Stalin sacrificed for defeating Hitler.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, Monica would probably say that.
Sorry to interrupt your debriefing.
Do you think the show would have been better if it was in Wanda's head, or if she didn't know what she was doing? Just curious in you guys' thoughts. I think if the spell was cast in such a way, or rather whatever the fuck it is, that it affected her too, and that when she finally realized what she'd done, she undoes it, and then she has to live with the fact that this is something she did because of her grief, sort of thing, and would feel responsible. I don't know how I would deal with that narratively. I almost want her to submit herself to, like, proper, like, human punishment and like the justice system, rather than I'm gonna leave now because I want to do my own shit. There's something about that really bothers me.
I would have had that done either way, like if she'd been unaware or in the show that we got. Like, I think that would have been a much more satisfying ending for her character, is that she turns herself in willingly and, like, has to try to make up for what she's done.
Yeah, then you have it so that they need her, and they bring her out of prison because they're like, we need your help, and she's like, okay.
To make up for what she's done. That could work really well, but no.
Imagine a season 2 in like a psychiatric ward for superhumans. That could be nifty, but we're never gonna get that.
What do you mean? We got it in the New Mutants.
All right.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
I heard everyone loved it.
I loved the hell out of it. Watched it in theaters, baby.
Must have been fun. Character in my book, Boys of Silo, loses his family and almost kills himself. Since he's not a monster, he doesn't put his pain on everyone else, though. Again, I feel like that's a standard bare minimum thing that we don't typically celebrate stuff for, because it's just like, oh, you didn't do this horrible thing? Good job. But if you do, you have to have the appropriate consequences. We're all on board with that. WandaVision didn't want to do that, though. Did Darcy watch Infinity War to find out the exact details of Vision's death, especially since Wanda, the witness, got snapped? So, what is said is that apparently they're all Vision's memories being unblocked because they were put behind some kind of wall, presumably by Hayward. That is what I think we're supposed to think. I don't know why Vision has the power to remove that firewall, or whatever's going on in that head of his.
Especially because the Vision that was created by Wanda, like, does she know how to make him that capable, or is that just part? It's part of the magic.
I don't know that we're. I think he's literally like 1-to-1, the exact same power level as the Vision we always knew, and so when she disabled the dome, he died with it. But when he was in the dome, he was just as powerful and capable as that Vision. And it's just like, wow.
You can give that power to things you create. Wow.
Best comparison I can think is like, so the Green Lantern ring, right, can technically create anything, but you've actually got to have like a very intimate knowledge of what you're creating in order to actually recreate it. And a lot of it is knowledge based, and that's on top of actually being able to use the ring in the first place, which is apparently it hurts every single time you use it because you've really got to force your willpower through it. So there's a lot of concrete limitations there, which Wanda does not have.
So someone said like tuning herself in wouldn't work because when she gets bored she'll just escape. It's like the whole point is that she will keep herself there because she knows what she did was fucked up.
Yeah, she's there willingly. Like, it's like they wouldn't like force her to stay inside of it. She would be there on her own choice.
And if she can like dissolve and reapparate that book, I don't mind her pulling out that book and reading it in prison. It actually gives you a reason for how she would be better at controlling her powers by the time she gets out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's just lots of ways you can improve it. They did an awful job. But what are you gonna do? WandaVision is an allegory for the successor ideologist. A person leverages their trauma into taking other people's minds captive and never faces any consequences or much in the way of self-reflection. I mean, that's pretty much what happens. If that's a description of successor ideologist, then sure. I'm gonna let these people live. Don't kill me. Neat. Wait, oh that, why did they award me for that with a thing while they're shooting at me? That's not fun. Alright. Anyway.
I guess you're just supposed to kill them. They just expected you to kill them rather than to sneak over.
I thought I was gonna go past them or get like across without them realizing, but it's just like, no, you have to kill them first. Like, right, okay, I probably should have. Fine.
It looked like you were going to connect to the other building, but then you just dropped. It's like, wow.
And it's like, you did it. It's like, thanks. Now you die. You're like, oh. Thanks for EFAP. Make work much better. Also, high rags.
Hello.
Read Mason Dremure 2 on Amazon. It features a mage with a more complex psyche than Wanda, guaranteed, and a magic system with actual rules. Starfight.
Holy fuck, what a concept.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Proud. The Wicker Man, 2006 for EFAP movies. Island number 1. I mean, yeah, maybe one day. Did Darcy... Oh wait, why would it mean that Darcy watched Oh, right, so how does Darcy know about the events of Infinity War? I think you could probably answer that with everybody would have pieced together what happened, who was still alive, and then spread that story to the public. That's probably how she knew, sorry. I thought you meant the other one. Though, would anyone know that Wanda killed him, and then the time rewound, and then Thanos killed him? I don't think anyone witnessed that, right?
No, and Wanda got snapped away, so yeah, she wouldn't be able to tell people.
I suppose the logic is Wanda would have told people in the small amount of time between her coming back and Darcy telling Vision that.
Potentially the other Avengers could have seen that also, right? I mean, they were trying to keep
they
them
could have seen it. Yeah. Bad guys. If Wanda is the big Phase 4 big bad, at least for Doctor Strange, and Monica is the bad guy in Captain Marvel, things make a bit more sense. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Captain Marvel being the villain of the overarching series could meld things, man, with how they developed.
Captain Marvel leading her two right-hand men, if you will, Wanda and Monica, to like take people's minds and make them better, quote unquote, or some shit. Just like, there you go, Doctor Strange, defeat them all.
Be satisfying, dude, to have them be the powerful villains and the heroes to outsmart them somehow. It's like they fight with their brains rather than their brawn, but instead we've got them on the hero's side now, so it's like, what the hell is gonna make this balanced? Ugh.
Nothing, that's what. I got the multiverse joke, but I want to give it back. I just, it's funny because they've played with it. It's technically a fake out here, and then it was something that was mentioned, but it wasn't actually the case in Far From Home, but they're totally doing it, right? They're just almost toying with the idea of not doing it, but then they're actually going to do it.
I feel like they're kind of dancing around the issue before they're finally going to commit to it. I don't know how Spider-Man 3 isn't going to do that with all the actors who are going to be inside of it. Like, this has to be a multiverse movie, right?
Yeah,
I would
and
think
Doctor Strange 2 is probably going to be where it introduces, right? The
Yeah.
multiverse of madness, I mean.
well, Sam Raimi's directing, so maybe Tobey Maguire will appear there first.
Whoa. How exciting. I hope we don't get a moment where he just turns up and says hello, and everyone's like, that part was so amazing. The film's kind of amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, like, you mean like a certain deep fake?
Let's just put it this way. Hopefully, Tobey Maguire will have his green web slinging lasers. It'll make it all the better.
I kind of want to make that
Who sacrificed more, Wanda or Norman Osborn? Do you know how much I sacrificed? It was clearly Norman. Wasn't even close. That man had a vision.
Kind of want to deep fake Elizabeth Olsen's face onto Green Goblin now. because I'm a monster.
Well, people like you should be stopped. Can't be having that.
Got too much power.
The show could have been the MCU's Legion. I have not seen Legion.
Nor have I yet. I've heard it is very interesting and very good.
I've watched the first season. Still need to watch the rest of it. It's got all that mind-bendy stuff, but very psychological. It was my kind of thing, definitely. Went way further with it than WandaVision did, and as far as I recall, it doesn't fuck with reality too much because it's mostly like, oh, these are visions within your head rather than actual manipulation of reality.
The guys with the case never came out here. It must be somewhere else in the castle.
Ew, I gotta go find a guy with a key for this thing? Ugh. Ridiculous. Hello, my massives. Great cast. Thanks for watching, so I don't have to. Totally uninterested in Marvel post-Endgame. Oh, and hi, Rags.
Hey!
Yes.
I can understand that.
Yeah, friendly reminder that Captain Marvel promised Monica's mum she would return, but Maria died before that. WandaVision made Captain Marvel more unlikable. We don't know. No, she would have seen it. She did come back to Earth.
Oh yeah, she did.
She? When did she come back, though? I guess that's the question.
Shortly after Infinity War, like wasn't it like 2 weeks after the events of Infinity War?
Which means
like
Monica would be alive. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
so
probably
she
spoke to each other
could've-
and were like, "Man, this situation sucks, huh?"
Could have been there on her deathbed, I guess. Well, very least.
Oh, dude, the remote controlled rockets. That's top tier James Bond. Could probably turn them from being guided. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I gotta do some hacking.
I'm in.
I am Bond.
Accessing the mainframe.
I got a laser? Oh, I did. Ah! Oh, no. This is a satisfying game, alright? Got him. Got to episode 6 and couldn't be bothered to go further. Shame about the wasted potential. Hi, Meme. Great work on MOS and BVS vids. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Oh, thank you.
Shame indeed.
Yeah, I'm not sure which... If I wasn't invested in seeing it for the overall story, like, as a show, I probably would have dropped out with, probably the clown episode. That's where I was really like, nah. You fucked up. But I did want to see
That's
how it
just
ended.
Yeah, well, that's just the thing. If it was an MCU, I probably would have just found something else to watch. But, you know, gotta keep up with the old dialogue.
Mm-hmm. Halloween episode, Agatha gets rid of Vision but doesn't do anything. Ralph should have talked or ran Wanda into basement. She gets Wanda, Vision dies, big W. She gets Wanda, Vision dies. So, Agatha gets rid of Vision but doesn't do anything. That's in, like, doesn't do anything to do him. Again, I can't figure out what she was doing in the Halloween episode. I don't know if she was, like, distracting Vision. Then I don't know for what purpose. So, yeah, I don't know what to say about her being there at that time, other than she was just messing around, lol. Which kind of sucks, but what can I do? How the fuck did you survive that? Good for you, but still.
Somebody made you a Goomba.
Is that just the face on a Goomba?
Apparently, I just saw it in the Discord.
Very well. I am now a Goomba. There it is. Mauler referenced Buffy again. Okay, you got me. Sometimes I'm subtle with them, though. You don't even know their references. That's what I've been doing lately. I'll, like, talk about the potential storyline that's good. And then people can be like, wait a minute. Was that something he just made up, or was that something he's actually referencing? I already did it in the past 10 minutes relating to something else, but I'm not going to say what it was. And it was Buffy again. I'm so naughty.
One day I'm going to watch Buffy and I'm going to get all those references.
You're going to make a video saying it's bad, and I'm going to be like, you know what? Not friends.
I'll do that, and I'll like post it in between like the hours of March 31st and April 1st, just to really blur the line.
Yes. Friendship ended with meme repository. That's the meme, right? I can't remember how the rest of it goes.
Something like that.
It's nothing. Pretty good way to sum up WandaVision. It's nothing? I don't know about it's nothing.
Good elements.
It's
It's
worse
just
than nothing.
Well, I was gonna say, like, there's lots of things I hate in it that have been added that I don't want to be added, so...
Yeah, it doesn't make the MCU better.
Yeah.
No. So...
it's a better way to put it.
Like
It
with
makes
Captain
it
Marvel,
worse.
yeah, like with Captain Marvel, it was almost like there was not like how that story was presented. There wasn't really much there that was like wasted. It was just really bad. While with WandaVision, there was a lot that could have been done really fucking well, and it just wasn't.
Mm-hmm. Where is helicopter? Oh. Hey, this is cool. This is a cool mission.
Oh, they're doing the Ratchet and Clank thing where you can shoot the missile and drive it.
That didn't look like that looked like I went through the... Maybe I hit the glass pane. No.
I guess the thing has no windows? Or
Well, no, I
glass?
shot through them already, so I'm confused now.
Huh.
It mimicked TV throughout history. Once it got to modern times, it went to absolute crap. Some galaxy brain would say, the slow transition to modern day just shows how much better we have gotten at shows because expectations were subverted.
I mean, if you're gonna make the claim that shows from the 50s and 60s are better than, like, the best content we have right now, that's ridiculous, but...
I think they're being sarcastic.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, they end the comment with saying sexists, so...
Alright, yeah, maybe.
I don't... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what point's being made.
Legitimately, though, like, yeah, the best of TV now is better than the best of TV back then, for sure. Like, Breaking Bad, come on, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Romanian TV casually mentioned Mola just now. Okay.
Oh.
Alrighty then. Yeah, you doing a big suck there, Fringy?
I'm just drinking something. Yeah, it is a big suck. I'm sucking the juices out of this little cup.
The delicious juice.
Is
Fans
the
of the
juice
show
going to put its runes on you and stop you
no.
from being able to drink?
Oh, I guess we'll never know. Fans of the
That
show.
sounds like something Willems would say. Well, but the problem is, like, just because he says it doesn't mean that it's...
Doesn't mean it's
And
wrong.
also, I don't know if that's... Yeah, he could still... And, of course, he could say the same thing and be for the wrong reasons. All I'm trying to say is I think that TV shows from, like, the 90s onwards, probably even starting with, like, The Simpsons, were starting to be a little more, like... You know, like, it's not everything is awesome, because that's kind of what TV almost was like, everything's happy and nice. And the drama is like, there's there, but then it gets resolved really nicely. And starting with The Simpsons, it's like, no, maybe everything's not awesome. And then, you know, by the turn of the century, we started having shows like Buffy, Sopranos, The Wire. Big old stories that really take advantage of the format to tell big, long stories with multiple characters growing.
Yeah. You just want your depressing shit. Watch BoJack Horseman.
You got me pegged.
I think that... Ah, jeez. You can't properly... I hate aiming with twin sticks on GameCube. It's like the worst for an FPS. Oh. You just scan left, right, going just too far. It's just like, oh.
No aim assist?
Sometimes. I think you got to be within a certain amount.
Okay.
Fans of the show are lame. An Facebook friend called me sexist for saying Thanos was a better villain than Agatha 4 days after it revealed.
Seriously?
But I mean,
damn.
Agatha's not even a villain, though.
She's like the troll under the bridge. She's just kind of like throwing rocks.
I like that, a troll under the bridge.
We don't... I genuinely don't
Except
know.
the troll, she's like maintaining the bridge and keeping it, you know...
She has an investment in the bridge
safe
economics.
and up to code.
Yeah, the economy of the people who live under the bridge was important to her. She wanted to make sure it was okay. Portal opened. EFAP, listen to me now. It's Wanda. She's the key. Am I too soon? You were right about him. You've always been right about him. Fear him and find us. EFAP. Well, don't know. That might have been too early, yeah. I can't wait
I'm
for
really
Miss...
curious how they're going to twist that Flash dialogue in Snyder Cut.
That makes sense.
Well, with that extra reshot footage that wasn't part of his original vision, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that changes it.
Well, like, was shooting completed when, as far as he was concerned, or no?
Well, I think he stepped out of the project in like March or April, and I'm pretty sure that film was shot in 2016. So let me actually, you know what? Let's take a look, see, and see what.
I think it was like a case of he was like he got the original portion of shooting done, but the necessary reshoots he was not able to come back for. So Warner Brothers took that to mean, oh, we can reshoot the entire movie.
Okay, so this is the Wikipedia fringy. Principal photography began in April 11th, 2016. So, and then it was revealed that Jeff Johns and John Berg would produce the Justice League films and be in charge of the DC Extended Universe after the largely negative critical reception of Batman v Superman. The same month, Iron stated that Justice League would be more linear and simple. Oh, so like a month into filming, they were like, oh, we're gonna have to change it up. Damn. So yeah, then it says Justice League had a troubled production. During filming, it was reported that rewrites by Jeff Johns caused issues with Chris Terrio and Warner Brothers executives. Warner Brothers was unsatisfied with how the film was shaping up under Snyder because of the negative feedback the theatrical version of Batman v Superman was received. It was reported that Warner Brothers held a footage summit for writers that included Joss Whedon, Wonder Woman writer Alan Heinberg, Seth Grahame-Smith, and Andrea Berloff. This caused numerous rewrites as Justice League was filming. Whedon was eventually hired by Warner Brothers. He then took over as the director of the film after Snyder stepped down during post-production. So filming wrapped in 2016. And Snyder stepped down in 2017, in May 2017. So that was the reshoots came. Oh my god, the reshoots started in July, and the movie came out in November. God, that explains
like Rise
so
of
much.
Skywalker.
Yeah, it explains why the CGI looks so unfinished. It's like, hey, you got like a 3-month turnaround.
Oh yeah, do you know the reason they didn't delay the film?
I don't know. No, I don't.
Oh, it was because the Warner Brothers executives would not have gotten their bonuses that year if they didn't release the film.
Ooh. Damn.
Say that one more time? I don't think I caught that.
So Warner Brothers executives, they wouldn't have gotten their bonuses that year if Justice League did not release by November.
It's an odd stipulation.
It is.
I'm glad they got their bonuses. You know?
Yeah, you think it would be about the quality and the reception, not like, is it out on time?
Yeah, kind of tells you. Yeah.
I think it's kind of fascinating to just think about, like, there's so many things that conspired to make that film a disaster. The fact that it was a film written and directed by Zack Snyder, for starters, but then also the fact that you had another director come in and he didn't have any time to do any reshoots, and the script had been rewritten by like 5 people, and it had to come out by November, and it had to be less than 2 hours. Like, that film was destined to be awful.
Yeah. Like, I don't even blame Jeff Johns necessarily as far as the writing is concerned, because he was basically brought in and went, hey, you know this film that's already in production? We want you to do rewrites for it as we're filming it. So it's basically like laying down track to a train that is already like off the rails by a certain degree. So you're just trying your best to get it to the station, but it's like tumbling and moving out of control. It's just like you could be the best conductor in the world and it still wouldn't
and there's
matter.
No way. I think what's interesting is that everybody wants to blame different people. Like, I've seen a lot of people saying Wonder Woman 1984, that's Jeff Johns, he sucks. That's Jeff Johns' fault. It's like, I thought Patty Jenkins was given like all the freedom she wanted to make that film. And either way, they're all accountable because they're all involved in it. Like, Joss Whedon is accountable for Justice League. It's just like, I'm not sure how accountable he is considering how little time he had. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if he got to make a Justice League movie from the start, it probably would have been pretty good.
Yeah. But, well, I defend Jeff Johns a little bit because I just like his writing. Like he's the one who made Green Lantern my favorite hero. So it's like, ooh, I got to at least, you know, take into account the surrounding context because this did not read like a Jeff Johns thing. This read
I mean,
like a
I know he
studio thing.
wrote Flashpoint, which I'm pretty sure Flashpoint's really stupid. Like I read it, but I don't remember much about it.
There's a lot of stupid
time travel and
yeah,
resetting
there's a lot of stupid in
universes.
it though. I think that one was like another mandate. Like I think that was just meant to be a Flash story that was like rejiggered into a universe reboot.
Into a
like
new 52 reboot, yeah.
yeah.
Too good.
It's just I don't know. Like I saw somebody in chat saying like maybe no director can do a good DC film, and it's like nah. I feel like it's good. Like nah.
What about
Any
Joker?
film,
I hate
anything
that.
could be
What about
great.
Joker?
Anything could be great. Well, Joker isn't part of the DC. Oh,
Who
sorry, they
cares?
said DC EU film. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
well, that's arbitrary. Like, if you know, what if the DCU began with Joker? We would now have a good DCEU movie.
I guess it's
Yeah.
the idea of if you need to make a story that fits into this universe, it's going to be a lot harder just because of how broken it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff you have to account for, which I would never want. Like Atlanteans and Amazons are getting some serious rewrites.
Oh yeah, definitely. I remember someone once unironically said to me, well, because the Marvel heroes have done so well and DC has never managed to do much successfully outside of Batman, that must mean that all the DC heroes are inherently too bad to
Stupid.
Yeah, and I'm just like, no, it's just because it's just because it's been given to incompetent people with ridiculous mandates for how it needs to be done. It's
And also, let's not forget that like a lot of Marvel movies suck too.
yeah.
In terms of play, I got to imagine like we talked about this very very recently, but like Green Lantern is an awesome idea for a superhero. You would have to be able to make some great movies with Green Lantern for sure. And of course, Batman. I feel like Wonder Woman could work because anything could work. And you can make good Superman stories. I think the craziest thing about the DCEU arc is it's made me appreciate Superman more, like a good Superman.
By seeing how
'Cause I
bad it
always
could
said he
be.
was boring. Yeah, with how awful it gets, it's like, man, I would really like an optimistic, hopeful Superman film. I feel like that would be subversive nowadays.
Yeah, I actually wrote an outline for how I would do like a Superman origin after Man of Steel because it was just like I need to at least like, have a vision of something good. And
Yeah, it's
I
just,
think
these movies are just dour and depressing, and you just don't want to live in
Yeah.
this world. Whereas you see
And it's-
Guardians of the Galaxy or something like that, and you want to go there and do it, and it looks fun and interesting and crazy
It's
and cool.
really weird though, considering that a lot of DC's main heroes have an inherently optimistic tone, like Superman. I mean, Green Lantern. The power is from hope and willpower. Like it's so optimistic as a concept, and Superman, like Batman's a bit more like, you know, iffy, but that's fine because Batman.
But he
can
still
exist
fights
in
for
that space.
justice, and he's still a
He
good
does.
guy, and he
He's
brings the
still
There's a
criminals
no
in.
kill
guy.
rule. That's pretty.
He's
you
like,
know.
yeah.
yeah, he's a little edgier, but like
Yeah,
he's
he is edgy, but he's
principled
still-
guy, and he's
Yeah.
a good person.
Yeah, It's like with Batman, it's like the imagery is dark, but the person underneath is like really like he's like one of the most empathetic individuals you would ever meet.
Yeah.
And you have
and I
Bruce
always get
Wayne
really
as an
annoyed.
aspect of that, who could be
Yeah,
like,
of
"Hey,
course.
I'm Bruce Wayne. Yo, I'm cool."
And I gotta tell you,
Suave.
one of my biggest things that frustrates me about the way that I've seen people say like, oh, you know, Marvel is about like heroes who are normal and have normal problems. DC's about gods. It's like, no, you invented that in your head. No, I'm sorry. It can be anything that any of them want to be. This
Batman
is
is
an
a bat god.
thing. Well, yeah, I mean that it doesn't apply to Batman, really, does it? And like Superman isn't meant to be God. That's not like that's a new thing. That's like a very modern thing that people have decided. Superman's God, when the whole point is he's a normal person. He's more human than Kryptonian.
Yeah.
I guess Wonder Woman. Well, Wonder Woman isn't really, you know, and like Green
Like the
Lantern's
demigod
not
thing is
god.
a
Hal
very
Jordan's
recent
just a
thing.
Pilot. Like,
Yeah.
Aquaman's king. He's not God. Cyborg.
Yeah, and even then he
isn't
starts
God.
off regular.
Flash isn't God. Barry Allen's like a normal dude. He's like a normal, he's the classic speedster. I can never catch a break. I'm always too late for somebody who's running so fast.
If you're faster than light, it means you're always living in the darkness.
Apparently, he's intentionally late to a lot of things in his personal life to maintain his secret identity. And there was a funny line related to that where he was just like, it works, but I haven't seen the beginning of a movie in like 5 years. Yeah, like the one version I wrote, I made it so he doesn't, Superman doesn't actually get his powers until he's like 18 or something, so that we could actually focus on how does he become moral without his powers, and then the powers become an extension of those abilities. And you can kind of play with, what is, how do different people use like their power for good and evil, and there's a lot of things you can do, but
you can do a lot depending on when he gets his powers, for sure. You could push it earlier or you could push it back, and there'd be different things to explore. Like Superman can. That's what I mean, man. DCEU are teaching me new things, mainly that Superman is not actually that crappy at all. Like, you can do stuff that's really good. It's just nobody is. I don't know. Nobody is.
Happiness is dead.
Miserable.
Yeah, I think a lot of people overthink him. Like, they just look at the powers and they go, oh, well, he must be like a god. And they don't think, they don't bother to think, well, he's just a humble guy who happens to be really, really strong. And they also, like, I think it pisses me off with Justice League, right? Is they make him they just get him to kick the shit out of Steppenwolf, right? And they did not have to make him that powerful. He could have, like, Steppenwolf could have been, maybe a little bit stronger than Superman. And actually, I'm pretty sure in, like, a lot of comic iterations, like, most of the Justice League can at least, like, they might not be able to beat him one-on-one, but they can at least stand a chance to spar with him for a little bit. Like, Aquaman can still give him a few, like, good hits. Wonder Woman can still do him, while in that fight, it's just like everyone is just getting dominated. And it's just like, the reason they don't usually make him, like, at least decent writers don't make him that fucking strong is because you need to balance him in a larger setting. Like, he can be a jack of all trades, but master of none kind of
I'm
hero.
absolutely weakening him. If I were writing Superman, I'm making him weaker than he is. I would give him like Spider-Man level endurance in terms of being able to take hits. He can fly and stuff, and he can punch hard, but like blunt force is gonna hurt him. He can be cut. Like, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be making him a decent amount weaker.
I remember the Superman animated series, something interesting is that they made it a really big point to show that bullets, like really big bullets, were bouncing off of him, but they were still hurting him. And you could shoot a missile at him and he would actually go flying, and you would see he actually starts getting injured after a while. I thought that was quite, that showed that they really understood that you need to be able to have a big enough force. You need to have like a relatively small force still be able to hurt him, rather than just tanking everything.
All right then.
Yeah,
that was a tangent.
I can't wait for Miss Marvel to kidnap random kids and put them into illegal prison camps, and only later realize she might be in the wrong.
Miss Marvel will probably be a lot more chill, I would imagine, as a thing. Maybe, who knows?
Like all bets are off.
Yeah.
These writers.
God, I'd never bet on what happens next in the MCU.
My favorite bit about Agatha is in the finale. She wants Wanda to hit her, but in the Rune scene, she's dodging Wanda's attacks. Agatha big brain. Well, why is she even allowing the blobs to go anywhere instead of sucking them? Suck on them blobs. I think it should be the mission, you know?
Honestly, why would she even tell Wanda that if she, like, throws the blobs, then she's gonna suck them? Like, you could just be like, you could just not
when she's like, aha, Agatha, the runes aren't out here, and then Agatha's like, I'm counting on it, hon. It's like, why'd you say that? Why does Agatha keep telling her what she wants? It's like one of the classic things people make fun of now.
Monologuing villain. Like, we made fun of this instead of the Incredibles. It's the whole idea of just like the villain saying stuff to the hero and the hero wins because of it. It's cheap. It's old.
Hey, Fringer, you've written some stuff, right?
Oh, I've tried to, yeah.
Yeah, tell me when something really bad comes out, do you go back to your writing? Because I do this with my stuff. But do you go back to your writing and just make sure that you haven't
Oh,
accidentally
Mahler, the
done
writers are talking. I guess we'll just listen as our authors discuss their craft.
I am a feeble video gamer. I simply listen.
I am a mere. I'm a mongoloid button masher. I do not understand these.
So the
concepts.
question was basically just like, if you see something really bad in a film, do you like reconsider what you've been working on?
Yeah, like just go over to make sure you haven't like done something horrendous out of like just force of habit or something.
I tend to see, the thing is I feel like I'm more likely to avoid the weird morality thing, because it's usually like a lot of the time I'm thinking, what can you pull from this? Like if I've got a plot thread, I'm like, I don't want people to be able to pull from this something that I find like really bad. So like if you think about a potential confrontation or something, then you sit there and be like, what kind of, is this meant to be like an anti-hero, or is this meant to be like a hero or a villain? And in general, plot holes and stuff like that is just something you're trying to be vigilant for all the time, but like almost to an autistic degree. Like I tend to be thinking about certain things that are probably not even that important, but it's just like, well, it might be important. Like I think it's I think if you see something, because just because you can identify plot holes doesn't mean that you are not susceptible to writing them, because I think there is a big difference between, and it's not that I think one is easier than the other, but I think there's a big difference between seeing something that's flawed and then making tweaks and modifications to make it better, and starting from scratch. I think that there is a bit of a difference.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think also you're on autopilot for that first draft for a lot of it anyway, so you might be able to catch a lot of it, but then you kind of have to get distance from it in order to have that perspective where you can become the critic to your own work.
Yeah, I think that's what the drafting process is for. There will be things that you'll miss and things where you'll be like, wow, that's like a huge problem. I need to tighten that up. And I think when it's like writing a book, a lot of the smaller stuff creeps in just by the process of, you might add something in without thinking and be like, oh, that's cool, and then it might cause a problem. Like in terms of bigger, broader issues, I think getting those sorted out early, like in a plot outline or something, is just helpful.
Yeah.
I would like to think that if you were by like the third or fourth or fifth draft or something, that you should only be making minor tweaks at this point. Like if you have to make significant changes, that'd be like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard.
It is.
I'm just drinking, all right?
Big suck.
Yep. Well, the big suck is over, all right? It's done. It's dead. The drink is dead.
Ringy, I just finished Daredevil. Tell them how much better it is in detail, please. Like, Daredevil Season 3 is top-tier MCU.
So, like, the problem is, like, it's kind of funny, because, like, I imagine if I rewatch Daredevil now, there's probably going to be a lot of things that I find problems with, but I just think that fundamentally, Daredevil's got a really strong foundation. A lot of great scenes. There was that scene where Matt's speaking to the pastor of his church, and they're talking about the nature of evil. And I think the pastor is talking about, in that man, like, I saw the devil. And Matt's like, if you could kill him, if you could stop him, would you do it? At what cost? And it's like, yeah, that's kind of one of them fundamental things in Daredevil, and it's kind of throughout the whole show. It's I think Daredevil's really strong as a character, in case that wasn't obvious, just in general. I think it's a fundamentally great idea for a superhero. But yeah, Daredevil is better than WandaVision by a country mile.
Easily. A lot of things are, though.
Yeah.
Wanda, our hero. Hell, DCEU Superman is more of a hero. Absolutely, he's head and shoulders above it, because DCEU Superman.
He's trying to save people.
Yeah, he's that's his big fuck up, is that he does it really incompetently. Wanda was just straight up like, well, you guys will be happy, trust me. Like,
MI6 has been contacted by Alexander Mayhew.
Agatha Harkness did nothing wrong except killing Sparky. That was messed up and weird. Don't even know if Sparky was real.
Real or not, yeah.
And even if that's true, man, like if we're comparing the sins of people, like killing a dog versus enslaving a village, I'm like, I don't think that the dog is too bad in the grand scheme of things.
Though I am anti-killing dog, I will say.
Oh yes, don't kill dogs. That's mean.
Kind of love it
I agree.
when
Don't do it.
yeah, kind of love it when Wanda put up the runes. Agatha could still fly.
Oh yeah. Maybe Wanda, whatever. I don't.
Wanda was holding her up. She's oh god, it's
How
so
could
bad.
she not? That's the thing that's so ridiculous about that. She's doing the big suck, and then she's like, "I'm gonna kill you." It's like, what? It's like, how could you be magicking and not know that you were being faked?
It's really fucking stupid. You know, it's funny when you don't pay attention to a game. I was driving a car on like ice somewhere, and now I'm like in this place doing this. I'm just like, sure, James Bond, shut up. Who knows what's happening? I certainly don't. Oh, is this an escort mission? Ew. Does Wanda keep couples together or make a random make them? If so, do people do it in Westview? Is Wanda pulling a Wonder Woman? Hi all. Also, hi Raggle
Hey there.
The thing is, the more you find out in terms of details of what she did there, the worse she'll look. Because right now, we all kind of assume some stuff. But like, who knows how haunting it is in terms of like, she's forcing people to eat food to make sure they don't perish, you know? But they're desperately trying to kill themselves because they don't see any escape. Like, we don't know how dark this goes. Unfortunate. Hey Mola, this whole series rips off a better written episode of Justice League animated series called Legends, done way better. Look it up.
Ooh, that's the second mention of that
Yeah.
episode.
Must have done something.
I do really enjoy that one.
V talking about news article right now. Mola right wing plus. I mean, obviously, people watch my content, and they have obviously they don't come away thinking, "Wow, this is a really over the top way to look at movies." Instead, they go, Hitler.
You know what? Yeah.
That's one way to look at it.
What can you do? Oh yeah,
Imagining someone like
in advance.
Just imagine someone having finished one of your videos and just like sitting there pondering, like the Lenny pondering face for like ages, and then one word comes out of their mouth: Hitler.
All along, I knew it. I want the spaz. Gimme. Take people's guns in this. Oh, here we go. Gosh, I'm killing so many people. Like, just no remorse, you know? I kind of feel like this is on theme. Then again, these people are trying to kill me, so I'm clearly better than certain people from certain shows. Not
have
Agatha,
we mentioned
though.
that? Yeah, have we mentioned that Cinematic Venom has had a redemption arc of sorts?
Yes.
On this stream.
I didn't manage to speak to him at all. I obviously was. But I mean, yeah. I mean, if he's nice and chill and talking about stuff and things, I hope it went well.
Yeah, it did.
Perhaps he shall make it onto EFAP someday. Who knows?
He tentatively agreed to watch The Lord of the Rings with myself, Sapa, and Buzzak, so that could be very interesting. We want to see what his reaction is. He said he hadn't rewatched them in a long time, so it's like, you know what? That might be an interesting redemption arc.
And he said Man of Steel was bad, so he couldn't mind look.
Well, from what I understand, he watched the entire EFAP coverage of his video, right?
I don't think he mentioned it on stream. I think he said the initial like tweet that he sent out was because he like only watched a little bit of it. And
I'm referring to his newest one, because I've actually seen it, where he reviews his own video, and he references like loads of what EFAP said about the video as well. So I was like, oh, did he watch the whole thing? And if he did, I wonder if that would be helpful in terms of, because we argued a lot for like a lot of character arcs and how details matched up properly and different things. Don't know if it would have helped give any appreciation to the film, but I would hope so. Lord of the Rings, pretty neat. I'm gonna say it. Pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
Very neat indeed.
I know it's a hot take, and I know I'm gonna get so many fucking comments about how insane I am, but You know, you gotta stand up for your principles. Arrived very late to this EFAP, but I'm looking forward to Darcy catching me up on what I missed. Ew. Imagine there was like a Darcy between every single EFAP, and she tells you everything that happened with her voice. It'd be horrible.
Like a tragic origin for her vocal cords.
At this point, just make Wanda a villain and make good guys team up with an alternate reality nerfed Wanda that has morals to take her down. Imagine you were making, like, I don't know, the next movie, like, let's just say it's Doctor Strange, and you had full creative control, and you actually argue that Wanda, like, the real Wanda is trapped in Westview, and that this is a fake Wanda that's taken over. Imagine
We wouldn't actually make Wanda a horrific villain.
Yeah, imagine the face on the writer who wrote that season. They'd be like, "Excuse me?" And you're like, "You gave me no choice."
Fuck you!
I had to.
I gotta undo your damage somehow. Also, it's like a construct and not a real person, because no person could actually wield that much ridiculous power.
And everything that was said about all the unit, they just have a character being like, "So, was any of that real in Westview? Did any of it happen?" He's like, "No."
And then Vision woke up. It was all a horrible dream.
And then he realized he was dead. There you go, we fixed all of it.
Yeah.
Jello woman. Yeah, she became Jello. She evolved into Jello. Pretty neat.
It'll be a very useful superpower to have in future installments.
I mean, I don't know how they're going to make use of her Jello-ness, but we'll see. I'm sure she'll get in situations where it's really useful that she's made of jelly.
Every time she gets punched, she'll just turn into Jello.
Jello woman.
Gonna be so
wiggle around when she gets punched like rubber, like.
You'll just get scared. They punch her, she just wobbles. They're like, ew.
She like, when she goes undercover, she sneaks into like a party as the punch bowl.
Ah. Imagine like she gets shot so much she starts leaking and she says, "My precious goo."
My goo.
That's a reference right there.
Also, apparently, Cinematic Venom loves Buffy and Angel, so that is points in his favor.
As I said on, I don't know if it was Fringy's stream or somewhere else, being a Buffy fan is step one, okay? Because it could mean that you have terrible takes about everything. You could, and lots of Buffy fans do. I'm sorry, Buffy fans out there. You're all cringe, okay? I'm not, though. I'm the good one, as is Fringy, as is Theo. There are such things as good fans and bad fans, alright? So, you'll be curious to hear some of his takes, but I already anticipate, like... The one that's so common is the character begins with an R is not a character and a bad person. And you're just like,
Stop it.
Put it down. Yes. Fringy and I shall re.
Riviere.
Oh my god, a secret tunnel. The best superheroes are those with awesome superpowers yet have flaws. That makes them relatable. These new MCU ones sound flawless, therefore boring. Well, it's worse, because she's incredibly flawed but doesn't know. So it's just like...
Why they're acting like she's morally righteous in this season. It's just like, what are you doing, guys? Come on.
Yeah,
You'll never know what you sacrificed.
Ugh. I would have done the same thing to bring back my mum. I'd be like, Monica, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Okay?
No, you
Fucking
wouldn't. No,
wouldn't.
I fucked up royally. I did something really bad. Don't encourage me. Don't try and justify my horrific behavior, you evil devil woman. Depart from me. Spirit of malice, be gone.
Oh, we could do that. We recontextualize her. She's Mephisto, trying to get Wanda to do it more. And then we actually bring Mephisto in to make fans happy. And then we can play with that, because Mephisto's probably
Then
pretty
the
cool.
Mephistos can fight, and
Well, he's
could not
basically
be
Satan,
involved.
so yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So it's even worse than that, because she doesn't even say, I would do what you do. She just says, oh, you know, if I had your power, I would bring back my mum. And that's supposed to justify the slavery of 3,000 people, that she would bring back one person.
I think it's Monica trying to say that was what Wanda's goal was. Unfortunately, some other stuff happened, some weird stuff. And you know what? I still would have done what you did, but that weird stuff, that kind of sucks. It's like, can you stop doing that? Stop reducing it.
You've got to break a few children before you can make a family.
It makes sense, okay? And if you don't understand, might be bigoted. Just saying. Why can't I get down here? Oh. This is great. Like, I have to go forward, but when I connect onto the ladder, it needs to go. I need to hit back to go down it. So, controls. Maybe I'm just not allowed to go down because it's all smoky. Or not? Oh no, I am allowed to go down. Oh, this is water? That does not look like water. Okay. Anyway, I think the only power Captain Marvel had that made any sense at all was moving faster than light. The Tesseract is the Space Stone, right? But the problem is moving faster than light.
Portals?
That's not something that I think the writers are aware they've given her as a power. Because, for example,
the writers are not aware of a lot of implications of the things that they've said.
Yeah, like she could kill Thanos
that much is
easily.
clear.
A light speed punch to his heart, he's dead. Like, he ain't making it through that one. In fact, I'd be concerned for the surrounding area if she did that. But all she needs to do is enough to take him out, not enough to fucking explode a crater into Earth or anything. But yeah, that being one of the power, like if someone said someone gained power from the Tesseract because a device was created from it that when blown up spreads goo all over them, what power should they get? Be like, I don't know, maybe
Goo
opening portals.
You can turn into goo.
Hey, remember, was her name Blink from Days of Future Past? She was cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the portal person?
Portal person, yeah. Why the fuck didn't we have more movies with her?
Because the X-Men writers really love Wolverine a lot.
She was like
He's
super
because
cool
he
and
has claws and he heals and he smells good.
smells good.
And he's Canadian.
She's kind of like Scarlet Witch in that her power is really awesome and really useful, but also she can be killed by like a stab to the chest. So,
yeah,
why did we not see more of her? They had a lot of. Do you remember Days of Future Past?
That sounds like a challenge for writing. That sounds like a writing challenge. Ooh.
God forbid.
I just remembered she was in one of the. There was a live-action X-Men show that wasn't Legion that actually had her as a character. So they did do some stuff. I forget if they did anything good with her, but I thought I should point that out.
I would be invested in her doing more things. In her use her portals in very clever ways, like she did with Colossus. It was cool. But oh well. Objective complete. I don't know what I was doing. I win. I think.
Well, like subjective complete.
Oh.
I think. I feel like the subjective is complete.
A lot of the X-Men are like that, where you know they all got a lot of cool stuff going on, but the movies never really allowed it to go to the cool places you would think.
I can't control it properly. I want my mouse. I don't like the sticks. He shot the children because one of them had overtaken the minds of all the soldiers. I don't know if I agree. Watch American Sniper. Soldiers had to kill kids all the time in bad scenario. We went over it. It's less to do with, because this is the thing. I can imagine plenty of scenarios where you have to shoot a kid, and like I said, the example of Extraction handled it really well. It's less to do with whether or not he was allowed, and more to do with looking at him in that scene and what he's doing. It is very odd.
And it's not exactly played off like American Sniper.
No, it's not. These references we have are way superior. Like, I think people are responding to it in isolation rather than the scene. I don't know. Like, the concept of having to shoot a child in a high-risk combat scenario, I'm like, yeah, I can think of plenty of things to do it with that. But him doing it came out of fucking... It just came across as absolutely insane. It didn't feel justified whatsoever. And like I said, I think it happened just because they want you to believe he needs to be punished and put away, you know?
Yeah. I think that's definitely what they're going for.
Do you think Marvel has the balls to make Wanda a villain? She's a freaking reading a demonic book at the end.
I think that they're
No,
gonna
she's
do
gonna
the
use
stay
it for
villain
good or
route.
justice.
Like she'll be presented as antagonistic maybe for the first half of Doctor Strange. And I think it might have been you, Rags, who said like, and then beats Doctor Strange, and then is like, oh, and I'm good now, and then saves the day.
Basically.
I'm guessing that's
Because they
what
are not going to show Strange beating a woman.
and it's not going to be like in Spider-Man 2, where like the consequence of being the villain is that you die to stop the threat that you've unleashed.
No.
It's funny. I mean, I was thinking about Fellowship of the Ring, Boromir, like his story and how awesome it is. And just the whole idea that, like, because he attacks Frodo to try and get the ring, it's like that almost condemns him to the fate of, like, dying to sort of make up for it, if you know what I mean?
Kind of.
I'm sure. I feel that's just his principles being let out to a complete. He's willing to die to save innocent lives. That's his whole thing.
Yeah, it fits in with the rest. I mean, even before then, he was willing to
Oh, he
put
was
himself in
still
danger to get the little ones out first, and things were
was,
done for the sake of the hobbits.
He was a complicated but ultimately good one.
Well,
Yes, he was
obviously,
very
what
good.
happened was the ring amplified his fears of
Yes.
we're gonna get
of, like, the
tramped by
destruction of Gondor and all that. And,
yeah, the ring will save us. Oh, I need to take it. He said something like I want the power to save my people or something like that.
Yeah.
I just asked for the strength to defend my people. Yeah.
He is quite a big fan of Gondor.
This is the thing. It's the virgin take that Boromir was kind of a bad guy in Fellowship. It's like what the fuck?
that is the lame take.
Yeah, you fail film analysis if you think that.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, you
do.
have failed film analysis if you come away from Lord of the Rings and just think Boromir sucks. He's awesome. Like he's such
Well, remember,
a great
I had
character.
to when we had Arbor Skeptic on, he was like, Boromir's the lame character. Like anybody who what did he say? Anybody who chooses him is lame or something for their favorite. And I was like, wow.
He is a really good pick for favorite.
I mean, he's been mine since before I'd even met. I think when I told Wolf he was my favorite, Wolf was like, "Wow, okay." I was like, "What?"
I'm not sure. Yeah, like I don't know how anybody would be. His journey is tragic but great. You know, like
I would
that
high
scene
five
when he's-
Boromir. There you go.
Yeah,
Come out and say.
and there's a lot
He
of
continues
and I
having
think
a
maybe
really
it's
good
partly that
presence after the first film as well.
maybe it's because there were certain scenes from that weren't in the theatrical cut of Fellowship, which are really helpful for showing what kind of character
Him and
Boromir
Faramir,
is.
yeah. And how big of a dick Denethor is, yeah.
Oh well, I mean, it's even there was a scene when he's talking to Aragorn. I'm pretty sure it's in
Yeah.
I'm
was
pretty
in
sure it's not
Lothlorien.
in the theatrical cut.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah. Where he's talking about like there's goodness in in humans, right? Like you're not even thinking about your own kind.
Yeah.
that's good.
He's got a lot of hang-ups about a lot of things, and this is the thing. I think when you come to understand that he's very pro, like Gondor, and he feels like he's with a group of people who don't give a shit about Gondor.
Yeah.
It makes him like Gondor is the border in a way of between Mordor and Middle Earth, and like
yeah.
he obviously is like, you guys, like, we do a job for this place. And
of
he's
course,
not taken very seriously. In
fundamentally-
fact, he's not trusted. Like, a lot of them think he's kind of like, oh, that guy, he just wants, like, the fucking nuke, doesn't he? He just wants the codes.
Yeah. I mean, he is prideful, certainly.
Well,
but
he
I mean,
came from a
it's
place
ultimately
where he's, like, worshipped, almost, because of the deeds he's done, and then he comes to a place with a bunch of people who he thinks are making the wrong decisions and don't trust him. He's like, what the fuck?
yeah.
I have to-
And just fundamentally, the ring is corrupting him.
Yep.
It's the ring. Like, do people don't, you know what I mean? Like, do people don't realize that? Like, it's just, the ring is evil. Or like, at least the ring is, makes you do things that aren't quite right. Takes a lot of... Lord of the Rings is so good. Like, it's such a good series. It almost feels like it shouldn't even exist. Like, to have something so cohesive.
I like Lord of the Rings. Hot take.
And just the fact that it's like it's a crowd pleaser while also being like excellent. Like it's just legitimately excellent. I find it funny that the Battle of Winterfell was meant to be better than Helm's Deep.
So, yeah, I'd heard that I'm like, dude, it is not even a competition in the
It's not
slightest.
even fucking close.
Battle of
Like, Home's
Winterfell was
Deep is
the
incredible.
first round of destroying the fan base. Like, it
That's
split.
what got me involved because Mahler said, "Rags, look at this shit. Tell me it's bad."
Yeah, I think Shad doesn't even watch Game of Thrones, where all of his fans are like, "You've got to analyze this episode, please. It's so bad."
Mhm.
And then, because I remember, obviously, that some, like, half of Game of Thrones fans were like, "No, the episode was fantastic. It was a fantastic ending," and blah, blah, blah. But the next episode pushed a few people off, and then episode 5 ruined everything. Episode 5 was
Well,
like...
yeah, I think when the bells were rung, and then she's like, "Lol, I'm gonna burn you all." I don't know, flames
Yeah.
shoot the whoop.
It didn't go over well. Weird.
Well, and
now-
oh damn, I remember like one of the things was that people named their kid Daenerys. Like, whoops.
Wait till the season. Wait till it's all over, everybody.
Wait till it's done, and even then, maybe just avoid it. They can
In
always
case they
be
make
ruined.
another episode randomly, and she's just a
Yeah.
horrible
Imagine if
person.
you named your kid Wanda, or like, you know, whoops.
Rescue Geisha Girls. Did I not do that? There was 2 of them. My goodness. See, this is the second one. What do I do with her? She rescued? I don't know. Because the other one is in the shower room, right? She's rescued. What do you want me to do, game?
Rescue the girls in the shower room, Mom.
Oh, fuck. I accidentally changed my controls. Horrifying.
Oh my god.
Oh, still inverted. Oh, terrible. Oh. Hope you guys have fun. Not sure if I'll be able to listen to this. Nothing against you guys, but it has ever been difficult to listen to super negative criticism when you're really invested in an IP. Not really. Like, I'm mostly fine with it. If I'm listening to people like shit all over something I think is really good and their criticisms are bad, I'm probably just gonna stop listening. If their criticisms are really good, I'm gonna get interested probably.
I think I'm past letting it wound my ego as well, like being wrong. Now it's like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I mean-
it's an arc everyone goes through, I think, of just what? But I love this thing. Do I not love this thing anymore? It's like maybe.
I mean, it's kind of up to you if you just want to disregard the criticism. Just be like, you know what, I prefer not to listen to it. I'm like, well,
Yeah,
you do.
That's the thing.
Blissful
Not,
ignorance for me.
yeah, I wasn't trying to say that I don't understand it. It's like, yeah, go for you, whatever you want. This one though, like, I wonder if you're invested in the IP of WandaVision or the MCU, because like I'm invested in the MCU, but at the same time I'll shit all over it if I think it's, you know, making a mess. I'm gonna shoot the Geisha Girl. Did it. He shot at the children. Oh wait, no, we read that one already. If we legally look at Vision as property, he was bought and paid for by the Avengers. Legally, a fellow Avenger, especially a loved one, would be allowed to claim Vision's body. Potentially. This is the thing. All I'm waiting for is for them to dictate what should happen based on their rules. I don't know what their will says about this.
Should belong to Stark Industries, shouldn't it?
I would have thought. It was created in Stark Tower.
With Stark
materials, yeah. Confused, to say the least.
He is Jarvis.
Javos. Oh my god. Before I go to work, I wish you all a massive Zen chat the best. Why, thank you. I wish you the best too. It's a show about wizards intended for the lesbonies. Probably not for the first one to make this joke, but anyways, hi guys, ragioli stay toxic.
Ooh, always.
Yes. Oh, they said hi ragioli, there you go.
Oh. Buongiorno.
Duh.
It ended in Oli, so I assume it's Italian.
What black or power metal bands does Mauler like? I don't think I listen to any black metal, because I'm racist. Though, for realsies, I don't think I'm not even sure. As for power metal, I forget which of the bands I listen to are categorized as power metal, so I'd have to look into it, I'm afraid. What a shit answer, I'm so sorry. I just can't be any more detailed. the grim reality we face. This one just runs out here. I hope it counts as saving her when I kill all of these people this time. I don't kill these people for nothing, woman. I demand points. Real quick, I assume Doctor Strange is going to get involved at some point, but why was there no allusion to Strange in this season? Don't know.
Because I don't fucking know.
I don't know.
They couldn't get
I
the
don't know.
actor, maybe, or
Yeah,
maybe just,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, no. Illusions. Like, so
Well,
why wasn't there a
allusion
character
to it.
saying, like, damn, if only we had Doctor Strange here? It's like, yeah, we can't. He's, he's doing things. They don't even do that.
Oh. All we got was, you're more powerful than the Sorcerer Supreme, and that's all we got.
It's like, that helps. Understand nothing.
No.
Watch out, Mola, don't look behind you. No. I'm not going to do it. Unless you mean in-game, in which case I might just do it. Shout out to the Unlisted gang, I'm here with you, bros. Wow. Looking at stuff before it's out on Moola's channel, that's fucking messed up, yo. Getting closer to people with shotguns, a good idea. Wait, did we skip the terrorist conversation from 3? Terrorist conversation?
As in what Wanda's doing, or?
What happened in episode 3 relating to a terrorist conversation? Oh! When they... Oh, you're right. Well, hopefully you stayed for this part, I guess. So, when they describe her as a terrorist, she says... But she hasn't done anything... Like, she's not got a political motivation, I think is what she says. And then he says she's kidnapped thousands of people. And then her response is she could have kidnapped more. We definitely talked about that.
We definitely
that
did,
line.
Yeah.
The fucking terrible line. And whoever wrote it needs to rethink their career. And it's so unfortunate that, like, because of how bad the writing is, she can say that and get away with it. You know what I mean? Like, no character is like, what a fucking crazy thing you just said. Why would you say that? But oh well. I've been waiting for this. Slice and dice, brothers. Yes. Doug Walker actually has an unironically good video on Man on the Moon. No skits or othertisms, just an Andy Kaufman fan ripping into a bad biopic. I mean, yeah, I don't think it should be impossible that he could make a good video, Sure, there's one out there, but from Nostalgia Critic. I mean, there's a reason he's so popular, right?
Does better when he avoids comedy.
Yeah, that's always been the thing that's drawn me away from him. Is I'm not a fan of his skits or jokes.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys find it
find
weird?
him funny, and then I found funnier people.
I found him funny, and then I changed my ideas on what funny is. Aw. What's worse, Mando or WandaVision? Also high rags.
Hi. WandaVision, I think.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. WandaVision fucks with reality.
I mean, the last episode of WandaVision's worse than anything in Mando, but... I'm trying to think of what WandaVision wins in.
I guess WandaVision has better... Well, WandaVision has characters. I guess that helps.
Yeah.
And the 3 episodes have
Well,
some
does it help if it destroys the characters?
No, I know.
No.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the problem. Is the characters who were characters were either destroyed or in jeopardy.
I don't have to compare them because they're bad for different reasons. Like Mando's got a really flawed plot. Like the world building and magic system is worse instead of WandaVision, though. Not sure.
I think WandaVision breaks the world more than I think Mando breaks Star Wars' world.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Mando's disadvantage is that Star Wars came pre-broken by the sequel trilogy.
That's
you could argue
I
that
guess
for WandaVision with Endgame having pre-broken it.
But
that's true.
but what is the influence of Endgame's fuckery on WandaVision? Like, what is it that?
Yeah,
Plus,
Endgame
the
did?
sequels take place after Mando, so
Well,
we could
you
argue
could
that
argue
means
that
that
that's
Mando
why
has to
Mando's
lead
fucked
into them.
over, but at the same time, Mando doesn't
doesn't
really
hurt
do
Mando, though.
anything to lead into them yet.
Yeah, Mando's a lot more self-contained. But
Yeah.
Wanda's more
WandaVision
self-contained
requires you
than
to
Mando.
ignore a whole shit ton of stuff.
Mando's
that's
a
not
question
in a
mark.
self-contained
Mando is
world.
great. You must be new here.
You must be new. Mando is shit, my dude. Mando
Hey,
is
lucky-
Someone say it was good.
actually horrific.
Lucky viewer who clearly
Yeah.
is here for the first day ever. We've got a full episode guide of Mandalorian. You can find it every episode. You see us watching it, reacting to it, and then breaking it down with visual references, jokes, and
Like,
extensive
We got
commentary.
jokes.
episode 4 has a really funny thing that still gets me. That's,
Fuck, which one's
that
episode
thing
4?
of them driving down the hill. I remember, like, I kept laughing at that for weeks. That is, like, one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life.
I will warn you, you're not going to enjoy our coverage for the first few episodes if you like the season, but by the end, we'll probably convince you. That's what I reckon.
Yeah. If you walk away from our coverage thinking that Mando is good, then I don't know what to say. I guess I would question what you think good even means.
Well, I'm sure this person's on board because they thought WandaVision wasn't very good, right? That's why they're here. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know.
like WandaVision. It's got bad characters and a really horrible
mean?
plot. And,
There aren't any characters.
well, they're not as bad as WandaVision, but they're contradictory, not necessarily as much in character as they are in actions.
Yeah, they're mostly just stupid, right?
Yeah, they're mostly incompetent, idiotic morons all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They don't give us too much meaty to really say is technically a contradiction.
Yes. Enjoy, new guy / girl. Hope
Hooray.
you have fun
Yeah.
with... I mean, seriously, though, if you enjoy our coverage and you have like a 50-50 perspective on whether or not Mando might be well written, those videos are probably going to be fun. So.
I also have a video coming out about The Mandalorian, specifically tackling the Stormtrooper issue. Namely, they're not meant to be retarded.
What do you mean? Taika Waititi made fun of them for exactly that.
That's correct. He did shoot that and put that in an episode. That is something he did.
I almost want to hold it against all the... This is something I've talked to Frank about before, right? You know, content creators, they can't have a perspective and then change it too quickly because people will be like, wow, what are you worth? You fucking jump from one thing to the other. But that extends even to as far as, like years. And I'm not saying that this is something I regularly experience. I don't know how many things I've flip-flopped on in, like, weeks' time, but you could argue WandaVision, something that my view went really positive to negative on. I think as long as you explain your positions and maintain stuff, it's all good. However, I think that process could be given criticism as well as just an explanation of, well, that's how it works. But viewers don't have to go through this shit at all.
Mm-hmm.
Viewers could be 100% pro WandaVision, and then the following day be like, wow, anybody who thinks WandaVision is good is an idiot.
Yeah, and just pretend like you didn't have the other perspective.
I'm not accusing anybody in chat, alright? I'm just saying that you guys can do that without any repercussions. And what's frustrating to some degree is I remember when Mandalorian Season 1 finished, people were like, oh my god, that Stormtrooper scene we're all missing is fucking phenomenal. It's one of my favorite Star Wars scenes ever. It's so funny. It's so well
and
done.
And the three of us, we
were
saw
very
that
unhappy.
And we said, fuck me, I can't believe it.
I think if you look at the Season 1 coverage, even Shad is like, I thought the scene was pretty funny. And we were like, And yeah.
Perfect example of how a joke can ruin something. They put that in there because, like, see, it's funny because stormtroopers suck. It's like, no, you can't do that, dude. You're
in universe.
Yeah, you're making it canon that they're bad aims. It's like, do you have any idea what that causes for the series? It's like, oh,
what the fuck have you done?
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
And I've gone through the original trilogy now, gone through all the Stormtrooper scenes, and a funny discovery. They only became really retarded in Return of the Jedi. First two, they were actually mostly okay, with the occasional exception. Like, otherwise, it was either excusable that they missed due to the, like, geography of the scene, or otherwise they were hitting their targets immaculately.
Our rating was A New Hope. They're pretty damn competent. Empire, there's a mixed bag, and Return of the Jedi is unfortunate. Like, it's
very unfortunate.
That seems to be the case. But yeah, for some reason people ran with it in future content, and it's a combination of people running with it and the fact that you need fodder, and that has led
Yeah.
to some serious downgrades for stormtroopers.
Thought about this,
Interesting
like,
conversation of. Oh, sorry.
you
Oh, it's kind of an interesting conversation, isn't it? Like, how do you make fodder that isn't like lobotomized? It's,
And so you have to design something else, like
Robots.
You have to fight
zombies.
gremlins or robots or drones.
Yeah, or just animals and hordes of critters.
Or
Ways to do it.
spiders.
I feel
But
like
yeah,
it
of
should be
course,
special when the stormtroopers show up rather
gets-
than being the norm.
Well, that's the thing. They want to have him rooty tooty cowboy shooty in every episode, and so we need people for him to kill. But the storyline regards the Empire, so it's probably going to be stormtroopers then, isn't it? And it's like,
Everyone's bad though. Everyone.
Yep.
All of the bounty hunters are bad. All of the stormtroopers are bad. Everyone is just bad.
unfortunately. And yeah, so to close, what I was saying is like, a content creator could go from thinking all of Mando was amazing, and then over the next few months say like, you know what, actually I've changed my mind, and people would be like, oh, you flip-flopped so hard on that. When audience members get to live in a blissful world where their positions could be forgotten if they changed completely in one day. And
This
I
is
guess-
I think it's like a common thing with just in general, like especially it becomes really pronounced in like politics, right? Like if you talk about a topic publicly, you're just more likely to say something that you might not even mean, or just commit to a position that you later flip-flop on, and you're held to scrutiny for that, whereas everybody else gets to silently be wrong.
Yeah.
And then publicly pretend like they've been right all along.
Sometimes it's not just silent. Like they could leave loads of comments saying all this stuff, and then they'll just be like, "Well, no one's reading them." So,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
they won't know that I've completely flipped. And honestly, like, and this could happen to me as well. You might not even be aware. You just get convinced, then you're just like, "Yeah, I was kind of," and you just remember it different. Like I always hated that scene in Mando season 1. It's like, did you though? Did you? Or did you change your mind because you realized that? I think what changed people's minds was seeing the season 2, like the stormtroopers were all consistently still god awful, and it's like, oh no. And that scene doesn't come across as a fun joke. Now it comes across as a thesis statement about stormtroopers that they disagree with. But it always was that. What do you think is happening in that scene? It sucks, because anybody who makes new content, like, obviously if I was making it, I want my stormtroopers consistent in terms of how they're portrayed, but I also want them competent, and I have to choose between those two now.
About to say, like, would it be inconsistent with stormtroopers now if you were to make them fully competent? Or like other
My
they're
position
incompetent?
on this is that it wasn't that they suddenly became consistently garbage, it's that they were always inconsistently garbage. It doesn't matter how many times you portray them as garbage, it doesn't make sense. They are trained for this. It'll never make sense no matter how long you portray them this way. You have 1,000 shows, and they all just gun down them because they're all looking at their own weapon, barrel facing their face, and they're just like, I don't know. And it's like, see, they're stupid. And it's like, no, they're not, though. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. You just kind of
Because remember, even in Mando, when they're not shooting main characters, suddenly every fucking shot miraculously hits its target to kill.
It's a real shame, and like, I know a lot of people are like, well, maybe Mando season 3 can pull it back together. It's like, I'm pretty sure it'll be worse, guys. Like,
it will probably be worse.
Maybe
they have no
Yoda's
reason
gone.
to change. Why would they put in the effort to make good stories and good characters? People eat this shit up. They love it. People love this crap.
I'm pretty sure the replaying of the Luke scene in season 2 like broke records or some shit on Disney Plus. Like, you know, you can like on analytics on YouTube, it can tell you sometimes, like in videos, what parts of videos are viewed or something. It has like rising bars. I imagine they have a similar system, and that speaks to them, guys. Like it tells them things. We're like, like, because didn't the Luke show get announced like soon after that happened?
Yeah, I think like a couple of days, actually.
Ugh.
Luke's getting a show.
Well,
Yes.
as far as I'm aware, yeah.
Oh, I was uninformed. I'm gonna look that up.
It's gonna be great. I'm
Book of
sure.
Boba Fett. Yay.
Book of Luke Skywalker. Book of Jabba Fett. It's gonna be great.
Bo-Katan.
Mando season 3. probably... I could picture it being that Mando peters out because no one actually cares about him. He's not anything.
Yeah, I can see how that might happen.
Because what he's riding on is all the references, and you don't have any if they all get their own shows.
Yeah, like first season, it was all like, oh, he's like a Boba Fett kind of character, so that's what he was riding on for season 1. And then season 2, you got all the guest stars. It's just like, oh,
including
okay, so
Boba Fett. So it's like, I'd rather just watch Boba Fett now.
Yeah.
That was something I was laughing at when I watched season 2. I'm like, why didn't you just make it about Boba Fett if you're gonna have him be inside of this series? Like, what's the point of even having a new character? Like,
yeah, well, honestly, it might have just been a change of focus. They were like, we can't just bring back Boba Fett, and then they were like, what if we do though?
Oh my God, we can. We can literally
We
just
can
bring
actually
back
do
Boba
that.
Fett, and then we just bring back all the old shit. Except we're gonna do it, quote unquote, better. I was gonna say good, but I was gonna not like the sequels though.
Yeah, I think Mando was an experiment, and then it turned into their flagship. Like, you know,
Yeah,
fuck
they
it.
wanted to test the waters. When I saw all the online discussions and stuff about what people really, really wanted to see, and people just want to see Boba Fett mindlessly shooting at stormtroopers, they're like, "Oh, all right, we'll do that.
We've
That's
got
easy.
it. We're true auteurs, as they would say.
Yeah.
We're the next step in human evolution."
I think if like in a a fantasy world where Star Wars is still well written, you could do like something where the Mandalorian, like assuming he was a good character, he could be like the more traditional Mandalorian outlook, and then you could do a show with Boba Fett that is much more morally ambiguous. Like you could have them, they would have a similar aesthetic, but their stories would be completely different. So that's if. In an ideal world, you could do that, but now, because Mando is not a character, like, what is even the point of keeping him around with Boba coming?
Well, there's nothing to him. So, they're gonna have to make him a character in Season 3.
They'll have to, yeah.
They'll be forced to write...
I think some people, like, don't even believe... They're like, oh, yeah, okay, he's not a character. It's like, he's not, though. He doesn't have traits. He just does things.
He doesn't
and he doesn't have Yoda anymore.
So, like, it fucks you over, because you're like, right, what's he going to do in Season 3? It's like, I have no idea. What is he going to do? Could be anything, because I don't know what he wants. I don't know what he cares about. So if someone was like, well, he might go back to bounty hunting, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Soft reboot, I don't know.
Wanting not all objectives complete. Oh. Retrieve dragon save contents. Ooh. Mauler, no, if you ruin Vision, you destroy the MCU. Feige, the MCU had its chance. Moolah, look, we could have made good stories in this squalor. I just... Like, the MCU's still got potential left, but holy shit.
We are in dangerous waters.
There's so much to repair at this point that it's just like, there's barely any point in trying to keep going forward because everything's just destroyed.
And like, I'm worried it's only gonna get worse.
I think you could repair it, but you gotta fucking actually recognize that there's an issue, and they don't, because they made the mistakes in the first place.
Why can't we, like, just retcon it? Fuck it. I feel this way about everything that's new that comes out. Just get rid of it. It was awful. Let's try again.
Pretend it didn't happen.
Make WandaVision again.
Yep.
Give me all the money and all the resources, and all I'll do is not break the whole universe, and I feel like that's an improvement.
You know, the multi-million-dollar project was just the first draft, and now we're going to do it properly.
And as you just said, it's like, but they were looking like I'm crazy. It's like, why would we do that? Look how much money it made. People loved it. It's like,
And look at all the people on IMDb who are rating their good episodes poorly and the bad episodes highly.
And the fucking was it the like main creators saying like, don't worry guys, it'll get more interesting soon with lasers and explosions. Okay.
It'll be more like the Marvel you know, and I'm just like, do you mean like good Marvel, or do you mean like all the
Marvel.
other crap?
Yeah, we're gonna dumb it down. You guys are gonna love it, and they did.
But the thing is, it like sounds pretty pretentious, but like I don't think it'll be remembered.
No, it won't.
No.
It won't. People are going around now saying it's memorable, but they're not going to remember it.
Like, what was the
How many
deep,
people
meaningful
rewatched
message about
season 1
grief?
of Mando? I
Yeah.
don't know. Just get over it, except don't open up multiverse portals to steal your fake kids from another reality.
Like, I honestly, the best faith you could possibly do is, like, when you're dealing with your grief, try not to, I don't know, put it on other people too
Take
much.
an entire town hostage.
But the show doesn't
Oh, but
discourage
wait a
that.
minute. I'm not the one with the guns. That's okay.
So, I mean, the show
You are
fights.
the one with the 3,000 slaves, though.
Any concept you can come up with, the show fights it. And it's funny you said,
Don't-
like, who remembers Mando Season 1? It's like, it hadn't even occurred to me. The whole, like, what's your favorite episode from Mando Season 2? Guarantee you they name a character guest
Or maybe
star.
just Ahsoka, you know? Maybe they'll just be like, oh, the Ahsoka one, that was good. It's like,
That's-
what happened in it?
That's what I said. Like, they'll name a character guest star.
Yeah.
They won't name, like, a plot line or a meaningful thing.
I guess I was trying to be more charitable, like, oh, you know, it is the Ahsoka episode. It's like, it's not really, though, is it? It's Ahsoka. You just like that character.
Do you guys find it weird that the director of Sword is at the dome site in person? When Thor's hammer landed on
That is
Earth, Fury
weird.
sent Coulson. Doesn't Hayward have an entire agency to run? Yeah, but he's evil. He wants to take Vision for himself and kill
He needs
Wanda.
to be there so that he can shoot the fake kids.
Yeah. Evan Peters, all set up, no payoff. Marvel Studios presents American Horror Story, Witchy Woman. They seem to be okay with it. They don't give a fuck that you don't like that it wasn't paid off at all. This is the most awkward boss fight I've ever fucking played. What is this?
Hell,
Did I
is that?
win?
Yeah.
Wow. That was terrible.
Oh my god. 5 shots and that's it. That's over.
What a boss fight. It was so clunky, too. The Justice League cartoon had Green Lantern give himself up when he accidentally destroyed a planet. It was later revealed he was framed, but he was still honorable. Is Wanda gonna have that integrity for Twilight zoning a town? Nope.
Fuck
Wait,
no.
nope.
Because
No
Jon
way.
Stewart
Twilight
is
zoning
the
a town.
fucking
I
man.
like that.
This is part of what we were advocating for. And it's like, some people in chat were pushing back, like, she wouldn't be able to be held in a prison. It's like, you're missing the point
Dude,
completely, but okay.
Injustice was like Injustice. The video game even did it better than that. Barry was part of the regime. He turns against it, and he helps the good guys win, but he still turns himself in.
Yep.
He still
and
goes
Hal
to jail.
turned himself
like, he
in
knows
as well,
he has
actually.
to. Hal turned himself in too, and then in Injustice 2, he had to go through the trials again to become a Green Lantern, and the whole time he's trying to repent for all the bad things he did. Same with
Yeah.
Barry. And like, those games have problems from a writing perspective. There's a lot of tism in them, but like, even
Oh, yeah.
those ones recognize if you're complicit in the regime, just because you help overturn it doesn't mean that you've got a clean slate. You still got work to
Definitely.
do.
Yes. If anyone wants to know about the problems of Injustice, I recommend Fourth Snake's Injustice critique. He quite thorough.
Kat Dennings, you're so quirky, lol, so all is fine. I don't even... I just...
Yeah.
She was so important to that season.
So glad they had that.
Rewatch the scene when Wu shouts Monica's name near the end of episode 9. The C in her name really sounds like a G the way that he says it.
Monica.
Monica?
Interesting. There is a great course spun to the tune of my themes. Sci-fi, sci-fiction as philosophy with David Kyle Johnson. Please destroy it. What?
What?
I mean, remember,
Video or a
we do not
book?
hate my themes entirely, alright? It depends
Yeah,
on
I'm
what
fine
we're
with
up to.
themes. Themes are great if they're executed well
themes.
and they're supported
Yeah.
by the material.
We just hate it when they use it as an excuse for shitty writing.
Yeah, it's not
Yep.
a backdoor to escape criticism.
Yep. In fact, one of my criticisms of WandaVision is a waste of good themes or good potential themes.
Yes.
Could have been done. Yeah.
Will Rucka Ali get onto EFAP before he dies? I have no idea who that is.
The guy who makes songs and stuff on YouTube.
Okay.
Well, you know, maybe he'll die, maybe he won't. Who knows? Who could possibly know these things? This is an awesome stream to come home to work after work. I swear, this show was the embodiment of a downward hill. Hope everyone is well. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, Pretty chill stream. Had a lot of good old-fashioned discussion about writing-tisms. Rambo manages to attain powers merely by walking through a wall. Super Mary Sue Black Savior Jesus. Well, it's just the whole thing just sad. Like, I don't know. Do you know what a power origin is in the comics? Is it the same shit or?
Not entirely sure. I know that her powers are like to do with she can kind of control things with the like lights, the electromagnetic spectrum, but she can only like control one at a time, and there's like limitations to it. But I'm not too familiar. I just did a quick Google, and Wikipedia explained more than the actual show did.
I presume it has more meaning than she went through a wall.
She was the second Captain Marvel.
It's even. I
after
was about to say it's even worse than Captain Marvel. I guess it's on par. They both do actions that wouldn't in any way make us think that they're going to get superpowers, and they both do it for reasons that aren't quite solid at all. Monica's like, I don't care if I die, even if I become mind controlled. I really want to get in there. Like, okay. It feels like you could do more good from the outside, but okay.
Due to bombardment by extra-dimensional energies, Monica can transform herself into any form of energy within the electromagnetic spectrum among many energy forms. So it seems like... I don't know what the context is in the comics, though. So it could have been, like, more reasonable, or it could be just as retarded. I just don't have enough information.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Captain Marvel, I think you mean cheeseburger. Okay. So ridiculous. Great stream. I don't understand the cheeseburger thing. Is it? Anyone understand that one? Captain Marvel
Tony
more
like cheeseburgers, but I don't know.
No, I hope he did like cheeseburgers.
I want an American cheeseburger. I want to call a press conference.
Cycle will complete in 4 minutes.
The scrolls will fuck up the MCU timeline. Probably.
Absolutely.
Well, with the current writers, yeah.
Kind of funny
Well,
because
it's like they've always been here. It's like, oh, have they?
like EFAP may turn out to be like an MCU destruction podcast with how much they're gonna put out and how bad it might be.
Yeah.
You thought the DCU arc was bad.
It is. You're right. You're
well,
correct.
I mean, DCEU is like a disaster, but yeah.
Yeah, it was dead on arrival, while the MCU is more heartbreaking because it has a lot of really good points in it.
Yeah, it has a lot of good highs. The DCEU is just less deep trenches.
What a shame. You guys ever play Hunt Showdown or Deep Rock Galactic? Not perfect by any means, but criminally underrated in my estimation.
I've heard of
I've
them,
only
but-
dabbled in both of them very lightly. I've liked them both, what I did play.
Tell that to Wanda's cracked skull.
Oh my gosh.
Nice. That scene is shot-by-shot copy of the fight in Man of Steel. Check out the Film Gob video on it.
Oh, no, not Film Gob.
I don't... That's the thing. I don't consider, like... You know, like, a super fly person grabs someone and throws them through a building? You could probably find that in so many high-budget clashes of super strong people. And then, I know that people have compared the laser clashing to Doomsday and Superman. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's in, like, shit tons of things.
That's not even remotely similar because Doomsday had his big face laser and Superman had heat vision, which was much tinier, and it was also covered in smoke.
Does Doomsday win that as well?
I can't remember actually, and I edited that video. So that
because remember, he beats him because he's stronger. Vision loses because he gets like autismed by the lack of, you know, the different. Why do I even bother? Like, it's funny. I'm like, look, they didn't copy it because it's different in how shit it is. It's just like, why even? Look, you can have two lasers clash, okay? I'm not gonna stop you from doing that.
Yeah, it's a tradition at this point. Is everyone getting like these really awful video recommendations from a channel called Tex?
Wait a minute. Is Tex the DC the guy we covered on? We haven't released it yet. It's an offline EFAP we did.
It's possible you've covered him because he's like he keeps pumping out DCEU fucking pro DCEU videos like
Oh,
around
God.
the clock.
I just like the idea that he's
Fuck.
stuffing up your recommended. You're like, no.
He really was. It's just every day there's a new one, and I'm just like, I don't like the DCEU. I just had to Google a bunch of it because it's kind of my job. This is the channel, if you're wondering.
Cycle will complete in
No, I have not seen those. Man, the first Marvel video. Oh, Darkseid hypocrisy. Good. Thanos, bad. Darkseid. Yes, because Thanos looks better than Darkseid.
Thanos is way,
At
way
least in terms
better.
of visual effects, he looks like a real convincing thing that exists. Darkseid doesn't. He looks like a CGI man.
I mean, the latest
like
I
a-
saw of a released image of Darkseid looks better than the other one I saw, but yeah, Thanos. I don't know if you guys remember, he looks like a real ass person. It's pretty creepy
Yes,
in a way.
But they went through
Yeah.
so much effort to make sure that he was like blending into every scene, and that every like nuance of Josh Brolin's face was like being picked up.
He was a
Transferred.
great cast for Thanos, by the way.
Yes, he was.
Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
I guess he'll be back as when they reintroduce Cable.
Yeah, because he was awesome as Cable as well. He's just a good actor,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
That could be it.
Oh, definitely. We will forgive him
He
for
was really
joining
good as Sicario.
cycle.
Well, he's good in. This is kind of where I was going with this as a joke. It's like he's
Yeah.
actually good in everything I've seen him in. He's been in a shit ton of movies.
Yeah.
I found him very powerful as Thanos. It felt he suited him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the guy we covered for the offline EFAP. He had a video about like, oh fuck, what was it even called? I think it was just BVS as a masterpiece or something.
No, it's not the same channel. Nah, I don't think it is.
This
You
guy's
sure?
just
What?
retarded.
One of his videos was recommended in one of those videos. It's Batman v Superman deserves more respect, but the masterpiece one was a different channel.
Well, we
That
covered
channel
two,
was
right?
recommended. Was the second? What the second one was? Oh, damn. Maybe you're right. I don't know.
Well, you guys will find out. Honestly, that's like 8 hours of video coverage. Waiting.
You might be right, actually. Now that I think about it, yeah. Oh yeah, we did. Cosmonaut Variety, yeah, doesn't understand Batman v Superman.
Oh,
That's
it
right.
was right. Okay.
Yeah, so he it's just funny because any video that's on Marvel is no, it's crap. Oh, it looks lame. And then all the ones about Justice League are like, oh, it's amazing, it's incredible.
Well, see, guys, you should watch EFAP because we hate all of it. Okay. Or most of all of it.
He has a video debunking people saying that Jared Leto's hair is too long in the new Joker footage.
Oh, this guy really
I'm
has
sure
an investment in defending these people things.
And another video called Kong is Tall.
Okay.
Not as tall as Godzilla.
He's not as tall as Godzilla, you're right.
Not close.
That's like your opinion,
No.
bro.
Correct.
Yeah. Problem. Can I not shoot these guys? Is that against the law in this game? Oh, it's a civilian. Okay. Fine. You guys ever play... Oh, wait, yeah. If the two kids are WandaVision and Visions, why is one magic and the other a speedster? Surely one must be a mini Vision, one must be maybe some brotherly love. She created them, right? That's how I always justified in my head of how anything happens for them. She created them. They can do
I
whatever.
think that's how that works. Does Vision have sperm even?
No idea. Little nanobots.
Ooh.
Yeah. Doesn't the MCU and the DCU copy off each other all the time since the beginning? I mean,
No, that's fake. All those pictures
No.
on Twitter and whatever that people say that all the time. It's like, no, it's not. The parallels people draw are so thin.
I've always felt that a lot of it is going to be coincidence, but it's funny to draw lines and connections, and everybody seems to be on the same page that the DCU wanted to catch up to Marvel. There would be no sense of wanting to catch up to Marvel if there wasn't a sense of wanting to be Marvel. Or have their success, right? So they could have chilled out, but they just like rushed everything, and in doing so, there's some stuff that I think you can connect. But in the same vein, like, that's not why it's bad or anything.
No.
I think because isn't it like a saying? It's not one I necessarily agree with, but is something like copying Or being inspired by is like a good thing, and then stealing is a genius thing, or some shit like that.
Imitation is the purest form of flattery, or something like that, right?
Oh, that's
There's
a different
book
one.
called The Artist Steals. That's like a guide to
Yeah.
how to take different ideas and repurpose them.
Yeah, and obviously not going as far as saying you literally take someone's work and sell it as your own. Just you take things that are really strong and from them build new things and good things as well. Everything is iterative, that whole shebang.
Yeah.
And so this is what I would pose to the people who think that WandaVision sucks because it copied Snyder. I'd just be like, do you think Snyder's that awful that when you copy him you end up with that? I don't know.
Ooh,
Like,
we're at that
obviously
point.
I think he's that awful, but a lot of people don't. So.
Yeah. The funny thing is, like, if DC wanted to do their shared universe, and, you know, I'm a fan of their shared universe and all the things you can do with it, but, you know, and if they wanted to do it, and of course, you know, Marvel showing it could work, if they had just taken their time, we could have been in a world where while DC is doing like their solo movies, Marvel could be doing their team up movies, and then while DC is doing their team up movies, Marvel could be doing their solos. So you would always have like them alternating, so they would always be hitting different markets at different times. So they actually fucked themselves in a completely different way by trying to rush to catch up to Marvel in that sense, because people would have been craving smaller stories while the Avengers were going on fighting Thanos and stuff.
Yeah, they just ended up being a second-rate version of something else. Which is bad. There just wasn't a reason to go see it.
Yeah.
Laser trip switches test cycle completed. Office floor laser system now.
Silly EFAP, don't you know that WandaVision is a show about red wizards meant for fake children? I did know that. Doesn't make it any more enjoyable. Not a fan of the show, but EFAP, you get to look at Vision. Yeah. Was nice to see him at first. I was just hoping that they would do what has to be done and remind me that he is absolutely gone and dead, but appreciate the insight into his character that we would have gotten.
Where do you think you're going?
But they didn't really do that.
I'm looking at Film Gob's channel, and it just looks like this is like a church for Zack Snyder. Like, it's just worshipping everything that he's ever done and every breath he's ever taken. It's like,
well,
it's bizarre.
Film gob.
Some say that
Looking
his
at these
work
video titles
is a masterpiece.
Oh, is he like he's a huge DC person?
Snyder specifically, it seems.
Oh,
Which is
no.
different. That is an important difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm a DC person, but I think all of the
I do.
DCEU is fucking garbage.
It's horrifically bad. It's fuck.
What am I supposed to do if I run out of dots? I can't kill these guys. Can I hit them with gas? Do I have gas? Remember in Buffy when they did that thing in season 1? Yeah, it's horrifying, and they don't know about it, is why that's something that can be it leaves the characters unaware of the guilt they would face for not having acknowledged it in season 1. Do you know what I'm referencing, Fringy, the statue?
Could you say that one again?
Something that happens in Buffy season 1. A certain statue.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
horrifying, but nobody knows that that's what's happened.
Which helps them out, and also it probably ends at some point.
Oh, yeah, kind of, yeah. I guess, well, who knows, right?
But yeah, it is horrifying, but none of them know.
Cycle will complete in.
And it's season 1, so, you know, it's the sucky content.
Well, like, I don't really take issue with it. It's one of those things where the villain has been fucked over by their spells, and no one can figure out what happened to help them, so... Some really horrible justice right there. Well, I guess it wouldn't be justice at that point, but you know what I mean. Comic-tisms, words. That's what I was trying to say. But yeah, relevant. Congratulations, the meme repository, for being on EFAP from Spooderman.
Oh, thanks, Griff.
Rag's Aussie accent is the same as Rucka's, and he's dying.
What do you mean? Like actually dying of something?
I don't know. I don't know who this person is. It sucks if they're
I
dying,
just
by the way.
assumed- Yeah, that's terrible. I thought that was like an expression for "Will you ever get him on?"
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah, I thought the meme was like, it's gonna take so long that he
Yeah.
dies, but I guess he's actually dying.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. Definitely hopes he get. I definitely hope he gets better.
Glad to see the meme repository appearing on EFAP. Your editing works on EFAP movies have been top-notch.
Oh, cheers.
Lol, don't have much to say, but I appreciate the insight. I subjectively enjoyed WandaVision, but I objectively dislike it.
What?
I don't know about that one.
You enjoy it, but you dislike it, and those are separate.
Okay.
You know, usually we say like subjectively like and objectively bad, but
consider it poorly, yeah. But you know, maybe that's what they meant. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Laser trip switches test cycle completed. Office floor laser system.
I used to watch Cosmo, no bullshit, and others. Thankfully, EFAP saved me, and I started to look at media more critically. Thank you. Also, hi, Rags.
Hey.
I think a lot of people would have watched them and just not really listened to what they were saying. That's just how it goes. And that's fine, by the way.
Cosmo. Yeah, I think Cosmo was like one of the first SA people that I like was dubious of. Like I watched some of his content and I noticed that I only liked him when I agreed with him, and the rest of the time I couldn't stand him. So that's kind of a sign that maybe his argumentation just was a little bit shit.
Yeah. I just didn't get it. Every time I was watching any of his videos in the recommended, I was just like, why? They're so crap. How are people liking this? His arguments can be infuriating. But he'll obviously rely on the whole, like, just share my opinion. I know, but sometimes you straight up lie. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Oh no. Used all of my ammo. Why? Why can't I shoot these guys? Let me. I know it's evil, but let me play evil mode. You guys should do an EFAP movie of Kong 05. We have, we've considered such things. I don't see why we won't. Maybe one day. You all fucking... you all fucking me? Frets on Fire was the shit, and hearing that you played it on laptop is mind blown. The game was meant for keyboard. Custom on. Well, so I associate it a lot for people bringing it into high school to play it on their laptops, right? It wouldn't be PCs, but of course you could play it on PC if you want. I certainly won't stop you.
Reminds me of high school when everyone would just when they were supposed to be doing like independent study, they would just go into like the common room and just play Age of Empires, and one person actually punched their laptop so hard they smashed the screen and it flung across the table. It was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. And then he took it to the repair office and said it had a virus.
All objectives complete. Can't they just kind of pretend? God, this game is so mean. Any possible EFAP movie marathon on Harry Potter in the future? Rags ripping into them is worth the ticket admission alone. Also, hi Rags.
Hey there.
If we could gather a certain crowd that would be on board with such things, I don't know how Rags feels about potentially.
I'm not against it.
Well, yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I'm not against the idea.
One day, we could perchance enter into the realm of Harold Potter.
Harold Potter.
It's like an example of like
moo.
It's like an example of like character work is, you know, the characters can typically be pretty likable, but the world building's infuriating. Harry Potter.
Shut up. Muggles don't know about wizards somehow. I don't know. Scrub people that haven't played down the list of 2000 2015 freeware titles disgust me.
Cycle will complete in
Alright, filthy casuals haven't even heard of Endgame, Singularity, etc. I played a lot of like Flash games back in the day, if that's what's being referred to there, but freeware, I don't know if they come under that. They do.
Hit the alarm.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I needed to complete this level without firing as many of my darts as I did. I can't play stealthy right now, are you kidding? Embarrassing. You do it. Oh, have I not done the things I needed? Don't worry, we're making progress. Pongo 5 and Skonkley Island are only alike in the most shallow ways. They both use the same story as Kong 33, but Skonkley strips it of all the drama and gravity. Kong 5 stretches all the drama out and takes its time. Alright. Kongo
Really
5 greater than Skonkle Island. I mean, I'm pretty sure Kongo 5's better, but like I said, I haven't seen it in ages. For that matter...
I'd say you're correct.
For that matter, 1989-2000 Abandonware, DOS, or DOS games, and freeware in general was pretty dope. Why have you not started playing down that list too, scrubs? Cause
Yeah,
I'm on the GameCube, and the GameCube is for cool people.
it's
So,
true.
Yeah, I didn't make the rules, okay?
You carry it around like a lunchbox. Great.
A lot of good stuff on GameCube.
Oh yeah. My favorite GameCube game was GameCube. Like, what does that mean?
2004.
You had to play all of them with that logic. I don't download
Opening
something.
game.
I thought I.
Cycle will complete in 10 seconds.
Playing Dark Souls, more of the gun sound effect in your game sounds kind of like dart traps in Sen's Fortress, so it keeps freaking me out. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Fuck it. Really lost.
Keep fucking with him.
Well, they just alert the alarmy things. It's horrible. They shouldn't be allowed. Find and download Little Fighter 2 version 1.19 and Tawny. I shall not give in to your demands. Great episode, guys. Was looking forward to ripping the show apart at Muller. If you were the world leader, you would be my #1 advisor. Oh, sorry. If I were the world leader, you'd be my number one advisor. I would recommend someone else. Not too great at world affairs, I would say. I'm pretty decent when it comes to looking at movies. So if you need that, you know, let me know. Advisor to the president on movies.
Pass legislation to stop shitty movies.
I would consider that carefully. I'd be like, please, just put it into the law. We'll be okay.
They have to redraft once. At least once.
2 minutes.
Nah, they'd all give up at that point. Like, this is ridiculous. What are these limitations?
Stifling my creativity.
Raise the alarm. Ugh, go away. All these goody two-shoes security dudes. Hell on you, because you're breaking the law. Hey, video games are just so limited. Why can't I break the law, I never fully explain it. Plot hole. There's a dude in here as well. Okay. People that haven't spent at least 20 years pirating, downloading, purchasing, or playing literally every video game that runs under Windows are a wasted life. That's never a truer statement been said.
1 minute.
If you haven't played all games, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you're not a real gamer.
No.
If you think you're a real gamer, name all games.
Exactly how I think. That was just several noises. I don't agree with it.
No, I just said it really fast. You know, you couldn't comprehend it because of my fast talk, my flash talk.
Stop that flashy talk, sir. Instant. Bad man over there. I can avoid this one. Mollis, Gate 3 run on RPCS3 for Super Chats when? I do not necessarily know what games are eventually going to be played, but all the James Bond Nightfire fans out there were very happy about today's choice. Let me say that.
Cycle will complete in 10
No, don't need you. Oof.
Laser trip switches test cycle completed.
Those were some sounds.
Didn't want to get killed, can you blame me?
Yeah, I guess fair point.
Can I fucking save? I don't want to have to do all that again. I did it right this time.
Where'd you come from?
Fuck. Stay down. 8, 4, 1. Nobody telling me. Well, give me a checkpoint game.
Laser trip
I've
switches
earned it.
test cycle
Objective
aborted.
complete.
Floor laser system now
I've done
active.
something good. I know that much.
Executive floor lasers test cycle now running.
That supposed to. Oh, this is where. I did it. Safe shouldn't be 10 minutes long. Sorry, should be 10 minutes long and be unaware parody. Very well. That's your preference.
That would be an ideal world.
Why did Vision try to take X Vision's stone?
Yeah, don't know.
You got me.
I don't know.
Maybe he thought that was his weak spot.
I like that real Vision who is turned into Come Vision, is like stone hole is like the perfect shape for Hex Vision's finger.
Maybe they built him that way.
Maybe it's just like a little fingerprint reader on the forehead. You know, you got to get all the use out of those little orifices.
It's Orify, idiot.
Orifi.
Why, EFAP movies, Kong 05 and 007 movies? I don't know if we'll ever
Why are
do
people
007
asking for
movies,
those?
but like...
What's with all these people asking for Kong?
I don't know.
Like,
That's
all of a
Why
sudden,
is
everyone wants us
Kong
to see this.
2005 on people's minds today.
Yeah, what's going on? Did someone
Kong
spread something in the
2005.
chat?
Did we discuss it at some point?
Is it Godzilla versus Kong? Maybe like that's coming
Well,
out.
maybe
relative-
that's why people are thinking about
Yeah,
it.
maybe that's
You'd
it.
think it would have been more than that, but... Right.
Because this is
Yeah, you would,
specifically
like-
Peter Jackson. King
Yeah,
Kong,
they're
there's
referring to
people-
that rather than the 33
Yeah.
one or Godzilla. Like no one's mentioned Godzilla yet.
No,
yeah,
Well, we've done-
everyone's got Big Monkey on the brain.
I guess it's
Yeah.
because everybody knows that Godzilla's a popular one, so everybody's feeling really bad for Kong. They're like, hey,
Kong
look,
needs some
alright.
love.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I like King Kong in the movie King Kong, but like that isn't the Kong that we're getting in these movies. Like he's misunderstood monster, tragic in Peter Jackson's, whereas here he is just a big monster thing.
Whereas Godzilla's just a big fucking radioactive lizard.
But he's a hero, yeah.
He's
I
the
just-
hero
yeah,
we need.
Godzilla's way cooler than Kong.
You're
I would have a
wizard,
beer with
Godzilla.
Godzilla. King Kong, I don't know. He might start fucking up the bar. I don't know.
Do like me some Godzilla.
He's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good boy.
I said I'd have a beer with him. I would watch some movies with Godzilla. I don't know if we can get him like a big chair.
Seems like a bro, that Godzilla.
He does seem like a bro. Like if there was a girl in the bar, like a big Mothra, he'd help. Well, no, not Mothra. Mothra's his bitch.
Yeah.
He'd help out though. You know, if it was like if there was, I don't know, a giant lizard or like a what would I don't know, who's Godzilla's friends? Help me out in the
Angerus?
chat.
Angerus, maybe?
Okay. Yeah, like if they're at the bar, they'll be, you know, he'll be like, "Oh, come on, just talk to her." He's like, "Oh, I don't know, you know, I haven't been doing so well since my wife left me." And then Godzilla's like, "I got you, bro," and then walks up to all the chicks in the bar, helping, you know, introduce his friend, whatever his
can
name
believe
is.
it.
I've already forgotten.
I think, and that's the movie we need, I would say. Enough of this Godzilla hatred. Warning, not all objectives complete. I gotta go steal something. Such an evil little man. How about a smile? The Dawn, now I sexually harass you. Why would he say that? I mean, again, I wonder how many people we
Context?
will be seeing argue that the Dawn is still. I wonder if Brown Table thinks the Dawn is worse than Wanda. It's like, come on.
The Don
come on,
might be the
Table.
least molested character in the MCU by the end of this.
Yeah.
I can't wait to
What-
see all of it defending Wanda. I guarantee a ton of people are going to be saying she was completely in the right, what she did.
That would
I've
be
got my
abs-
aspirin on standby.
Well, yeah, it would be absurd, which is why I expect it from some of these fucking morally defunct, degenerate YouTubers.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things we've talked about a lot, right? Bad movies bring out the weird morality of a lot of video
The
essays.
weird morality people.
Well, yeah, because I've seen a few people like, oh, in Wonder Woman, Barbara should have killed that guy. It's like, are you guys, like, you gotta we need to start from the baseline of, like, morality and work our way up from there.
You know,
Killing people is not cool.
I think so too. I know that you guys are supposed to be tempted towards the alt-right by this podcast and Nazis and stuff, but I'm not cool with killing.
Yeah.
I mean, they can
Batman's
just pretend
no
I
kill
lied.
rule for
I'm not cool with killing. Wink.
It is legitimately funny that people can argue from that position, considering how much we've talked, that morality's been talked about on this podcast recently.
Well, nobody watches it who hates it. I guess.
That's true.
I presume they talk about Hitler semi-regularly. What else would they talk about?
You know, FAP stands for concentration camp, right?
Yes. An internet concentration camp. Is there anything scarier?
Virtual reality concentration camp, maybe.
Muller, have you played PN03 for GameCube? No. Did I say I don't know what that is? At this point, I'm gonna just fucking raise the alarm. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't have the code to get through here. I don't want to put a wrong code in. It might just kill me. You can go back on the elevator. I don't know. Oh, I came out of a vent, didn't I? Greetings, hate mongers. Glad to see you playing Nightfire. This game was my childhood, and Brosnan is my bond because of it. Don bless, my dude. Yeah, I played this game a whole bunch, but I've forgotten a shit ton of it at this point. Some of this stuff is vaguely memorable. That's why I'm so good at it, I would say. Probably tell. Oh, I can't get back up there. Okay. I have to look for Nightfire clues. Guess the code. 1, 2, 3, 4. Google the code. The code changes every load, so...
Code changes every load.
I think they knew that I was going to cheat. Bastard. Do I have to hack something?
This is impossible.
No, there are 2 of them.
Can we get back to prequel bad, where at least there's interesting things in there that I can like?
That would be nice. Let's go back to the
I was
prequel
playing-
bad times.
I was playing Mordhau yesterday, and there were a bunch of, and this was like early, like 3 a.m. I just happened to be up, and I was like not tired, and people were quoting the prequels in the text chat, Boss Nass and all that stuff, and like, man, these things got staying power. These prequels, people,
Oh, yeah, that
just,
sounds like heaven.
yeah, the meme power. Just quoting lines.
I did watch like Revenge of the Sith on loop when I was 10 years old, so a lot of those are just burned into my brain.
Yeah.
Just all those quotes.
They made their mark, those movies, and not in the same way that the sequels did. Put it that way.
No.
No. Alright, you guns, just kill me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Also, nice seeing you on EFAP, Repo, and High Rags. Pets for the good boy.
Hey there.
Oh, nice to see you, viewer person. Hello.
Before WandaVision, the MCU was canon to the TV shows, but the shows weren't canon to the MCU. What is your biggest worry for Spider-Man No Way Home? Thank you, too.
I'm worried that it's going to be too big for its own good.
I think it's just going to be written like shit. That's the worry.
Yeah.
All your
I
standard
kinda
worries,
feel
really.
like Like, yeah, it's I kind of feel like if they're going to do all those like crossovers, which if they do well could be really nifty, but I feel like to do this well, you kind of have to start the story in another movie with like Tobey Maguire showing up as like a supporting character and the Multiverse of Madness or something, just to ease the load a little bit. But I don't know what's gonna happen. I hope it's not shit.
Yeah, yeah. I feel we're in for some potential trouble. Like the amount they're juggling, I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know what to expect.
Big old concerns.
We'll be giving it a chance, of course. If you're invested in the MCU, then you have to see it. But if you see it, then your investment will be destroyed. That's a problem.
Yeah.
I suppose the only solution to that is you have a friend summarize it for you in the most generous way possible.
She was in a town and had a family.
Yes, a family of
She
some
was very
description.
sad. Between every sentence, you have to say she was very sad. Sadness. It
Now
was
look, mind
intense.
you, she was very sad. Anyway,
I'd like to remind
the
you.
woman said, "If you won't let us leave, just let us die."
Remember,
she was very sad, by the way.
yes.
What person justified slavery? Sadness.
Give me to retrieve the Nightfire files.
Actually, I like that. Justified empathy. She justified slavery because she had empathy.
Look, I think we're forgetting the key congredient. She was sad.
That is true. She was sad. I too enslave and torture people when I am in the blues.
This is why
I'm also a
cases
fucking
of
monster.
depression are on the rise because we outlawed slavery.
That's true.
Am I supposed to get this thing in there? Like, I'm gonna murder myself. Maybe there was that other room I'm supposed to... Alright, I have new ideas of how to beat this level. It's all good. Now, you guys mentioned the Spartacus show on a previous EFAP. I watched that as a kid. From what I remember, it's like Game of Thrones on crack on a much smaller scale. Also, probably nowhere as good.
Who
Don't-
knows?
yeah,
I never
don't-
heard anything about it. I couldn't even begin to formulate an opinion.
Yeah.
Though I could. It's shit.
Wow.
See? There you go. Yeah.
Opinions have been formulated.
Yeah, it was actually easier than I thought. I thought it'd be harder to just form an opinion on something I know nothing about, but it was actually pretty easy.
I wonder if this is a common thing people do.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Or maybe they, look for flaws intentionally because they want a hot take of some variety.
But Rag, you don't know anything about Avatar. You keep telling yourselves that if it helps you feel good
And now I go to the comments to see them lose their mind.
I'm just gonna cut the head off that snake real quick.
Oh no, snake, its head.
No.
I'm waiting.
No.
Here we go.
If I keep telling myself he doesn't know anything about it, I can justify not. So, moving on. We'll let that fester. Moving on.
This is a... Can I inject my card in this? Let me win, game.
Inject
Please.
that card.
I just wanna
Inject your
win.
card, like pay to win. Why can't I beat this by just swiping my credit card?
I understand. Was the spooky computer this? I'm just gonna run in and let them kill me while I install the Q worm. Do it, Q. No? Nothing? Maybe I missed my chance to install the Q worm. I'm not sure.
I miss what bad used to be. There used to be like things to latch onto. Now it's just...
Well, I'm sure this game is fine in terms of telling me what I had to do. I've just missed the information. I'm confused. Plant the Q worm in a computer room with a red screen. I don't think I saw any. Decryptor the
So in
keypad
chat, I
now.
looked over to chat, and there's someone said therapy animals on a plane, and I don't know the context of that. I'm gonna assume in my head that this is like a toned down version of snakes on a plane.
Oh, like the
Oh, I would
G-Word.
watch dinosaurs on a plane. That'd be cool.
Dinosaurs on, like physically on top of the plane, holding on.
It's
I don't wanna be on that island
it's actually
anymore.
not what you think. It's a movie about dinosaurs taking a cross-country trip for like business trips, and it's all their
Mhm.
stories taking place over the course of this plane trip. That could be a really cool bottle episode of a movie.
Yeah.
Wanda
The fact
goes
that
to
they're
Site B and
dinosaurs-
turns all the dinosaurs into happy-go-lucky, carefree residents of Bedrock, the town of
Alan.
Bedrock.
I watched a zombie movie on a plane. It was called Plane Dead.
All right.
Plain
Oh,
Dead.
boy.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Let me look it up. Plain
Dude.
Dead.
I think it has
Flight
like
of the Living
alternate
Dead.
titles.
Outbreak on a Plane.
Possibly, because I think it has a different title depending on the region you're in. It's in Australia it's called Plane Dead, or possibly in Europe, but I think it has a different title in America. I'm not.
Is this
sure.
it?
Um,
Flight
my
of the
God,
Living
that's
Dead.
awful.
Outbreak on a Plane. At
Ooh, I
30,000
don't-
feet, there's nowhere to run.
Oh
It's
god, that's like a
possible.
mid-2000s DVD cover tagline.
Correctamundo. This took
Well, I
place.
watched it
this
in the
came out in
mid-2000s.
2007.
Yeah,
I think
that's
yeah, I
about
think
right.
this is probably it. Yeah, I watched it when I was like 11 or something. It was not great from what I remember. Oh yep. Here's the Wikipedia actually has the plain. Okay, Wikipedia, you're sending mixed messages right now because you have like the American title for your wiki article title, but the poster says Plain Dead.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it. Undead at 30,000 feet. Plain Dead. A flight you wish you had missed.
Nice.
Fuck's sake.
A flight.
It's coming back to me now. There's like terrorists that sneak the virus on board and it leaks.
Knew it.
That's
Never
the
trust
move.
a terrorist. Good advice.
Oh, and apparently it is a variation of the malaria virus.
The M virus. It was created by the evil pharmaceutical company Parasol.
I get it.
Thank
I
you.
get it. Yeah.
Thanks. That's all. That's not.
So for the thumbnail for this video, I wanted to do a Wile E. Coyote reference. So just for sort of visual reference, I've just been playing Wile E. Coyote compilations. Fucking Looney Tunes, man, classic. Chuck Jones, mwah. Beautiful.
Wile E. Coyote.
man.
Hey,
Roadrunner
kiss Chuck.
always
That means you're
watching.
gay.
Wile E. Coyote. I think I read Chuck Jones' book, and he was talking about the rules that he set for Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner, and I think those rules are the reason why I always liked it more than Tom and Jerry. Like, Jerry's a cunt.
Yeah.
Like Tom is
Yeah.
the protagonist of that series, really. And so it's
poor
like
guy.
really annoying to watch because Tom's constantly getting punished when usually Jerry's the instigator, whereas like one of the rules for Roadrunner is that Roadrunner never instigates. Like he doesn't even
It's
really
always Coyote.
it's always the stupidity or it's always a mistake that the Coyote makes that costs him. Not like it's not even that he'll like Roadrunner will be provoked and then he'll screw with Coyote. He doesn't screw with him ever. Like he's always
honks
just there
before he
trying to-
runs away.
Yeah. And then Coyote will screw something up. And I mean,
Yeah,
I think that extends to a lot of Looney Tunes stuff, right? Like Bugs Bunny doesn't pick a fight, so you're always on his side. Daffy Duck always picks a fight, so it's really easy to laugh at him.
Yeah.
Chuck Jones and Tex Avery were absolute legends. Yeah, indeed, those two guys, man.
Whenever Bugs Bunny did pick a fight, he would normally get comeuppance. Like remember the skit where he picked a fight with a turtle because he read the story of the turtle in the hair and wanted to prove that he would win, and the turtle had a
Oh, yeah, I
rocket
remember.
pack.
There's 2 episodes of those, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they have a cutscene for if I jump off the tower. Damn, nice. Good job, game. Also, I think it would have been worth putting a checkpoint between the helicopter sequence and all this bit, but you know, that's just my opinion. What do I know? Not a gamer, just a moobly.
You're not a game developer.
I really like the fights and sex in Spartacus, that is all. All right.
I like
Man, high
that-
praise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm already interested.
Mm-hmm. Thoughts on how
There's a
most
lot of nudity in it.
Oh, good. Excellent, even. Thoughts on how most reviews don't mention how awful the things that Wanda does are, or how they say WandaVision is the same as all of the MCU? It concerns me. It should. It tells you their standards are all over the fucking
Yeah.
place.
I feel like
Worries
they.
me.
I feel like even if their words don't communicate it, they must feel like a lesserness to it.
This is going to come across as condescending, but when High Top says you're only interpreting Wonder Woman 84 dishonestly to make it seem worse than the intentions of the author, which weren't the whole rape thing, I'm like, you're a bit naive, and you're going to get there one day. Because that shit is unacceptable. It doesn't matter if the fucking creator was like, oh, I don't think it's that. Even though they didn't say
And
that.
also, I was trying to parody Big.
Yeah, these things, just nah. This is the thing, if it was to be some sort of a serious thing, it would be like, this was incredibly reckless, and your story doesn't even, like, condemn it for it. In fact, she seems to argue that, like, that was the thing to do. Remember, I can't believe they included it. It's so fucked, where he's like, you know, what about this guy? What about like, pointing to himself, and then she's like, I don't care about him. It's just like, oh,
Like, dude.
Our hero,
Dude.
everyone.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I would
so
happily
the whole
have sex
moral
with his
thing,
body, though.
like choosing to ignore it because you liked the film, it's like, oh, you got some growing up to do. You'll get there one
Or
day.
at
I
least
don't know.
acknowledge it.
Yeah, just it would be better if you were like, you talk about the things that you thought were really good in it, while saying like, yeah, that was fucked. They really needed to fix that. But oh well. So guys, with YouTube's becoming ever more stringent, have you guys considered starting channels on other platforms, aka BitChute Minds Parlor?
No.
It would only be if I was booted off. I've got everything backed up, so I can move, but
Wow.
I don't want to.
There's not much of an audience on those platforms.
Well,
and there's a
that's-
lot of baggage attached to those platforms too.
I would prefer to be on those platforms than no platform at all.
Oh, if I had no choice, sure, but as long as YouTube's still around, I'll
Yeah,
keep using
until I'm in that position, I'm just gonna carry on. But don't worry, EFAP and my videos are all safe. They're all backed up. I'll never lose them. Every last modicum of complaining about things will be intact. Honestly, I thought the finale wasn't that bad, but it was really distracting when Agent Wu called Monica the N-word near the at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it seemed unusual for his character, but I mean,
Unfortunate
you know,
there.
sometimes sometimes in a heated moment you say the gamer word,
Mhm.
and there you go.
Wu
He'd
was
take his
just
gun in all fairness and shoot the Kevlar.
Wu was in an intense game of Call of Duty. Can he be blamed? I do not know.
Oh, Fringy, you're gonna love this. They recently confirmed there are no playable elites in Halo Infinite, so that's just
Yeah,
another...
it really
Yeah.
bugs me.
Oh, okay.
It's I don't know why
That
not
would've been
just
interesting.
why not just have it be an option, you know?
Halo
And
2
no
had it,
machinima
and it
people.
3.
Yeah, for machinima people for sure, and also no dual wielding, which means that it's been like
Really?
13 years. It's been 13 years since we've had dual wielding in Halo. 3 was the last one.
They've
Reach
removed
didn't
the
have it.
wielding of jewels.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Reach
didn't
and
have it,
4
didn't
and
have
I
it,
guess
and
5.
5. 5 definitely didn't have it. 5 was
ODST
going.
as well.
5, yeah, but ODST I can kind of understand because like the whole idea of being a normal person, it's going to be hard to dual wield like these massive
Yeah, that's
guns.
true.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, like, Halo 5 is such a weird game for me because I really enjoyed the multiplayer, but I also the multiplayer is so geared towards competitive play that it's not a game that you can
Hyper-aggressive.
play casually for fun. Yeah. Like that game is fast, and there are certain and it's funny, I was going to say that game is well balanced, but it's not. Pistols are incredibly powerful in that game. What was wrong with dual wielding? Well, nothing was wrong with it. That's why I don't know. I don't know why it's not. I don't know why it's not a part of the new games.
Yeah, I never was like, oh no, I can dual wield. Oh no, options. Especially when it comes to single player. If they came out and said, all right, guys, we've got a fairly good variety of weaponry. I don't think that we can balance multiplayer well enough around being able to mix and match all different kinds of weapons. We feel it would be overpowered in multiplayer. So it will be in single player and in firefight and other cooperative modes. However, in PvP multiplayer, it will be single guns only, and the game will be balanced around those single guns. But in campaign, fucking go for it, go nuts and firefight too.
I think that's a big thing. Why not have it in campaign? Like, if you...
yeah, it's like,
I
oh
don't
no,
know.
it's too strong in campaign. Well, now buff the difficulty up.
Yeah, like with Halo Reach, it was in the code, and you could actually enable dual wielding in the code. So I don't know why not just have that be like, say you're in Forge or custom games or something, and you can just enable it as an option if you want it, you know?
Yeah, like surely it's not. It's actually. I don't want to say like surely it's not that hard, because I'm sure that there is stuff that goes into all of these decisions. It's complicated, but I don't know. They did it a lot. They did it before. I don't see why they can't do it now.
Yeah, only excuse I've really heard that might be valid is just balancing like the weapon damage and everything, because you've got so some weapons in Halo 2 got nerfed because of dual wielding, but then again, when they came back in Halo 3, they said, okay, the Needler was kind of shit in Halo 2, so let's just not make it dual wieldable, even though it should be logically dual wielded. Like, you can make mechanical choices like that while still keeping dual wielding in there, you know?
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, like if a gun is good enough, like if I can have two guns, does that mean that in order to balance them, do they have to be only viable when they're dual wielded? Which means if I just have a single weapon, is it just not going to really do anything?
I think
Or
I'm not sure who said it. I'm not sure who said it. No, it was in a Halo 3 vidoc where they said the problem with starting people with yeah, actually that's good. So they said that the problem with SMG starts was because it was a dual wielding weapon, people would generally just default to dual wielding and not melee anymore. So then Halo 3 had it.
Yeah, because if you spawn with it and you die with it, there's going to be a lot of them.
There's going to be a lot of them around, and people will just dual wield. So it's like, okay, so, and then in Halo 3, it's like, we'll start them with the battle rifle and it's either the battle rifle or the assault rifle, depending on which game mode you play. It's like, that seems like a healthy compromise. If you want to dual wield, you need to drop one of those weapons, pick up one that can be dual wielded, and then pick up the next one that can also dual wield.
And unfortunately, one of the big problems with Halo Reach was that DMR starts are insanely prevalent. Which means that almost all of the weapons on the map are just like, don't pick them up. Why would you? You spawn with the DMR, which is almost a power weapon.
Yeah.
I feel like, DMR was a little too powerful compared to, like, the battle rifle is powerful, but the DMR was incredibly powerful.
Yeah, it was a 5-shot, and it was long range, and it was too good always.
I think what helped the battle rifle is the fact that it was possible to miss one of your 3 shots, and it's really important to land all of your shots on the head. Whereas with the DMR, it's just like, bang, 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 dead. Whereas with the DMR...
it's 5 shots to kill the DMR, and only the last shot has to be a headshot.
That's right, whereas, with the, if you want to kill somebody with the battle rifle, all 3 of the last shots, like, from the one round have to hit them in the head. But, I mean, Halo 3 is incredibly well balanced. I don't know that any game comes close. Halo 1 is not really balanced at all. Halo 2 is better, but that game has some problems with balancing. But again, it's pretty good. 3 is probably like peak balance. Reach kind of throws it off a bit with armor abilities, but it's still decent. And then 4 just loses the goddamn plot. Like, 4 is just off the rails.
Yeah, I remember when I played 4, I was still on playing Xbox at the time, and that game was just, I had some fun in it, but there was a lot of stuff where I was just like, oh, this don't feel right.
Bad maps, bad design fundamentally, I think. I think that
Yeah.
game is. I know we've had talks about this plenty, Rags. I think we probably disagree on it. I just don't think that. I don't think that you should let people choose their starting weapons in Halo.
Well, as long as you go into the game with that as your design philosophy and you prepare for it and you design around it, then I think it'll work.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't think that it's fundamentally a bad thing in any game because I mean Call of Duty does it like that. It's kind of, it calls for a different philosophy for sure when it comes to the way that the game is designed. I think the problem with Halo is that the sandbox is built around very distinct weapons that are functionally unique. Whereas in Call of Duty, like, there is a difference between the assault rifles, but ultimately the only difference is
when you die
fully
and
automatic or
when time to kills are low and there generally isn't too much of a difference. You just got to go into the game thinking, what do we want to actually have? Do we want to have a game where everybody spawns at equal, same power, same abilities, they spawn with the same weapons, and so the balance comes in with the map design and weapon placement on the map? Or do we want to give players the option of choosing between a couple different loadouts and keep that in mind with how and where we populate the map with weapons and spaces and lines of sight?
I think the layouts from Reach was probably the way to do it because that way the developers can they can pick the combo and they can pick how they pair that combo with an armor ability. And so I think in a game like Halo, giving the developers a little bit of control over the parameters is important. Whereas in Call of Duty, I don't think it matters, or Battlefield. In fact, I think those games kind of emphasize the idea of build your loadout,
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of different viable loadouts, and a lot of it they are generally loadouts will be similar enough to one another that it's fine and you don't have to worry about it. In a game like Halo, though, you just got to be careful. You just have to decide at the beginning, what do we want to do? All right, this is how we're going to design the whole game around.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could choose your loadouts in Doom 2016 multiplayer, and that worked really, really, really well.
You're a big fan of that one, weren't you?
Oh yeah, I love the Doom multiplayer. It was great. After they did a bunch of updates to it and all sorts of stuff, and I played the shit out of it, and I max ranked and played it a bunch. That was one of my biggest problems with Doom Eternal, is that they just removed the multiplayer from 2016. It was a really good, fun arena shooter.
I think it was not well received. I know Total Biscuit wasn't a fan of the Doom multiplayer.
It's a shame.
I know they've added deathmatch back in with like the DLC and stuff. I just don't know if it's comparable.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, I don't remember the arguments as well for pro or against the Doom multiplayer
all
stuff.
the modes were interesting modes, everything from capture the flags to just elimination modes to demon hunting modes. A lot of different, viable weapons that you could use. The maps were really cool, really well designed. There's interesting, little abilities and powers. It was very, very reliant on good shot placement and movement. I really, really liked it. Liked it a whole bunch. Freeze tag. That's right, chat. Yeah.
Total Biscuit's issue mechanical, or was it like?
I don't know. I remember I think when it came out, it wasn't nearly as good, and then they did a lot of work with multiplayer, rebalancing, or things like that.
Might
I'm not
explain
sure.
it.
I heard that beta was garbage, so that might have been a factor.
I forget that his channel is still up. Of course. Let me see what he talked about.
Why can't I shoot this open?
I know there were Call of Duty comparisons, but I don't know what the substance of any of those arguments are, if there are any.
I think that was I mean, he made a video talking about Doom's campaign and how much he loved it. Let's see if I can find a. Oh, now I'm just like nostalgic for seeing the thumbnail for WTF is yeah, he only covered the beta, I think. Hearing his voice again. He's such a huge inspiration as a content creator.
He was foundational for a lot of what reviews look like, probably, at least for a lot of people.
Yeah. Bedrock for the really good reviewers on platform, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fuck James Bond, the original Longman. What? Because there's loads of James Bond movies? Is that why? Yeah. Leave him alone. He didn't do nothing. I guess he did lots of things. What is the point of this thing running around? Can I jump on it? Eh. Useful. Any particular idea as to when you guys will be able to work out an EFAP with Razor Fist? And what movie, game, media, etc. do you guys think you do? Well, I've tried to contact him on, like, at least once on, like, every platform. And I've gotten nothing yet, so I don't know. If he wants to come on, he's welcome to. And, you know, I'm sure it will be hard to find someone to talk about. I wasn't supposed to grapple there. Oh, wait, I have a grapple, don't I? Cool. You know, this doesn't look like a very good grappling hook. This is my, like a mobile. Feels like it's gonna be difficult to... Oh, I could have gone up there too? Oh well.
Your grappling hook is a phone?
Yeah, I haven't used it yet. I don't know what it's gonna look like. I'm assuming it comes out of the little, like, antenna.
Fucking do it! Do it! Don't leave me on the edge of my seat here.
Oh, Rags, I'm gonna do it. As soon as this little dude gets me over there, I'm gonna use it. You guys won't be ready for how much I'm gonna use it.
That's an odd way to hold a phone.
Well, is it an odd way to hold a grappling hook?
Because, like, your fingers aren't anywhere near the buttons on the phone, you know?
How do I use
and your
it?
thumb's just up there.
Oh my god.
You just reminded me of Suicide Squad. Now she holds the phone
God, I'm so
by the
excited.
screen.
I'm so excited
Well, I
to
mean,
see this.
that's a killer app.
I did
I
it.
was so excited. Oh. That
Proud
was
of me?
interesting.
I
So, like,
grappled.
the antenna is actually a grapple that you can...
Yeah. I'm James Bond, baby. This is the kind of shit you can only do if you're
Whoa.
him. Much like awkwardly
Slipknot do that?
spamming jump.
Gadgets, 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 gadgets,
Slipknot wishes he was as
gadgets.
cool as James Bond, come on.
He is the man who can, in fact, climb anything.
Can he, though?
Now that's a killer app.
He climbed into my heart.
Aw.
Grappled into my heart.
And, you know, I'm sure his head is going to climb back onto his body. The Suicide
only
Squad
hope.
2.
Honestly, I thought that... Oh, wait, I read that. So, guys, with the YouTubers becoming... Oh, no, I read that one, too. Wonder Woman 1984 is what happens when you let someone hijack your production to make the most heavy-handed anti-Trump movie ever?
What do you mean hijack? That was like her vision. That was the director. Like, that
And
was her vision.
If her goal was to make it anti-Trump, I didn't fucking detect it.
She could have done better than that.
Yeah, I think you could have done way better.
Considering Max Lord is like the only
But
unironically
he's-
good part in parts.
Yeah, if you're like, see, I showed how bad Trump is by showing Max Lord, but Max Lord was like the best person in the film. The rest
Yeah,
of them.
your protagonist was like borderline a rapist.
So, might want to rethink that one, Patty. But though I'm not a filmmaker,
If that
what
was
would
their
I know?
goal. Yeah.
Hey, Meme Repo, you and the rest of the EFAP gang need to watch Justice League Apocalypse War for EFAP movies, just for the hell of it, and the funnies.
I had a really big rant on Apocalypse War in my channel. Basically, to summarize, the Justice League fly into Apocalypse. 90% of them die. The rest get mutilated horribly. Then you got like a 90-minute plot that doesn't make sense. Then Flash reboots the universe and erases all the past 19 films.
Oh, that sounds shit.
So they just...
It is really shit.
They wanted to be edgy, but without any consequence, and then they didn't make a story.
Like, it is the edgiest film I've ever seen in my life. It is disgustingly edgy. It is edgier than Man of Steel. It is edgier than Zack Snyder. It is the edgiest edge I've ever edged.
Dude, there were people shooting at me, and then there's just this guy chilling. Look at him. He doesn't care.
They actually
Like-
make Darkseid's Omega Beams weaker so that he can do more bloody deaths with them. It's really retarded.
His Omega Beams, how does he make them go the way that he wants them to, you know?
I think it's just I believe it's just like more like he just controls them with his mind or something.
Alright. I
I'm
feel
not
like
sure if
Omega
there's like a
Beams are
larger
pretty retarded
mechanical.
as well, you know, but they're just kind of cool. It's like, look, they're lasers, but they like bend partway through the thing.
I think it's like part of a larger, like there's the Omega Force, like so it's like that's the source of his power, and that's like an extension of the source of his power or something like the
Right.
command. I don't know. I was thinking about how to make Darkseid a little bit more interesting, and I realized he actually has 3 sons, and his wife was like killed, and he had to kill his brother in order to take his power. So I'm just like, you could do some Game of Thrones stuff with that.
That's an
And-
angle. That's certainly an
Yeah.
angle. Yeah.
Yeah, and his motivation isn't actually to eliminate free will, it is to make sure he is the only will, which means you could have like a backstory where he's like someone who hasn't had control.
Maybe he
and
was
whenever
a slave or
he-
something. You know?
Yeah, and whenever he was ignored, like things went wrong, and then
let's
that
make him
would...
sympathetic. Yeah, like let's have him be like, I want to have the will, you know, so that I can will all things to be awesome, not realizing that maybe like the whole point of life in general is that there is good and bad, and it's up to individuals to have the free will for themselves to, like, you know, decide their fate. And he just can't
Yeah.
accept it, and so you have to kill him.
Oh no!
Yeah, and
this guy was
the thing is,
chill, I was gonna let
Darkseid
him
isn't even
live.
his real name. He was born Usax, and Darkseid was like a title. And I'm thinking, how do you make that not like
Edgy.
just an edgy title he took on? It was just like, well, what if he became like known as the Darkseid to like because he was a conqueror or something, and that's something he embraced.
Have to work hard to make it not cringy. That's for sure.
Yeah. I'm good. I
Just
like to think
cringe.
about stuff like that. Just how
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
take
it's
these
definitely-
things?
Fun.
Oh, and here's Max Lord and Wonder Woman's interaction in the comics because
Oh yeah, that came up on our stream. We showed that.
Yeah.
God.
Breaks his neck. Yeah, the Apocalypse War thing, that's some of the stuff that Patrick Williams is referencing, right? In his whole stop being R-rated superhero stuff. That's
Yeah, I
mean.
just hear people don't like it. I've heard it's just like torture porn.
It is.
Well, he showed a clip of
like,
Wonder Woman's getting her arm ripped off, and I was like, okay.
That's the opening of the film.
Alright then.
Yeah, that just sounds like, hey, we're edgy. We're for adults too.
Yeah, and there's like the first time you see, you people have a vague awareness of the Teen Titans, correct? Like, fun.
Yeah, I know
kind
of them.
Sure.
So the first time we see Titan's Tower, most of them are dead, and we actually get a very graphic shot of Starfire cut in half with her guts spilling out, really
Yay.
graphically on the
She's like
ground.
the happy-go-lucky character.
Yep. And then she gets
Not
brought back
anymore,
later as a
baby.
horrific mutilated cyborg thing. And Nightwing gets stabbed through the chest to protect Damien, and then Damien puts him in the
Oh my
Lazarus pit, so he
God.
goes insane.
Yeah.
Man. Alright then.
Jesus. This just sounds like edgy. This sounds like something a teenager would write.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, and here's the best part. So they capture Superman, right? And they give him a liquid kryptonite tattoo on his chest in the shape of the House of L shape, and it goes all through his veins and even has green eyes. And this is to take away his powers so he can walk the earth, inspiring despair. And I'm just like, motherfucker, that is green kryptonite. You should be dead. You should not be
Let's
alive
inject
right
him
now
with
because it
pain,
is in
yeah.
you right now.
Fuck.
That's
man,
weird,
that
wrong,
sounds
kiddo.
Oh, and they brainwash Batman into killing 3 billion people.
Oh, naturally.
This sounds like the worst thing ever.
It is. I watched it out of curiosity. I wasn't ready.
You weren't ready for the cringe.
I mean, we could.
Yeah, and they
check that out
tied
for
into the
a couple of weeks.
Flashpoint movie as well. They tied into the Flashpoint movie as well, which people generally like. It's got Tismy plot, but it's kind of fun. But this one is just like
Flashpoint
it
Paradox,
undoes
or-
everything.
Is that Flashpoint Paradox?
Oh yeah, Flashpoint Paradox. Yeah.
I've seen that one. I remember liking it.
Yeah. So they tie it into that and undo everything that happened at the end of that film.
Oh. Oh well.
It was fun while it lasted.
Sorry, lads.
And in fact, the ending of that film might lead directly into Apocalypse War, timeline-wise. I feel like I
Come on,
just killed
sniper-
everyone with that sentence.
I swear, my guns just don't work sometimes. Maybe they don't follow the crosshair. I don't know. I know I shouldn't opt for sniper, but if it can reliably work in that scenario, it's gonna be useful. I don't know. Wonder Woman once happily worked at a Taco Bell and has done a lot of humanitarian work in the past.
Working at a Taco Bell is the opposite of humanitarian work.
Hey, leave Taco Bell alone. I'm sure they have tasty
We don't have
things.
Taco
there.
Bell here, so I can't relate to the struggle.
Oh yeah, I actually put a clip from Apocalypse War in the Home Alone video, which is Trigon taking over Superman's body and then becoming Super Trigon and then fighting Darkseid. but then Lois Lane explodes herself in a suicide bombing. So then Trigon gets expelled from Superman's body and he grows back his costume and his powers and fights Darkseid. And that's when Cyborg, who has become a wall, decides to get everyone out of there as Trigon, who is manifested into a corporeal form, fights Darkseid. And then Cyborg opens a big old boom tube to bring Apocalypse into another universe or something. And then he literally says, "I have the final word." But instead of saying his catchphrase "Booyah," which he already said at the beginning of the film, indicating that they're going to begin and end with his most signature phrase, he instead says, "Suck it, bitches," and explodes the planet.
Okay, that is.
Start to wonder if
horrible.
are they doing this on purpose? Like, are they trying to?
And I forgot. Yeah. Oh, and there's another thing. So John Constantine's in the movie, and he's basically just a Gary Stu whose magic does anything and everything, including something called techno magic, which allows him to interface with Cyborg and free him from mind control. And then he gets like neck snapped by Super Trigon, but then he goes to the afterlife and meets Zatanna, who he's dating at the time, and he says, "No, you're not going to die because Destiny's is not done with you yet." So John Constantine comes back to life because Destiny didn't want him to die.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that I mean that follows, you know. That makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
Can't argue with Destiny.
Really bad.
Sounds like awful.
It is. It really is.
But yes, it's funny you mentioned the Home Alone thing. That was the first EFAP movies you've edited. You won't be seeing that till Christmas, everyone. So get excited. Christmas movie. It's against the rules to release it early, okay?
Yeah.
Who's shooting me and why? I'm James Bond. Stop it. They're over there. Definitely up there. Will I survive? No, I'm dead. Meme repository, your voice make me so horny. Why the fuck you make us read text in EFAP movies? You should just narrate it. It would be a lot less immersion breaking. I don't know about that.
Well, funny thing, the notes in the Justice League one are going to be narrated because I only made them text because I didn't know if it would be too intrusive for this strange voice to come out of the ether and start explaining what Superman is. So I wanted to ease people into that and see if they liked it or not.
Yeah, because I thought the whole point was that you can nail doing commentary while showing context and clips and stuff, but yeah, that's one of those things where I think immersion could be broken on either side with that one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I've gotten like it's hard to tell what overall people want, but I've kind of just listening to the feedback I've seen. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. People like their the DC factoids.
Yeah.
While we just sit there and go, that didn't make sense right there.
That was dumb, and that's dumb. This Jolly Rancher.
Here's this essential bit of context that they cut that made everything stupid.
DCEU Luthor movie idea. Waller contracts Lex to develop a weapon to fight Superman. Lex spends billions of dollars and months of time developing weapons. Superman just breaks. Lex grows to hate Superman because he had to work for everything and gave up his morality to get where he was, while Superman never had to work for his power. I thought the what I heard was like Lex hates Superman because Lex can never be like Superman outdoes humanity at its maximum potential, and that's what Lex takes issue with him, at least in some iterations.
Right.
Yeah, that sometimes is his motivation, and that in fact, often there will be the interpretation that Lex considers himself the peak of what humans can be, and Superman has exceeded that. So there's a part of him that is really jealous of that, but he would never admit to himself that he's jealous. So he's got that subconscious motivation. Some good stuff in All-Star Superman about that.
There's some interesting things you could do with him, but I really do think we should try and just make him. He was beaten by his dad and thus hates powerful people. And then fuck that up somehow too.
God, yeah. You know, God sucks. Edgy internet atheist.
Also, Darkseid, come and fuck the Earth, please.
Yep, you can't escape that one. Nobody's ever gonna fucking justify who likes those movies. He intended for it to. Shut up. Makes sense if you don't think about it. It's like,
What I like about the Twin Perfect video is it actually made it dumber to me because I always interpreted it as, oh, Lex pressed the wrong button and accidentally contacted Apocalypse to come to Earth or something like that. While he said, no, he intentionally contacted Apocalypse to fuck humanity.
I think you should throw that
Yeah.
out because even he said, like, he might just want to destroy the world. It's like, excuse me? What?
Why would you say this?
Yeah.
What a stupid thing. Makes it so much worse. Please don't kill me. Oh, so good. Dark Knight Trilogy EFAP movies when? I don't know if that one would work. But, you know, potential for anything in this world, I'd say. We did Lord of the Rings, that worked out, and I said we could even end up doing it again. We've never even done TLJ on EFAP movies. Someone mentioned they wouldn't mind seeing that someday.
Yeah, commentary, right? With Smiler Out.
Oh yeah, I did a commentary, but never did an EFAP movies. Which, by the way, you know, EFAP movies has replaced that essentially. It's funnily enough, it's easier to edit EFAP movies than it is those fucking audio commentaries. Getting all of like the screenshots, changing the pacing to match the entire film with limited gaps, and then getting interesting copyright-free music to fill in for gaps that. And then making sure there's like conversation points, like all of that shit you don't have to do, and somehow EFAP movies are more entertaining. So what can you do, you know? And it fills the slot because there's some movies I'd like to watch and talk about that don't fit into normal context. Like we got lucky with Underwater. That just I don't think we even planned to talk about it. It's just that someone linked the Filmento video and I was like, what the fuck? Like
We must defend its honor.
Like, it's just, it should have been like Alien, but it's a really bad knockoff of Alien. You're like, okay. Also, fuck Aliens. Mando Season 3 will be hard reboot that looks like of reboot. Looks like soft reboot? I think they didn't use any spaces.
Really?
Reboot of what? Like, the whole universe, or just re-establishing what the fuck their show is even about, because the first 2 seasons aren't anything really.
They can go in pretty much any direction that they want to. Like, they've got a clean slate. Baby Yoda's gone, so it's like they can essentially invent whatever premise they want now.
Yeah.
As they've said, it might be about Mandalore, right? And it's like, yeah, maybe.
I'm guessing that's what it probably is going to be about.
But the funny thing is, it's like, oh yeah, what else could it be about? It's like, well, that's the only thing we got to go on. Like, that's it. So, don't know. I guess we hope it's that, because what the fuck else is there? About my precious chat enjoyed WandaVision because Fridays became a date night with my soon-to-be wife, but I think the show is really bad. Hi, Rags.
Hey.
Yeah. Can happen. I guess they were trying. That might be the person who said the whole objective-subjective thing. They like it because it reminds them of good times, but itself, the thing, is pretty bad. And it's like, yeah. Wasn't it a comparison to Battle of the Bastards? No, I'm pretty sure if we're talking about Game of Thrones, they said that it's gonna beat out Helm's Deep as like the longest battle or something, and there was this implication that like, oh, get ready to be, you know, like you're gonna Helm's Deep will be replaced in your mind, that sort of thing.
It like took place at night and it had like an invading force, so it's like, yeah, that's what people were propagating, and they were completely wrong.
Man, Helm's Deep is probably, I don't know if anything's ever going to be quite as good as Helm's Deep.
It is such an incredible battle with the way it's structured and put together and filmed, and the lighting is perfect.
The music.
Oh yeah.
So it begins.
I hope Spider-Man Homeless is good. I do too.
Homeless, Spider-Man Homeless.
Oh yeah, I put some visuals from Apocalypse War in the thing if you're curious.
Well, you know what? I'm not against watching that for EFAP movie sometimes. It sounds like it'd be really funny. Laughing at all of
It
this
is fucking
bullshit.
hilarious, kind of.
Hilarious and sad for a DC fan, I imagine.
Yeah, it was just, it was so ridiculous. I was both laughing and furious at the same time.
I could use the grab. Oh, I knew that would happen.
Oh, by the way, they have new parademons that are crossed with Doomsday called Paradooms.
Oh,
Paradooms.
that's just. I just think that's really cool, and you guys are just nitpicking. That's what I think.
See, I like
Paradooms.
goofy superhero names, and even I thought that's bad.
Paradooms. Like, what the hell is this?
Molly, you seriously need to play 007 Everything or Nothing. It's a game where Willem Dafoe is the bad guy apprentice of the villain played by Christopher Walken. Super underrated game. Those things alone make me think it would be great. But I'm pretty sure I have played that. I'm pretty sure I played all the Bond games on GameCube. It's I forget the names of them. Agent Underfire is another one, I think.
You
But-
said that
Oh,
like it
Captain
was his
Boomerang's in
name,
it.
like his name, Agent Underfire.
Well, it's the name of the game.
Well, it's yeah, I know, but the way you said it,
Yeah, it could be his name.
instead of saying Agent Under Fire, you said Agent Underfire. Like his name was
I
Underfire,
see.
the agent.
I see.
Yeah.
I get you.
I mean, I wouldn't want to misrepresent the game, you know, it could very well
He was
be that's
constantly getting
about
shot at.
Agent called Underfire, yeah. Hey, look at that! It feels like I'm playing Modern Warfare 2 or something. I know, have you ever watched a TV show called Heroes? Yes, I watched all 4 seasons. 1 was pretty awesome, and I'd like to revisit it sometime to see if it holds
That
up.
utterly deteriorates. Right?
Yeah, 2, 3, 4 falls apart completely, and nobody has anything good to say about them. They were rough to watch as a fan. And major lost potential. That show was really cool. Whole bunch of normal people getting powers all at the same time, all with different characters and motivations. The main hero was someone with the power to essentially duplicate powers he was near, and the drama would come into him duplicating powers without necessarily wanting them and not understanding them, and obviously that gives you a lot to work with. Yeah, whatever. And then
Steppenwolf looks better than Darkseid. Looks better
He looks
than Thanos.
silly. He looks.
Shut up.
Steppenwolf looks hilarious. I don't know.
He is
looks so
literally
bad.
edgy.
He does look
He's
ridiculous.
He's
literally
edgy
Yeah,
incarnate.
Add knives to him. It's just it looks so unnecessary
It
and complicated.
honestly looked pretty crap from some of like the clips you see. He
Yeah.
looks pretty awful. It's funnier almost than the original one.
Yeah, because the original one, it's like the CGI was bad and the design not fantastic, but at least it was like plate armor. You could see the through line for certain.
Like Greek.
It didn't
almost
take me out of the
yeah.
movie. I was
Yeah,
like, okay,
the,
he's a
um,
bad guy.
I'd say he looked generic
Yeah.
in Justice League. He was just like.
Whereas
oh.
now he like actually doesn't look like a real thing. Like I don't.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like a thing.
I
that
can't
exists,
believe
which
him,
I think
yeah.
is worse.
How does he take a piss?
I don't know. How
Well,
does he do a lot
remember,
of things?
it's all nanobody. Like it's like the Iron Man suit. It all just appears on
Why
him and
does he
off
have
him at
horns
will.
for a head though? What's
That's
the
his
deal with that?
species, you speciest.
So they all when they're given birth, like they got to push that out.
What is the function? Because it looked like tumors on his head and not horns.
Maybe they are tumors.
When
What's
the thing-
why'd you hate? Why hating?
Why you
I feel like that, honestly, the fact that they point backwards is almost like an evolutionary disadvantage. If they were pointing forward, I could get it, right? But if they're from the back, someone can just grab you from the back, right?
So are those horns morality?
Yes.
I guess you know what I mean? Like, a bull has the horns at the front, so like if they charge you, they
Yeah.
can punk you. Whereas he'd have to turn his head really far down and run towards you, and he'd probably look like a retard as he's sprinting towards you.
I feel like if he breathed in, he would just impale himself.
Yeah. Or like yeah.
Or if he tilted his head
I feel
back,
like-
you're saying? Or
Yeah.
Imagine if somebody snuck up behind him and he accidentally was startled and stabbed them in the heart with his horn.
I don't even know how the heroes can fight him, because I feel like they just cut themselves if they even tried to touch him, if that makes sense. Or...
That's why he has the armor, man. It's so that no one can fight him. It's invincible.
Yeah. He
See,
also
there
has
you
like
go.
muscle car nipples because his front plates look like he took like the bumper of 2 muscle cars and stuck them on its pecs. It's strange.
Yeah,
You guys
it's
just hate
it's
design.
Just a really shitty design.
you guys hate design.
Oh yeah.
I hate
Got me
bad
there.
designs, yeah.
Wow.
which is like most of the DCE.
Oh.
I like how Cyborg in Justice League like had a decent design for like 3 seconds in his last shot where he was
Yeah, he looked great in his well, he looked fine in his last shot. Before that, he just looks incomplete, which I guess might be sort of the point, but it just.
Yeah, like the human eye does not like busy designs with a bunch of different lines everywhere. We like smoother designs with distinct shapes and everything. It's why Michael Bay's Transformers designs look really, really awful because they're just
you
so
can't
many
remember them
moving
beyond
parts.
stuff. This
Yeah.
stuff.
And also because both the Decepticons and the Autobots had like spiky designs, and our brains see spiky as aggressive. Our brains process both sides as being villainous because that's just how our brains work. While a decent designer would have like very smoother, like more rounded design. So, yeah, heroes and yeah.
How the Hedgehog needed more spikes is all I've learned from what you said.
Yeah.
I think
He's
that's one of
actually
the
quite
things we talk
restrained
about, like,
compared to some of the stuff I've seen.
Disney character design, right? Is like the heroes always have really soft features, and the villains tend to have very angular faces.
Yorp. Thoughts? Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to say about heroes was that I think that's a pretty cool setup for like a hero protagonist, that in a world filled with people developing powers all one by one, he absorbs them and has to deal with them whether or not he's willing. And it can create lots of different scenarios where that's going to be a problem. The big drama is that there's a guy who is like uncontrollably energetic to the point of if he doesn't control it, he can like nuke himself, which would be bad for the surrounding area, of course. And I think at one point in the season, he ends up coming across him, and the drama is like, will he be able to control himself without nuking? And then the villain is I think he was called Sylar, and his thing is that he could only steal people's powers if he had to like pry open their brains and look at the way it was. He's like obsessed with clocks and stuff, and his thing was understanding mechanics, but he has to like view them, and so he just wants more power, so he has to kill people to take their powers essentially. I think that's how they try to justify it. And yeah, there you go. You got your hero, your villain, and a bunch of other people who will fall on either side depending on what they want. And season 1 I remember being pretty good, but the rest of it is garbage. What a shame. Also, I don't want to go up here if I can't
never watched it.
survive coming back. I mean, this is the thing. I recommend season 1, but for all I know, season 1 is actually bad. I just don't know.
It could be enjoyable at least, or at least have redeeming elements while the others don't.
Funny, I've just never seen it because everyone says exactly that. They're like, season 1 is great, and then the rest of the show's bad. So it's like, wow, like, is it really worth getting invested into that first season if it just crashes and burns? It's like, oh.
I don't know. This is the thing. I need a I don't know if it's worth, because you know, like WandaVision in the sense of like, oh, look at this poor guy. Doesn't know what to do. I wouldn't recommend WandaVision even if I think there's good stuff in it. And it's like, so there's a sense of it can outweigh. Like, is Lost worth seeing? I think the first 2 seasons of Lost are actually worth seeing. It's unfortunate, though, because you'll want to continue, probably, and it gets shit. But, you know, Heroes, I don't know if it's worth seeing season 1, despite how bad it gets. But I'd like to believe that there's enough in season 1 that not only is it worth seeing for enjoyment, but to sort of see more examples of how to do stories like that. I think what killed Heroes was the writer's strike as well.
Oh yeah,
like killed a lot of stuff
around that time, unfortunately. A lot of TV shows were suffering because of that.
When do we get out of our current writer strike?
Well, that's the thing. We don't need a writer.
2344, I think.
Don't even need a writer strike these days. It's just
Yep,
terrible.
Just need shit.
That's what I'm going for. Oh yeah,
wonderful.
oh yeah.
The mad lad Jack Thompson is going to do the Taken speech to you at the end of Dankula's video. Are you afraid? Well, you should be, because you're on. Okay.
Alright.
I
don't know what that means.
I'll have to agree with the Act Man and say that free movement ruined Halo, especially in Halo 5. It's about the sandbox. Also, too much hit scan in 5. Does that mean anything to you guys? No. Free movement?
Too much hit scan in 5?
The hit scan
So like
was unreal
sprint
in
and
Halo
grapple
5,
and wall running and whatever.
Oh, I meant the free movement part. I was... curious what that is referring to.
I don't know.
Oh, it's like,
ruined
so-
is kind of like a strong word, you know. I don't know if that was the problem that I have with Halo 5.
I think he's referring to like sprint and like you could have rocket
Yeah.
packs and ground slams and stuff. I don't know if it could probably be done well. I just think 343, even when they're trying, are still very incompetent. Is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Reality. I don't think they're malicious. I just think they're really incompetent because they seem to try and listen to feedback, but then they keep fucking it up.
They're an interesting developer.
They are.
Doom 2016 snap map is still crazy and epic variety. I don't know
Snap
what that
map is like I think the map creation tools and stuff they have for it.
Oh, cool. I like it when any game has map creation. It's neat. Objective is photograph the laser prototype. Done and done. Can I use it on people? Oh my god, I can. Oh! I can laser people. Oh, they don't explode? Boo. They just die. That's lame. What's the point of using a laser if it doesn't tear their flesh in twain? See, no one can answer because there is no answer. Anyway, we've probably been over this before, but how do you guys go about criticizing a film that was based on true events, like whether it's accurate or not? I think we engage with the same logic as historical accuracy. Storytelling rules aren't applicable when you've adapted. Oh, sorry, are applicable when you've adapted regardless. If you want to appeal to, like, I guess you'd have to remain consistent. Also, where the fuck is that coming from? Hello. I think we've talked about this before, right? There's no contrivances in real life. It was always going to be a reason for things to have happened the way that they did. You're simply going to lack the information to have known why that was going to happen, and instead comes across as luck. It's a story's job to explain why it's not luck. And that it's just events following circumstances, I would imagine. I don't know if anyone else has input on this.
What was the question again?
So, like, the idea is if something seemingly plot hole-ish or really convenient happens, but it's how it happened in real life, what's your response to that in terms of criticizing it story-wise?
I'd say that if it's a biopic or something, you've got to kind of take a wild guess at what happened to fill it in, even if you're trying for historical accuracy, just because you have to create a coherent narrative. Yeah.
I'm honestly not really certain. I don't think I have a hard stance really either way. I guess I would default to kind of just saying, wow, that sure was lucky for our protagonist. Rolls the eyes, carries on.
And then if I'm like, but Rags, that happened to John Smith in real life.
Well, John Smith is a cunt.
Alright, gee.
Fuck John Smith.
He's God's Gary Stu.
I kind of like John Smith, but I understand your attitude, I do.
He's got his moments. He's got his moments. His parents could have been a bit more inventive with his name, though.
How do I destroy door with C5 with mounted laser on catwalk? Oh, there's mounted C4 on a door? Why?
Because that's where that's where you keep your C4.
Oh, I guess so. Oh my god, I did it. I feel like this laser is dangerous. That's probably what this campaign's about. What Simpsons moment What Simpsons moment deserves steamed hams level meme status, also high rags?
Hi. I enjoy many steamed hams memes.
I don't know if I've ever felt like this deserves meme status, you know, about anything Simpsons that already hasn't had that happen.
I have to go through
I feel like
so many.
And because the chair is memed, and that's hilarious.
It gives him sexual powers. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to go through it again to discover what I think is like, hey, how come I don't hear more about this particular thing?
seems season 1 probably has some gems just because of the, they're still figuring everything out, and the animation's still a bit like, ooh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thoughts on Die Hard and High Rag and Fringy?
Hello. Thoughts on? Oh, I love Die Hard. Yeah.
I love Die Hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
I rewatch watch Christmas, and I think it holds up pretty well. Like there's some problems, but I think as a whole, it's a pretty good movie.
I'm in favor of
That's
Die
been
Hard.
dumb for EFAP movies.
Yeah, we could do a Die Hard FAP arc, you know?
Yeah.
Die Fap?
Sequels
Die
get
Fap.
insane. Those would be more in the funny realm, like especially
Yeah.
2. There's a lot of silly moments in that one.
You could have like Die Hard as the Christmas one, and then you do the sequels like after that.
It was me, Barry. I chubbed you off at super speed.
Oh, I know what he's talking about. It
I
was
don't know.
me, Barry.
What's that a reference to? Out of the loop.
Okay, so have you seen the video of like Reverse Flash going? Remember when you were kissing your first girlfriend and you came right as she touched your leg? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at superhuman speed so it would look like you nutted at just a woman's touch. So it's that.
I know that meme.
I don't know
Yeah,
that name. I
but-
feel bad.
I've seen.
Yeah, the joke is that Eobard Thawne as a villain is just so petty, and because he can't kill the Flash because he would erase himself from the timeline, he just goes around the Flash's timeline fucking with him in every way possible. So it's like, remember that time you stubbed your toe and you were limping the rest of the day? It was me, Barry. I moved the cabinet at superhuman speed, just enough to be imperceptible to the eye, but just close enough to your toe so you would jab it, slowing you down so I could kill Iris in 3 years or something like that. Or, I am every cum you've ever had, Barry. Or the latest one was, it was me, Barry. I forced them to draw Lola with less sexual features so you wouldn't be horny, slowing down your blood flow and slowing you down just enough so that you would be slow enough so I could kill Iris or something like that. I butchered that last one, but it's that kind of meme.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, I get it now. You think anyone will die in Snyder Cut? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't really
I'm
care,
predicting my prediction is that if they're going Nightmare Future and it's not just the dream this time and it's actually the future, we might get like a mind-controlled Superman killing the Justice League or something, and then Barry has to go back in time.
Like,
What's that?
I think it's all certain. I'm pretty sure there have been like leaks and stuff that have already suggested that that's what the plan is.
Ooh.
Ah.
But like it almost is a cop out, right? Because it's not real. Like it's a
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's a fake.
Yeah, I just think it's funny, and that just sounds so Snyder. Just have Superman murder everyone
Yeah,
under
sounds
Darkseid's
like
mind
something
control
Snyder
and
would
conquer
do.
the Earth.
More like
Oh,
Supreme
I think it's worse
Man.
than that. I think he's sad that Lois is dead, and so that's just Superman. He loses the plot
Hey,
every time.
judge
Lois...
it once it's out,
Wow,
right?
spoilers.
God. You guys are mean.
spoilers.
Snyder didn't do anything to you. Yeah, see, that's
Made me sit
silence.
through his movies.
That's guilt.
Well,
No,
I mean,
didn't. I did
like
that
you know,
voluntarily.
I'm
That's
sure he is
funny.
a cool dude, but I just don't. I don't think he makes good movies.
Wow.
But
wanna tell him you
I'm
said
sure
that.
he's nice in person. Just
Yeah, I'm sure he
not
is
very
nice.
nice.
Just Not a good director.
I'm not sure, but I'll give him
not
the
a good
benefit of the
storyteller.
doubt.
He seems to have less accusations than other people, so
Yeah.
I assume he's doing something right.
Must be on
Yeah, I don't
top
think he's
in some
raped
way.
anyone.
Yeah. He didn't rape anyone. Yeah, I
Good
can
job.
say that probably, maybe.
Yeah, no
you
one.
know,
n-
I don't
at
know
least no one
for
I
sure.
know. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
nobody that we
Um,
knew.
Lex is most of the comics hates Superman because he hates that Earth relies on him instead of achieving its true potential, and Lex leading Earth. All right.
Sometimes.
Oh my god.
I presume you get lots of them over the course of all of it, right? Like, what's the difference?
that's-
Lexes.
Yeah, well, that's the fun part about comics, because even like the mainstream version, like you go from writer to writer to writer, and everyone has a slightly different idea of what the characters should be. And sometimes you get like really cool and interesting interpretations that like forever become classic beloved stories. And then other times there's Red and Blue Electric Superman, which is really fucking stupid.
Sounds good to me. You just say.
Electric.
Game of Thrones. Well, go ahead. What do you want to say?
I was just going to mention there was also a time where Superman could shoot a little rainbow beam that would create a miniature version of himself.
Oh, that sounds useful.
I think anybody that hates that hates fun. That's what I think.
Yeah, that just sounds fun. Why is it a rainbow beam? Is it because his miniature version is gay?
Yeah.
Well, pink kryptonite makes you gay, but I'm pretty sure it was like alien technology he found. He had the power for one issue, and then they forgot about it for the rest of time, because it was the Silver Age, and they were doing ridiculous shit all the time, and that was like the time where there were the least
make
rules.
a little tiny version of himself.
That shouts.
That would be funny.
And he has a high-pitched voice. Where did you train on a farm? Oh.
That would
Mouse,
be
yeah,
top
basically.
tier. Gosh, so many bad guys.
Wow.
Game of Thrones Battle of the Bastards replacing Helm's Deep is wishful thinking. This goes beyond a bit of that, I'd say.
Yeah.
I think it's
not even
delusion.
close.
Let them dream, that's what I say. Let them
Wishful thinking was our hope that WandaVision would be good. That was wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Those were good times.
But
I remember
now
those
we are
times.
doomed.
Oi, Morley. I just talked to someone interested on Twitter and promised him to tell you that Rob, aka Cinematic Venom, is interested in becoming a guest on here. Well, wonderful.
That's
not
good.
sure timeline we will fit it in, but I am on board.
Me too. Find something that he's got an interest in, and we can
Have him
have
on,
an EFAP.
have a chat.
Yeah, definitely.
Can I destroy the camera? Boo! Can I use my watch laser to deactivate it? Meow.
Laser watch. Laser watch.
What good is a laser watch that doesn't deactivate
Does it
cameras?
tell time?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's something.
I'd say, like, if it doesn't, you know, tell time, then it's just a laser. It's not a laser watch.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of looks like a watch. Oh my goodness. They've got one of those things. I remember them in multiplayer. They were a butt.
Loser watch.
Oh, wait.
Watch or lose.
Can I hack them? Grapple, laser. Where did my hacking gear go? That would be useful right now, video game. Gosh. I'm way behind right now, but the constant making fun of diversity and heroes is getting annoying. That's not why the show is bad. Stop inventing enemies. I mean, it's
Yeah,
big. I wouldn't go as far as saying that there's never a case to be made in terms of pushing for certain sort of ideologies. We've always been in favor of that being a thing. It's just because like you get explicit comments of that from makers, but what I think is bad about it could be a result of that kind of thinking. So I'm not too concerned because I'd rather just point out what the bad thing is. But I don't think there's no argument to be made. I mean, Ring and I have talked about this. The whole like, what if in like a few years we end up with that all-female Avengers because they decided now is going to be the time where they just arbitrarily invent a whole bunch of hyper-powerful female superheroes. It's just like, what the hell happened here?
It could be good.
It could be
'cause
good.
anything could be good, but the motives are kind of screwed.
And I would
which
go as far
leaves
as
me to be skeptical.
saying if they were all fantastic, like if we did this stream today talking about how WandaVision is one of, if not the best content in the MCU, and Scarlet Witch is going to lead the MCU into like a really good future, and we end up getting an Avengers with only girls that's all incredibly well written and supported,
really
I would be,
awesome,
if someone said like, don't you think there's an agenda behind this though? I might actually say
yeah.
like, well, yeah, but it's good though. So,
Yeah.
like I'm
The
more than
only issue
satisfied.
would ever be derived from a question of what the if that's a priority, then it's almost like, were you interested in telling a story, or did you just, you know what I mean, like, or did you just want to say something?
Yeah, and no, like being able to point out like, oh, this likely happened because they were forced. They're trying to do blah 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 blah. It's like that's fine with me. I wouldn't want to end up saying something like it's bad because there's a black person in it. That would be awkward.
You could like have a really good show that like is happens to have diversity, but because it happens to have, say, quite a few black people and maybe a gay romance in it, people may call it woke, and they may be very stupid.
You know what, dude? I'm going to pretend this
with
is
their
you in the game right now. You silence.
Okay.
You
Put a silencer in his mouth.
No, I said silence, and then I shot him in the back of the head because
Oh,
that will prevent him
fuck.
from continuing to speak. It's
Wow.
I fucked him up.
I see. I see.
I failed the
That's
mission though,
not
so
right.
maybe that's the game's way of saying what you were saying was very valid. I don't know.
Maybe.
Can't tell these days. The subtext, you know, it's all very complex.
Hmm.
Also, thoughts on Southpoo being compared to you, Wolf, and Rags? Apparently he's a discount version of you all, which doesn't make any sense, lol.
I don't know about that.
How do
It's
you...
hilarious. People pick and choose, like they go either one. They'll say like it's a ripoff of Mahler, he's a failed Rags, he's Wolf 2.0, and it's just like, which one is it, dude?
I mean, I wouldn't take him that seriously at that point. I mean, I was a rip-off RLM for ages, but now I'm different enough, I think, that they're just like, no, you're just horribly bad. And I'm like, alright. I've evolved, I guess. Do I throw a grenade at this thing? Phoenix running grapple, laser, frag grenade. I had one of them, right? Where are you? Oh, fragmentation grenade, it's called. Hey. Again, very official. Did I win?
God, we've been going for 10 hours.
Yeah, it's a short one.
Yeah.
Uh,
On 3 hours of sleep. Oh.
The main reason they took out dual wielding is because Paul Bertone, I don't know, never liked it. He didn't want it in Halo 2 or 3. He finally got his way in Reach.
Oh, okay.
Oh. So he's who's to
I didn't
blame.
know that.
There you go.
Seemingly, yeah.
I'm gonna fucking punch you to death, piece of shit. Alright. I like Southpaw, but he is Walmart brand wolf.
Oh man. Poor Southpaw. What quality Walmart product?
You know what? Maybe I think many would appreciate that. You know what? Compare me to Wolf, fine. Depends how they feel about it. But what is this voice acting? It sounds like low audio quality compared to the rest. I don't know. How bad was that scene if Paul had them rewrite it? Well, I guess we don't know the full context of what happened there. You know, it could be a tweak, could be he was like, nah, let's... Imagine the scene didn't exist and he suggested it or something. Oof. I could believe Paul's responsible for it when looking at the rest of the season, just saying. We did this level already earlier, and they're making me replay it, but in a different context. This is saving them battery power, alright? And that's unacceptable.
Halo did that a lot. First one.
Go back through it this time, okay? It's different. I won't be tricked by you, game. Feel with Dragon Tattoo awesome. Saw it on Netflix.
I love it. It's very good.
We talking both versions here, or?
I haven't seen the Swedish one. I've only seen the David Fincher film, but that one was pretty solid. I've heard the trilogy made in Sweden wasn't as well directed. Like it's kind of it's a lower budget film, so it's like it just there's some elements which are lacking as compared to David Fincher's, but I've heard there's still pretty good stories.
Fair enough. I love Wolf, but at least Walmart's still open. Oh, is the idea there that they would take an open Walmart knockoff than nothing at all, I guess. There you go. That's a partial defense from the Super Chats themselves. Steppenwolf in the comics is a dude in badass flaming armor. The horns are a helmet. What was Snyder thinking? And where's his flaming sword? Do not know.
He has an electric sword, right? That's
does he?
Electric axe. Yeah, whatever that means.
What does it do?
It's
Does it
an axe
electrocute
made
you?
out of axe made out
I
of
don't know. It just shoots electricity because that looks cooler. I don't know what the utility would be, but
Wonder Woman, she shoots electrical death beams at Ares. Electrical love beams of death. Or death beams of love. It's so hard to keep the DCEU straight. It's so complex.
You say that like it's not fucking genius. What's wrong with you?
You just don't understand
I mean, I couldn't
Snyder's...
have come up with that. I'll say, I'll be clear there.
I'm
Because you have a
disgusted
brain.
with your attitude, Rags. Enough of this. Be honest, you love it.
Why can't Why can't you choose to give love a chance?
Yeah. Bet you can't answer
'Cause
that
it's
one.
shite.
Love is shite? Wow.
Love is shite.
That really tells us a lot about you, buddy.
Love stinks.
True. Thoughts on Thought Theater thinking that popcorn with no butter or seasoning is greater than Wonder Woman 84? I feel like it's a pretty hot take, based even.
What? Has this person ever had good popcorn by itself before?
Plain popcorn, like pretty much anything's better than Wonder Woman 1984. But yeah, plain popcorn's nice.
I like plain popcorn. Generally, when I buy popcorn, it's also healthier to not have it in a lot of butter and
Drenched
everything.
in
It's just like corn that's popped. It's just a decent snack. I could have a little bit here and there. You could leave it out and kind of just go at it. And my folks, they buy kernels that's like this Amish brand of popcorn that you can just buy, and it's like eating air. It's so light, and it's got a very subtle taste to it. But I love popcorn. It's one of my favorite snacks. And when I go to the movie theater, I do not get it with butter. I don't want that stuff on my fingers. And it's a little bit drier because it doesn't have the butter, so it's easier for you to sort of get in your mouth, and it's better for you. So like back when I used to go to the movie theater years ago, before that shit got closed,
I believe you.
Dad would always be like, "All right,
Never has that
don't
happened.
get butter. Never get butter." He doesn't even have to say it anymore because I know. But yeah, just yeah, I enjoy. Oh, and what about the popcorn that's got like caramel on it?
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, that shit's great. And you can get different little cheesiness on it sometimes too if you want to go wild. But or I'll have it with some sea salt and black some peppercorns in there as well. Give it a little bit of a kick.
Sea salt and black. Oh my god, what does that even mean? Go on.
Yeah.
Well,
no, I think I've said enough. I'm getting really tired, so I don't want to go too long.
Yeah, I guess it's considered, I don't know, horrifying to have popcorn on its own. I guess TIL.
I had no idea.
I mean, the worst it would be is mediocre, which is still better than Wonder Woman 84.
Mediocre.
Yeah, you would be hard pressed to make bad popcorn that was plain, because generally what would make popcorn plain is just having it be stale, or it's just seasoned poorly. But having it by itself seems like it's like a mushroom. It's really hard to fuck up a mushroom.
Challenge accepted.
I'll find a way.
I challenge you to overcook a mushroom.
I will over something it. I don't know what.
It's possible you could just burn it. Yeah, but that takes a long ass time, and you have to really, absolutely incinerate a mushroom to the point where it's not good anymore.
I'll find a car engine.
You have to turn
Underestimate
it
my
into
power.
just carbon dust.
Actually, yeah, I can see how that works. 'Cause there's a lot of water in mushrooms, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
Damn them.
Right, kettle corn. Kettle corn is delicious as well. Love me some kettle corn.
If I remember correctly,
Do you
all
have
the
that in
recent...
the Great Britain? Do you have kettle corn?
Oh, probably. I'm not sure if we call it the same thing. If I remember correctly, all the recent DC AM had a shared universe from Flashpoint to Apocalypse War. A lot of it was good, but fell off at the end. How unfortunate.
007. They deactivate the elevator tonight. You'll have to find the controls to reactivate.
I love your meme, you're wonderful. Aw.
Oh,
How cute. You guys see Tonal's The Last of Us 2 vid? You should watch it next EFAP. He praises the gameplay mechanics and themes and that the game isn't just about revenge.
No.
Well,
Yeah, I've been hearing about Tonal having a really bad The Last of Us 2 video.
First 10 minutes of it, and it is very like in the realm of his older videos where he uses a lot of flowery language and talks about the emotional depth and like how it affects you as a player, a challenging story. I'm like, it's not very reference based, unfortunately.
Look,
At
even
least what
God
I
can miss, okay? I just, yeah, that's, Last of Us 2 is garbage poopy, so, well. Hey, everyone's entitled to their opinion, chat. We've never challenged anybody here in terms of media preferences. That doesn't happen. To suggest otherwise would be rude. I just shoot these to death. If grenades work, then guns do, right? That's good enough logic. Oh, can I disable? I can disable them. We're pretty evil right now. Why with the laughing? Activate elevator override control and security center. I'm crying now. Great editor, more please. You're crying?
Okay.
Did you make them
Calm down.
cry?
He hated it so much you made him cry.
Why did you do that? What's wrong? Can't have you making
Is that
videos.
laughter cry or
See, we can
sad
have-
cry?
we can-
I need
we can have
context.
people feel emotions.
No.
Terror, fear, sadness, hatred, regret, shame.
Lots of that.
Not
All
like
things
happiness
felt
or
when
joy
watching
or
the DCU.
satisfaction. Fuck that.
Bring on the shame. People who haven't taken the time to play an entire ROM set collection for every console able to be emulated are disgusting. They need to rethink life. So true. That's just what I said the other day. I think Rags was there, right? Remember when I said that, Rags? Oh god, that was explosive. Oh, I died. People defending WandaVision by saying their theories are wrong is like the Last Jedi defense. They said the theories affected their view on the show. Yeah, I don't mind you not doing the thing I wanted you to do. Rarely do I watch a film or TV show or whatever else, and it does the thing I wanted it to do. As long as it makes sense, though, I'm mostly chill.
I really have never seen that. Someone's like, I liked this movie because everything that I thought was going to happen, happened. It's like...
I don't see that
I feel
very
like-
often, no.
No, I feel like most people want to be surprised. I want to be like, I was engaged the entire way through. It was really good. It had fantastic characters. It's not like I got exactly what I wanted. It's just, I've never seen that.
Someone in chat mentioned what about candy corn? Candy corn is nasty garbage.
I'm not the biggest fan of candy corn.
Do not
Haven't
like
had it.
candy corn. It's just too sugary and weird.
Agree and
Don't
weird,
like
you
it.
hit it here first, folks.
Don't like it. Not a fan. Don't enjoy it.
Anyway,
you
that's
do
not
like it-
popcorn.
Yeah, I know. Someone just mentioned it because it has corn in the name. So I guess they're like, well, what about candy corn?
Roboting.
Oh my goodness. That's
Our-
not good.
Our god has fallen, me not likey.
Oh no.
So sorry. Why is everyone surprised by Tonal's take? He said he thought Joel made the wrong choice in Last of Us 1. I mean, yeah.
That's because Tonal's wrong.
I mean, I think he even said that he was like enjoying Last of Us 2 briefly while he was on here last time. So
I
yeah.
think so.
Not a huge surprise.
Someone said, Rags, what about popcorn
Yeah.
chicken? Delicious. Love it.
Oh yeah.
Love me some good popcorn chicken.
I mean,
Oh,
chicken's
yeah.
pretty
Chicken's been
legendary.
wild.
Gonna be honest, I'm a big fan of chicken. It's pretty cool. Tastes pretty good. I'm gonna give
How'd it
chicken
go
the
wrong?
award of I like you. I'd hang out with you in real life. Watch movies with you. Wouldn't want to go much further than that. I appreciate it, but not ready for a relationship. That sort of thing. Also, Southpaw is cool. People be babies about it and just lash out because they miss Wolf. I mean, people lashing out at hosts on EFAP. I don't know what you mean.
Never.
Incredibly crazy nonsense. That's what I'm hearing. Fun fact: Steppenwolf is Darkseid's uncle. Really?
Yeah, that's true.
I would love to see the family tree.
Yeah. I want to see him hanging out.
This is int-
Yeah, Cosmin, sorry, not Cosmin, the CV, it threw me off. Cinematic Venom. Oh my god, that looked odd, but okay. He's a pretty chill guy and has a pretty neat redemption arc. Anyways, rewatching all EFAPs for the third time now, on 43. Evan, Meme, and Fringy, bathwater question, no. So-
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Well, so the three of you can answer.
The
If
deservedness?
someone drinks the bathwater for another person, do they deserve to get herpes?
Didn't we like? Wasn't it like concluded that you shouldn't get herpes if you have like someone else's bathwater? Like that's not even how
Yeah, I
that
think we
works,
looked
right?
it up.
Oh, fuck that. Just address the question. This doesn't matter.
You deserve to get it if you drink it.
I'd say no. It kind of comes down to the definition of deserve, though, and what exactly you mean by that.
I think we need some parameters. Did you ask them and they said, no, I'm herpes free, yo, and then you drink
No,
it?
the
and they're like,
parameters are you drank the water without concern for whether it was herpes ridden.
Oh, don't drink bathwater then.
like
So
an
you're- so-
unwise decision, but
Just to,
like I
just
don't
to
know.
clarify, do they deserve to get it? Yes or no?
I don't know if it's whether or not you deserve it. It's just more that like I don't think it's it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like you don't deserve to have bad things happen to you, but it's like, what did you expect potentially? Like, why would you do this?
Making a bad decision that results in consequences. I wouldn't exactly say like you deserve it. I'd be more like, well, you kind of brought this on yourself type thing.
Right, which is different to deserving, I think.
We got 2 no's there, meme repository.
It's a complicated question because I know a little statistic about herpes, which is that it's apparently very common, but only like a very small amount of carriers actually have symptoms. So I guess if the stipulation is that you become symptomatic, I think it is a natural consequence, but I don't think you necessarily deserve it because I don't know the person. That's just one dumb decision that they have made. So maybe they are an otherwise intelligent person. I don't know. So inherently, I don't think they deserve it.
I don't even think a person who's aware of the risk and does it anyway because they enjoy drinking bathwater deserves herpes.
Yeah.
It's just like, well...
all these, I don't know if I can handle all of these correct takes.
Yeah, I know. It's funny because we've had plenty of people, I believe, wasn't it, they started with Wolf, right? He was like, you absolutely deserve it if you do that.
Yeah, we had people who were wrong, but yeah, there were people saying, yeah, you deserve to get herpes, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ.
I think, yeah, I think it's tangled in the idea of consequence, like, but what did you expect would happen? It's like, that's got nothing to do with deserve. Or I guess it could in some context, but you know what I mean.
To do with it.
Yeah. Stop being a filthy little centrist. Pick a side. No, they did. They simply wanted to add detail, and that is okay. I'm alright with that. Quick question, Meme. You seem to be the sort of impressionist from what I've heard so far. What can you do? Some examples for a treat? Ooh.
Oh, right on the spot. Let's see. What can I do? Sorry, I gotta fucking clear my throat for that one.
Was that something?
A little bit. He sounds a little bit like he's down, but this is it.
That's I gotta have a clearer throat for that one normally. That was meant to be Donald Duck. That was meant to be Donald Duck, but that was...
Oh, I wouldn't have even guessed that was Donald Duck.
Yeah, that's the thing. My throat is not in a position to do that impression right now.
For some reason, I went to Gremlins. I was like, is it...
Yeah, I can see the Gremlins, yeah.
Yeah, I've got to actually warm up for that one, so I shouldn't launch right into it. Oh, let me moisturize my throat.
I was gonna say,
maybe I can.
You're up to 10 hour. Don't feel the you don't have to do what chat says. You can totally.
It's okay if you can't perform, all right?
Or if you don't want to.
That's true. I will delay this request until I'm actually in a position to do an impression, which normally requires a little bit of prep work.
Alrighty then. Tell Mima's husband to stop subjecting her to EFAP. I did spot someone in chat said that my husband left this on his PC or something, so that's pretty funny. Like a stream of someone playing James Bond Night Firewalls while a horrible gremlin voice, you know, I think it's a wonderful day in that household. Maybe Tone only likes it because he loves women. It could be. Could be. There could be anything to explain. Maybe he's been replaced by a fake Tonal.
By a robotic
and we have to save him on an epic journey. Darkside's uncle. Can we watch Totem's vid? Please, Longman. I am so fucking done with The Last of Us 2 until I have to go back to it in any way, shape, or form. Like, I don't want to have to go through a long video going through all of its pros and cons. I don't even know that we have time. We've got so many different EFAPs to do. The idea that we, like, restarted Last of Us 2 one in the blue.
Oh, don't crash, Vegas. Please don't crash. Don't crash.
See, and Vegas is crashing too. Like, everything's coming down.
Oh god, I'm worried. I'm so worried. Oh no, there we go. All right, cool. It didn't.
Control us. Control us. Control us.
Wow.
That's my line. I keep autosave set to like every 20 minutes or so, even though it like creates an independent save file as opposed to fucking saving to the same one, but whatever.
Fringy, Australia wishes it could exist. That is all.
All right. What?
Sorry
Australia
about that, dude.
wishes it could exist. We do exist. We're a real country, all right?
Oh god.
Are we?
Yes.
Even the residents aren't sure, Fringy.
That's their problem.
I've been gaslighted into not existing, okay?
Damn. That's how you know it must be true. Thoughts on the Arkham games? I am pro Arkham games, but I haven't played them in a very long time. Can't speak on them
I
too much.
like them.
I like them as well.
Haven't played them.
Radical centrism is on the rise. We must stamp it out. Here on the alt-right podcast, we can't stand centrism. Fuck them.
On the alt-right leftist podcast.
They don't know what they talking about. Those centrisms. Wait, I think that's it. We're actually...
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Boy.
We did it.
Wow.
I was gonna say, it's probably a good time to actually sort of be like, okay, so that's about
I'm
it.
dying.
Yeah, it's kind of been 10 hours. I'm ready to just sort of
Oh, good god.
I think I'm ready to
One just
die.
popped in. If you could erase one country and all of its people, what would your choice be? I'm leaning towards France. What the fuck?
China. Easy.
France?
Why
What do you wanna
France?
get
What
rid
did
of
the French do to you?
Also,
I don't want to say. Mine's probably I don't want to get into a political debate.
Yeah, I don't know. If I had to actually make one, then I would probably want to do the minimal amount of damage possible.
Maybe like Nazi Germany.
for me, it's one of those things where I'd be
Oh,
like,
oh, it does have to be a modern.
oh, I thought, yeah, I
country?
thought the qualifier would
modern
be
country.
no.
Fuck.
But also,
Yeah,
So-
I would
I
be
don't wanna
worried.
say, it's too controversial.
I would be worried about the
Malaysia.
potential damage I do by removing any one country in terms of like a ripple effect.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I don't know if anyone here knows about this, but like one of the most famous Doctor Who's, played by Tom Baker, he in a particular story, he has an opportunity to go back to when the Daleks were originally created, and if he connects two wires, he will permanently destroy them. But he struggles to commit to it, and he starts to talk about how a lot of good came from their existence, not in a boogie Holocaust way, in a way of it united people against them. And so he wonders if he kills them, what worse thing could happen as a result. And that's like the whole thing about killing baby Hitler. People don't know for sure that makes everything better. It's super... You wonder. And then, if you did it, and everything somehow got worse, you'd be like, oh no! How
I guess
unfortunate.
Does Antarctica count?
It's a qualifier though. Like I don't want to delete the populace of a lot of countries. You know what I mean? Like if I wanted to delete the country, it would mainly be like the leadership or what it represents. I don't want to delete all the people who are part of it. You know what I mean?
I'm thinking like if I had to choose maybe Vatican City. Well, no, there's too much. Well,
What
because
about
that would have
Malaysia?
the least amount of people.
Well,
I think.
I guess yeah. Because if it means people getting deleted, then I'm gonna get rid of some tiny little country. But if it means just destroying the institutions and like some of the leaders, then there are different picks. But again, I don't want to get into
Yeah, because
that
you have the balance that you have to weigh up in your head of like, sure, maybe I get rid of less individual people, but what about the impact of that country in terms of history, culture, economics, things of that nature? So, so even though, if you were to say, if I wanted to blow up Vatican City, which is the least populated, but in terms of, the culture and the history and its importance internationally,
yeah, because the problem is like, i.e., if somebody's like, I want to delete China, it's like a lot of like world history is very China-centric. Like if you delete China, you probably delete every country in the Americas,
and Mulan.
at least as it exists today, because a lot of the reason
everything
why
changes.
those expeditions happened was because they were trying to find a faster route to China.
that already happened though. It's in the past.
Oh, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is if the question means all of history, like that it's just like poof,
then-
gone, then you would be deleting a lot of
I think
other
it's just-
countries too.
I think it's just today if you were to get rid of one.
Right. Yeah. And then
Was it
just continue
Sealand?
from here, right? So like if you delete the country and then it's like everything just continues. Yeah, I'm still not saying. I'm keeping that one to me.
It's Britain,
Apparently,
isn't it?
there's a
Fuck you, Frankie.
Principality of Sealand, which has it's a micronation with 27 people on it, I think. Let's see. The Principality of Sealand is a micronation that claims HM Fort Ruffs, also known as Ruffs Tower, an offshore platform in the North Sea, approximately 12 kilometers off the coast of Suffolk, as its territory.
Suffolk.
Let's see.
I feel like this question is designed to allow more super chats to pile in.
It's not recognized. It's not recognized by any sovereign state, but it does claim. I guess it's sovereignty.
Short answer,
So-
just the smallest one, or the one that would
Wait, so
least-
sorry, are we all assuming you have to choose one?
It's if, right? If you could could delete a country, I wouldn't personally.
Yeah, because that's why I was confused. Like when people are saying I'd just go for the smallest one, I was like, wait, but why would you just go for none at all if you were trying to do the least amount of damage? That was the only thing you were concerned about.
If that's an option, but if they're like gun to your head, delete a country.
Yeah, I would go for something
Or,
obscure. But honestly, something for me is just that I'd be worried about deleting something like China, for example. I'd be like, oh shit, what happens if I delete
That
them?
is so huge. Yeah,
like I feel like
if you
the
delete
world stage is
basically
gonna.
the second most important country in the world.
And if someone was like, well, it'll alter for the better, I'd be like, I feel like I can't make that decision. I don't know. But maybe if I
what
got
about the
more
idea of
information
deleting?
about it.
What if you could like delete a country's grip over a place that probably ought to be its own country? That could be interesting.
Free Hong Kong.
Yeah, I guess Hong Kong would probably be an example of that, or like the other part of Papua New Guinea. So I saw somebody say Papua New Guinea, and it made me think about that. Like the other half, I mean, they probably ought to be together, right? Instead of having the island split down the middle. Or what if you could like delete North Korea and then just have it all become unified as South Korea, you know, like Republic of Korea? Like if you delete it and then it just gets absorbed into another country as opposed to, I guess, poofing nothing there. Like if you delete the country and there's just nothing there anymore.
Your tears are my ecstasy, Fringold. I love your non-existent self.
Hey, alright, that's mean.
You know what? I think you exist. I'll say that.
Yay.
Yeah,
I
went
think
there.
I exist as well.
There you go.
Maybe.
Two non-existent existers. But wait, there's more. Fringy is like 5D chess with multiverse time travel. You cannot change the past. You just make a new timeline. Much love, EFAP and chat. You big lesb. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
There are people saying like there's an obvious answer. There isn't. You need to think about it a bit more. Like if you actually
question
want
is
to
just
think
so
about
fucking vague.
I'd
is
just
the
be
problem.
curious. What do they think the obvious answer is? I'd just be curious to
I
know.
think people saying the obvious answer is China, and I think it's worth thinking about it a little bit more
I
than
don't
just
know.
saying that.
I still feel like that would weigh on my conscience quite a bit. There's a lot of good people
Yeah.
in China.
God damn, like it's an easier choice.
A chunk of the population of the globe are in China,
It's like
dude. That would,
20% of people.
that would have a huge ripple effect. That would affect the entire
And also,
world.
like, what happens to all the resources? Because China's got like 99% of rare earth elements, which are like critical to a lot of our digital infrastructure.
Is it a case of like the country as an entity stops existing, but the land stays, and it just ggets absorbed into other surrounding
Maybe?
nations?
Well, so like
the idea
Mongolia suddenly becomes the most powerful country in the world.
I think the interesting aspect of the question is if everything in it just disappeared and it was just the land itself, like it was almost anything man-made was just erased suddenly and it was reverted to its completely natural state.
Man,
And there wasn't a country anymore. Like, what would happen to the land?
Oh, good
What would
God.
happen to people going there? How would that be, divvied up? Who would claim it? Who would have the right to
I
claim
feel
it?
like there'd be a massive war over that land because that is some good land. Like China's got some good land.
there definitely could be. Because it's not like, I think it's much more likely that if it happens over there, like I think if a Central European country or like some states in America that happened to,
I can believe how there'd be treatises and political divvying up of things, but I think if China disappeared over there, I think there'd be a lot of fighting and.
I think there would be. Well, it's a massive power vacuum in that region. Massive power vacuum in the world in general. So that's like a repercussion you have to consider. Like, this is what I mean. If somebody was like delete one of the most important countries in the world, it's like I don't know. I feel like it's really hard to think about which one it would actually be. But it's just interesting seeing people be like, it's obvious, it's this one. And then somebody's like, it's obvious, it's this one. And it's a different one.
Look, let's just get rid of America. They had their chance.
America had its chance, bloop, and then it just disappears. The ocean fills in.
I will allow Rags to pop over to Britain before we engage, though.
And then the Canadian Empire is born.
Oh yeah.
Canadian Empire.
Mexico and Canada
There's gonna be
would
like
immediately be like,
Rags forgets America exists.
I'm gonna move to the, what is it in Cyberpunk? The Republic of Texas or something like that. I'm gonna go over there and live
the
like
free
a Chad.
state of Northern California or whatever.
There was one.
Or do
I
you
think
not
there was
want
one
them?
specifically for Texas.
Ah, right.
oh,
Let
there
me
you go.
double check. The Republic of Texas. Fuck
Right.
yeah.
So it's basically just back to what it was before it got annexed by America.
At America, always.
Texas
fucking
was
around.
annexed by America, right? It was like its own independent thing for a little bit, and then America took it.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the biggest like bullshit lies ever, is that America was an isolationist state before World War One. It's like, nah, they were doing a lot of foreign policy, like in the 19th century. I'm not sure why anybody would say that, but you hear it sometimes.
Morley, you're gay. Yeah, alright. Since I said that I'm watching EFAPs all over again, I'm gonna say it. Oof Oof is still a massive orphan cost denier, and Evan, you making vids?
Orphan?
Yes, got a couple that I'm planning soon.
Sweet.
We'll be wait, hopefully.
I'm Joe Biden. I forgot this message. Aw. I don't know why that's in the super chats, but okay.
Good for you.
You got it, meme. Good job, super chatter. LTRT.
Yay.
Not sure what that regarded. I'm trying to pull up the latest ones, but fucking the enemies keep pouring into this room. I have to keep clicking back just to
sorry,
shoot them.
somebody said isolationists from the Eastern Hemisphere. How long was the Philippines part of the United States?
I'm really
Hold
tired.
on.
That was.
I need to know. I need to know because this is.
Rags my spirit edible right there.
Yeah,
I was like, as much as I'd like to investigate the
Talk
history
about-
of the United States,
Of the Philippines.
And
Yeah.
the Philippines.
Bring you so
really,
invested.
Well, yeah, hold on. So, Spanish
just write it
secession to the
down.
United States, 1898. Eastern Hemisphere, man, not a factor in U.S. foreign policy in the 19th century, huh?
well, yell at them.
Know your history. God
Oh
damn.
my god. Freaking calling out chat. Freaking's fall from grace, guys.
1898 to 1950. Yeah, that's the 19th century. Like, the first 2 years of the 19th century, anyway. That was before World War One, and that was my point. So you are wrong no matter how you
Oh
cut
my
it.
god. Calling chat wrong. What? How could you?
Chat's never been wrong. What are you talking about?
It's time to wonder if the enemies are infinite and I'm supposed to just run away. That's probably it. Don't kill me, please. Oh, mission complete. There you go. It probably was. Alrighty.
You're also free to
Britain.
say Canada doesn't exist, Freddy. Lol, I only jest with you. How much closer is it until next video drops? Soon. Very soon.
Britain accidentally recognized Sealand sovereignty when they tried to get France to help them take it down after the Cold War. It's really funny. Hee hee hee. Alright. If you had the Infinity Gauntlet, what would you do with it? I would make it so that Australia exists. Fringy, forgive me. Fucking, I don't know.
Like how
give
no one
everybody-
mentions me in these super chats.
What about Australia, right?
I
Yeah.
will say, Fringy's been on a couple more episodes. few more.
Maybe.
Yeah, that could
Maybe.
be why.
Maybe that is
Give
it.
it time,
Maybe they don't
man.
recognize my alien accent.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, as for just if you have the gauntlet, then you're gonna want to try and just improve everything as much as you can, right? That's just the standard.
Really careful.
You can create resources. Go for it, Thanos. You could have looked into this. Make California its own country so we can erase it. Oh my god.
I feel wouldn't like that erase like 1/5 of your GDP as a nation?
Yeah, I feel like you might want to hang on to it in terms of. There's some elements
You
to
might
it
as well
might-
keep California.
Beach it to the beach. Alright. China doesn't have the rare earth elements. They are everywhere. They are only rare as in there are no veins. China makes most rare earth stuff because they are willing to destroy their wildlife.
Why does China have all the rare earth? Hold on. Apparently, according to Wikipedia, they have 95% of them. Oh, it says major reserves. Okay, right. So major reserves exist all over the world. Major reserves in the world exist in China, California, India, Brazil, Australia, South Africa, Malaysia. However, China accounts for over 95% of the world's production of. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Meme, give us a Zoom impression to actually end. The Zoom impression.
Okay. Oh, so that's just another name for Reverse Flash, Professor Zoom.
Oh.
Let's see. It was me, Barry. I went back in time and nutted just as your father was about to finish, so I in fact became your own father. It was me, Flash. I am every bad day you've ever had. There, I did it.
Nice. I've never heard him, so I assume that's how he sounds.
You know, roughly.
China doesn't. Oh wait, I read that. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. The kids used to come up and reach into the pool and rub my legs down so it was straight. What? Yeah, that is a really weird quote. We're all very aware of it. I think it's one of those ones you're just like, okay. You are also free to say that Canada doesn't exist, Fringy. Lol. I only jest with you. How much closer is it until your next video drops?
Yeah, I did read that one. That one, it's soon. It's very close. Like it's I can see the light at the end of the tunnel on this one. It's very close to being done.
It's the tragedy of man's reality, living at the shopping mall with plans to expand to the galaxy, drifting apart, but we're all leaving together. Okay. I agree. Fringy's still wrong about Halo 4.
No, I'm not.
The ever-growing war over Halo 4. Don't worry, one day I'll play Halo 4.
Is that going to be my next video? Is that going to do shit on Halo 4?
Do it. Find out all of the strong arguments against you, Fringy, you biased.
Oh, but I have to read like 20 books on Halo as well, because there will always be someone pulling from the books too, so that's probably
Why can't you just say fuck
project.
the books? I'm talking about the games. Do it.
I could, but like the books are like considered hardcore canon, at least like the ones that come later on. Actually, you know what? You can't ignore the books because you shouldn't expect people to read the books to understand the games.
Fringy, I don't want to get into politics. Also, Fringy, let me tell you about the U.S. and Philippine foreign policy.
Yeah, but remember, I'm not expressing my opinion on those. I'm just explaining what happened. That's not politics. That's facts.
Rags, don't
and
worry.
My facts are the superior facts.
If any address you, I can save them. You are welcome to go to sleep. There are only 3 left, but if any of them ask Fringy something political, we could be here for a while.
I won't talk about anything. All right, it's okay.
If we just got 3 left, let's just fucking nail these suckers.
Oh my, let us go. Halo 4 was dog oo doo doo, and Fringy was right.
Yes.
Wow. I mean, to be fair, meme.
Validation.
I mean, to be fair, meme. I'm sure Australia doesn't have blue people there, accent notwithstanding. I'm also human, mate. Forgive me, uwu, happy.
We only have green people.
Well, meme's purple.
And purple people, yeah.
Occasionally, if only we had a purple people eater.
Yeah. That's how it would solve all of the problems.
Everything's blue.
Zach, Halo 4 is trash. This will always be your worst take. Your critiques are poor. Also, Rags, you're a guest, right? You can leave any time, lol. What? Anyone can leave anytime.
I've got a lot of stipulations in my contract, and I don't want to breach that. And I'll just suffer now.
Mm-hmm. Night Rags, hello and goodbye. I hope you have a good nap.
Good night, and I will crash like a coma patient.
Springy, thoughts on one-child policy?
Oh my goodness!
What are you doing? I have no thoughts. Okay, all right, no thoughts.
No thoughts on that.
Chinese
All right,
water torture and super.
Sorry, he has no thoughts on that. I'm colorblind and Canadian. Oh, you couldn't see that he's a purpleman. Well, he is a purpleman. This is just.
I can see that I'm purple.
Oh, I guess there's lots of kinds of colorblind, right?
Yeah.
Different. All colors of the rainbow. Thoughts on President Franklin Roosevelt?
He's a dude.
Wait.
He's a dude.
That's controversial. Nah, I have no thoughts on FDR.
No thoughts at all. All right. Rags, how many nails do you pull out of owl trees?
One more time.
How many nails do you pull out of owl trees?
I don't. I figure they're in there for a reason.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Why would you want to pull out nails when they clearly serve a function? Not today, raggy man. All right.
Oh, that's fair enough.
My critiques are not poor, you orphan.
Oh my goodness.
EFAP's guests should unionize. Yeah, they could. Muller, thoughts on Meghan Markle? Please discuss.
What?
Who's Meghan Markle?
She's the royal family.
Oh, of course. Fuck, I don't care. there you go. There's my hot take. I don't give a fuck. Watch all the other people commentate on it. It's very entertaining.
Everybody's got thoughts on it. All right, not us.
Lol, just kidding. You don't have to. Well, you got my thoughts. They are my thoughts. Halo 4 sucks, Zach. You're allowed to like bad game. Okay. Adoption. Thy name is Zach Gilbert. Damn, everyone's going after Zach for his Halo 4 takes. Fringy2988.
Coming at you live once again through the of the internet. You know what? I've been walking today, and I did it without. So I want to be.
I've been walking today. I walked all the way to the fridge, and then I walked back here on my computer.
I'm too tired to make witty jabs at Boogie. Just look at his Twitter. It's just depressing. It's so much humble bragging.
And lastly, hey, just wondering how's Wolf? As far as I know, he is doing just fine. And then another 2 came in. Springoid, tell me about the ban on anime import in Aussieland.
Oh, I have an opinion on that. That's stupid. Banning anime. Stupid.
I think it's the right move. I support it entirely. I think that anime should be banned. Degenerate artwork. Society should have standards.
Yes. Erase them from history.
The degradation of society.
Fergie, at least the emus believed in something.
Fuck me. I have parents and they love me. Zach is fighting back against the orphan claims. Fringy, I remember you saying how much you liked John Curtin as Prime Minister of Australia. His support for the White Australia policy is the only belief of his I agree with.
Oh
Man.
Fringy thoughts on Adolf. Commit 9/11 seppuku.
Fringy thoughts on Adolf. Commit 9/11 seppuku.
Oh god, they just keep coming. Stop it.
I can't fall asleep when I'm laughing at least.
Yep. Definitely 30% of my supers got missed. Have more dollar. I have tried to catch every single one, I swear. Hey Rags from Texas. I am also tired. Hello to Australians. They don't get enough love. Oh, that's nice.
Thank you. That's very nice of you.
Thank you.
Cinematic Venom doesn't deserve a redemption arc. Terrible writing and bad arguments on Twitter. Thinks Fuck, what does that say? Think something are all the same.
Death threats and insults are the same.
Oh.
I don't know if he expressed that on Twitter, but he seemed pretty cordial in the discussion that we had. I don't know. That might be something to talk about with him with.
Psych, I made you look. Nice. Zach, that's your subjective opinion. Oof. Mauler, gas, super chat real fast, end for R. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going. Fringy, thoughts on emus vomiting 9/11? I don't know that that's can even count as a
Maybe
question.
instead of 24/7, it's 9/11.
Oh, fuck it, here we go. Friggy, you think Biden stole the election?
Fuck's sake. Just move on.
Alright. Rags.
Dude, it just keeps popping up. I keep seeing things popping up on the screen.
Rags anime does have standards. We call it hentai and it is art.
I suppose we could put a few provisions in the bill.
Alright, we'll allow it.
Only nudity is allowed. If there's no nudity in it, it's not allowed to be imported.
Thoughts on the Holocaust?
Holocaust.
I wouldn't want a coast to be hollow. Fucking
Yeah, that
dangerous.
seems like it would be, or maybe it's like a foil, like a holographic Pokemon card. So you go out there and all the sand is shiny and obnoxious.
Yeah, it could be. Rucka Ali. I mean, to Jew, is that Fringy song?
I don't know what that is.
Some of these aren't even English anymore. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do? I love how everyone's grammar is getting worse because they want to pump these out quit. I don't normally stay for super chats, but this great. I'm actually losing the speed battle. Like they're coming in. Fringy, is it Burma or Myanmar?
I don't know.
What does that even mean? Burma or Myanmar?
Burma,
Do you consider it
it's the name of
Myanmar
the
or
country.
Burma?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Myanmar. Wow, my brain is not working right now. Getting there though.
Myanmar.
What are your thoughts on the Linux operating system?
I don't know.
I have no knowledge.
All I know is
how it
that
operates.
it's
I just know of it.
the most customizable and efficient. That's all I'm aware of, and I can't even support that claim. That's just what I've been told. But it's harder to learn, of course. Thoughts on Israel?
I like these simple ones.
Yeah.
Just they're quick, the quick,
It is
simple
a country.
ones.
You can knock out the answers.
Israel's
real
all right.
quick.
If I was going to go to the Middle, if I had to live in the Middle East, it'd be in Israel. I'm thinking.
Fringy, thoughts on the
Be
stolen?
careful with this next one, because you might get clipped out of
Oh yeah,
context.
I don't know if you could say that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's an actual slur. No,
that's a big old pejorative here.
Oh, I would have just read that out. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, careful.
Well, I guess you read that one already, and it was directed to you. So there you go. Done and done. I guess you don't have much to say on that one.
It's just edgy take.
That's just like your opinion, man. Fair enough. Thoughts on corn in poop? I mean, just nature's way
It would
of...
be really weird if you had corn in your poop, but you never ate corn.
Yeah.
And it's just like there somehow. It like grew inside of you and left. You could put corn in other people's poo as like a way to frame them for eating corn that was not theirs to eat.
I want to go to sleep. Also, here's my thoughts on poo and corn. All right, you put
No,
poo
I'm
and corn. That's
re-energized.
Oh, so you can talk about whatever you're interested in, but when Rags takes one topic he wants to share his thoughts
Hey,
on.
look. All right. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Look, next one's for you. Fringy, thoughts on that boring show, Bly Manor?
Shut up.
Well, that's a take, you know? Fringy, thoughts on President Nixon's crookedness, or crookness, sorry.
Nixon is a funny guy. Then people gotta know if their president's not is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got. He's an interesting character, Nixon.
Yeah, do you know he was based on a character from Futurama?
From Futurama, yeah, I know.
So I've
And
never
as
seen
we
that.
learned in The Simpsons, he made a deal with Ned Flanders. I did a favor for you, yes, master.
made a deal with Satan. I like the idea that someone is born and they're like, I like this character from a TV show, I'm gonna be them. Like, okay.
You
Yeah.
fucking people.
Fringy, do you condemn the White Australia policy? I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, that was a stupid, retarded policy.
Yep.
Next.
Joe Biden stole my birthday. Yeah, it happens. He likes taking birthdays.
Jesus.
And I think
Keep going.
Rags has an idiotic take on anime, but as he said, I don't give a fuck about what James says. So who fucking cares what I think? Back to drinking my vodka and wasting away. Aw.
Dude, there were still like 25 super chats like after that one.
No, we've got
just-
some good ones here.
No, I
so
know.
let's see. We've got I gotta scroll up now. I support the Rags anime bill. There you
Yeah.
go. That's sensible.
Yeah, I think so.
We have thoughts on Burger King's women in the kitchen policy. I agree. I totally agree. If women want to be in the kitchen, they should have every right to be in the kitchen
more women
and
in
stay there as
kitchens.
long as they desire.
I don't like women being kept
Nothing wrong
out of the
with
kitchen. That's wrong.
Existence
would
is
do that?
formless, flowing like water.
I believe in freedom and choice. I don't like the idea that women can't go in the kitchen.
Let's see. We have hen ties are art. News to me, but for those listening, he's spelled it hen, HEN space TIES. So I think he's
rascal.
playing off the words there. So if you weren't paying attention, you might think that differently. Fringy, thoughts on Memphis Bass Pro Shop pyramid?
I don't know what that is. Is that
So in
is that
Memphis, there's a big ass fuck off pyramid.
Okay.
I'm not making this up. I've driven
me look
past it
that up.
a
Memphis
decent amount of
pyramid.
times. Yeah, it's actually close to where I live. It's like 3.5 hours from me. And if you're going to Memphis, you always see the Memphis pyramid, and it's a big
Wow.
Bass Pro
The
Shop.
Bass Pro Stops and Ducks Unlimited. Wow. All right.
I think it's a nifty bill. I just don't see enough pyramids, so when I do see one, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm on that
It's
team.
a great shape.
I'm
It's
on
a long
that team
shape.
too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We have Dance, you long bastards. Dance. He spelled bastards wrong though. Maybe he couldn't because of the super chats. Meme repository. Do you enjoy certain art? Fringy.
Yes.
Comments on the geoeconomic complexity of the Sentinelese.
The North Sentinelese is their name,
That's
right?
true. They're the
Oh,
North Sentinelese of North
I
Sentinel
don't know.
Island.
I don't know. They seem like an interesting bunch.
And yeah, I just wanted to make sure we get that quick answer. Do you enjoy art? Any forms of them?
I think I do enjoy certain forms of art. Yeah.
All right. Just want to make sure we got that.
Did Rags catch a second wind? I actually kind of did with all of these super chats. But remember, we've been going for 10.5 hours.
Yeah.
So like we've been going a long ass time. I've been sitting here a long time. I only got up a couple times to do stuff. Let's see, Fringy, thoughts on the state of Palestine?
I like how it's just a question of like perhaps the most complex political issue like that there is presently.
You don't need to make it complex, Fringy. Just give a
Just like,
blurb.
Fringy thoughts.
We have maybe this will be a little less controversial. Fringy, thoughts on the Jews in Halo?
The next
suddenly
question
that's a
is
hard
Rags is the
question.
dog that sneaks corn into your poos.
I'm a dastardly doggo.
Yeah, the highest quality of super chats at the end.
That was hypothetical. I will not. I promise. If you ever come to my birthday party, I will not sneak corn into your poo.
Thank you.
And say that you stole all my corn. Let's see. What are y'all's quick takes on the Big Lebowski?
Awesome. That's a quick take.
I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen it. I've heard it's good though.
Yeah. I started watching it, but I was too young to finish it, so I need to finish it.
It's very unconventional, and it breaks a lot of what people would call writing rules. But it's really awesome, and it's a cult classic. A lot of people, it gained its popularity significantly more so after when it was released. I think I'd have to check.
Let's see. We have 811, Apoft, Spurt, Nuke, Ewok, Orphanages. Thoughts?
I agree.
I wouldn't want to commit to
Whatever that sentence
any
was.
position there.
I don't
'cause-
think there are any Ewok orphanages because when the Death Star fell back down and landed on Yavin 4, I assume it just nuked the entire civilization, right?
But then again, they were partying on it, and it was vaporized, so I guess we don't have to worry about that.
No,
Maybe that's why
Ewoks
they
on Yavin
vaporized it,
4?
so they didn't have to worry about the, the.
Why were there Ewoks on
Um,
Yavin 4, X? What the fuck?
Endor.
Ah,
Sorry,
now it all
sorry, I
slots
was.
in.
I've been up for a long time.
Well, I'll tell you what, I read the booklet thing and it said that in the explosion, the pieces of debris traveled at hyperspeed and that's why they ended up on weird fucking planets. So,
What?
Yeah.
It went through a hyperspace
Wait, are you
portal.
serious? Or
Oh
are you
yeah,
fucking
I think
with
it makes even less sense. They went through a portal. Something. Fuck
because
it,
it makes more sense to just not think about it.
All the time, let's report every piece.
Let's see, we have okay. Gang jokes
We're
aside,
in
that was my last
anti-thought
super
territory.
chat. Thank you, Zagreus. Dr. Mihai Cheek sent Mihai. Rags, photons are massless particles. Google it. I see you also Googled it, and you stopped reading when you said that photons were massless particles, and you don't understand what Einstein established is the relationship between mass and energy. So how about you Google that,
Whoa.
and you stick that in your bathroom and
Whoa.
smoke it. Yeah.
Rags has got Einstein
next
on his
up.
team, so
Yeah.
don't fuck with
Fringy, Fringy, do you think tax money should go to transition surgeries in the military?
Well, I've enjoyed it, even when I've been wrong. Much love to all of you.
Just kidding.
Insert gender pronoun here. Worth every penny. Good night. Yeah, thanks.
Good night.
Can we have a meme from
Jabrowski.
Fringy running from reporter? Friggy, thoughts on Edward Snowden? I have no thoughts. Carrot Chunk says vomit and actually stomach lining. Cool. Friggy, thoughts on centipedes versus spiders? I feel like spiders win that fight all
I think
the time.
centipedes win.
Yeah, I thought
Centipedes are, dude. Centipedes are fucking nuts.
Yeah, but like, what if we're talking about like a giant spider, like the
Well, we're
size?
talking
of...
about a demon centipede. Yeah.
Well,
Is this
how
gonna be the
big are
next big
how big
question?
are-
The centipede question.
Dude, centipedes can be insane. Like
Oh,
in
well then,
Albuquerque
okay,
and
sure.
stuff.
I
oh,
concede.
Have you
I
ever heard of the
concede to
Tyrannosaurus
centipedes, all right?
centipede?
That's fine.
I think, yeah, I think centipedes are
All right,
gnarly.
I concede
What
to
about giant
centipedes.
centipedes from like
You
the
know, I think
Caribbean?
spiders have a
They're
chance
cool.
though.
Maybe, but I think that I think centipedes have more like armor and
True,
stuff.
true.
Like
The
with their
spider has to be
segments.
careful. You know, I'd watch
Oh,
this
yeah.
battle though. I would pay
And
money.
and it's not like in a centipede with the way it could curl around and shit. So like you don't want to get anywhere near a centipede. Centipedes probably eat people.
Probably. In their off time.
Let's see.
Existence is formless, flowing like water.
Oh my god.
Interesting
that's-
thought. Rags has to sleep so he can ruin Grandma tomorrow.
I'm actually going to see my grandma and family
Yay.
tomorrow for dinner, so I will be
Oh,
seeing my
boy.
grandma.
That's no sleep fap. Yeah, I see what you did there. I vote to Mac meme a mods on Mauler and Moolah. I don't know what.
I think he's asking me to be a mod on the channels or something. I don't know.
The way it works is if someone's being really annoying and no one can stop them in chat, I just mod you at the time if you're a trusted person. The thing is, Rags mostly can grab them if anyone's doing super naughty things. Or James. He's often here to boop the snoops. But yeah, maybe one day.
I think
who
it was
knows?
James that sent that super chat actually.
I see.
Jesus. Oh, all right, I'll continue. Trump closed the children cages, Biden put them back in. Just saying. The next one. Oi, did you just look me in the eye and we fight now? Would you rather be stung by an executioner wasp or a bullet ant? I don't know which one hurts more. Whichever one hurts
You know what?
more. I would
Just
wanna get
based on
stung
names,
less.
I'm gonna go with bullet ant.
Yeah,
I feel like
I can see the logic
executioner
there.
wasp is like a mean name that you give to a creature. It's like an
Meme
executioner wasp. It sounds like an enemy with stats in Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah,
Dark Souls
it's
boss.
like naming it like the super horrible death wasp.
Okay, yeah.
Hi Rags, first ever super chat. Are you still a
Oh.
lesbian?
Thank you. Definitely. I'm the most lesbian-ish. I actually auditioned for Batwoman. But they weren't ready to cast a dog. They're not quite ready for the trans species.
The diversity.
Batwoman. So I'm thinking season 3 or 4, maybe I'll give it another try. And if they don't hire me, I'll cry bigotry.
Thoughts on the Bush War? I don't know what that is. Do you guys know?
And the
I
bushes
don't know
and
how
the
you use the word
trees.
of bushes. I don't know.
It's an Australian something or another.
Yeah, I figured that might.
Well,
be
there's
the
still
case.
bushes in Australia, so I guess they won.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice. Unless they're slaves.
Oh
Who
yeah.
knows? We'll never tell. Me and the boys at 2 a.m. talking about politics. Yeah, so
Yep.
yeah.
2
EFAP's
p.m.
opinion on
No.
the economic situation in the Republic of Chad.
That's a real
I
place.
don't know anything about the Republic of Chad, and neither does anyone.
I hope the Chads win out and the Virgins lose. What can I say?
The Chads went out. If you're from Chad, what does that make you? It makes you a Chad, right?
Chadian?
You're just a Chad.
Chadian or a Chad? Yeah.
Chadite.
A Chaditian.
Shadit.
A Chatty.
Elon's getting a Shiba. All right, that's really cool.
That's nifty. Also, Spy Kids 1 or 2.
I don't know.
Man. I don't know either.
Spy Kids 2 has that really profound line.
It does, but Spy Kids 1 was the original. It started the legendary franchise, so.
That's
I
true.
have not seen them. I think maybe little clips, but I would like to see the Spy Kids movies one day. Those would make good EFAPs, I bet.
Those would make very good EFAP movies, especially 3.
How many? Let's see how many Spy Kids
Gotta
movies
get your
there were.
3D
Spy
glasses.
Kids.
I thought there was only
I
3.
think there were
There were
4.
4.
I think there
There
were
was
4.
fourth one came out
There's
later.
4,
but
yeah.
first-
Spy Kids, Spy Kids 2, The Island of Lost Dreams, Spy Kids 3D, Game Over, and Spy Kids All the Time in the World. Oh wow, there was this first 3 came out consecutive years, and Spy Kids 4 was in 2011.
Yeah, that one was
So it's
kind
an
of
8-year gap.
And
It was kind of like Spy Kids Next Generation kind
And
of thing.
didn't Shark Boy and Lava Girl get the sequel like last year?
I think
this
they
year,
got it
actually.
this year, yeah.
Crazy world we live in.
It's got a
Maybe
robot
it's the
dog in it.
Corn Fairy Rags. You never know.
It could be the Corn Fairy. Absolutely, it could be the Corn Fairy.
Someone else can read this one.
Wait, people are saying I block super chats. I haven't touched them.
Thoughts on jet fuel and the
m-
meltability of steel beams. Well, you think you don't have to melt metal in order for it to bend and lose its structural integrity. So, something to consider. Fringy, is it true you slept with the Ewok Sia King?
No, it's not true.
I wouldn't sleep with an Ewok either.
Oh, is that meant to be
Um,
Cum Yum King?
Oh,
See
it could
why.
be Cum Yum King. They weren't. Yeah, you're not allowed to say yum in super chat, so you had to shorten it. Man,
I
that's just
unlisted
like
the
your-
stream, but I always do that in the last like half hour or so, just because it's so I don't forget to do it
'Cause-
later. Apparently, that stops people from sending more super chats. Which, by the way, I
Oh my
suppose
goodness
that's
gracious.
yeah. It's okay. We'll be alive.
Thank God. Man, that's just like your opinion, man.
All right.
There's still like 15 more.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
all right.
good God.
Fringy, are you a part of ELM, Ewok Lives Matter?
You people are such a fucking animals.
I'm not like a political activist or anything, so
Just never commit. I'm not though. I'm actually directly opposed to ELM.
Fuck
I think
Ewoks.
Stormtrooper lives matter.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Fringy, thoughts on Jay being a woman now?
hey long man, at least you're making the moolah.
Yeah, that's something.
thoughts on
Schrodinger's cat.
I don't know, it's a fun thought experiment.
That's interesting.
I mean,
Schrodinger's cat.
is there any difference between that one and Schrodinger's I don't know, elephant?
Gerbil?
Like, yeah, what happens when you change the animal? I don't know.
I feel like it'd be a lot
Futurama
easier to
did a
tell if there was
gag.
an elephant around.
Like,
Yeah.
where it
Gerbil
was
seems
just-
more stealthy.
Well, if it was a big container, how would you know?
I think there was a gag in Futurama where like it was about Schrodinger's cat, and the joke was like, regardless of whether the cat's alive or not, if it's alive, it's probably really fucking angry about being locked in this box to just jump out and then starts attacking Fry.
We have.
EFAP, thoughts on hyperpop music?
I have no idea what hyper pop
what that
music
is.
is, but just by the name, I probably hate it.
Rags Corn Hub, free anti-vac, no sleep
Cornhub.
till. Yeah. By the way, Rags, I lied.
My God.
Oh.
Fringy, were you and Friendly Geordies take over the government? I'd like to meet Friendly Geordies. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Big fan. Pee or poop?
Pee.
Well, like
Yeah, pee.
pee.
Pee,
Yeah, I
guess.
feel like pee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pee. If I have to go to the bathroom and pee, it's quicker, it's easier.
I can pee anywhere. Pooping is more awkward anywhere. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
like
I could
obviously
see
you can't
anywhere
piss on
easily.
like anywhere. Like you should be outside, not like in
places,
front of your TV. But there are more places. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely more options.
Friggy, thoughts on retaking the Holy Land?
I'm pro retaking the Holy
Which-
Land from the filthy Saracens.
Which is a perfect one for it to have stopped on. People are very upset at me that
Oh.
no more came in. Look, I didn't even know that's what happened with unlisting, but I think it's for the best because we're all very exhausted and you're not even getting
Yeah.
like super hyper high quality answers. You know, you're all trolling. I see
Right.
you in chat.
I see one that wasn't a super chat that is all right. Thoughts on Tao Te Ching? That's an interesting book. It's worth reading. And that's it.
Hashtag
Alright.
retake the holy chat.
You can't say Tao Te Ching that you make fun of Chinese words, Fringy. That's really
Mhm,
offensive.
Retake the whole
Unless
chat.
you're, are you gonna say that they really talk like that and make it worse?
Right, before we go though, I think, you know, the Evan and meme repository, you guys,
Oh,
I
yeah.
guess, and Fringy, if you wanted, that you'd be, you're here a lot. Just completely. Do you guys want to talk about what you do in channels before we run off to the sunset, sunrise even?
I'm working on a Mandalorian video, and I do EFAP podcasts sometimes as well. I also sometimes sleep, God forbid, if I ever get the chance.
Whoa.
Sure.
I'm making a video on The Last of Us Part 2. I'm going to work on getting my gameplay footage put together. The script is done, just need to get it redrafted, and then I plan to make a video on El Camino. Those should be coming out relatively soon. Don't know exactly when.
Okay.
I love thinking of Rex
I'm
in his
obvious-
little cozy doggo bed. Oh man, you got no idea.
I'm obviously doing the DC EU EFAPs at the moment. Got looking at Justice League right fucker now with my own eyeballs, so that should hopefully be out soon. I'm also working on a Mandalorian video that goes over the history of stormtroopers in the original trilogy and kind of really deconstructs why the Mandalorian fucked up, how the Mandalorian fucked up stormtroopers badly. And I've also got 195 pages on the Rise of Skywalker that I eventually plan to make in my lifetime. So that's a critique called Episode 9, An Atrocity. So that will be coming out eventually within this century. Yeah.
Links for all of those in the description, and I get Fringy, you want to throw your hood into the ring?
Crash 4 video very soon. Keep an eye out. I'm also working on the Fringy comic and a couple other things, and that's it for now. I'm talking about.
And I'm working on the boys video, and more moolery things are on the way, as well as obviously the EFAP movies, more Batwomans, more. I think me and Rag still need to do a couple catch-ups, maybe 1 or 2 or 3, who knows, and there's some offline EFAPs that have been recorded that are making their way out, possibly next week, not sure. That's about it, though. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. It's been a blast. To all of those guests that were here and have since gone to live lives of their own, thank you all as well. And I appreciate the donations, of course. And that is about that. Good night, everybody. And
Yeah,
thanks
good
for
night,
joining
everyone.
us.
Hope y'all have a great night.
Goodbye.
Thanks for showing up and sticking around.
Yes. Toodle pip. Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.